Chapter 97. Seeing that County Magistrate Chang had come to invite them to eat, these impatient people followed him without saying anything. They were quite satisfied with the food prepared by County Magistrate Chang these 2 days. As long as County Magistrate Chang led them to the same place, the taste of the same dish was better than what they had eaten before. Zhou Shihu's uncle Zhou Qiong was also among them. He was not like those who came to enjoy. When everyone else was arranged to get on the carriage, he found County Magistrate Chang. "And Ran, you must have spent a lot of money these 2 days, right? I can see that you are different from other county magistrates. Why don't you find more ways to make money?" There was an obvious hint in his words. You are a county magistrate who has not been promoted or demoted in the past few years. Your position is stable. Why don't you make more money? It is not like there are no rich families in the county. County Magistrate Chang smiled helplessly. You are right. But as an official it is enough to eat, drink and live. How can I trouble the people? Sir, please get on the carriage. After sending Zhou Qiong to the carriage, County Magistrate Chang sighed. He did not know who to tell. There are still a few people in Sanshui County who cannot be touched. They have retired. Why don't you try to touch them? Some transactions are controlled by these people. Besides this, there is also Zhou Qiong's nephew Zhou Shihu. Look at him now. He was not like this in the past. He caused trouble all day long. County Magistrate Chang was too busy to take care of him. Where can he get money? Take it from the people? How much danger would that entail? During the first 2 years when the new emperor was in power, the officialdom was in chaos. County Magistrate Chang did not dare to do anything. During the first 2 years when the new emperor was in power, County Magistrate Chang did not dare to do anything. It was not worth it if he was treated like a chicken and killed to show the monkeys. Last year he finally relaxed a little, but before he could do anything, an auspicious sign appeared. So many pairs of eyes were staring at it. This year, another auspicious sign appeared. This was good. He could make decisions for the people with peace of mind. Giving gifts during the new year would spread his reputation as a good official. No matter how stupid he was, he would not do something that would destroy his own reputation. What's more, Zhangzhe Zhuangzi was being watched by a master. Who knew what those 2 people were thinking? If he really did something that would infuriate the heavens, what would he do if the expert got angry? He walked to his own carriage. Before he got on, he glanced at the other people's carriages who were in a hurry to leave. He sneered and entered the carriage. This time, only the 2 bailiffs and the deputy district magistrate followed them. The rest of the yamen did not follow them. They knew that this time they would suffer and would not be able to eat anything delicious. If he wanted to eat, he might as well go home. He still had some salted vegetables sent by Zhangzhe Zhuangzi at home. He didn't know what they put in them, but the taste was different from other places. It wasn't particularly salty, but it was refreshing with a hint of freshness. When he drank it with the porridge, the taste was indescribable. Once County Magistrate Chang's carriages started to move, they could not stop. They actually walked for more than an hour. The people in the carriages were puzzled. They had already passed through the prosperous areas of the county. Could it be that there was a good hotel hidden in a remote place? Thinking of this, those who had such thoughts became excited. They wanted to go to a place with mountains and rivers. It would be best if there were a few small bridges and some pavilions. They could eat delicious food that they had never eaten in other places, talk about the scenery, and recite a few lines of poetry. This trip was not in vain. Thinking of this, their mood became better. They did not feel annoyed sitting in the carriage. Uncle, something seems wrong. There is no restaurant here. Even the roadside tea stalls are a pile of rubbish. Where does County Magistrate Chang want to take me? Others did not know the situation here, but Zhou Shihu knew. He followed a group of bad friends. Back then, he rode a horse and went around the entire county. He already knew where there was anything. Xiaohu, are you sure? I don't know where we will go if we continue on this road. Could it be that we are going out of Sanshui County? When Zhou Shihu heard this, he could not help but be surprised. He asked his nephew softly. Zhou Shihu waved his hand. If we want to go out of the county, we will have to walk until midnight. There is a village in front of us. Although it is called a village, in fact there are only a dozen families. There is not even a river around it. They can't dig a well for drinking water. They all drink water from a water bottle in the mountains. They are farming inferior fields. Not to mention that the harvest is not guaranteed. I think County Magistrate Chung is crazy and wants to take him there. Forget it, I don't expect to eat anything. Uncle, come. Luckily, I'm used to eating the food made by the Zhang family's farmstead and brought some. Eat first, otherwise you'll be hungry later. After another quarter of an hour, the vehicles in front won't be able to pass and we'll have to get off and walk. County Magistrate Chung, you'd better take a shortcut, otherwise we'll have to climb the mountain. Zhou Shihu jumped off the car and ran to his small car. He took some things and came back. He put the things in front of his uncle and poured half a bowl of wine for his uncle. He signaled his uncle to eat. Zhou Shihu was not pretentious. He could already guess what he would eat when he entered the village. His body was his and he would feel bad if he was starving. He picked up the food that his nephew gave him and ate it. Zhou Shihu also ate. Sure enough, just as Zhou Shihu said, when the uncle and nephew finished eating, the team stopped. County Magistrate Chung jumped off the car first and said to the crowd, "Everyone, the carriages in front are no longer feasible. It is better to get off and walk. After walking for a while we will reach a good place." "Really? County Magistrate Chung, is it a place with mountains and rivers?" A person who was holding back his hunger fantasy asked happily. "Yes. Just like the poem recited by young Master Song, there is no road. We know about this." Song Jinggong's quote from Song Jinggong, the gifted scholar song, has already spread to the other side. The next sentence is, "There is a light at the end of the tunnel. Good place to go." Before County Magistrate Chung could finish his sentence, this person said and shook his head as if he was the one who wrote the poem, "Then you will have to work hard." Chung Lingxiang had a smile on his face. He raised his hand and led the way with the deputy district magistrate and 2 bailiffs. It's okay. I didn't expect there to be such a good place in Sanshui County. Everyone, please." This person also smiled and waved his hand. He pretended not to care and followed behind. The others naturally followed. At first, the road was still easy to walk on, but after half an hour there was no road under his feet. He could only vaguely see that there was a trace of less grass in the half-withered grass. It should be that someone had walked by occasionally, which was why it was like this. Zhou Shihu stayed beside his uncle with 2 water bags on his back. Seeing that the crowd was still talking about the scenery, he whispered to his uncle, "Uncle, it's over. County Magistrate Chung really wants to torture people. If we walk to the village on this road, we may see people before dark. If we really want to go there, we will have to walk for 2 hours. Fortunately, I brought enough water. I know that County Magistrate Chung is not a good person. I will get you a stick later. You can use it as a crutch. Don't force yourself." As Zhou Shihu spoke, his eyes looked around trying to find a suitable branch. He knew that his uncle rarely walked so far and would get tired easily. Zhou Shihu did not doubt his uncle. Zhou Qiong did not doubt his nephew. When he heard these words, he took a deep breath and prepared himself for suffering. Looking at the water skin on his nephew's back, he was very satisfied. His nephew was really sensible now. He knew how to do business to earn money for his family. He knew how to care for others and even made some arrangements in advance. When he went to the Zhang family's farmstead, he had to thank them properly. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked his nephew in a low voice, "Xiaohu, I didn't eat the beef jerky in the car just now. I thought it was too dry. Did you bring it? I think you will be hungry when you see people." Pung pung pung. Zhou Shihu patted his arms and winked. "Uncle, don't worry. I've brought everything. Didn't you see me go back to my car when I got off the bus? Not only did I bring the beef jerky, but I also wrapped a large scallion pancake and 2 salted duck eggs in oil paper. These were all made by Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Unfortunately, there was no hot water. Otherwise, there would be beef marrow oil tea noodles in my car. They are all gifts for me to show filial piety to my elders. I eat now and usually go to their shop. The price is cheap and the taste is not bad. These pancakes were bought this morning." Zhou Qiong looked over and found that his nephew's body was indeed bulging. He couldn't help but sigh. His nephew had gotten lucky this time because of the trouble he caused. Someone who could help a business partner to be filial to their elders couldn't be a bad person. At this time he could not wait to get rid of these people and go to Zhuangzi to thank them. He also wanted to see what he could do to help. He could not just wait to take advantage of them. Zhou Shihu and his nephew Zhou Shihu were ready. County Magistrate Chang had also eaten and drank to his heart's content. The two fourth-rank officials from the imperial court had also been given tea and snacks by the yamen runners. They must have eaten some, so they did not have to worry about being hungry. As for the rest of the people, they were suppressing the nausea in their stomachs and talking about the flowers and trees. When the drought came, the flowers were about to wither and the grass was wilting. The scenery was not so charming. County Magistrate Chang still had the same smile on his face. As he walked, he sped up slightly. Everyone followed him and the group of people walked towards the legendary another village. Chapter 98. As the night approached, the stars in the distance were slightly visible and the moon was new. The sky was clear and cloudless. Who played the flute again? The sound of the flute was like the sound of the mountains. At this moment, it really looks like the residence of the immortals. Uncle, what do you think? Zhou Shihu and his uncle walked to a place about 10 steps away from the others. They found a large rock and sat down. They faced the other mountain and spoke loudly. Those who came to take advantage of them were no longer as spirited as before. They lay there like dead dogs. They did not care if the half-withered grass pricked their bodies and did not care if the dew in the night would catch a cold. They did not have any strength in their bodies and their stomachs did not stop growling. Originally, they thought that County Magistrate Chang had already arranged for them to eat when they were tired. In the beginning they could still hold on for a while. After walking for 4 hours, people began to ask County Magistrate Chang. Every time County Magistrate Chang would reply, "Soon, we'll be there soon." They had walked for a long time. It was already 1/4 midnight. After a while it would be midnight. They could see that there were a few faint lights flashing in front of them. They also heard the sound of the flute. At first they felt that it was melodious, but now it was ear-piercing. "County Magistrate Chang, are you planning to kill us? Why are you not getting us some food at this point?" A person lay there and looked sideways at County Magistrate Chang, who also did not have much energy. County Magistrate Chang was also tired. Other than the two yamen runners who often worked, everyone else was tired. The only difference was that the two rank 4 officials, the yamen runners, the deputy county magistrate, Zhou Shihu's uncle and nephew, and the county magistrate himself had eaten before. The others did not have anything to eat. They only had some porridge in the morning. Until now they had to walk on the mountain road. They were able to persevere because it would be further to go back. County Magistrate Chang took a sip of water and said, "I heard that this place is better, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. I thought I would arrive at dusk, but I miscalculated. I'm sorry, my lords. Please drink some water first and save it. When we came here, we prepared half a bag of water, so there's not much left." As they were talking, County Magistrate Chang ordered the bailiffs to bring water to everyone. Those who came to take advantage of the situation were given large water bags. Everyone drank a few mouthfuls of water. When it came to the two officials in charge, they were given small water bags. The two officials took the water bags and drank as usual. Suddenly they were stunned. Under the moonlight they glanced at everyone else. Wei Wei leaned over and started to drink slowly. The two of them drank and chewed at the same time. They tried their best to prevent the sound of their chewing from being heard. The bowl was filled with thick lotus seed porridge. It was a little cold, but it was better than being hungry. The bailiffs brought it to Zhou Shihu. Zhou Shihu opened it and smelled it. He passed it over and indicated that there was no need. He took out a salted duck egg and gave it to the bailiffs. The bailiffs were stunned and nodded gratefully. They took the salted duck egg and turned to leave. "Uncle, eat something. Looking at the situation, we have to leave soon. We still have 4 hours to go. Try this scallion pancake." Zhou Shihu looked back at the people who only had water to drink. He chuckled and took out the pancake. He tore off a piece and gave it to his uncle. "It's delicious. When your father and I were young, our family was poor and we couldn't eat anything. One day we picked up a piece of pancake that someone accidentally dropped on the ground. Your father and I ate it for 3 days. Tasted similar to this. Why is the duck egg so salty?" Zhou Qiong took a bite of the pancake and ate a little of the duck egg white. He whispered to his nephew. Zhou Shihu ate as well. He took out the beef jerky and put it into his mouth. It's not salty, so not many people buy it. The small shops here at the Zhang family's farmstead are only for people who don't have a lot of money to eat. Usually a few people go there and order 2 dishes and a few salted duck eggs. They eat almost all of the dishes with wine and then eat some staple food. 1 duck egg is enough. There are also some who go inside and ask for a bowl of wine and a salted egg. Eggs are cheap. After sipping a bit of salted egg and drinking a mouthful of wine, they can put away the remaining half of the salted egg and still have enough for 2 meals. If it's too light, they won't be able to eat anymore. That's why many people go to his store to eat. I see. This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. But since they have a recipe to make the dishes taste better, why don't they buy a place in the county and open a restaurant? Zhou Qiong sighed and felt a little puzzled. Zhou Shihu shook his head. I don't know. That Zhuangzi is always bold and imaginative. Uncle, eat some more pancake and drink some water. He passed the water bag to his uncle and waited for him to finish the pancake. Otherwise, the salted duck egg taste would still be in his mouth. Some people were hungry while others were eating stealthily. After a quarter of an hour, County Magistrate Chung, who finished the porridge, said, My lords, we've rested enough. Shall we continue? I can't walk anymore. County Magistrate Chung, ask someone to get some food and 2 blankets from the house over there. We can't walk anymore. The person who spoke first was now acting like a rascal. He lay there and sighed. With him taking the lead, the others didn't move. They just waited there. They didn't believe that County Magistrate Chung would let them starve to death here. County Magistrate Chung thought for a while and nodded. All right. Since you're willing to wait here, I'll go ahead with the 3 lords. When we get there, I'll ask someone to send the food. Take care, my lords. County Magistrate Chung was about to leave. The 3 lords he was talking about were the 2 from the Imperial Court and Zhou Qiong. The Yamen runner, Deputy County Magistrate, and Zhou Shihu all got up. Zhou Qiong and the other 2 had eaten, so of course they had to follow. After they left and walked dozens of steps, one of the people who were still lying on the ground screamed. Oh no, once they leave, County Magistrate Chung will prepare food and drinks for the 3 lords first and then think of us. Won't the food be sent tomorrow morning? The Yamen runner can rest on the way. We'll either starve to death or freeze to death. I have to follow. As soon as he finished speaking, he got up and ran. He didn't look hungry or tired at all. He was forced to do so. The others were stunned for a while and then followed him. They didn't think that they would die from the cold or starvation. It would be fine for them to survive for a few days, but they would suffer a lot. Hearing the footsteps behind him, County Magistrate Chung raised the corner of his mouth but didn't say anything. The 2 Yamen runners led the way in front. Fortunately, there was still some light from the stars and the moon. Otherwise, they would have to walk until the next morning. Along the way, no one spoke. There was nothing to say. They were so tired that even breathing was strenuous. Only when it was evening did they arrive at their destination. There were more than 30 houses and more than a dozen families. There was a torch lit, and there were more than 20 people standing there waiting. My lord, why are you so late? I didn't do a good job. As soon as County Magistrate Chung and the others appeared, Song Jinggong came up and said apologetically. He was arranged by Zhang Xiaobao to come. He didn't intend to torture them. He just asked County Magistrate Chung to lead them to a place and let Zhou Shihu's uncle secretly go to Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. In the end, County Magistrate Chung was angry and changed the plan slightly. That was why it turned out like this. You can't even do such a small thing? Is it so difficult to prepare some food? County Magistrate Cheng's face darkened and he shouted. When the people who came to take advantage of the situation heard this, they understood that County Magistrate Chung had already arranged for people to come here and prepare. It seemed that the people who came didn't succeed. The hope just now turned into disappointment. They would starve to death if they didn't have food. Song Jinggong lowered his head even more and explained, My lord, it's not that we didn't prepare food. The people here did prepare food, but they asked for money. I didn't bring any money. My lord, did you bring any? County Magistrate Chung shook his head and turned around to ask, I didn't bring any. I'll ask the other lords. My lords, the food over there is already prepared. May I know which lord has money? Everyone shook their heads. Who would bring money when they went down? They were all waiting to take the money back. Zhou Shihu did bring some, but he wouldn't take it out stupidly. He imitated others and shook his head like a rattled drum. Ah, they didn't bring any money. What should we do? Why don't we put them on credit first? I'll send them the money later. Zijin, you go and discuss with them. County Magistrate Cheng said awkwardly. Song Jinggong followed the order and left. After a while he turned around and smiled helplessly. My lord, it won't work. They don't believe me. I'll send them the money later. Don't put them on credit. I have a jade pendant. I'll leave it with them first. County Magistrate Cheng can help me get it back. An official was so hungry that he couldn't bear it anymore. He took out a jade pendant that was supposed to be hanging on his waist and handed it over. He was a little distressed. He was afraid that it would be scratched when he went up the mountain, so he put it in his pocket. Song Jinggong took the jade pendant and went to discuss with them. After a while, two people came back. In addition to Song Jinggong, there was an old man with wrinkles on his face. His hair and beard were all white. He carried a piggyback. He walked over and said, My lords, it's not that the villagers are stingy. It's just that life is hard. The weather is dry and we don't know how the harvest will be in autumn. The villagers are all afraid. Oh, I'm the chief of the village. My surname is Qin. My lords, you can call me Old Tool. After saying this, he didn't wait for others to speak and continued. I don't know which lord this pendant belongs to. Forgive me for my poor eyesight. I can't tell whether this is jade or stone. It may be worth a lot of money to a knowledgeable person, but in the village, it's not as good as half a bowl of coarse chaff. My lord, please take this stone, oh no, jade pendant back. How can this be a stone? You? The official who took out the jade pendant carefully took it in his hand and stared at the old man. It's not a stone. I was wrong. Jade, it's jade. It's good jade, but no one in the village knows. This Qin village chief was obviously scared. He explained incoherently while trembling. He meant that the jade was not good, but there was food. Let's see what you can exchange for it. County Magistrate Cheng held back his laughter. He felt that this Qin village chief was so nice, so he came out to smooth things over. My lord, don't be angry. It's not worth arguing with them. Qin village chief, tell me, how can you give us food? Chapter 99. The moon was like a hook, the night was serene, the lonely light lit the lamp oil, the brush did not rest. The ink was gently crushed, the wrist was slowly retracted. Two figures were left on the wall, accompanying each other in their hearts. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ate dinner and slept for 4 hours. They woke up in the middle of the night to study and practice calligraphy. Both of them knew that happiness was not given to them by others. They had to pursue it themselves. While they were young, they were more sensible than other children. They had to learn more in order to be useful in the future. This was especially so for Zhang Xiaobao. He still had to take the imperial examinations. With an official position, it would be more convenient for him to do things. Their plan was to sleep for 5.5 hours a day. After dinner, they would sleep for 4 hours. They would wake up and study for 4 hours. After dinner, they would sleep until 2 and then sleep until 6. After dinner, they would train by playing games. After taking a shower, they would sleep for an hour. After lunch, they would sleep for 2 hours if there were no important matters. That was how the day was going to be. They would make special arrangements if they encountered special situations. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had been specially trained to sleep. There were 2 types. One was to enter a deep sleep quickly, which would speed up the recovery of the body. The other was to be half asleep. If there was no movement and no threat, it meant that they were asleep. If not, they would immediately wake up and react subconsciously. The 2 of them were still learning the Analects of Confucius. In fact, they had already memorized it. However, when Zhang Xiaobao's father taught them, they were able to comprehend it by analogy. Any sentence he took out would contain a certain story. Even so, they were not high scholars. Other than the fact that Zhang Xiaobao did not understand the rules of the examinations, it also showed how difficult the imperial examinations were. Pomegranate slept early and lay down in the outer room. She had many things to do during the day, and did not have such treatment. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had given it to her. There were also 2 people patrolling at night in the outer room, so she did not have to worry about not being able to react in time. Joshi, whose uncle will be here soon. County Magistrate Chang actually came up with such a despicable move. If the Yamen had not come to inform us at night, I would have thought that County Magistrate Chang would treat those people well so that they would not be able to focus on others. After writing for more than an hour, Wang Wan stopped. She rubbed her wrists and flicked the oil lamp. With two crackling sounds, the light was brighter. Yes, those people are just low-ranking officials and have no real power. You don't have to worry about County Magistrate Chung offending them. What's more, as long as County Magistrate Chung doesn't let them know who arranged it, they can only hate the villagers over there. When they go back, it's impossible for them to take revenge. The villagers' lives are worthless, but their future is more important. One lamp was too dim. If he added more and changed it to a candle, he would earn so much money but not spend it. If he burned his eyes, where would he go to treat it? Someone take 3 candles and light them all. Zhang Xiaobao analyzed the situation for a while and felt his eyes ache. He called for the night watch outside to bring in the candles. When the 2 maidservants who were chatting and eating snacks heard the commotion inside, they didn't dare to be negligent and brought in the candles. They didn't bring 3 candles but a bundle so that it would be easier to change them later. When the candles were lit, the brightness of the room immediately changed. Zhang Xiaobao was satisfied. It's okay. By the way, is my father also studying at night? Send some candles to my father too. If he doesn't want them, take my oil lamp. Even if you earn money, your family will suffer. Why should you earn more? The 2 maidservants didn't say anything. They took the oil lamp and went out. One of them continued to stand guard while the other went out. Looking at the night sky outside, she shivered. Fortunately, there was a torch in the courtyard that swayed with the wind, so it wasn't so dark. She gave herself courage and walked to another courtyard. Just as she walked to a dark corner, she noticed that there seemed to be a shadow moving there. She was so scared that she almost dropped the lamp in her hand. Seeing that the shadow moved and stopped moving, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Remembering that this was the person who had been arranged by the manor, she finally felt relieved. She had just been here for a month, and her family of 5 had fled here. During the spring plowing, not a drop of water had fallen. They had all signed death contracts. Today was her first night watch. She had only heard about it, but was not familiar with it. Naturally, she was afraid at night. Now that she felt the arrangement of Zhuangzi, a happy smile appeared on her pale face. She felt that this was the feeling of home. Helping each other and working hard. She didn't have to worry about anything else. She didn't know that Zhuangzi had put in a lot of effort when choosing people. Out of so many families, only 2 families were chosen. They even had to report to the government. It seems that this drought is inevitable. I'm relieved. It's so gloomy during the day, but there's not a single drop of rain. When will our food, chickens, and ducks be sent there? It's a long journey and it will take a long time. Wang Wan dipped the brush in the ink and was ready to write. She asked Zhang Xiaobao. In 2 months, when the locusts are showing signs, we will set off. When we arrive, they will be in a hurry to destroy the locusts. Cherries can also bring the newly hatched chickens with us. We can eat the locusts, sell the eggs, and exchange them for other things. Are we bringing the chickens back? Wang Wan asked again. Zhang Xiaobao nodded affirmatively and said, of course we're bringing them back. We can lay eggs and we hope to increase the income of the farmers. We don't need to feed them extra food on the way back. The locusts can fly. I think we can have some here in the name of destroying the locusts for the people. The righteous will be on our side. Wang Wan, who was about to write, put down the brush when she heard this. She stared at Zhang Xiaobao and said, are you stupid? What righteous? When there was a plague of locusts, the people were kneeling down. It was that Yao guy who took the responsibility and started to destroy the locusts. You're right. History says that he destroyed the locusts in time. In fact, it's just that he didn't let the locusts spread widely. Those 2 places suffered a lot. Li Longji wanted to destroy the locusts, but he didn't want to take the responsibility of offending the heavens. The officials and the people didn't want to destroy the locusts. If that's the case, we can't use the righteous name on the way back. We have to think of a way. That's right, we can eat the locusts on the way back. We can use the eggs to exchange for other things other than food. We can say that these chickens are specially used to deliver eggs to the people during the disaster. We can ask Yao Gai to send down a memorial. With so many chickens and ducks, it's a grand display of grace. Zhang Xiaobao finally found an entry point. He picked up the brush and continued writing. Wang Wan smiled and said, "You're such a liar. What grand display of grace? The locusts are even grander. Shouldn't they be destroyed? You can't control the strength of your writing. Why don't you tie a sandbag?" "No, I don't want to leave any sequelae with my small arms and legs. Tomorrow Zhou Shihu's uncle might be here. I'll learn." Zhang Xiaobao yawned and picked up the towel in the basin beside him. He wiped his face and felt more energetic. He continued writing. "Is this something for humans to eat? There's not even a bowl of soup. Bah!" In the small village in the mountains, County Magistrate Chang and the group could finally eat. The villagers served rice, one rice ball after another. To be precise, it was steamed rice with coarse bran and some wild vegetables. When one took a bite, one would feel a bitter taste in the mouth. When one wanted to swallow it directly, one would find that one's throat was almost torn. As long as one bit hard, one's mouth would be full of dregs. Cold water would be poured down. Starting from the neck, the line was burning hot. In addition to this, which could be considered as a part of the meal, there was also a side dish, dandelion, and a wild vegetable called bitter butterfly seed, which was bitter and pungent when mixed with large grains of black salt. After eating a few mouthfuls, one person couldn't stand it anymore. He spat out 2 pieces of coarse bran and complained loudly. "Don't spit it out. Eat it. It's better than starving. Didn't you hear the villagers say that this is the best thing they usually eat? If you spit it out, you'll starve yourself. Don't expect to eat our food. Tomorrow morning, you'll have to wake up and work for the village. When that time comes, you'll be hungry and weak. Let's see if they'll give you anything to eat at noon." When the other official heard this person complaining, he felt that the food in front of him was even more disgusting. He had no choice but to interrupt that person. He picked up a piece of side dish and stuffed it into his mouth. He chewed twice and then took a bite of the rice ball. He used all his strength to mix the 2 things together. He drank a mouthful of water and let out a long sigh. "Everyone eat. It's okay. My stomach feels much better. I'll work for 2 days and wait for County Magistrate Chang to send someone to bring the money and other food. Then I'll be able to get through it." The 2 assistant ministers are eating happily. Do we not know the hardships of the people? When everyone heard this, they turned their heads to look. Indeed, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Rights were eating the same thing. Even the Minister of War was eating. It was said that his nephew wasn't an ordinary playboy. Since he wasn't picky, then he should eat too. Everyone gritted their teeth and started eating. The 2 assistant ministers were eating happily. The rice balls were also filled with fermented rice, chaff, and wild vegetables. The side dish in front of them was also the same. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to tell the difference. However, if they opened it up and looked carefully, they would know what was different. The rice balls they were eating had shredded meat in the middle. The wild vegetables were soaked in oil and finely ground. The fermented rice was steamed before it was kneaded in. The side dish was salted differently. It looked black. It was fried meat sauce. Yes, it's not easy for the people to eat this kind of thing normally. We have to be diligent and thrifty. It's good to eat coarse grains occasionally. What do the 2 ministers think? Zhou Qiong used his tongue to pull out 2 pieces of meat and chewed them in his mouth. That's right. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Rights spoke at the same time. They now knew that it wasn't easy for the people. They forced themselves to eat the food with added ingredients. As for the food without added ingredients, it was clear just by looking at the others. How could the people afford to eat meat and use oil? The other officials couldn't even speak. They could only nod and agree. After eating, they would go to bed early. They would start working tomorrow. They would help the villagers carry water and water the fields. The reward would be the food for these 2 days. My lords, perhaps you feel that the food is bad. It'll be better tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'll ask them to prepare some soup and 2 more dishes. Qin Village had been standing at the side waiting on them. At this time, he opened his mouth and said with an apologetic expression. Chapter 100. The next morning, when the sun had just risen, these officials were all woken up. Each of them had a bowl of rice porridge and the side dishes they had eaten yesterday. They had no choice but to help out. They couldn't do the slightly more technical work, and the villagers didn't expect them to do it either. They just let them carry water. There was a water bubble in the mountains about a li away from the village. There was water flowing down from the top, rainwater, and a small spring over there so that the villagers would not run out of water. There was no one in the village to plant rice, wheat, millet, or sorghum. There were also many vegetable fields. The price of vegetables was cheap, but they could be exchanged for money quickly. Once they were harvested, the strong laborers in the village would carry them out to sell. They took another route. Except for these officials who didn't know, no one would be stupid enough to go through so many mountains to exchange for money to buy salt, oil, and other things. Life was a bit difficult, but it wasn't to the point where they had to eat chaff all day. There was also a small mill in the village. They cultivated some land in the mountains and planted soybeans. Occasionally they could eat soybeans. Most of the soybeans were taxed. The wasteland that was cultivated was known to County Magistrate Tang, but he didn't record it. This was to give the villagers some spare money. During the new year, County Magistrate Tang even brought Zhang Zhuangzi's things here. Therefore, the villagers followed his arrangements. The villagers didn't care how high the official was or what rank he was. Whoever was good to him, he would listen to that person. When other people weren't looking, he was very respectful to County Magistrate Tang. Last night, he even boiled water for him to take a bath. In the morning before everyone ate, he first fried 2 brown eggs for County Magistrate Tang and sprinkled some sugar on top. County Magistrate Cheng Lingxiang ate the 2 fried eggs in small bites for a full quarter of an hour. He felt that the taste was better than the signature dishes of the 3 restaurants in the county. When he finished eating, he called the others to wake up. It was time to work and they still wanted him to bribe them? Dream on. There was no more food to be served. Whoever worked would eat. The work of the officials was arranged by the villagers. Some were far, some were near, some were light, some were heavy. When noon came, they would eat at the place where they were working. Someone would bring them food. The group of officials changed their clothes and began to grit their teeth and work. After walking for so long yesterday, their backs were sore and their legs were weak. However, they had no choice but to persevere. The 2 assistant ministers did not say anything, so how could it be their turn? The 2 bailiffs did not do this. They said that they were going back to get money and things, so they quietly left with Zhou Qiao and Zhou Shihu. Zhou Qiao had to go to Zhang Zhuangzi to discuss some things and express his gratitude. He would be back in 2 days. At that time, the yamen would come back with them and bring some food. As for the money, the county government had already paid for the food the officials ate. No matter how bad it was still money. The people in the village did not lack this little bit of labor. If they could do it themselves, why would they need to find someone to do it for them? We're out. We're finally out. Zhou Qiao looked at the scenery outside the mountain and said comfortably, "Sir, your carriage will be here soon. The people who followed you have been persuaded to go back. They said that you need to rest here for 2 days. Someone will take care of you, so you don't have to worry that they will come to find you themselves." A bailiff from the county reported to Zhou Qiao. "Oh, that's good. And Ran is also there. Who's in charge in the county?" Zhou Qiao finally understood. It was no wonder that when they came here, the county had specially found some drivers to persuade the people from the prefecture to go back. They were also worried that if the yamen lacked a person in charge, there would be trouble. The bailiff replied respectfully, "Sir, don't worry. There are still the registrar and the county lieutenant in charge of the county. These are all trivial matters. Sanshui County has young Master Zhou to take care of it, so there won't be any big problems. Other than the registrar, Sir Zhao, who is unwilling to talk too much, the others are all very harmonious. No one will be a hindrance." Zhou Qiao was on the same side, so the bailiff said more. Zhou Qiao did not say anything this time. He was relieved. At this time his carriage arrived. The bailiff rode the horse and led the way. The few people disappeared at the foot of the mountain. After the wind passed, the people in Zhuangzi were still planting the seedlings. Some of the seedlings that could not be used were simply thrown away. The main family finally did something to protect the farmers. The seedlings that were to be planted in 2 days would all be planted by the main family. When they heard that the seedlings that were planted 3 times in exchange for the seedlings that did not fall, the farmers were all very happy. The people in Zhuangzi were also checking the fields. They picked out the few seedlings that could not withstand the wind and moved a few seedlings from other densely populated areas. Then, they looked for the seedlings that were stronger and noted them down. When they were harvested in autumn, they would pick more seedlings. If the seedlings were still big, they would be kept as seeds. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan rode out on their carriages. When they saw the farmers' happy expressions because of the rice seedlings, they were also happy. From time to time, they would respond to the people who greeted them with the expressions and tone of a child. Father, why do I feel that the young master and young lady are the same as the rice seedlings when I look at them? They are older than other children of the same age. Their arms and legs are chubby and white. It is obvious that they can withstand the wind. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan left, a 10-year-old child next to the adults looked at the young master and young lady and said to his father, "Don't talk nonsense. How can the young master and young lady be compared to the rice seedlings? If I hear you say that again, I will give you a big slap on the face." The father scolded the child. He squatted down and looked at the small seedling that had blocked the wind for other seedlings. His eyes narrowed. "Oh, I won't say it again. But I still feel that way." The child agreed, but he did not change his mind. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived at the small bridge, they stopped and looked at the site that was still under construction. They hoped that it would be finished soon. "Xiaobao, when Zhou Shihu's uncle comes, how many things do you want to discuss? We can't talk to him in person. Let's think about it first. We don't want to make any mistakes." Wang Wan got off the car and looked at the river that had completely stopped flowing. There should be 3 things. First, we need to discuss the long-term plans for some business with Zhou Shihu. Second, we need to ask him to help bring some fame to the restaurant here. Third, we need to ask him about the rewards from the province when someone helped when the country was in a disaster. As for what he wants to talk about, I don't know. I think he wants to meet the 2 experts from Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. Song Jinggong has mentioned more than once that County Magistrate Chang wants to be apprenticed. I think some people are curious about this. Should we meet or not? If we meet, someone will pass the message back and forth. This is also a kind of meeting. I am afraid that he will ask the experts for their opinions and ask some sensitive questions. Zhang Xiaobao sat in the car and put his elbow on the handlebar in front of him. He pondered for a while and replied, "I think we should meet him and listen to his opinion. That way we can understand him better." Wang Wan suggested, "Okay, we will ask someone to pass the message back and forth." Zhang Xiaobao agreed. At around 4 in the afternoon, a carriage pulled by 3 horses sped over from Tuqiao village. The carriage stirred up a cloud of dust along the way. The horses looked exhausted. When they entered the Gu family's Zhuangzi, the road became difficult to travel on. Only then did the carriage slow down. Zhou Shihu and his uncle were also very bumpy in the carriage. As soon as the carriage slowed down, they stopped. He and his uncle got off the carriage and walked over. When they first got on the carriage, he wanted to eat something. However, his uncle told him that it would take some time to get to the yamen from here and some time to get to the other side. The 2 of them left the village in the morning and were delayed for some time. If they continued to walk slowly, they would only arrive at their destination at night. When they arrived at their destination at night, they naturally couldn't talk about it. They could only wait until the next day. They also had to see what time the 2 experts would wake up. If the 2 experts had the habit of sleeping in, they still had to wait. This would take an extra day. Therefore, the carriage was in a hurry all the way. Fortunately, there were many horses pulling the carriage. If it were ordinary horses, they would have died of exhaustion. After getting off the carriage, the 2 of them drank some water and let the carriage handle the horses. There was only one yamen runner to accompany them. The yamen runner also jumped off the horse and handed the horses to the carriage handle. The 3 of them slowly eased the uncomfortable feeling of the bumpy road, while walking towards the Zhuangzi area of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Zhuangzi. At present, they were still in the Gu family's Zhuangzi area. As the Minister of Granary and Army, Zhou Xiu was in charge of the province's taxation and storage. Whether or not the local disaster would be reduced or exempted depended on the local disaster situation. Since they were here, they naturally had to take a good look. He let the yamen runner lead them to a road in the fields. After the 3 of them turned around 2 houses that blocked their line of sight, A large paddy field appeared in front of them. There were people busily working in it. From afar it looked like they were picking things out of the field. Could it be that the river here has been cut off? Zhou Xiu had not inquired about the paddy field here, so he asked this question. It has been cut off. It was cut off a few days ago. The villages upstream have all diverted the water to their own fields. There is a small river here. This place is called Gujia village. The water used is all diverted from the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Zhuangzi. When there was no drought, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Zhuangzi stored water from 6 large ponds and dug 7 wells. Now Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Zhuangzi have 2 ponds. Gujia village has 3 ponds of Zhuangzi. The Yamen runner explained. When he mentioned the Zhuangzi of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Zhuangzi, his tone was full of respect. It was not only because the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Zhuangzi were powerful, but also because they took care of them. Usually, when they had something to eat, they would send it to the Yamen and distribute it to everyone. Even now, they still had some wood ears that they could not bear to eat. His wife was pregnant, so every time she wanted to eat, she would fry some. Every time they ate, his wife would softly say that she had found a capable husband, that their child had a powerful father, that they could eat fresh cucumbers in the winter, and that they could eat wood ears from big families at home. For a man, what could be more glorious than this? A few days ago, Zhang Zhuangzi did not know who told him that his wife was pregnant, but young Master Song actually sent some tofu skins and chili sauce, as well as a small jar of aged vinegar and a packet of white sugar. He said that the tofu skins were soaked in water, cut into pieces and mixed with white sugar and aged vinegar. It was sweet and sour. If she wanted to eat spicy food, she could add the chili sauce. When the other Yamen runners looked at him enviously and saw his wife's smiling face when he returned home, which one of them did not feel proud? Not to mention saying good words or flattering him, even if he saw someone kill someone, he would turn his head and pretend that he did not see it. Chapter 101. While the Yamen runner was deep in thought, Zhou Qiong was also sighing at the power of Zhang Zhuangzi. This was great. Sanshui County would definitely be classified as a disaster area. If the average output of Sanshui County was reduced by 40%, all taxes would be exempted. If the average output of Sanshui County was reduced by 60%, the tax would also be exempted. If the average output of Sanshui County was reduced by 70%, they would not even have to serve as laborers. Looking at the situation, Sanshui County's output would be reduced by at least 50% this year. If County Magistrate Chang and Zhou Qiong did something, they would not be able to collect taxes this year. However, they still had to serve as laborers. It was impossible for them to reduce the output by 70%. In that case, they would help to fix the river in front of them. After all, it was their own river. If others did not let them, they would fix it themselves. Now that they were free, they were free. Other places were really affected by disasters, but here nothing happened. Gu family's paddy field in Zhuangzi was already like this. Zhang family and Wang family's paddy field should be better than this. Zhou Qiong admired them from the bottom of his heart. At this time, when he saw the things in the hands of the person who was picking things out of the paddy field, he was stunned. What's going on? Why did you pull out the seedlings in the paddy field? Zhou Qiong pointed at the seedlings in the hands of the farmer and asked. The Yamen runner did not know, so he called someone to ask. The farmer recognized the uniform of the Yamen runner, but did not know that Zhou Qiong was wearing civilian clothes. Seeing that Zhou Qiong was asking about this, he smiled and spread out his hands to show the 3 of them the seedlings in his hands. He said, "It's nothing. There was a strong wind yesterday and many seedlings were blown away. Some were broken, some were picked out and thrown away. It's useless." Zhou Qiong looked at the farmer and frowned. He asked, "Then why are you not worried? Are you hoping to reduce the output and wait for the imperial court to exempt you from taxes? You are really too much. Why are you worrying about nothing? What does reducing the output have to do with you? The imperial court is your family." When the farmer heard this, he was unwilling to accept it. The Yamen runner coughed and gave the farmer a look. When the farmer saw the expression in the Yamen runner's eyes, he suddenly understood that this was an official who had come to visit in disguise. His previous arrogant appearance disappeared and he cautiously replied, "Yes. I don't know. That, everyone is actually not in a hurry. The main family has already gotten new rice seedlings from the Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi. In another 2 days we can replant without any delay. Even though it's a few days late, when the autumn harvest comes, there will be more grain than before. If it weren't for the main family not being able to afford so many seeds, I really want to uproot all the rice seedlings and wait for the new seedlings. Oh, so the Miao family of the Zhang family and the Wang family are very good? Zhou Qiong was even more puzzled. Usually replanting was a last resort. He did not expect that the Gu family's Zhuangzi farmers were actually looking forward to it. The farmer threw away the rice seedlings in his hand and pointed in the direction of the Zhang family and the Wang family. He stared and said, "It's not good, it's godly. Yesterday the wind was so strong, but they all came over to help us plant the seedlings. Guess what happened? Those 2 families' seedlings were like little calves. When the wind came, our seedlings fell one by one. They just shook their heads and passed by." "Really? Okay, you go do your work. I'll go take a look over there later." Zhou Qiong thought that the farmer was talking nonsense and did not continue to ask. He first went to take a look at the fields and found that there were indeed many fallen seedlings. The wind yesterday had made the disaster worse. After taking a look, he continued to walk forward with his nephew and the yamen runner. After a while, they reached the small bridge and saw the people building the houses below. He turned around and glanced at the yamen runner. The yamen runner quickly said, "They are going to build a restaurant here. The 3 families of Zhuangzi will pay together. When the construction is finished, they can drink and eat on the water." Good plan. We can take advantage of the fact that there is no water now. Zhou Qiong responded and continued to walk forward. After crossing the small bridge and seeing the Wang family's seedlings in the Zhuangzi fields, Zhou Qiong stopped again and pointed at the seedlings. "How is this possible? Why are the seedlings here so much thicker and taller than the ones over there? Could it be that they were planted in advance?" "Sir, it's impossible that they were planted in advance. Otherwise they would have frozen to death. These seedlings can only be said to be planted well or chosen well. Sir, look, there aren't many footprints in the fields. This means that the seedlings were not blown over by yesterday's wind." The yamen runner was not very clear about farming, but he knew that it was necessary to judge from certain aspects when handling cases. Zhou Qiong looked at the fields and frowned again. Why were they planted so casually? The Gu family's Zhuangzi fields were lined up neatly. Could it be that the Zhang family and Wang family's Zhuangzi farmers were trying to fool the main family? He did not believe that the main family of the Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi would be so clumsy as to let people throw the seedlings into the fields, so that they could catch someone who was deliberately causing trouble for the 2 families. "Hey, you over there, what are you shouting for? Say it clearly, who is fooling the main family? You don't know anything and you're just spouting nonsense." Zhou Qiong's voice was a little louder, so a few people over there heard him. They immediately walked over and criticized Zhou Qiong. "You are?" Zhou Qiong looked at them and asked. "We are the farmers of the Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi. We were just established to guard the fields. We are called the Vigorous Seedling Protection Team. I am the team leader, and these are the team members. You are slandering the farmers of the Zhang family and Wang family." This person walked in front of Zhou Qiong, puffed out his chest, pointed at himself and pointed at the people beside him and said proudly, The yamen runner coughed again and said at the same time, "This is an official from above." "Oh, so that's how it is. An official can slander others as he pleases?" The main family said that the Vigorous Seedling Protection Team is only responsible for the main family and does not care about the others. This is called military orders are like mountains. If you are an official, you can talk to the official. We will listen to the orders of the main family. This person did not care at all. Wang Wan had chosen him because of his character. She treated the Seedling Protection Team as a military unit. No matter what happened, they could not show weakness. Even if they caused trouble, the main family would take responsibility. If they took a step forward, even if it was a mountain of knives and a sea of fire, if they took a step back, how could they care about gold, silver, and treasures? This person understood Wang Wan's spirit and did not give in at all, even if he knew that the yamen runner was standing beside him, and that the person in front of him was not an ordinary person. Haha, so you are saying that the main family arranged for you to plant the fields like this? Zhou Qiong asked again. Of course. Do you think that we are all fools who don't know how to transplant seedlings? This is called throwing seedlings. The main family decided it. At first we didn't believe it, but since the main family said so, we followed it. Now we know. When the wind blows, the seedling transplanter falls, but the seedling thrower is still standing here. The main family is amazing. This person was still so arrogant. He looked straight into Zhou Qiong's eyes and said word by word. Good, as expected of the Zhang family's manor. It lives up to its reputation. Even a mere manor owner has such integrity, not to mention the main family. What an impressive governance method, to actually be able to make the manor owner and the main family of one heart, not fearing power. Zhou Qiong was not angry. Instead he felt excited. An army was just like that. A soldier who bowed to an outsider was not a soldier, but a coward. From the farmer, he knew the main family's way of doing things. It must be the two masters, otherwise how could it be like this? Thinking of this, Zhou Qiong continued to ask, is it because the main family is too strict and has a way of governing people? Who knew that when these people heard this, their faces immediately darkened. The captain glared at the yamen runner and said to Zhou Qiong, you are measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Is it strict to build a house? Is it strict to make clothes? Is it strict to give lanterns? Here. This person told the benefits given by the main family from beginning to end, but he did not say how the main family grew cucumbers. Zhou Qiong was stunned. He had never seen such a farmer. It was too arrogant. He did not feel like a farmer. It was more like he was the master of some family. The yamen runner at the side was anxious at this time. He was afraid that the captain would be unhappy, so he could only say, do you know who this is? He is older than your county magistrate. Why don't you speak honestly? So what if he is older than the county magistrate? What do you mean by speaking honestly? I don't understand. I only know that if I weaken the prestige of the seedling protection team, I will not be able to face the main family when I go back. The main family has chosen me to be the captain. I will support the main family even if I die. This person's arrogance came up. He did not care who he was facing. The other farmers who followed him did not show any signs of backing down. It's okay. Let's not talk about this. Please report that young Master Zhou and his nephew are here and want to see the main family. Zhou Qiong had nothing to say about this. The Zhang family and Wang family actually took care of the basic necessities of the farmers in Zhuangzi. It was no wonder that they worked so hard. When the captain heard this, he quickly bowed. So it is young Master Zhou and Lord Zhou. I did not know and offended you. I will report it now. When the time comes, I will personally ask for punishment. The main family has instructed that as long as young Master Zhou and Lord Zhou are here, we must not neglect them. I will go first. You all serve young Master Zhou and Lord Zhou well. After the captain finished speaking, he ran towards the main courtyard of Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. On the way he almost fell. The others stood directly in the water and held out their hands to prevent Zhou Qiong and the others from accidentally falling into the water. Zhou Qiong, Zhou Shihu, and the yamen runner were all stunned. This contrast was too big. When they mentioned their identity, the other party did not care at all. When they mentioned young Master Zhou and his nephew, they jumped into the water. If they lost face just now, the other party had given them enough face at this moment. At this time, Zhou Shihu was arrogant. He raised his head and said to his uncle, "Uncle, how is it?" "Good. Just from hearing your name, Xiaohu is promising. You are even better than me, a sixth-rank official. In the future, the Zhou family will rely on you." Zhou Qiong was happy. Using the identity of Zhou Shihu's uncle to receive such treatment, but using the identity of an official was another matter. This meant that the other party only recognized family and did not care about anything else. It was easy to deal with such people. Zhou Shihu was naturally modest. After waiting for a while, a lot of people came over. There were two older people in the lead. It was obvious that they were the old ancestors of the Zhang and Wang families. This was a big show of force. Zhou Qiong suddenly remembered that he came early and did not bring any gifts. He did not know what to do. It was already 4 p.m., and Zhou Qiong's recommendation had not reached 5,000 yet. "You are bullying me too much. Do you think I am afraid of you? I am not afraid. Tomorrow I will let you bully me again. Chapter 102. Seeing so many people coming out of the Tu Zhuangzi, Zhou Qiong felt troubled. If he had come down as an official, this scene would have been perfect. But this time he was using his normal identity as Zhou Shihu's uncle. Compared to the two old masters of the two villages, he should be considered a junior. Before he could figure out what to do, the crowd came forward one after another to greet him. He could only follow suit. The crowd surrounded him and pulled him into the main courtyard of Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. In the main hall, the two old masters of Zhuangzi sat on the same level, occasionally praising each other. Only Zhang Xiaobao's father accompanied them and chatted. This was arranged by Zhang Xiaobao. If one wanted to take the imperial examination, it was not that simple. One needed to be famous and know people above them. For this matter, Zhang Xiaobao had discussed with Wang Wan. They wanted to copy some poems for his father and make him famous. But after considering that his father would not be so thick-skinned as to copy poems, they could only give up. Only then did they painstakingly try to establish a good relationship with him. Originally, they planned to look for the prime minister surnamed Yao during the disaster relief, but after considering that person would be dismissed in a few days, they had to find a new way. The people in the hall chatted until dinner time. Naturally, they made some arrangements. The women of the family left, and the children were not allowed to sit at the table. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took pomegranate to eat. They went out to train for a while, then went to bed. Zhou Qiong had chatted with Zhang Zhong's father for a long time. He was quite satisfied with the heads of the Zhang family, Zhang Yongcheng. They had talent, but they were a bit inflexible. Although they were the heads of the family, the real person in charge of the family was actually from the Zhangwang clan. They had the ability to take care of Zhuangzi in an orderly manner. This could be seen from the actions and words of the servants. During the meal, the servant girls who served the dishes were all so steady and did not deliberately try to please him. There was no fault to be found in their etiquette. Their eyes were clear, making people feel that they were sincere, and their responses were appropriate. They gave people the feeling that they were eating at home. Although they were servants of the manor, they would not look bad in some manners. After the meal, Zhou Qiong and the others were arranged to rest after a bumpy day. At this time the sky was not dark yet. Zhou Qiong, who was originally tired, was lying on the couch but couldn't fall asleep. He tossed and turned and had no choice but to get up and take a look outside. After putting on her clothes and pushing open the door, the maidservant who had been waiting outside respectfully greeted her. When she heard that this lady wanted to walk around, she didn't stop her. She followed beside her and found someone who passed by to report to the steward. As soon as he arrived outside the main courtyard, Zhou Qiong saw two children using slingshots to hit a tree on the other side of the river. Beside the two children stood a servant girl wearing the master's servant clothes. Xiaoju, are these two children the Xiaobao and Cuckoo of Zhuangzi? Zhou Qiong asked the servant girl beside her. In reply to Darren, it is the little master and the little lady. Darren, look over there. The water from the well is different from other places. It tastes sweet. The servant girl Xiaoju replied. She pointed to a place in front of them and gently introduced it. She wanted to lead Zhou Qiong there. She was afraid that Zhou Qiong would be happy and want to say a few words to the little master and the little lady. If the two little ancestors revealed too much at once, Zhou Qiong would be suspicious. Oh, only this one is different. I have to taste it. And take me to see your little master and little lady first. Zhou Qiong followed the servant girl's words and looked in that direction. He was about to walk over when he suddenly realized that the servant girl didn't want him to meet the two children. Strange, he was actually led to another place by the servant girl. If it wasn't for the fact that he usually talked to people like this, he really would have been led there. How impressive. If it was someone else, they might have said, Darren, why don't you look elsewhere? That would be too obvious. However, the servant girl acted as if she didn't care. When Xiaoju heard this, she knew that her thoughts had been seen through. She didn't show any panic on her face and gently said, Darren, your body is precious. You don't have to see it personally. Let me invite the little master and little lady. There's no hurry. Let them play for a while. I like children the most. Xiaoju, let me ask you, what do you usually do in this courtyard? I saw 3 little stars embroidered on your clothes. Some people embroidered 1 or 2. Could it be that there's something else? Zhou Qiong was now interested in the servant girls. Those that were sent to serve him were definitely chosen carefully. Xiaoju smiled sweetly. In reply to Darren, I usually serve the old madam. Darren, your guess is very accurate. The servants in this courtyard are divided into 3 classes. 2 stars are first class, 1 star is second class. There are no third class. Then what about these 3 stars of yours? Special class. They are all favored by the old madam and madam. Xiaoju's smile didn't change. Then Xiaoju, you are not ordinary. Tell me, how do you become a special class? What is the class of the servant girl that serves your little master and little lady? Zhou Qiong was getting more and more curious about this Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. In reply to Darren, a special class servant first has to serve in this courtyard for 10 years. I started helping out when I was 6 years old and have been doing this for 11 years. Other than that, I still have to help my family in Zhuangzi's previous generation. With these 2, I have to pick someone who is sensible and smart to learn how to read. After that, I have to choose someone who is knowledgeable and knows how to keep accounts. Xiaoju's voice was still very pleasant when she spoke. She didn't sound arrogant at all. Only the other people in the courtyard knew that there were only 3 servants like her in the entire courtyard. Not everyone had the opportunity to learn things. After the little master and little lady became sensible, they started to send a large number of servants to learn. Other than learning, they also had to work. To be able to reach such a standard, it was obvious how much effort they had put in. Zhou Qiong also knew that there weren't many servants in his residence who had the opportunity to learn how to read. People like Xiaoju were very rare. At that moment, he didn't continue to harp on this topic. He stopped Xiaoju from going to invite her little master and little lady and walked over. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still playing. When Zhou Qiong's gaze landed on them, the 2 of them sensed it. People like them were especially sensitive to such things, especially Zhang Xiaobao. He had been captured, escaped and besieged before, so he had long trained to be sensitive. However, they still pretended not to notice. It wasn't until Pomegranate saw someone coming over and reminded them that they stopped what they were doing. Wang Wan hid behind Zhang Xiaobao while Wei Wei stuck her head out. The 2 of them blinked their big innocent eyes and looked at Zhou Qiong. You are Xiaobao and you are Cuckoo? Come, let uncle take a good look at you. Zhou Qiong took a liking to the 2 children as soon as he saw them. He didn't wait for the servant girl to speak before he walked over, squatted down, and smiled at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan as he spoke. Hello, uncle. Zhang Xiaobao greeted him first, and Wang Wan also followed suit in a small voice. At this time, the 2 of them didn't speak as fluently as before, and their enunciation wasn't as clear. They had shy and curious expressions on their faces. Pomegranate and Xiaoju watched from the side and inwardly let out a sigh of relief. The little master and little lady were really not ordinary. Zhou Qiong didn't know that the 2 children were pretending to be children. When he heard the greetings, his smile grew wider. Xiaobao and Cuckoo, tell uncle, how old are you? 3 years old. Zhang Xiaobao raised 3 fingers in front of him and replied with wide eyes. Wang Wan revealed half of her body and also said, I'm the same age as Xiaobao. Zhou Qiong knew that this was a false calculation. Otherwise, the 2 children would both be 1 year and 8 months old. Looking at the pair in front of him, he really felt like they were a golden couple. He asked again, do you know who I am? My surname is Zhou, and I have a nephew named Zhou Shihu. After saying this, he looked at the 2 children. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan first revealed a puzzled and thoughtful expression. Then they suddenly smiled and nodded vigorously. Zhang Xiaobao said first, be a high-ranking official. Wang Wan followed. Good person. After Wang Wan finished speaking, her entire body flashed out from behind Zhang Xiaobao and stood there obediently, as if she was no longer afraid. When Zhou Qiong heard this, he was happy. The child didn't know anything and would do whatever the adults taught her. This showed that the people in the courtyard usually taught the child this way. Especially when he saw Wang Wan's fearless appearance, he felt very comfortable. The child's wishes were the wishes of the adults. When he was happy, he wanted to give a gift. His 2 hands searched his body and found that he didn't bring anything. He could only apologetically smile at the 2 children and say, Uncle didn't bring anything for you this time. Next time I'll make up for it. Zhang Xiaobao immediately handed over a slingshot at his waist. "This is for uncle." He and Wang Wan each held 2 slingshots. One was strong and the other was weak. When no one was looking, they would practice with the strong one. If someone was nearby, they would take the weak one. This time they gave the weak one to Zhou Qiong. This time Zhou Qiong didn't know whether to accept or not. If he didn't accept a gift from the child would be unhappy. If he accepted it, how could he return it? Although it was just a slingshot, it was a treasure to the child. If the child gave him a treasure, what would he do? Looking at Zhang Xiaobao's expectant gaze, Zhou Qiong reached out and took the slingshot. He thought that he must repay this favor in the future. He also needed to help find candidates for the imperial examinations. After taking the slingshot, Zhou Qiong said a few words to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The 2 children didn't understand a lot of things. Occasionally, they would spit out a few words that weren't very clear. It was considered chatting, waiting for Zhou Qiong to decide to go back and rest. He was going to continue discussing matters with the people in Zhuangzi tomorrow and meet the 2 masters. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also went back to sleep. They still had to wake up at night to study. This time Zhou Qiong could finally sleep. However, he had a long dream at night. When he woke up in the morning, he could still remember what happened in the dream. He dreamed that he encountered a problem in the future. No one could help him. In the end, 2 children appeared and told him what to do. He couldn't see what the 2 children looked like, but what they said shocked him. In the end, he saw the 2 children each holding a slingshot and gradually running away. Shaking his slightly confused head, Zhou Qiong looked at the small slingshot beside his pillow. He thought that what he thought about in the day he dreamed at night. Before he went to sleep, he thought about how to repay the gift of the slingshot. In the end he dreamt the whole night. Chapter 103. When Zhou Qiong, Zhou Shihu, and the Yamen runner got up, someone came to serve them. After a while, the Yamen runner was led to another place to eat. Zhou Shihu and his nephew were invited to a separate dining room. Everything had been set up. The bowl of porridge was still steaming. It was obvious that it had just been served. There were more than a dozen small salted vegetables. Beside them were deep-fried dough sticks, steamed buns, and steamed buns. In addition to the 2 types of porridge, there was also soy milk and tofu pudding. Zhou Qiong originally thought that he would have to drink since morning. He didn't expect that there would be some ordinary food prepared. The small salted vegetables were just meat and vegetables. There was no other meaning to it. This time the old masters of the Zhang and Wang families didn't come out. Only Father Zhang came to accompany them. There were only 3 people in the dining room. Looking at the food on the table in front of him, Zhou Qiong felt that there were too many types. He said, "Brother Yongcheng, there are so many things that I don't know which to choose. Why don't we take some away and let the servants eat at noon? By then, the servants will be hungry." Father Zhang didn't expect Zhou Qiong to ask such a question. He smiled and replied, "Brother Miaoran, you don't have to worry about this. Everyone in the courtyard except for those who are working is eating. At noon these things have to be fried in oil. Otherwise, the servants won't eat them." Yesterday, Father Zhang called Zhou Qiong Lord. After being rejected by Zhou Qiong, he started calling him by his courtesy name. Zhou Qiong was stunned when he heard this. He picked up a steamed bun and put it in front of his mouth. He said, "Does Zhangzhe Zhuangzi take care of the servants' breakfast? Brother Miaoran has never been here before. Naturally, you don't know the situation here. Not to mention Zhangzhe Zhuangzi, even the Wang family's Zhuangzi is the same. In addition to 3 meals a day, the night watch also has supper." Father Zhang said to Zhou Qiong, "Why do they do this? They eat a lot of food every day, right?" Zhou Qiong didn't even have this in his own residence. The servants only had 2 meals a day. When he came to Zhuangzi, he actually heard such an unbelievable thing. "Brother Miaoran, you don't believe me. Why don't you let little tiger take a look?" Father Zhang said to Zhou Qiong. In fact, he wanted Zhou Shihu to go check it out. Zhou Shihu felt that this was not good. Seeing his uncle nod, he could only get up and leave. He went to the courtyard to take a look. Before he left, he glanced at the food on the table. He knew that the taste of Zhangzhe Zhuangzi's side dishes was definitely better than the ones outside. After Zhou Shihu left, Zhou Qiong saw that only he and Father Zhang were left in the hall. Only then did he say, Brother Yongcheng, what are your plans this time? I can't say what I plan to do, but there's something I need to trouble Brother Miaron with. Zhuangzi and Zhuangzi are running 2 businesses together, and they will continue to run them in the future. However, when it comes to splitting the profits, Zhuangzi has taken too much of the advantage, especially when it comes to the white sugar. Zhuangzi has already recouped its capital, so why don't we change it to 10%? Father Zhang purposely sent Zhou Shihu away so that he could discuss matters with Zhou Qiong. When Zhou Qiong asked about it, the first thing he mentioned was the white sugar. Brother Yongcheng, I can't make the decision on this matter. When the time comes, Zhuangzi will send someone to discuss with Xiao Hu. Whether Xiao Hu thinks it's feasible or not, it's up to him to decide. Zhou Qiong didn't care about this matter. A little more money wouldn't affect his position. Father Zhang saw that there was no need to worry about this matter, so he said, there's one more thing. Zhang Wang and Gu San have jointly built a restaurant in Zhuangzi. This place is remote. When the time comes, I hope Brother Miaron can help us. Brother Miaron can rest assured that the restaurant's dishes won't damage Brother Miaron's reputation. Oh, so that's how it is. Okay, I've already seen that place when I came. Seems pretty good. When the time comes, I'll definitely bring someone over. Zhou Qiong didn't care about this matter. When the time comes, he'll just find an excuse to come over. It wasn't the first time he'd done something like this. This matter could be considered to have been discussed properly. There was only one last thing left. Father Zhang didn't know what to say. According to him, it was to send out the grain for peace of mind. However, according to his wife, not only did they have to send it out, they also had to sell it. When the time comes, they would get the same amount of money from selling it. They couldn't lose money. After hesitating for a moment, he said, there's one more thing. There's a drought in Taihang Mountains and Hunan. Zhangzhe Zhuangzi still has surplus grain. I wonder if they can send it over there to solve the urgent situation. Here in Zhuangzi, Zhang Wang and Zhuangzi also want to buy a mountain. It's more than 1,000 mu, and it costs 1,500 taels of silver. When the time comes, County Magistrate Cheng can use this money to suppress the price. When the third thing was mentioned, Zhou Qiong pondered deeply. At this time, he finally understood why County Magistrate Cheng told him to delay the investigation until after the summer. It turned out that Zhangzhe Zhuangzi had this idea. At the end of summer, there would be a shortage of grain. As long as Zhangzhe Zhuangzi sold the grain at a fair price, they would get a lot of benefits. It seemed that the Zhang family wanted to give it away for free. He also knew that the grain had been bought by Zhang Wang and Zhang Wang since last year. It was the autumn harvest season, and the 2 families had spent almost all of their savings. After adding in the money they earned from some transactions later, the amount of grain was not a lot, but it was not a small amount either. In total, they had obtained nearly 10,000 don of grain. In total, there were 800,000 jin of grain. It was impossible to solve the food problem of so many people with this amount of grain. However, if it could solve the food problem of tens of thousands of people for a few months without any problem, it would be a big contribution. Seeing that Zhou Qiong was thinking about something, Father Zhang did not disturb him. He put his chopsticks on the chopstick holder and waited there. After a while, Zhou Qiong finally said, I heard that you have 800,000 jin of grain. Are you going to give it all away directly? Well, Father Zhang did not expect Zhou Qiong to know so much. It was indeed as Zhou Qiong said. His family had been thinking of ways to store grain, and they did have this much now. However, this grain could not be given away for free. He could only say, my family's intention is to give away half of the grain and leave the other half for others to help earn back the capital. I wonder what the imperial court will reward us for doing this? Hearing this, Zhou Qiong understood. It turned out that Zhangzhe Zhuangzi wanted to sell the other half at a high price and earn back the money they gave away. If they really did this, it would not be as simple as just earning back the money, but at least they would gain some profit. Zhou Qiong was not surprised at all. It did not matter who sold the grain. There were more big grain merchants who wanted to make money from disasters. Since Zhangzhe Zhuangzi said this, it meant that he did not treat Zhou Qiong as an outsider. After thinking for a while, Zhou Qiong said, if you can really take out so much grain, you have to let County Magistrate Cheng submit a report first. I will also submit a report on my side. Not to mention keeping the grain, it is not impossible to go one step further. However, when you sell the grain, you have to find someone reliable. Don't make any mistakes. I just don't know who is handling the disaster this time. Otherwise, they can help even more. Father Zhang listened to Zhou Qiong's words and stared straight at the small dishes on the table. If someone looked closely, they would find that his pupils were out of focus. He was in a trance. In this state, he did not even need to adjust to look at a three-dimensional picture. He did not know what to say now. To be precise, he did not know if he should follow his wife's words or that immortal son's words. All of Zhou Qiong's reactions were predicted correctly. Even the content of his words was predicted. These were all what his wife told him. However, he knew that only his son and daughter-in-law had this kind of ability. From the breakfast arrangement until now, there was no difference at all. Father Zhang suddenly felt that Zhou Qiong was a little pitiful. After saying so much, everything was under the control of his son and daughter-in-law. They were really monsters, no immortals. Brother Yongcheng, what's wrong? Did something bad happen again? Zhou Qiong saw that Father Zhang was in a trance and raised his voice to ask. No, it's nothing. This time it might not only be a drought but also a plague of locusts. Zhangzhe Zhuangzi has prepared close to 10,000 chickens and ducks. When the time comes, you can go over and help. The people sent by the higher-ups are not ordinary people. I heard that Prime Minister Yao has always been good at handling government affairs. Perhaps the Prime Minister will personally take care of it. Father Zhang had memorized all these words. No matter how he thought about it, he could not think of a Prime Minister who would personally take care of these matters. However, these words came from his wife, so he had to believe them. Plague of locusts? Why is there a plague of locusts again? Brother Yongcheng, this is not something to be worried about. The locusts are the emperor. If there really is a plague of locusts, then it is a sign from the heavens. You raise so many chickens and ducks in Zhuangzi. Could it be that you already planned for this? As Zhou Qiong was speaking, he suddenly remembered that Zhangzhe Zhuangzi had raised many chickens and ducks since last year. They also made a pond and dug a well. Could it be that the experts in Zhuangzi had already thought of this? Did they arrange it in advance? The more Zhou Qiong thought about it, the more fearful he felt. Not only was the expert powerful, but he was also afraid of the plague of locusts. If this was true, then this year's losses would not be enough. The east of Taihang Mountains and Hunan would be affected. When that time came, not to mention several times the price of the grain, it would not be enough. Brother Yongcheng, where did you hear all this from? Zhou Qiong had to ask. I didn't hear from anyone. It's all blind guesses. Why do you ask? Father Zhang tried his best to control himself and said with a smile. Oh, it's nothing. I was just casually asking. Brother Yongcheng, today's breakfast is very good. Seeing that Father Zhang was unwilling to talk about the expert behind this, Zhou Qiong could only suppress his guesses and pick up a piece of shallot to mix with tofu. Brother Miaoran is too polite. It's nothing good, just ordinary food. Xiaohu should be back soon, right? Brother Miaoran, eat first. It will be cold soon. Father Zhang picked up a fried red shrimp and stuffed it into his mouth. He actually did not like to eat shrimp, especially this kind of shrimp that had to be eaten even with the shell. However, Madame would prepare some for him every day. If he did not eat it, then Madame would go to his parents and complain. He did not know why his parents doted on Chow'er so much. If Chow'er complained, he was guaranteed to be scolded. He did not even dare to throw a tantrum. Chow'er gave birth to a big fat boy who was like a demon or an immortal. Chapter 104. Zhou Qiong and Father Zhang finished their discussion. Just as they were about to chat, Zhou Shihu hurried back. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Father Zhang sitting at the side. Only then did he remember that he was waiting in someone else's house. He could only swallow his words and obediently sit beside his uncle. He picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Fortunately, the food was not cold. After the conversation just now, Zhou Qiong was no longer so distant. He asked his nephew, Xiaohu, did you see that everyone in the Zhang family's courtyard is eating? Yes, wait. Zhou Shihu ate quickly. He quickly drank a mouthful of soy milk and swallowed the food before saying, I saw it all. Except for those who had something to do in the morning, everyone is eating there. Only a few small salted vegetables are less than here. As for the rest, there is not a single one missing. They can eat whatever they want. I saw a strong man eating a big steamed bun in 3 mouthfuls. In a short while, he actually ate 4 steamed buns. He wasn't afraid of choking. Uncle Zhang, what you did is really better than other places. Your nephew will say something disrespectful. If you do this, the people in the courtyard will only remember you. Not to mention the people from the government. Even if the emperor himself comes, the people in the courtyard will protect you. Xiao Hu, what are you talking about? Isn't your Uncle Zhang helping the emperor treat the people in the courtyard better? How did it become like a private army? Zhou Qiong frowned and lectured his nephew. He was also lamenting in his heart. Zhangzhe Zhuangzi actually gave the servants breakfast. Those who were on night watch also had to eat supper. This was using money to pave the way. One could imagine the loyalty of the people in the courtyard. For meals, they were just like that in the manor. Here they were prepared for the servants. No wonder Xiao Ju led him to another place. He was afraid that he would hurt the young master and wife. At that time he did not do anything that would hurt the 2 children. Otherwise, Xiao Ju and Pomegranate beside him would have pounced on him and risked their lives. It was no wonder that the people in Zhuangzi were full of envy when they talked about the Zhang family and the Wang family. The Zhang family and the Wang family actually managed the entire Zhuangzi like an iron plate. Why did the 2 children dare to play outside with a maid accompanying them? All they had to do was call out, and the farmers of the Zhang family and Wang family would rush over upon hearing the sound. Having money in one's own family was not a matter of ability. Being able to get the people around them to take care of them was a matter of ability. Uncle, I wonder how you slept last night. I noticed that there were people walking back and forth in the middle of the night. When I woke up, I noticed that many of the rooms were still lit. Zhou Shihu was indeed frightened. He was frightened by Zhangzhe Zhuangzi's way of doing things. He didn't care that the master of the Zhangzhe Zhuangzi was beside him as he continued to talk to his uncle. There's such a thing? Brother Yongcheng, how did you arrange this courtyard? Could it be that they are doing this just for us? Zhou Shihu was also surprised. He felt that this was not a Zhuangzi, but a place similar to the imperial palace. Although he had never been there at night, he had heard that there were always people patrolling the imperial palace at night. Since Zhou Shihu asked, Father Zhang didn't want to lie. Therefore, he said, starting from last autumn, the Wang family also followed suit in Zhuangzi. They hired a few more people and didn't spend too much money. With someone walking back and forth at night, the people in the courtyard will be more at ease. There's no need to worry. It's just some lamp oil, so the people in the courtyard will sleep soundly. When they wake up early in the morning, it will be better than usual. It's worth it. We don't care about such a small amount of money, especially the maids. Usually, they don't dare to wake up at night. Now that there are always people around, there will be less trouble. Servants are also people. Okay, when I go back, I will do the same. No wonder your Zhuangzi feels different from other places. All the servants are working hard. Brother Yongcheng, this is all your wife's idea, right? Zhou Shihu was indeed touched. When he thought of how serious the servants were when they were working, he thought that the courtyard was strict. Now, he understood that it was because they were good to the servants. Seemed simple, but in fact it was not easy. What else could Father Zhang say? He couldn't betray his own child. He nodded, admitting to this matter. The money was earned by his son and daughter-in-law. It was not under his control at all. He had been learning things all day. The people in the courtyard were more respectful to his son and daughter-in-law than to him. Seeing that Father Zhang admitted to it, the 3 of them began to eat again. Zhou Shihu drank a bowl of soy milk and moved the slightly cold tofu pudding in front of him. Then he looked at the mantus and steamed buns that he couldn't finish and asked, Uncle Zhang, are we really going to fry these leftovers for the servants to eat? Won't it be fine to heat them up? Of course it's fine to heat them up. Many people don't even need to heat them up. However, there are usually a lot of things to do in the afternoon. In addition to the work in the morning, the servants are tired and need to take care of themselves. Fry them in oil. One has a lot of oil and the other has a good taste, so they can eat more. Let them eat more, let them recuperate and do more work. It's easy to tire them out and then buy more people, but it's hard to guarantee their loyalty. These people in the courtyard, if the master tells them some secret things, even if you catch them and skin them alive, they won't reveal the secret. So what if you treat them a little better? Father Zhang had deep feelings about this matter. Sometimes when he met Cherries, Pomegranate, Xiaohong, Huzi and Erniu, and wanted to ask how his son was, these people didn't say a word. They would be whipped to death. Especially Erniu, who had served by his side in the past. When asked anxiously, he would say, "Master, even if you beat me to death, I won't say a word. The young master has ordered me to keep my mouth shut." At that time, Father Zhang was jealous that his son could control the servants like this. According to Madame, when she asked Erniu, Erniu also answered in the same way. Such a clever person dared to resist the master's questioning. Father Zhang was just a servant who took care of the surroundings. He answered whatever Madame asked. There was no comparison. Of course, Father Zhang didn't know that there was a kind of power called faith. Those who followed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had long regarded them as gods. Even if Wang Wan made a bomb, they would carry it with them and rush into the enemy to detonate it. Zhou Qiong didn't know that Father Zhang would have so many ideas in such a short time. Seeing that the porridge was getting cold, he quickly drank 2 mouthfuls. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly there was a sound of disorderly footsteps outside. "Brother Yongcheng, this is?" Zhou Qiong asked in confusion. Logically speaking, since the servants in the courtyard were so well behaved, they shouldn't be so flustered. Father Zhang also didn't know what happened. He turned his head to look at the door, waiting for someone to come and explain. After a while, a person appeared at the door and said to him, "Master, just a quarter of an hour ago, Zhang Qing's cow accidentally rolled down from the mountain. Zhang Qing's 7-year-old child also fell down. The courtyard has already sent 2 doctors. It is estimated that they will arrive in a quarter of an hour. There are other people who will also go to help." "Got it. Quickly go and settle it. Tell people to bring all the necessary things. Don't delay." When Father Zhang heard this, he also became anxious. After all, it was a human life. It didn't matter if the cow died. If they couldn't beat it, they just had to report it to the government. But if something happened to the child, it would be difficult to handle. If he judged others, he didn't even dare to think about it if his son fell down. The servant responded and left. Zhou Qiong was curious again. "Brother Yongcheng, where did that person fall down? Where else could it be? There is only one place on Zhuangzi that is dangerous. In a while I had people dig that place flat. It rained and a lot of mud and stones slid down the mountain, making that place steep. If I had known that this would happen, I would have had people flatten it. It's all because of the busy spring season." Father Zhang's face didn't look good. He suppressed his anxiety and said, "Oh, then how far is that place from here?" Zhou Qiong asked again. "Oh, I know why Brother Miaron wants to know. The people there found it too late. Otherwise, they would have sent people out long ago. There are 2 doctors on Zhuangzi. One is in charge of the animals and the other is in charge of the people. They will go out when there is an illness. Brother Miaron, when you came, you must have seen some shelves built on Zhuangzi, right?" "Yes, I saw it. Is it related to this?" "The shelves are connected to some ropes made of fine silk. Each of the Zhang family and the Wang family has 2 ropes. One is a bell, and the other is connected to the bamboo tubes on both sides. When there is an emergency, they use those ropes to call for help. Usually, in less than 10 breaths, they will know and immediately respond." When Father Zhang mentioned those things, he raised his head. A proud expression appeared on his face. He was qualified to be like this. Last time, Zhang Xiaoshu's family only took a quarter of an hour from the time the accident happened to them. Who could compare with this speed? Zhou Qiong was also dumbfounded. He did see those shelves, but he didn't expect that they were built by the main family on Zhuangzi for the villagers to call for help. When something happened on Zhuangzi, the people here were sent out immediately. His manner was even worse than Zhuangzi's. If something happened on Zhuangzi, it would take an hour for the people farther away to send the news. "Brother Yongcheng, can you take us to have a look?" The more Zhou Qiong thought about it, the more incredulous he felt. He couldn't hold back his thoughts and suggested, "Okay, then let's go and have a look. I wonder how Zhang Qing's child is doing? Don't let anything happen to him. He is a treasure in his family." Father Zhang was no longer in the mood to eat. He agreed, got up and walked outside. Zhou Shihu and his nephew also put down their chopsticks and followed behind Father Zhang. They wanted to see if this matter was true or not. Seeing was believing. When the three of them arrived at the place by car, there was a child crying there. There was also an adult scolding the child for being careless. If the child wasn't injured, the adult would have gone over and hit him. Chapter 105. Why didn't you fall to your death at the bottom of the mountain? If you died, I wouldn't have to worry about you. Other children all know that you can't go there. Only you have the ability to ride a cow there. You broke your arm, right? You deserve it. Why didn't you break your neck too? That way, your mother and I won't have to worry about you in the future. The adult scolded the child who was raising his arm to let the doctor from the main house treat him. The child seemed to be frightened and didn't move at all. He opened his eyes wide and didn't cry like other children. When the doctor set his bones, he only frowned and there were scars on his face. Zhang Qing, what are you doing? Your child fell and you don't hurry up and fix it. Why are you scolding him? Father Zhang couldn't stand it anymore and scolded him with a sullen face. Father Zhang usually didn't care about these things. Today he was still so strict, scaring the surrounding people. Zhang Qing was so scared that he trembled. Why did the master of the main house come today? Master, I'm not scolding him. It's all because he doesn't have the guts. Other children would go to other places when they're herding cows, but this prodigal child just had to go to that place that was washed away by the water. It's more than 2 zhang high, and the cow would fall to its death. He's lucky and only broke an arm. If I don't scold him properly, he won't dare to go to that place in the future. Master, don't worry, the child is my own, and I will definitely take good care of him. Just now, when the people from the main house came, I asked my daughter-in-law to cook the bone soup. According to the main house's recipe, it's to cook the bones. Zhang Qing was afraid of the master of the house, so he started to explain. As he spoke, he noticed that there were 2 people he didn't know standing beside the master, so he immediately changed his words. As for the remaining 2 ingredients, the fish liver and kelp, he didn't want to tell anyone. The surrounding people didn't correct him. Everyone was thinking the same thing. Why should the master let outsiders know what he told them? Father Zhang saw Zhou Shihu and his nephew's questioning expression and said, actually, by directly cooking the bones, the human body doesn't use much of it. If you add some other things, it will use more of it. The farmers are all petty and don't want to tell others. It's fine, just add some fish liver and kelp. That way, not only can it use more of the things in the bones, it can also prevent the big neck disease. Oh, is there such a thing? Zhou Qiong did not expect that drinking bone soup would be so particular. The people on Zhangjia Zhuangzi were too hateful. They had such a good recipe, but they did not say it out loud. Of course, I added these things into the fried noodles for little tiger. It's more delicious and fragrant, and it's also good for the body, Mr. Zhang continued. So that's how it is. No wonder big brother and sister-in-law are so much better than before. Yongqing, you really keep a tight lid on Zhuangzi's secret. That's good too. I'm envious of you. Zhou Qiong understood immediately. Even though it was just 2 more things, they were very useful. The cow is dead? Mr. Zhang gave Zhou Qiong, you know what's going on expression, then asked Zhang Qing. Yes, he fell to his death. Zhang Qing nodded and replied, if he's dead, bring him back to the main family. Where's the housekeeper? Mr. Zhang glanced at the surrounding crowd. Master, I'm here. I'll send someone to report to the government later. According to the new rules of the main family, Zhang Qing's child is not yet 15 years old, so he's considered underage. This time his arm was broken. The main family will take out 20 jin of bones and other things to help the child recover. All the medical fees will be paid by the main family. Steward Zhang also came. He stood out from the crowd and said to Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang nodded and looked at the child again. Send 1 jin of fried noodles here. Let the child eat it and get better soon. Yes, master. The housekeeper answered, indicating that he had remembered it. Brother Yongcheng, are you going to bear all the losses by yourself? Zhou Qiong was puzzled. Why did the main family take care of the cow that fell to its death? He also took care of the medical fees plus the bones and other things. How could it be reasonable for the farmer to fall to his death? Now that everything was settled and the child was fine, Father Zhang was relieved. He smiled at Zhou Qiong and said, he's such a young child, yet he doesn't know much. How old is he? It must be because other people don't herd cows there and the grass there is better. That's why he's herding the cows there. If he wanted to complain, he could only blame the master's family for not flattening that area earlier. He could have knocked down the area that was damaged by the water and made a gentle slope. Then how could the child have broken his arm? Normally you don't even dare to kill a cow. Now you have beef to eat. Brother Miaoran, you may not know, but Xiaobao and Cuckoo love to eat beef the most. Especially the tendons. I used a special method to make them. When I bite it, I don't feel it's hard at all. It's soft and fragrant. I'll peel off the cowhide and use it to make small jackets for them in winter. Let's go back. Zhou Qiong was deeply moved by Father Zhang's nonchalant attitude when he said yes. He could not blame the other party for setting up the seedling protection team. When they first met him, the master was in charge of everything. The only thing the farmer needed to do was to listen to the master's arrangements. He did not expect that the farm would have such a rule. It was very difficult to deal with the main family in this place. It was no different from a dream to bribe a farmer. From the time of the incident to the treatment, it was so far away. The main family took all the responsibility and even gave the bones to the child. It was easy to cross the river, but difficult to deal with Zhangjia Zhuangzi. After the matter was resolved, the surrounding farmers began to disperse. Some people even came over to comfort Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing didn't say any words of gratitude. When everyone left, he hugged his son and said with heartache, "Don't wander around in the future. I heard that there will be a school this year. I'll send you there and learn well. When you grow up, you have to help the main family. Don't do anything that will let the main family down. Otherwise, if I find out, I'll strangle you to death and pretend that I don't have a son like you." "Dad, I know. It's a pity that the cow is gone. Dad, when the bones are sent here, let Mom eat them. Mom may give me a younger brother or sister again. Let them grow strong." The child touched the part of his arm that was already in a plaster cast and said to his father, it was the first time he used this thing. He said that it was made by the main family. It was better to break apart than to just stick it out. Zhang Qing held his son in his arms and said, "It doesn't matter if it's a younger brother or sister. When you're born, the main family will give you things and take care of you. When you go to school, don't come home if you can't learn." "Dad, I got it. I'll definitely study hard and help Master do big things. It'll be even better when I become an official. At that time, I'll see who dares to find fault with Master," the child said with a serious face. Father Zhang brought Zhou Qiong over to take a look and returned to the courtyard. It seemed that he was preparing to send Zhou Qiong and the others away. Zhou Qiong was anxious. He still wanted to ask for some advice. If he left like this, it would be difficult to find another opportunity. Therefore, he said to Father Zhang, "Brother Yongcheng, when it's time for the imperial examination, don't worry. I'll definitely find a good person for you. Who does Brother Yongcheng think is suitable?" "I don't know. I hope Brother Miaoran can give me a few pointers." Father Zhang wanted to take the imperial examination so that he could bring glory to his family. He didn't know much about this kind of thing, so he could only ask others. Brother Yongcheng is joking. How can I not know? If Brother Yongcheng really doesn't know, you can ask others. When the time comes, they can help me ask who the current wind and cloud belongs to. Zhou Qiong naturally didn't believe Father Zhang's words. He thought to himself, "You have 2 experts in your family. How can I not tell you such a small thing?" Father Zhang looked at Zhou Qiong in a daze for a few breaths of time before saying, "Since Brother Miaoran asked, let me think of a way." In truth, he didn't know what to do. Madam didn't tell him this kind of thing, so his face revealed an anxious expression. At this time, Erniu, who shouldn't be here, suddenly entered the hall. "Master, this little one has an important matter." Erniu looked at the 3 people in the hall and said to the master. No matter how stupid Father Zhang was, he knew that Erniu's words couldn't be said to others. He put down the teacup and looked at Erniu. At this time, Erniu was clever. He walked to the master's side and whispered a few words. Then he smiled at Zhou Qiong and Zhou Shihu and turned to leave. After Erniu left for a while, Father Zhang was still in a daze. It wasn't until a servant came to pour tea that he picked up the cup and took a sip. He said to Zhou Qiong, "Brother Miaoran, you must remember the matters of the previous dynasty. You must not associate with women. It's better to stay away from anything related to women. Not only the princess but also the other ministers. Otherwise it won't be a good sign. Brother Yongcheng, are you talking about being under one person? Zhou Qiong wasn't stupid. When he heard this, he connected the dots and understood what it meant. He quickly asked, I don't know what Brother Miaoran is talking about. Anyway, it's just a sentence. Whether we listen or not is not up to us. Father Zhang's words didn't mean to admit anything. This was also part of what Erniu said when he came over. Felt a little unfathomable. In fact, even he didn't know what it was. He just said it according to what he said. When Zhou Qiong heard these words, he thought a lot. He summed up what Father Zhang said and found that he couldn't rely on the people he wanted to rely on now. All of this was because of a servant's whisper. Others might think that the servant came over to say something, but Zhou Qiong thought that the two masters didn't want to see him in a difficult position, so they helped him. The more he thought about it, the more scared he felt. What a powerful person. He just asked, and the other side knew what he was asking and sent someone to inform him in advance. No wonder County Magistrate Cheng always wanted to be the disciple of this person. With such a person behind the scenes, it really saved a lot of trouble. However, just this sentence only told him to stay away from the person but not to get close to the person. This won't do. If he didn't ask clearly, wouldn't he waste his efforts if he didn't do well in the future? Chapter 106. Well, I don't know if Brother Yongqing knows more. Oh, I don't know. Just a guess. Just a guess. At this moment, Zhou Qiong had already confirmed that there was indeed an expert in the Zhang family's farmstead. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the two farmsteads to be in such a state. However, that expert did not seem to be willing to meet with them. He only sent a servant over to inform them. In order to obtain more information, he could only continue to speak to Father Zhang, hoping to find out what the imperial court was doing through him. If it wasn't for the fact that he had come here with this intention and had seen many unbelievable things, he definitely wouldn't have believed it so easily. Just as he asked, the master of the Zhang family happened to send someone to tell the master of the Zhang family what he wanted to know. This was too much of a coincidence. Zhou Qiong would rather believe that it was arranged deliberately than think that it was a coincidence. Others might not understand the meaning of this, but he understood. Don't have anything to do with a woman. It was not a good sign. What was it? It was obviously a Yao character. She mentioned a woman and then a princess. This meant that this person's status was not low. Who else was a woman? Besides Wu Meinyang, there was only Princess Taiping. Both of them were important figures. Then the person they were talking about must be an important figure. At this time, if not the emperor, who else was important? Prime Minister Yu. What was his surname? His surname was Yao. A woman. It was not a good sign. Together, it was the Prime Minister. Could it be that they were telling him that the Prime Minister might not make it and that he should stay away? Zhou Qiong was able to figure this out in a short amount of time. He wanted to know more about this, so he continued to ask. Father Zhang didn't even understand what Erniu said just now. He just said the original words. How could he say anything else? For a moment he didn't know how to answer. Zhou Qiong naturally knew that Father Zhang didn't say anything at all. His purpose was to get someone to go to the place where the two masters were and talk to them. However, before he could continue to think of a way to get Father Zhang to ask, Erniu, who had just come over, came over again. He also whispered a few words into Father Zhang's ear. After Erniu left, Father Zhang calmed down a little and said to Zhou Qiong, Brother Miaoran, there's no need to rush to know some things. As the saying goes, even if empty tie collapses in front of you, your expression won't change. Brother Yongqing is right, that should be the case. How could Zhou Qiong have the leisure to do that at this moment? Whether or not Mount Tai was Mount Tai did not matter to him. What he wanted to know now was who his future backer would be. No matter how tall or majestic Mount Tai was, it could not compare to a good backer. That's right. It's great that Brother Miaoran can think this way. As the saying goes, one is hot and one is warm in Lingnan. If one were to ask who was sitting in the East Ridge, there would be a cover and a wood king by the side. As long as Brother Miaoran remembers this, it's fine. Father Zhang repeated what Erniu had just said without changing a single word. Ah, what's the saying? Zhou Qiong didn't understand. He sat there and muttered a few words. Then he stopped talking and frowned. Beside him, Zhou Shihu didn't dare to disturb him. He smiled at Father Zhang and waited there. Zhou Qiong felt like his head was going to explode. He really couldn't understand the meaning of those 4 sentences. If it was someone else who said those words, he wouldn't care. However, it was the servant who said those words. Needless to say, that servant was related to the expert. The expert knew what he was thinking. Just now, he had already reminded her that she could not rely on a certain person. Now he said these words again. That was exactly what she wanted to know, which was who she could rely on. In Lingnan, when many people heard this, they would think of the line between the Qinling Mountains and the Huai River. In winter, the north would freeze, while the other side would be as warm as spring. But if he really thought about it this way, it seemed a little wrong. Then it should be one cold and one warm in Lingnan. Not one hot and one warm, warm and hot. It was definitely impossible for the Qinling Mountains and the Huai River, so what kind of mountains were there? Thinking about it again, there was no need to rush. It was so far away. Could it be that the mountain range was further away? What kind of mountain range was the mountain range further away? Far mountain range Lingnan, wasn't it far away? It would take at least half a year to get there from here. Could it be that someone would come from there? Otherwise, why would it be closer? Who was there? Yes, who could it be? If you ask who was sitting in the Dongling Mountains, Dongling Lingnan Road east. Guangzhou, who was there in Guangzhou? There was a cover, a wood, and a king in Guangzhou. There was a wood and a king, the governor of Guangzhou, Songjing? Could it be him? Yes, a cover, wasn't it just the stroke above? Adding a king, could it be that he would rise in the future? Zhou Qiong tried hard to think and finally thought of a person, but he couldn't be sure. It was too hard to believe. A person so far away, could it be that he would enter the imperial court in the future? Thinking of this, he finally raised his head again and opened his mouth to speak to Father Zhang. Before he could speak, Father Zhang opened his mouth and said, "Everything has its own way, is like a dream, an illusion, a bubble and a shadow. It's like dew and lightning. You should see it as it is. Brother Miaoran, since your name is Miaoran, I believe you must know this." When Father Zhang said it, he felt that it was not reliable. It was a mess and he didn't explain it clearly. How could people guess it? But he had to say it. When Zhou Qiong heard this, he had a different feeling. It seemed that the 2 masters had even calculated his reaction. They obviously didn't want to say too much to him, so they used a Buddhist saying to answer him. Yes, they had already told him a lot, so he couldn't continue to ask. Could it be that he had to ask them to tell him the details in front of them? If that was the case, then the masters were not hidden masters but aides. It was impossible for ordinary people to get these words in their lifetime. He couldn't be too greedy. Thinking of this, Zhou Qiong finally smiled and said to Father Zhang, "Brother Yongcheng, you're right. I understand these words and won't ask anything else. Sai, County Magistrate Chung is a blessed man. If possible, I would rather change places with him. But no matter how blessed County Magistrate Chung is, he can't compare to Brother Yongcheng." After saying this, Zhou Qiong cupped his hands at Father Zhang with an envious expression. Father Zhang was completely dumbfounded. He didn't understand how Zhou Qiong could think of something that he didn't expect after he learned a few words from Erniu. He even envied him. Then why was County Magistrate Chung also blessed? Erniu's words were said by his wife, but Father Zhang knew that it must be said by his son and future daughter-in-law. The poem was written in a slightly different style, but the rhyme was not bad. Could it be that Zhou Qiong envied him for having a good son? This was not bad. His son and daughter-in-law were not ordinary. They were immortals. Not to mention other things, they had the ability to make money. When they were free, they would come up with a way to make money. They even made a lot of snacks for their family. Everything tasted good. The most important thing was that they were good at business and farming. The rice seedlings in Zhuangzi and the Gu family were all blown away by the wind. But in their own family, it was unknown how the 2 little guys played with it. They actually stood there motionless. If they took the seeds and played with them for a few days, the seedlings would be different. In addition to these, there was also the good thing about learning. After explaining it once and asking the 2 children a few questions, even if they learned it, not only would they be able to answer it in the examination, they would also be able to comprehend it by analogy. However, these things were only known by the people in the inner courtyard. Others didn't know, so how did Zhou Qiong know? "Brother Yongcheng, what are you thinking about? Are you still not satisfied? With those 2 looking after you, Yongcheng can rest assured in the next imperial examination. When the time comes, I will help you." It will be the icing on the cake. Before Father Zhang could figure it out, Zhou Qiong called out to him. Only then did Father Zhang come back to his senses. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Miaoran, for your kind words. If I really become an official, I will have to thank you properly." "You don't have to thank me. Just thank the two masters behind you. Brother Yongqing may not know, but County Magistrate Chang is coming to acknowledge you as his teacher. With those two masters around, what else do you have to worry about?" Zhou Qiong didn't know what Father Zhang was thinking, so he continued to speak. Mr. Zhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What kind of expert was this? Wasn't it his son and daughter-in-law? With just a few words, a sixth-rank official actually became like this. He didn't know what the two children had done to make the county magistrate want to be apprenticed to a master. He wondered if this Sitsong Army adjunct Zhou would still say this after he knew what this expert looked like. Father Zhang naturally wouldn't sell his son out. He pretended not to know and said, "What masters? Brother Miaoran, you must be joking. They are all ordinary people." Yes, ordinary people, they are all ordinary people. I was wrong. There are no masters. Ordinary people are good. When the restaurant is built, I will come again. I hope to see ordinary people. I will be satisfied with just one meeting. Zhou Qiong misunderstood and thought that Father Zhang was deliberately hiding something, and didn't want to say it out loud. He was afraid of offending the masters, so he also echoed. After saying these words, he began to talk about other things with Father Zhang. He said whatever he could think of. It didn't matter whether it was right or wrong in the end. As long as he said it, it was fine. After flattering each other, the day passed. Of course, there was good wine and good food for lunch and dinner. Early the next morning, Zhou Qiong couldn't wait to leave. He wanted to go back and figure out what happened in the mountain village. The two families sent each other to the small bridge. After greeting each other, Zhou Qiong went back on his way. The people here also went back home. Everyone was busy with their own things. Only Father Zhang wanted to read a book. When he sat down in the study, he couldn't continue reading. He held the book in his hand. The more he read, the more confused he became. In the end, he reluctantly put it down and opened the window. Seeing the warm red sun outside, he thought of something. Someone call Xiaobao and Cuckoo. Get some snacks and send them to the study. Father Zhang couldn't control himself. He had to ask someone to call the two children and get some food. When the time came, he would be able to coax the two little guys. Chapter 107. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were called over. They left quickly and came back quickly. Zhang Xiaobao's father asked a few questions and they answered selectively. They did not say anything substantial, mainly because Zhang Xiaobao was afraid that his father would be thinking about other things all day long, and would not have the energy to study. Even if they wanted to find someone for the imperial examination, they would need to have the ability and knowledge to do so. The snacks were also brought back. Those were the snacks that the two of them made themselves. Usually, they would give some to the people in the courtyard. We've made a profit. This year, the whole county is considered to be a disaster, so the production will be reduced by half. We don't have to pay taxes and we don't have to take out extra silk. We only need to contribute some labor. It's only a few days. Discuss with the Gu family and Zhuangzi to let the county magistrate fix our river. We can use our own people to fix things in our own place. We can even get some construction funds and widen the river. We won't be able to take over the fertile land. Let's go and eat the beef marrow. It's fresh. Zhang Xiaobao felt that he had done a big favor for the family, and was in a good mood. As he spoke, he skipped like a child towards the kitchen. Wang Wan stood there in a daze for 2 seconds before running over as well. Don't think about the construction fees anymore. Fix the river properly. What if there's another flood tomorrow? We can't fool around with our own place. The money allocated might not be that much anyway. If we peel it off layer by layer, we won't have much left. The two discussed how much money they could allocate this time. How much money could County Magistrate Chang put here and what would happen to the river? They went to the kitchen one after another. There were already people taking out the bone marrow of a few bones and putting it on a plate for the two little ancestors to eat. Since the ox had fallen to its death, they immediately sent someone to check on it. Qi Li and Senior Feng came together. When they saw the yamen runners and the ox, they were sure that the ox had indeed fallen to its death. One of them took 2 caddies of beef from the farm and left happily. When the bailiff left, he also took the ox head and half a fan of beef. When he returned, he could cook some beef soup to drink. Knowing that his wife was pregnant, he also gave him half a hoof of ox tendon. He told him to take it back to eat. When he felt disgusted, he would feel better after chewing. The bailiff's eyes were red when he received the items. Before he left a message saying that if there was any trouble, he would bring his brothers over to help. In the future, if the cow fell to its death, he would come over to prove it. Even if he accidentally fell on his neck with a knife, it would still count. The rest of the meat was taken back to the main courtyard and sent to the Wang family. The people in the inner courtyard had a meal of beef stewed with radishes. There wasn't much meat, but there was enough radishes. The beef bones were kept by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The rest of the meat was frozen and occasionally cooked for the family. "Young master, do you think this bone marrow is enough?" When the people in the kitchen saw that the 2 little ancestors had come, they put away all the knives and watched the stove. A person in charge of the kitchen brought a plate to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and asked respectfully. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the plate. There were 6 strips of bone marrow of different lengths and thicknesses. He nodded and said, "Well, okay, it's enough. It's enough for Cuckoo and me. It's just cooked, right? Make more, steam it in the pot. Mix it with the stock, add less salt, some chopped green onions and coriander, and send it to my family and the main house of the Wang family. Oh, remember not to add coriander in one bowl. My grandma doesn't like it. Cut some ginger foam. Grandma likes to eat that." The person in charge of the kitchen immediately went to arrange it. At the same time he sighed. His grandson was 2 years old, but he always pestered the family for this and that. He had never said that he would let the family taste what he wanted. Looking at the young master and the young lady, they would think of the family when they had something good. They even remembered the old lady's favorite food. They couldn't compare with them. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ate the bone marrow at noon and took a nap, Zhou Qiong had already arrived at the Qin family's village. He came back in a hurry. He was afraid that those people would find that he had left and it would take a lot of effort to explain. Following the yamen runners waiting outside the mountain, when they entered the village, County Magistrate Cheng immediately greeted them. He arranged a place to rest and asked someone to send food. The officials who were still working here were all exhausted. There was no part of their bodies that didn't ache. They weren't picky when they were eating last night. They ate whatever was given to them. When they slept last night, they were scattered among their families. Until now, they still didn't know that there was one less person working here. The 2 assistant ministers were very relaxed. They wandered around together and occasionally gave advice to the villagers on what to plant. Especially the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works. He helped the villagers draw a picture of a tub and asked them to follow it. In the future, it would be more convenient to get water from the tub. Naturally, the food they ate was better. At noon today, they actually ate 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and a bowl of soup. They hadn't seen the army from the prefecture for more than a day. They even asked, but the answer they got was that they were assigned to other things. When Zhou Qiong came back this time, he first talked to County Magistrate Cheng. The yamen runners were not in a hurry to show up. They let the officials do more work and tire themselves out so that it would save them some trouble. The yamen runners understood that the officials were tired after walking for such a long time. If they had a good rest the next day, they might recover a lot. However, after working for another day, they would definitely be sore and painful. If they worked for a few more days, they might get used to it. However, if they worked for another day and walked back the next day, the feeling was obvious. At that time, they could only be fed by others and couldn't even lift their arms. "Lord Zhou, have you finished your discussion this time?" County Magistrate Cheng asked Zhou Qiong to sit down. He poured the warm wine and pushed the wine bowl in front of Zhou Qiong. "Yes, there are 2 small things. One is about Xiaohu's business. I don't care about this, Xiaohu just has to do it. The other is that they want to build a restaurant on the river. When there is no water, we can go and take a look and help out. For the last thing, I need County Magistrate Cheng's help." Zhou Qiong was indeed tired and thirsty. After saying these words, he raised the bowl and drank it. He let out a long breath and felt comfortable. County Magistrate Cheng helped to pour the wine again and asked, "What do you want me to help with? Is it about the disaster this year?" This is a small matter. Our county is indeed suffering. It's not about this. I want you to go with them in summer or autumn, maybe to the east of Taihang Mountain or to the south of Hunan. The drought in those two places is worse than here. There may also be a locust plague. Zhangzhe Zhuangzi has prepared a lot of food and some chickens and ducks are waiting to be sent to eat the locusts. In this way, the Baihu's food will be saved. When the time comes, you will get a medal and so will I. You have won a lot of praise for the two auspicious signs, the curved plow, and your actions during the new year. However, it's still not enough to arrange a good position. If you go with them this time, your political achievements will be enough. Maybe you will get a higher rank than me. Zhou Qiong said enviously. Now he was helping County Magistrate Cheng. When the time came, Zhangzhe Zhuangzi's people would also help him. In fact, they had done him a big favor last night. It turned out that the position of Prime Minister was changed. If it was someone else who said this, he would not believe it. However, he had to remember this in his heart when he saw what the two masters had done. County Magistrate Cheng understood as soon as he heard this. So this was the plan of the other side. No wonder they asked him to help delay until the summer and autumn season. This was a great contribution. No matter who took out the grain, as long as it was in Sanshui County and he could show up, he would be counted in. Thank you for telling me, Mr. Zhou. I wonder who will be sent to take care of this matter this time? At that time, if I can say a few words, my side will be more secure. I wonder what those two experts look like. County Magistrate Cheng was envious of Zhou Qiong now. It was an opportunity for him to meet the two masters. Zhou Qiong shook his head helplessly. I don't see them either. The two masters are really good. Before I said I wanted to meet them, they had already sent someone to solve my doubts during the meal. They are really good at predicting. I can't tell you more. Just remember, during summer and autumn, don't get too close to the right prime minister. Just be a good official. So that Yao is going to retire. County Magistrate Cheng was shocked. He could not understand. Now that the person could still be trusted by the higher-ups, why would he come down? He had doubts in his heart. Suddenly, he remembered that the two masters of Zhangzhe Zhuangzi did not tell him. They told Zhou Qiong and had nothing to do with him. In this case, they felt that his position was too low and there was no need for him to know about this matter. Maybe it was really like this, so he had to be careful. When County Magistrate Cheng wanted to ask some more questions, he found that Zhou Qiong had already started eating. He had to suppress the doubts in his heart and planned to find a way to ask when he accompanied the disaster relief. The two chatted for a while. After the meal, Zhou Qiong directly lay down to rest. County Magistrate Cheng sensibly left. When it was almost night time, he found Village Chief Qin and whispered a few words in his ear. The officials who had worked for 2 days dragged their tired bodies back to eat when they were called together. Suddenly, they found that the food on the table had changed. It was no longer the rice balls that were hard to swallow, but a small vegetable box. No wonder it smelled so good just now. There were also more dishes. The bitter and astringent pickles were gone and replaced with 3 dishes. Mushroom fried meat, egg fried with shallots, steamed radish dipped in sauce, and a bowl of wild vegetable soup with a lot of oil floating on it. This was not a bitter wild vegetable, but a cat's ear, also known as qingming grass. The soup made by the small vegetable box and the cat's ear was very fresh and tender. All the officials sat there but did not dare to move their chopsticks. They were afraid that these people did not have good intentions. At this time, a yamen runner appeared in front of everyone and explained, "Lords, I'm back. Tomorrow morning, you don't have to work and can enjoy the beauty of the mountains and rivers here. Last time I promised that as long as a place entered the top 5 on the classification list, I would add 4 more chapters. Today I reached the top 5, so I would add 4 more chapters. Thank you. To be honest, I have not missed a single day." Chapter 108. When the officials saw the bailiff and heard his words, they were so moved that they almost cried. It was not easy. They finally got through it. When they looked at the food in front of them, they felt that this food should be in heaven and not in the mortal world. When they took a bite, it was so delicious. Some of the officials were so moved by the spicy taste of the vegetables that they cried. They looked at the bailiff who was waiting for orders. It was as if they had seen their parents. The bailiff saw that everyone's expressions were a little strange and their emotions were not so stable. He had no choice but to ask again. My lords, what should we do tomorrow? Should we go on a boat or enjoy the scenery? I just want to ask, can we go back? An official ate 2 boxes of vegetables in a row and choked while speaking. He hurriedly drank a mouthful of soup and stood there with his neck straightened. After a while, he let out a long breath and looked at the bailiff, eagerly waiting for a reply. What? Go back? This? Little brother, don't worry. When we go back, oh no, we will pay for the meal this time. 10 taels of silver per person, no 20 taels of silver. Little brother, you have worked hard, so naturally, you will not be left out. When another person heard the bailiff's question, he opened his mouth and said a lot of words. He was really afraid. If he stayed any longer, he might lose his life in the village. That's not necessary. What I mean is that you really don't want to have fun here. Under the night sky, the crescent moon is in the sky, the water is clear, and the breeze is gentle. My lords, please take your time and think of more interesting things. The bailiff did not expect that his words would cause such a big reaction. All the officials put down their chopsticks and listened attentively. Thank you, little brother, for your kindness. Let's wait for the others to come. We have to go back and see the disaster situation in the county. The people's affairs are more important. The official who spoke at the beginning continued. He was really scared. How could he think of interesting things? In this place, the first thing that came to mind was how he carried the water. Not to mention the water in the buckets. The wooden buckets were not light at all. He quickly found an excuse and said that he wanted to go back to the county to check on the situation. In fact, he wanted to hide as far away as possible and never come back to this place in his next life. The bailiff was still hesitating. The official who said that he would pay also took over and said, "This meal costs 30 taels of silver. When the time comes, all the brothers in the county will each pay 5 taels of silver. I will pay when I get back." With him taking the lead, the other officials also understood that the money was too little. One by one they followed suit. Some even wanted to write down a written agreement on the spot. As a result, County Magistrate Chung was alarmed. He came here with the 2 assistant ministers. When he heard that the officials were willing to spend more money to pay for the meal, he smiled and said, "Your Excellencies, I know that you are not only willing to pay for a few meals, but also to help Sanshui County survive the drought. This time, I thank you on behalf of the people of Sanshui County." With these words and the presence of the 2 assistant ministers, the officials did not dare to go back on their words. As long as County Magistrate Chung wrote a memorial, it would not be as simple as breaking the rules and coming out to play. One by one, they calculated how much money they would have to pay. They did not know, but they regretted it once they calculated, especially the one who spoke first. At this time, he was being stared at by the others. It was fine to pay 30 taels of silver for the meal. After all, it was already in their stomachs. But what about 5 taels of silver for each bailiff? How many bailiffs were there in Sanshui County? With the presence of the 2 superiors, these officials could only agree once more. Then they began to eat the food on the table with all their might, hating that they could not eat all the money back. They also drank bowl after bowl of soup. County Magistrate Chung did not disturb them. He turned around and left to eat his own food. His food was better, especially the small root vegetable box. Other people's boxes might contain some garlic, but his was full of tender small root vegetables. Some villagers even specially marinated some good small root vegetables with salt. When eaten, it could be said to be fresh and delicious. While these people were eating, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also eating. They seemed to have thought of the same thing. They also made a small root vegetable box and cat ear soup. The only difference was that other people's small root vegetable box only had small root vegetables and eggs, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had shrimp meat in their soup. 3-inch long prawns were used in some restaurants to cook whole prawns. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had the prawns chopped up and wrapped in a box. The small root cabbage also needed to be soaked in water for a while, so that it wouldn't be as spicy. Picking out the tender small root cabbage wouldn't cause any irritation. Delicious, really delicious. The small root vegetables and cat ear soup taste so good together. Especially the spicy taste of the small root vegetables in the mouth. When you drink a mouthful of the soup, the cat ears are actually really fluffy. When you eat it, there is an earthy taste in the mouth and a little numb in the tongue. I have never eaten it before. Wang Wan took a bite of the small box specially made for her and Zhang Xiaobao. After drinking a mouthful of soup, she squinted her long eyelashes and said happily, "Yes, I always ate it when I was young. There were rivers and mountains behind the orphanage. Grandpa took me there to dig for cat ears and pick small root vegetables. We could also meet the mountain red in the mountains. When we came back, we would cook it. Usually it was made into boxes. There were less white flour and more corn flour. Then we would drink cat ear soup. Every time I ate it, I felt the happiest time. At that time we were poor. Few people gave us money. When they came, they would only give us some fruit. My brothers, brothers and sisters had to wear clothes. We thought that only the poor would eat it. Later, when we grew up, we found that it was actually more expensive than normal food. Don't you think it's funny? When I finally went there, I heard that a kilogram of tender small root vegetables cost 14 yuan, and meat was only 9 yuan. At that time, if someone was willing to exchange, we were willing to exchange a kilogram of small root vegetables for a kilogram of meat. Have you seen my picture when I was young? Even a skinny monkey would grin when he saw it. Eat it. What you eat is not that kind. There are also shrimps in it. Eat them all. Don't waste them. Later on, when I was rich, I didn't care if the food was more expensive, but I never threw anything." Zhang Xiaobao took a bite of the box and whimpered. His face was full of nostalgia. Wang Wan didn't know if she should be envious or sad. She drank a mouthful of soup and said, "Then why don't you go to the river to catch fish and shrimps? The children here know how to do that." "Who said that we didn't catch enough? We caught them and sold them for money. The things in the river were not valuable. The shrimps were only an inch long, and the fish were only 2 or 3 inches long. Grandpa Dean couldn't sell them for much. Later on, it was polluted by the starch factory. Even those things couldn't be obtained. Everyone went to the mountains to dig for dandelions, which are considered a kind of medicinal material. There were also various kinds of wormwood, all of which were edible. There was also a plant known as the windbreak plant, which was sold well. It was especially useful for treating allergies, and it was faster than any medicine. As long as the water was boiled, the pimples on the body would disappear in less than a minute after rubbing them with the water. At that time, the older children did most of the work. I was still young, so I followed behind and helped to search for things. When I was 5 years old, a 9-year-old brother was bitten by a snake because he went to the mountains to dig for things. We called the snake turf. It wasn't very poisonous. It would definitely not destroy the blood molecules in a few minutes or even seconds. Grandpa Dean carried him out to get the serum. At that time, the serum was not expensive. The hospital was developing well. Not to mention 1 bite, even 10 bites would be enough. As long as he was sent to the hospital for the injection, he would be fine. Moreover, the treatment of the children in the orphanage was not that expensive. They could even give the treatment for free. But at that time, there was a medical official from the province. Grandpa was stopped outside. No matter what, he was not allowed to enter. The official was going to inspect the hospital for 3 days. Grandpa had no choice. He wanted to go to another city, but they would not care about the orphans here. In the end, he got some black powder and pasted it on the brother's leg. 2 days later, the leg was swollen to the size of his waist. When the official left, it was too late to go to the hospital. After a week he died. Zhang Xiaobao seemed to be talking about something that had nothing to do with him. He still had a happy expression on his face when he was eating. As he spoke, he picked out some prawn meat and put it on the plate in front of Wang Wan. Wang Wan did not eat at all. She was stunned for a while. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "So you didn't take revenge? I think you are the most important person in this aspect." "Comrade Wang Wan, you are wrong. Why would I take revenge? If someone made a mistake, there would naturally be the law to solve it. You can't knowingly break the law. That's unacceptable. I'm not a vengeful person. I'm a good person. It's God's doing." That official and the 26 related people were accidentally bitten by a snake. They were bitten by a snake called the taipan snake. Why do you think it is so unbelievable? That snake does not exist in Asia. It lives in desert areas and usually does not take the initiative to attack people. Do you think it is a tourist? Otherwise, it could have been smuggled by someone. It is very possible. Didn't that person know that he only had a few minutes to react after being bitten by this snake? Those people died so miserably. Their blood was coagulated. This is really God's blessing. Good will be rewarded. Evil will be punished. Do more good things. Zhang Xiaobao looked like he was bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind. He picked up a slightly older cat ear from Wang Wan's soup bowl. The July 12th tragedy. A hospital's director, deputy director, and a high-ranking official were all bitten to death by the taipan snake. Before they died, they knew that the snake was poisonous and called for help. When they died, they had a hopeless look on their faces. No clues could be found, so it was all done by you? Just because a child died in the orphanage. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao and felt a little scared. It was not me. You don't have any evidence to prove that their idea was bad, really. Chapter 109. Wang Wan listened to Zhang Xiaobao's nonchalant explanation and didn't know what to say. She still remembered that because this case was too big, it was finally handed over to them. There were 26 people, 26 lives. They didn't even know who killed them when they died. Each and every one of them used their last moments to reveal their possible opponents. As a result, following the clues, they cleaned up quite a number of corrupt officials, but none of them admitted that they were the ones who released the snakes. Zhang Xiaobao, you're really something. Xiaobao, don't always pick up prawns for me. If I want to eat prawns, I can just eat them directly. Why eat the ones in the box? Tell me, how much money did you spend on this? As far as I know, the price of the snake isn't cheap. It had to be transported from so far away, and it wasn't just one. Many died on the way, right? Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao with a smile. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao still had that blank look in his eyes, she said, "Anyway, no one can hold you accountable now that you've admitted it. What are you afraid of?" "I'm afraid? What am I afraid of? Those people should be afraid. Even God can't stand their way of doing things. I'm guessing that the snake knew about this situation and crawled over by itself. It's not easy to climb over mountains just to bite people. The first step was to investigate and find out where these people often go. For example, that high-ranking official of high-ranking officials often goes to some underground entertainment venue. How much effort do you think the snake had to put in? That guy didn't forget to bring along guards when he was looking for the top courtesan. He had to hide, right? He also had to discuss the time with others of the same kind to take action together. It's not easy." Zhang Xiaobao frowned and pursed his lips. He used words to paint a picture for Wang Wan. "Fine, Zhang Xiaobao, you're good. You're so stubborn. It's a pity that we don't have a lie detector. Otherwise, we'll definitely expose your past." Wang Wan didn't care how many things Zhang Xiaobao had done in the past. She just wanted to get the truth from Zhang Xiaobao's mouth. Unfortunately, this bad guy Zhang Xiaobao still wouldn't tell her the truth. His mouth was full of lies. Zhang Xiaobao smiled at Wang Wan and took another bite of the vegetable box. "Yes, if you have a lie detector, you should let me use it. I'll let you know what it means to be mentally strong. Let me tell you something. Person killed someone." He was afraid of being caught and sent to the lie detector, so he looked at himself in the mirror and kept saying, "I didn't kill anyone, you didn't kill anyone, I didn't kill anyone." Guess what happened in the end? "What's wrong?" Wang Wan asked. In the end, when all the evidence pointed to him, he saw the corpse and the evidence. He stared blankly at the investigator standing in front of him and said, "Who is this dead person? Did I kill him? I didn't kill anyone, did you make a mistake?" In the end, all the data on his body on the lie detector showed that he wasn't lying. In the end, the doctor determined that he was in an unconscious state when he killed the person. Zhang Xiaobao picked up a piece of beef and put it in his mouth. He chewed vigorously as he spoke to Wang Wan. After Wang Wan heard this, she was stunned and didn't know what to say. It was indeed as Zhang Xiaobao said. When a person hypnotized themselves, they wouldn't be able to get any information from their physiological reactions unless they knew their psychological weakness. These people weren't scary. As long as you wanted to find their psychological weakness, you would definitely be able to find it. After all, he used hypnosis. The truly scary ones were people like Zhang Xiaobao. He understood people's psychological activities and physical reactions. He could hypnotize himself at any time and make his body synchronize. Not to mention anything else, when she wanted to rest and enter deep sleep together with him, she had tried it before. The fastest she could do was 3 minutes and 20 seconds, but Zhang Xiaobao, who was lying next to her, only needed 26 seconds to complete it. He was hypnotizing himself. If he could use some tools, hypnotizing others seemed to be the same speed. Thinking of this, Wang Wan felt that since she already knew the truth, she didn't care if he admitted it personally, so she said, "Can you teach me this method of yours? I don't want to fall asleep so quickly." "It can't be taught. When I first learned it, I needed 5 minutes. Later on, I experienced so many things that I didn't care about honor and disgrace anymore. That's why I was able to shorten the time bit by bit. Every time I suffered a loss, every time I failed, and every time I was humiliated, I found that nothing could sway me. This is a kind of self-adjustment psychology. If you suffer a big loss when you're not 20 years old, then you can live to 30 years old. You have 10 years to adjust. If I suffer a loss when I'm 50 years old and can live to 100 years old, then I have 50 years to adjust. Why do you think that you will lose your life tomorrow when you suffer a loss today? At that time you will find that honor and disgrace aren't so important. Existence is the only thing. Then go to sleep." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he picked up a box with his chopsticks and stared at it. This made Wang Wan also look at it. When Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, Wang Wan yawned, shook her head, and reached out to pinch Zhang Xiaobao. "Little guy, who do you think you are? You dare to hypnotize me? What are you thinking? Do you think I'm a free spirit? I'll let you scheme against me. I'll let you scheme against me. I'll strangle you to death. I miscalculated. I forgot the most important point of hypnosis. Don't use it on people who have strong beliefs in their hearts. Yes, you are a qualified warrior, Bawang Flower. Using this method in front of you is a kind of blasphemy, just like using a lie detector to deal with me." Zhang Xiaobao endured the pain of being pinched and pretended not to care. He directly put a box into his mouth and bit it hard. "Speak, why are you playing tricks on me?" Wang Wan said angrily. "Just a practice. If I said that I wanted to take advantage of you, would you believe me?" Zhang Xiaobao replied truthfully. He really did think that way, and he didn't have any malicious intentions. "What are you thinking? Humph, I want to see if you can sleep at night. Be careful, the ground is too hard. You might break it if you fall." Wang Wan put on a straight face, and her hands were still moving in circles. However, Zhang Xiaobao could endure it, and he didn't move like a mountain. "You're scaring me. Separate, I want to separate. At night, I'll ask Pomegranate to tie me to the mat, the kind that is 1 inch thick. I have to bite it continuously." Zhang Xiaobao was really afraid of being tricked. This kind of threat was the most effective. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao and suddenly laughed. She pushed the soup in front of him. "Eat your food. Don't think that you're the most powerful person in the world. Some people can't be controlled by you. I'll let you feel frustration and failure again. It's good for your growth. You have to thank me." "Thank you." Zhang Xiaobao put his head into the soup bowl and said in a muffled voice. The night was quiet. When others were sleeping, the officials in the Qin family's village couldn't stand the long night. That night, they found County Magistrate Chung and asked to leave. After County Magistrate Chung failed to persuade them several times, he had to follow their request. He led them to hurry on with the journey at night. It was better than when they came because there were torches to light. County Magistrate Chung still chose the way he came. No matter what, he couldn't let people know that there was another way to get out of here faster. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. These people would hate him to death, even if he explained that he didn't know at that time. A group of people walked in the mountains with torches. At this time there was no sound of the flute. Only the occasional chirping of some night owls came from the woods, which made people's hair stand on end. Even so, the group didn't stop. They were still moving. These officials were determined to leave this sad place as soon as possible. As for revenge, they also thought about it. However, they saw that there were only a few people in the village. If they were found out, they didn't dare to think about the consequences, especially when they had to avoid County Magistrate Chung. "Officials, are you tired? Take a rest and then we'll continue." County Magistrate Chung felt that these officials were a little different from ordinary people when they were hurrying. Each of them had a fierce expression, which made him a little worried. He was afraid that they would be tired. These officials heard County Magistrate Cheng's words, but none of them said a word. They were all holding their breath and wanted to leave as soon as possible. They were panting heavily and their eyes were wide open as they hurried on with their journey. After walking for a while, County Magistrate Chung really had no choice but to stop them. These officials could walk forward with a strong momentum, but the two assistant ministers couldn't. The assistant ministers had a good rest these 2 days and didn't suffer so much. My lord, please slow down. The assistant ministers are still behind us. These officials who were walking with a strong momentum had to stop when they heard County Magistrate Chang's words. They were also afraid that something would happen to the two assistant ministers behind them. If that happened, they wouldn't be able to escape just by suffering a little now. One by one, they stopped and waited for the two assistant ministers behind them accompanied by yamen runners. When they were walking just now, they had forgotten that they were tired. Now that they stopped, they suddenly felt that there was no place that didn't feel uncomfortable. The fatigue that they had been feeling for the past few days finally broke out at this moment. When the night wind blew, people's minds were a little dazed when they were awake. County Magistrate Chung hurriedly asked people to get some dry wood to burn. He brought food and water to everyone and arranged them to the side of the fire so that they wouldn't catch a cold. Otherwise, they might fall sick directly here. In fact, County Magistrate Chung knew that even with this arrangement, many people who could make it to the foot of the mountain would fall sick. At that time, they would have to find a doctor to treat them. At most, they would just catch a cold. These people's bodies were not bad and they wouldn't die when the time came. Just as County Magistrate Chung had guessed, when they reached the foot of the mountain and saw the carriages that came to welcome them, a few of them fell down immediately. They were carried to the carriages and called for a doctor to treat them. When they returned to the yamen, they would need to rest for some time. Chapter 110. In the middle of the night, County Magistrate Chung settled everyone down and finally let out a sigh of relief. Now he didn't have to worry about anyone causing trouble. When the two assistant ministers came this time, they said that they wanted to check something, but they were very honest. They didn't say much and didn't ask much. When they arranged for the officials to rest at night, the two assistant ministers told them not to worry and to take things slowly in the county. They already knew some things. There was indeed a drought, especially the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works. He even said that when they returned to the capital, he would submit a report and ask for more money. With the two assistant ministers' words, County Magistrate Chung took a hot bath and fell asleep under the massage of the servants. He had to maintain an energetic appearance every day, especially tomorrow morning. He heard from Zhou Qiong that Zhang Zhuangzi would send someone to give him 1,500 taels of silver. However, these taels of silver were not given for free. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing for the county magistrate. As an official of the imperial court, he actually needed the charity of a Zhuangzi. If word got out, people would not trust him as an official. Therefore, the other side also said that they would use the money to buy a piece of land, the land beside the little Luoshui River. If it was another piece of land, County Magistrate Chung would think about whether Zhang Zhuangzi was deliberately taking advantage of this situation to take advantage of him. However, he couldn't say anything about that piece of land. The other party had already said that they wanted the North Bank. What did the North Bank have? As a county magistrate, he naturally knew that it was just a broken mountain. It took up a lot of land, but it couldn't grow anything. There were only a few trees. If that mountain was worth 1,500 taels of silver, wouldn't the other pieces of land be worth dozens of times more? He had to deal with this matter personally. First, he had to spread the news to the people that Zhang Zhuangzi was buying the mountain. He had to let the people know that there was a Zhuangzi who was willing to make a loss. Second, he had to wait for the yamen to take out the money to let the people know that the yamen didn't take their money and didn't arbitrarily collect taxes from the people. The next morning, County Magistrate Chung woke up. Before he could ask, a servant said to him, "Master, only 2 of those officials can still get up. The others are all sick. Last night we sent someone to check on them. They said that they are fine and will recover after a few days of rest. Master, do you want to go check on them? Are they really fine? Alright, let them take care of them. As for the remaining 2, don't worry about them. Even if they are not sick, they won't be able to cause trouble for the time being. Of course, we have to check on them. Go and prepare some light food. Oh, also prepare some wood ears. These people are all ancestors. Every one of them has to take out a few hundred taels of silver. It's worth it to eat good food and drink." When County Magistrate Chung thought of what these people had said, he became happy. This was good. With Zhang Zhuangzi's support and 1,500 taels of silver, even if they bought some wood ears from Zhang Zhuangzi when they left, they would still be able to make a lot of money. The rest of the money would be used to suppress the price of food due to the drought, especially those merchants who had bad intentions. No matter what, they couldn't be allowed to raise the price of food. Otherwise, the people would go hungry. After freshening up and eating some breakfast, County Magistrate Chang asked people to carry light food to the places where the officials were. Those who were sick were told to rest well. Those who were not sick could only force themselves to get up. Their bodies were sore and painful. After being served and washed up, they didn't even have the strength to eat. When County Magistrate Chang came over with the food, the two of them were talking about this matter. They had suffered a lot. After exchanging a few words with County Magistrate Chang and waiting for him to leave, the two of them sat at the table. Whenever someone fed them, they would take a bite. The two of them were not carrying water. They were helping to clear the wasteland. They swung the pickaxe one after another. Now, both of their arms were thicker than usual. They hung there, and the slightest movement would make them suck in a breath of cold air. If it were someone who exercised regularly, they would tell them that this was called exhilaration. After arranging these things, County Magistrate Chang began to wait for the people from Zhang Zhuangzi to come. At the same time, he asked people to keep writing notices to let the people in the county know about this matter. As for those who couldn't read, he wasn't worried. Naturally, there would be people who were willing to show that they could read. Before the people from Zhang Zhuangzi came, most of the people in the county knew about this matter. Some people said that Zhang Zhuangzi was stupid, while others said that Zhang Zhuangzi was benevolent. In any case, no one said that Zhang Zhuangzi could make money by buying that mountain. It was already good enough that he didn't lose money. At 9:15, Erniu, who was on Zhang Zhuangzi, finally arrived. He came by himself. He put 1,500 taels of silver behind him. Not only were they all silver, there were also copper coins and cloth. Altogether, they filled up 2 carriages. If it was only silver, a few boxes would be enough. Without the money, County Magistrate Chang naturally wouldn't lead Erniu to the place immediately. He first arranged for Erniu to rest. Even though Erniu was a servant, County Magistrate Chang still maintained the proper respect. Erniu, this official remembers that you did a lot of things for Zhang Zhuangzi, right? County Magistrate Chang arranged for Erniu to eat at the place where he was going to let him eat something. Since he came so early, he must have not eaten breakfast. At the same time, he also casually chatted with him. In reply to your question, in fact, I didn't do much. I just listened to the master. Whatever the master asked me to do, I just did it. Your Excellency, you don't need to prepare the food. I have brought it. Look, it's all in the bag. Erniu was usually quite clever. When he saw the place where he was, he knew what the county magistrate had arranged. As he spoke, he put the bag on his back on the table and quickly opened it. There were some bamboo tubes inside. Oh, you even brought things here? Coming out from home, you must have spent a lot of time preparing these things, right? County Magistrate Chang pretended to be curious and asked. In fact, he was not happy in his heart. How long did it take to prepare these things? If he didn't prepare them, wouldn't he have come long ago? Of course, Erniu understood the hidden meaning in County Magistrate Chang's words. He smiled and explained, Your Excellency, you are wrong this time. These things I brought were not prepared at home. They were prepared by the master. I got up early and rushed here with these things. I didn't stop to rest at all. As he spoke, he opened the things one by one. There was a big bamboo tube with tofu pudding in it. He loved to eat this, so this was what was prepared for him. There were several smaller bamboo tubes with chives and slices of sliced beef. The smallest bamboo tube had garlic sauce in it. There was a torn oil paper bag next to it. There were 3 big white steamed buns, a pair of bamboo chopsticks, and a copper spoon. These things were his breakfast and utensils. He poured the steaming braised food into the tofu pudding, stirred it with the spoon, and put in some chives. It was ready to eat. Your Excellency, I am indeed hungry. I will eat first, Erniu said to County Magistrate Chang apologetically and began to eat. County Magistrate Chang was dumbfounded. There was sliced beef and garlic sauce. There were mushrooms, diced meat, wood ears, coriander, and plumeria in the braised food. Not to mention other things, this braised food could be exchanged for hundreds of bowls of tofu pudding. Looking at Erniu eating happily, County Magistrate Chung swallowed his saliva and asked, "Why is the master so good to you? Do you usually eat this?" "No, the food I usually eat is not very good, but not by much. I am going out for business. Your Excellency said that it is easy to stay at home but difficult to go out. A poor family needs to be blessed. How can the food outside be better than the food at home? So, he brought it to me so that I can eat better outside." Erniu took a spoonful of tofu pudding, swallowed it, and replied to County Magistrate Chung with a simple and honest smile on his face. However, County Magistrate Chung did not smile at all. How could the master be so considerate to a servant? Erniu's words were not said by the master to a servant. It was clearly instructed by the parents when their children were going on a long trip. If anyone wanted to bribe such a servant, there was no need to consider. Not to mention Erniu, if he were in Erniu's position, he would also protect the master wholeheartedly. Is it delicious? County Magistrate Chung was lost in thought. When he asked about the fragrance of the braised food and the bean smell of the tofu pudding, he could not help but ask, "It's delicious. You may not know, but the food made by our master is delicious. Look at the sliced beef. It is not cooked directly in the pot. That way the meat will be hard. Look at this, it is soft. When cooking you have to add some other things which are the things that are used in the dough. Yes, it is a secret recipe. Add that thing together and cook it. After cooking it will become like this. The garlic sauce is also different. Other garlic sauces are made by crushing the garlic and adding the soy sauce. Here you have to cut the garlic into foam and soak it in the soy sauce for a few days before taking it out. It is not so spicy and has a special taste. If you don't believe me, you can try it." As Erniu spoke, he saw that he had not eaten many slices of the sliced beef and pushed it in front of County Magistrate Chung. He also pushed the garlic sauce over. County Magistrate Chung looked at the food and struggled to decide whether to eat it or not. If he ate it, he was afraid that he would lose face. If he did not eat it, he would be tempted by Erniu's words. In the end, he persuaded himself that these were his master's food. As a disciple, it was not a big deal to eat some. With this thought, County Magistrate Chung finally put down his pride. He directly picked up a slice of beef and dipped it in the garlic sauce. He put it into his mouth and tasted it carefully. Good, it is indeed extraordinary. Master is indeed capable. Nyo, have you thought about your master's decision to buy that mountain this time? Don't you think it will be a loss? If it doesn't work out, I will change the place. Ah? Change? No, sir, you can't change it. When we came here, our master said that he wanted that mountain. Don't tell me you are going back on your words? When Erniu heard this, he put down his chopsticks and replied firmly. He did not know why the little young master wanted that mountain. He only knew that since the little young master wanted it, it was a good deal. Chapter 111. The sun hung in the sky and shone on the ground, taking away the remaining cold of spring. The green grass swayed back and forth against the flowers. Xiao Hong drove the big goose, Fluffy, and led a group of ducks and geese into the water to play. Sometimes they would find a few small fish that they brought into the pond and compete with each other to eat. Every time a flock of geese flew over her head, she would raise her head and call out twice. The oval-shaped leaves of the locust tree rustled with the wind. The strings of small green beans hanging down from the branches seemed to be about to stretch out and bloom into small white flowers. The children on Zhuangzi all came outside to cut the grass that they were going to feed the livestock. They eagerly looked at the locust tree flowers that were about to bloom so that they could pick some to eat. The sweet locust tree flowers had a special taste. Or they could go home and cook locust tree flowers for their masters to brew wine. The taste was a little worse than the elm tree flowers, but there were too many insects on the elm tree flowers, so the locust tree flowers couldn't be eaten too much. When they played together, the older children had to look after the younger children and find fun places to play. Under the lead of the older children, the younger children shouted and played, sprinkling the various places of Zhuangzi with laughter. After lunch, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan drank a little more bone soup. They lay side by side on the chairs in the small courtyard that belonged to the two of them, basking in the sun. The noon sun cast short shadows of the two chairs on the ground. Pomegranate sprayed water on the wood ears, leaving only the two of them to enjoy this leisurely time. The toads will come out soon, right? After lying down for a while with closed eyes, The blanket covering her navel slid down a little. Wang Wan pulled the blanket up and closed her eyes again. Yes, it seems that we need to block the bottom of the small river in front of the door and let water in. If the soil is too hard, the hibernating toads won't be able to climb out. This year, let the children not catch toads so early. It's best to let all the toads go into the pond and the paddy field. The pond is always left open to give the toads more places to hibernate. When summer comes, the toads can be the staple food every day. Zhang Xiaobao put his arms behind his head, raised his legs, and shook them as he made up his mind. You still have fish in the paddy field. When the time comes, the toad eggs and small tadpoles will be eaten. Wang Wan was a little worried. Yes, there will be fewer toads in the paddy field and more in the pond. Those toads that can survive in the paddy field are either lucky or strong. After hibernation, the next generation will be stronger. That's the only thing we can do. Let's raise a few dogs this year. It's best if we have a litter of them so that they can fight together. Wang Wan thought of the dogs again. When Zhang Xiaobao heard that she wanted to raise a dog, he shivered and disagreed. I don't like dogs. I have to take care of them. I have to put more energy into these things and less energy in other aspects. Why don't you raise them yourself? There is a sandstone field next to the vegetable field. You can make a nest there. There are leftovers in the yard that can be fed. Don't even think about giving my dogs leftovers. There is salt and other seasonings. I want to choose the dogs myself. When they are young, I will feed them some milk and porridge. When they grow up, I will feed them grain, raw meat, and vegetables. I have so many chickens, I will feed them to the chicken rack. I will also train them myself. Wang Wan didn't care whether Zhang Xiaobao was willing to raise them with her or not. He was independent and couldn't be forced. It was fine as long as there was a place and food. Zhang Xiaobao opened his eyes and turned to look at Wang Wan. Are you going to raise a native dog like a police dog? Have you learned it? I have seen it and asked the breeder. I just need to copy it. It's just that I don't have enough experience. A dog that can't be raised well is a native dog. A dog that can't be raised well is a police dog. When the things in your family are settled, you can find me a good breed of dog. Can you get a Tibetan Mastiff? If there are a few, then they will do. Wang Wan imagined a group of powerful dogs following her and being obedient in the future. She laughed. Zhang Xiaobao's mouth moved. He didn't know how to organize his words. After waiting for a while, he saw that Wang Wan was still fantasizing. He said, Is there anyone who uses a Tibetan Mastiff as a police dog? It was a group of Duboans who chased after me, but What did you do? Wang Wan didn't fantasize this time and turned to question him. I got rid of them, but they still wanted to track me down. I used something stimulating so that they couldn't smell anything. You don't think that I killed them, do you? I fought such a group with my bare hands. There were many people with guns behind them. Do you think I am stupid? Zhang Xiaobao felt that Wang Wan, who cared about dogs, shouldn't think too highly of herself. Seeing that Wang Wan was relieved, he said, Ask someone who has a dog that can breed with wolves. I will buy it for you. Tibetan Mastiffs are not suitable. Who told you that Tibetan Mastiffs can't be police dogs? Are you ignorant? You need to find wolf dogs, but you also need to pay attention to Tibetan Mastiffs. Especially in winter, Tibetan Mastiffs can still be used here. Wang Wan curled her lips. Well, they can even get carrots from Tubo. A few dogs are nothing. When you really find them, don't feed them with my beef. Pork. It just so happens that the piglets caught by the farmers have all grown up. Seeing that Wang Wan was so serious, Zhang Xiaobao had to compromise. Don't eat pork. If you don't have beef, eat mutton. Cooperate with me during training. For example, when the dogs are tied up and it's feeding time, you can beat the dogs and don't let them eat. I will come over and drive you away so that the dogs will trust me more. Wang Wan began to arrange things for Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao blinked a few times and said, If the dogs trust you, then what about me? In the Yamen of Sanshui County, Erniu had already finished his meal. Most of the beef had been digested by County Magistrate Chang. After resting for a while, County Magistrate Chang took a group of people with great fanfare. Together with the money, cloth, and other things from the Zhang family, they all headed towards the little Luoshui River. The people here had already received the news and all of them ran over to see what was going on. Some even waited in front of the yamen. As soon as they came out, they followed beside them. They wanted to see which idiot Zhangjie Zhuangzi was. They also wanted to count the money in the carriage to see if there was really 1,500 taels of silver. By the time County Magistrate Chang and his entourage arrived, there were already quite a number of people surrounding them. In order to create a scene, County Magistrate Chang prepared to take down the cloth, copper coins, and silver from the carriage in front of the commoners. He let the people count them and found that it was exactly 1,500 taels of silver. He then had people go to the other side of the river to measure. After a busy process, it took more than 2 hours. This was because there were many people to measure. The land on the other side of the river was 1,200 mu. He wrote the document, printed it, and waited for Erniu to take the document back. The owner of the house would write his name and put his fingerprint on it. This land would then belong to Zhangjie Zhuangzi, and he would not be able to take the money back. The people were all watching. If the money was used to buy fertile land, there would be people who would think that County Magistrate Chang was greedy. After all, the price was too cheap. However, to buy a barren mountain, everyone felt that there was something wrong with the people of Zhangjie Zhuangzi. Erniu did not care about the people's discussion. He took the document and immediately rushed back. He had the owner of the house put his fingerprint on it. Song Jinggong, who had been accompanying him, also started to move. He started to recruit people on the spot to start building the land on the other side of the river. Zijin, are you preparing to plant things over there? County Magistrate Chang was puzzled when he saw Song Jinggong move so quickly. Sir, how can we plant things over there? This student is following Zhuangzi's instructions to build houses and docks over there. Zhuangzi took out 1,000 taels of silver for this student to use. Sir, look, there is a lot of soil and rocks on the mountain. It will save us a lot of money to build the docks and houses. At this time there is a drought and the little Luoshui River has dried up. It will be more convenient for construction. We can find people to dig deeper and widen the river. The extra soil will be used on the river embankment. When the drought is over and the rainy season comes, the river will be wider and the water will be deeper. Some big boats will be able to sail in. The houses at the docks can be rented out as warehouses. The flat land at the foot of the mountain can be built into restaurants and other shops. We can also build the mountain road and build a few pavilions on the mountain. When the time comes, there will be transportation and there will be another place to drink and have fun. Looking at the boats coming and going from the top to the bottom of the river will give us a special feeling. Also, when the time comes, Zhuangzi will continue to fork out money to dig a smaller artificial lake over there. We can build rockery and pavilions in it to attract the water from the little Luoshui River. Boats can be used to travel between the lake and the river. At that time, the people on the mountain can personally come down and paddle the boats. Sir, what do you think of this? Song Jinggong did not hide anything at this time. He told County Magistrate Zhuangzi's arrangements. County Magistrate Chung listened. At first, there was a smile on his face. When he heard the last part, the smile disappeared and was replaced by shock and annoyance. He was stunned and did not move. Song Jinggong had finished speaking, but he did not say anything. Sir, there is one more thing that I need your help with. Song Jinggong saw that County Magistrate Chung was stunned and had to raise his voice. Ah, something else? What else? Don't tell me you want to buy the land on this side of the river too? That won't do. This side of the river is a grain field. We need to grow crops. There is only half a mu of land between the river and here. We can't make a dock. County Magistrate Chung had the same idea just now. Later, he found that if he wanted to do the same, he would have to occupy the land. Then, someone would accuse him of not doing agriculture but only doing business. Destroying the land to open the trade route was a big sin. He thought that Song Jinggong would be so generous. Sir, don't worry. Zhuangzi will not do such a thing. It's just that I see that the small bridge between the two sides of the river has been in disrepair for a long time. I want to spend money to repair it. I want to build a wider and stronger bridge for the convenience of pedestrians, Song Jinggong explained. Repair the bridge? For the convenience of pedestrians? Don't tell me you want to transport the goods from the other side of the river here? It's really convenient to repair the bridge. County Magistrate Chung immediately understood the key point. If the dock was placed on the other side, the goods would have to be transported over. Zhang Zhuangzi really did not want to suffer any losses. Sir, you are wise, Song Jinggong said with a smile. Chapter 112. Since he had bought the land, Song Jinggong did not waste any time. He immediately called for people to work on the other side of the river. They were all people who did not own farmland. The spring plowing was not over yet, and those who had land were busy. After Song Jinggong left, County Magistrate Cheng took the things back to the yamen with his men. As soon as he got back, he went to the study and looked outside through the gap of the open window. As he looked, because of the sunlight, his eyes were tired and all he could see was the warm colors. Sir, there is another document from the next village. County Magistrate Cheng was in a daze for half an hour when the Deputy District Magistrate came from the front with a piece of paper in his hand. Xuyang is here. Xuyang, why didn't we think of expanding the little Luoshui while it's still dry? We can use the mud and stones on the mountain to build houses. When the time comes, the water will flow to the boats. 1,500 taels of silver to buy such a big piece of land. How much do you think it will cost to rent the warehouse a day? How much do you think you can earn by running the restaurant? How much do you think you can earn by renting it to others? How much do you think it will cost to buy goods at the docks and resell them? How much do you charge for stopping the boats? How much do you pay the workers at the docks a day? County Magistrate Cheng did not take the document from the Deputy District Magistrate Zhang Mingsheng. Instead, he looked out of the window and asked. The Deputy District Magistrate also went with him today. He knew what the County Magistrate was thinking. If they built a docks there and operated according to Master Song's plan, they would be able to earn a lot of money. Because of the drought, the construction was faster and smoother and they could save a lot of money. They could use the local materials and save a lot of money. They might not even be able to spend 1,000 taels of silver. Everything would be solved. He had thought about this before. When Zhang Zhuangzi wanted to buy the land, countless people were waiting to watch the show. He also thought that he was losing money and was grateful to him. Now that he owed him a favor and the money was earned by him, he thought that Zhang Zhuangzi was making use of the drought to turn a poor place into a source of income. Sir, I also don't know how much Zhang Zhuangzi can earn. The more prosperous this place is, the more they can earn. There is a mountain of gold in front of us, but we can't see it. We can't take it back, right? The Deputy District Magistrate knew that the County Magistrate was unhappy, and was afraid that the County Magistrate would tear up the land deed and the document. Take it back? How would he dare? Even if he gave it away to another place, he wouldn't be able to take it back. This was good too. After all, doing business required paying taxes. During the summer, some laborers had nothing to do, so they went to help out at the docks. This way they could earn more. When the ships came in, they could save on the transportation fees. This river was connected to the Jingshui River, and from the Jingshui River, they could enter the Weishui River. It extended in all directions and was convenient to go anywhere. If this money was earned by someone else, I would feel heartache. But to give it to Zhang Zhuangzi, that is because he is capable. After all, he has taken out 1,500 taels of silver. Do you think there are other places in Sanshui County that can earn a lot of money? It's just that no one noticed. Of course, County Magistrate Cheng did not dare to go back on his words. Not to mention that he still wanted to be apprenticed to a master. Even if there were no masters among the ordinary Zhuangzi there, he did not dare to deal with them easily. In the yamen, from the cleaners to the yamen runners, Zhang Zhuangzi had given a lot of benefits. Everyone knew that once he made a decision, the people he sent out would definitely report to Zhang Zhuangzi first. The Deputy District Magistrate also knew this and agreed. You are right. There is a docks there. In the future, when you are promoted, the people here can still get benefits. As long as you don't go too far away, you can come back by boat. You can also see the distance and enjoy the music on the boat. If Zhang Zhuangzi produces any good things, he can also get a boat to bring them to you. At this time, we should focus on the drought. In summer or autumn, you can help Zhang Zhuangzi to deliver the grain. Then it won't be too late to ask. Even if you don't need it, the new district magistrate who replaces you can use it. Didn't we decide to send people to see if they are willing to do a good job? Otherwise, the deputy district magistrate did not finish his words. County Magistrate Cheng also understood that he had enough benefits and left some for the next district magistrate. He was prepared to promote the next district magistrate. If the higher-ups did not promote him and insisted on sending someone, it would depend on whether that person was willing to do things for Sanshui County and whether he was obedient. Otherwise, if an outsider wanted to establish himself in Sanshui County, it would be a dream. Once the words were said, both of them were relieved. County Magistrate Chung took the document and looked at it. It was a request for the district magistrate to get something to dig a well. This was simple, so he signed it and stamped it. Just as he sent someone to arrange this matter, Song Jinggong rushed over again. The matter over there was going to be a preliminary arrangement. He found 2 people to lead the digging. He still had other things to discuss with the county magistrate. This time he was here to deliver benefits. Zijin, you are here? How are things going over there? With the docks and the place over there, Sanshui County will have a better life in the future. Don't forget to thank the people on Zhuangzi on behalf of this district when you go back. County Magistrate Chung greeted him and asked someone to serve tea. Song Jinggong sat down and paused for a moment. He said, "Sir, they have started working. I am here to ask for your help." "Are you in trouble? Tell me." County Magistrate Chung really did not understand why Song Jinggong wanted to find him. "Thank you, sir. It is indeed a little difficult. We don't have enough manpower. Do you know which places in this district are so dry that they don't need so much labor? I am willing to pay to hire people. If there are women in the family who can support the house, you can also find them to help cook some food." Song Jinggong chose 2 kinds of people. This way, according to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, was to repay the society. In the future, there would be other things to do like this. County Magistrate Chung looked at Song Jinggong. After a while he said, "This is not a problem. It is obviously to solve my problems. The more problems like this, the better. I will find someone to verify it immediately. When the time comes, I will send people to work for you. With more income, they will feel better." "Sir, you really love the people. When the mountain and some scenic places are finished, you can find something for the people in Sanshui County to do," Song Jinggong continued. "What else? Do you want people to carry the poles up the mountain? That is fine." This was the only thing that County Magistrate Chung could think of. There were all kinds of places at the bottom of some mountains. There was no distinction between high and low. It was mainly for enjoyment. Song Jinggong shook his head. "Sir, this is just a normal thing. What I want to say is to let some people in the county who know embroidery to embroider some things. When the time comes, some traveling scholars will write poems. These poems will be embroidered on a big handkerchief and be sold at the restaurant in Zhuangzi. The people there will also be sold here. They will be sold here for 5 days first and then be sold. In this way, the people who come here to play will have to go to Zhuangzi to see their poems. First, they want to see how much their works are worth. Second, they want to hear other people's comments. Good idea. Let the people of one place go to play in 2 places and bring their friends. Both sides can make a lot of money. At the same time, people in the county who rely on this can also earn a lot of money. But if someone writes a poem that is not good, can we wait for him to buy it himself?" Hearing Song Jinggong's idea, County Magistrate Chung was so excited that he trembled. This business was calculated well. The 2 sides were so far away, but they could cooperate with each other. Not only could it let Zhuangzi earn a lot of money, but it could also help the people in the county to earn more money. If all the businessmen in the world could do this, how good would it be? "Sir, you don't have to worry about the situation where no one wants to buy it. If no one wants to buy it, Zhuangzi will arrange for people to buy it. It is nothing more than paying the people in the county more money to make it. When the time comes, we will write down the names and addresses of the people who wrote the poems. During festivals, we will embroider it and send it over with a gift. Zhuangzi will specially find a place to put the things that are bought. Whether he comes to see it himself or becomes famous in the future, it will be a kind of income." Zhuangzi also said that the route from here to Zhuangzi will be fixed. The people who come to visit here will only take one road. Every once in a while, there will be a pavilion built for people to rest. Next to the pavilion, people who don't have a good life in the county can set up a stall. They can either sell tea or wine. It will also be more work. The pavilion will be built by the county. Seeing that the county magistrate was so happy, Song Jinggong directly told him his future plans. He believed that County Magistrate Chung would be able to use them in the future. If he left, he would have to see how the next county magistrate would be. If he did not treat Zhang Zhuangzi well, he would definitely not give him this political achievement. County Magistrate Chung could not say anything else. He could only nod and agree. When Song Jinggong left, he personally went to the gate of the yamen and walked in. He stood there and watched Song Jinggong's figure become smaller and smaller. When he could not see him anymore, he turned around and went back. As soon as he came back, he hurriedly found the deputy county magistrate and asked him to think of a way to save some money. He did not want to use it all at once so that he could use it for other purposes in the future. After thinking about it, he called the chief secretary Zhao Xiang and told him these things. The next county magistrate was going to promote the chief secretary. If he did not tell him and waited until Song Jinggong came, County Magistrate Chung felt that he would misunderstand. When the chief secretary Zhao Xiang saw County Magistrate Chung, his face was stiff. After hearing County Magistrate Cheng's words, he was also moved. If he did these things when he became the county magistrate, it would only take a year for Sanshui County's finance to double. At that time he would also be promoted. It would be time for Sanshui County to elect a new county magistrate. The deputy county magistrate, Zhang Mingsheng, was also listening to them. He also thought that he would have a chance at that time. He was happy, but suddenly he became depressed and said, "At that time, Sanshui County will become a popular place. I guess many people will want to be the county magistrate here. What should I do?" "Shuyang, you can't just wait. Once Sanshui County becomes rich, it will not be as simple as just two auspicious signs like mine. At that time you can ask them. Maybe there will be a new way." County Magistrate Chung pointed in the direction of Zhang Zhuangzi. Chapter 113. As the sun set, the sky and water were dyed red, and the wild geese were singing in the afterglow. The wild geese were singing in harmony with the wind. The geese were calling home geese, and the kind mothers were calling their children softly. The evening was shrouded in smoke. After summer, there was still a month of work to be done in the field. The weather was getting hotter and hotter. At night, some people who couldn't sleep would go outside to look at the night sky and the stars. Of course, the farmers who were tired from a day's work would not waste their time like this. Only some of the farmers had the leisure to do so. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ate steamed buns stuffed with chives for dinner. After drinking some spinach soup, they were full. They lay on the couch and soon fell asleep. When they were woken up by Pomegranate about 4 hours later, they found that there were still people outside who couldn't sleep and were wandering around. "Xiaobao, everyone's energy is too exuberant. Find something for them to do. Now that they can't sleep at night, when the weather is at its hottest, won't they have to stay awake for the entire night? It will delay their work the next day." Wang Wan sat in front of the desk and was ready to study. She saw the light at the back window changing. It should be because the torches in the yard were blocked by people and then left. No entertainment will work. If you ask them to play mahjong, they will probably play all night. This means that there is less work during the day. The main thing is that there are more people in the yard. If we divide the work, there won't be much work left. Since they can't sleep, let's study. Zhang Xiaobao spread the paper and opened the book. He thought of the knowledge he learned from his father and began to review. He admired the energy of these servants. While grinding the ink, he said to Wang Wan, "You can find some things to do during the day. Let's go up the mountain to pick wild vegetables. If there is fern, let's see if we can find monk's head. It's a 4-color flower. Its scientific name is platycodon. Pick more and pickle it with salt when we come back. Seal the jar and dry it. We can eat it in winter when there is no food." "Okay, let's do that. It seems that we need to find more work for them in the future. If they are tired, they can sleep at night." Wang Wan thought it was a good idea. Those who were still wandering outside didn't know that the young master and young lady had found something fun for them. Early the next morning, most of the people in the two main families' courtyards took their food and drinks for the day and walked up the mountain. The task had been arranged. As long as it was something edible, they had to pick it back. In groups of 2 or 3, they had to be careful of snakes and insects. When the children who were originally playing in Zhuangzi saw that so many people had been mobilized, they thought that something big had happened and went forward to ask. When they learned that it was to pick mountain vegetables, They gathered together and discussed it. They also went up the mountain to pick. They didn't dare to go too far, so they looked for it nearby. They ate and played while picking, so they didn't feel tired. When night fell, the children first delivered the things to the main family. Although they were small, their speed of picking mountain vegetables was not slower than the adults. A group of children actually got 2 big sacks of mountain vegetables and put them outside the main family's courtyard, waiting for the people inside to come out and pick them up. The people in the courtyard should go out to work, so there was no need to give extra pay. The children had been busy the whole day, so of course they couldn't take it for free. The housekeeper took out some salted duck eggs and gave each child 2. The children were satisfied with something, and 2 salted duck eggs were not a small amount. If they ate sparingly, they could eat for 5 or 6 days. They put the duck eggs in their pockets and left happily. The people in the courtyard came back later. They didn't know how far they had walked, but they were all listless. The dozens of sacks weighed more than 3,000 caddies. If they were to use salt to pickle them, they would need to use a lot of salt, which was naturally impossible. They had to pick some good ones and use salt water to brine them. The others were taken to a cool place to dry and hung in a ventilated place. They could be stored for a long time. Those people hurriedly ate dinner and were about to go to bed. At this time, they were instructed to learn to read. The 3 special classmates in the courtyard were responsible for teaching them. After learning for 2 hours, these people finally couldn't stand it anymore. They went back to their rooms one by one and fell asleep. This night, no one was energetic enough to sleep. How is it? This method is good, right? We have gained a lot of things and solved other people's insomnia problem. When they were learning in the evening, Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan, "Good. But what about the mountain vegetables in 2 days? What do you want them to do? They can't go to the mountain to chop wood, right? You have to arrange something for them that they can do for a long time. Except for some festivals and during the farming season, they can help. Usually, they don't seem to do much work." Wang Wan found that since she found more people to work in the courtyard, there was less work to do. She and Zhang Xiaobao helped to plan most of the work. Efficiency increased and there was a surplus of manpower. She wasn't stupid enough to let the people in the courtyard live a life of 9 to 5 in the morning and a life of nightlife. Zhang Xiaobao also didn't want to see so many people idle. It was easy to form a kind of lazy mentality. If they were idle, they could do something by themselves. It showed that they had a yearning for life. But if they were idle and didn't know what to do, it would be troublesome. They must have a goal, even if it was passive, and blindly follow the goal. When he heard Wang Wan ask him to think of a long-term method, he thought for a while and shook his head. No, we can't imprison them with a long-term job. We must let them feel the freshness of the work at all times. Pomegranate, xiaohong and cherries are exceptions. They have already regarded that job as an honor. They love it from the bottom of their hearts. If we change them, they will think that we are denying them. Let these people pick mountain vegetables for 2 days. When the time comes, they will pick lotus flowers. County Magistrate Chung found so many lotus flowers and put them in the pond, right? Let them do that first. After 2 days, let them raise prawns and crabs. Don't let them be too familiar with it. After a few days, they will change to other things. The others will change with them. The disadvantage of this is that the animals we raise will not have a high output and will die easily. The advantage is that when they meet something they are not familiar with, if they want to satisfy the master, they have to learn. They learn from the people who did this before. Those people also have to learn from them. I know. In the process of teaching others, there will be a kind of spiritual reward. It strengthens the communication between them. At the same time, it will force them to treat everything seriously. Otherwise, when others ask them, they will not be able to answer. If others say it out loud, it will be embarrassing. After hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Wang Wan also understood. They were using their money to train people. When a person developed the habit of working seriously, they would keep it in other jobs. In order to be able to teach others better, they could only learn hard, think seriously, and sum up some experience. The two of them wrote a few more lines. Wang Wan spoke again. In fact, we won't lose much money. The so-called loss refers to the difference between the expected output and the actual output. The transplanted lotus flowers don't cost money. There is a ready-made pond. We can get the prawn and crab seedlings from those who sell prawns and crabs. Think it's okay. In addition to these things, some of the vegetables in the backyard should be able to be grafted. The same goes for the fruit trees. There will always be new things waiting for them. Continue writing. We will go to sleep after a while. Unknowingly, the Dragon Boat Festival was coming. The spring plowing had finished a few days ago. They took care of it a little and waited for the harvest. The first batch of wheat had been harvested. The second batch would be later. At the same time, the construction of the restaurant in Zhuangzi had been completed. The supply of MSG to the 3 restaurants in the county had always been the same. They were preparing to use it on their own businesses. Of course, these businesses were not under the name of the Zhang family and the Wang family. Zhang family and the Wang family had always been pure farmers. The ancestors of the Zhang family had made some contributions, so they could be considered as the descendants of good and loyal people. As for the business, it had nothing to do with the Zhang family. Outsiders were outsiders. They occupied the land of the Zhang family and the Wang family. Even the mountain in Little Luoshui was bought by the head of the Zhang family and sublet. What the sublet did was unknown. The project in Little Luoshui was not completed yet. The river had to be dug, the dikes had to be repaired, the houses had to be built according to the specifications, and the wharf had to be built. These projects were carried out at the same time, which solved the problem of idle labor in the county. The paths and pavilions on the mountain, as well as the artificial lake below, had to wait until other things were done. On the day of the Dragon Boat Festival, those who picked wormwood and other medicinal herbs also took advantage of this time to pick everything that could be picked. Zhang family and the Wang family also bought a lot of things in Zhuangzi this time. It was Zhang Xiaobao who paid for these things to be hoarded. After a while, when the medicinal herb shop was almost used up, they would be sold together. On the Dragon Boat Festival, Zhang family and the Wang family began to distribute zongzi to the villagers in Zhuangzi. The restaurant also opened on the same day. Strings of firecrackers rang out as if they were free. County Magistrate Cheng brought some people from the Yamen to congratulate them. Zhou Qiong did not lie. He also invited people from the province to eat and drink here for free. Song Jinggong's reputation spread far and wide, so he attracted many literary friends to come here to support him. These people knew about it 2 days ago. Every one of them took advantage of the time and worked hard at home to write poems, waiting to show off when they arrived. Tuqiao village was such a remote place, but because of the opening of the restaurant, it became very lively. This made the villagers of the 3 Zhuangzi happy together. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could not participate, let alone stand at the door to welcome the guests. The adults in the family had all gone, leaving only the 2 of them to play in the courtyard. Xiaobao, do you think there are any zongzi that children can eat? Just like us. Wang Wan looked at other people steaming or boiling zongzi. She was a little hungry, but she was worried that it would not be easy to digest, so she asked Zhang Xiaobao out of boredom. There should be, right? I don't want sticky rice. I'll just use ordinary rice with some minced meat in it. Then I'll wrap it up and steam it in a pot. When the time comes, it will be ready to eat. Zhang Xiaobao analyzed. Don't say any more. How can that still be called a zongzi? If that Zhou Qiong comes to ask about it later, we have to answer him correctly. Wang Wan lay on the chair, closed her eyes and fell asleep. Chapter 114. Zhou Qiong, County Magistrate Cheng, and the others left in a hurry after lunch. Only Song Jinggong and the people he brought were still eating and drinking in the restaurant. It seemed that they were going to stay up all night. Those who couldn't hold their liquor had already fallen asleep after drinking too much, but they didn't leave. They were waiting for the night to wake up so that they could continue fighting. Zhang Xiaobao didn't expect Zhou Qiong and County Magistrate Cheng to bring much income to the restaurant. Usually, they would stay in the province for a few days, so it was impossible for them to come here for a drink. It was the same for County Magistrate Cheng. Going back and forth would take up almost an entire day. It wasn't worth it just to have a meal. The purpose of asking them to come here was to wait for the construction at Little Luoshui to be completed. After that, they would connect with this place and let those who were envious of the benefits know that these 2 places were under the protection of the county magistrate and an army officer. When the time came, they would weigh their weight. Those who weren't qualified shouldn't come forward. Those who were qualified should be dealt with separately. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had been waiting for Zhou Qiong to come over and ask him questions. In the end, he left after eating and seemed to have forgotten that there was an expert here. This made the two of them feel much more relaxed. The Dragon Boat Festival passed by in a lively manner. This year, other than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Zhuangzi giving out zongzi to the villagers, the Ji Zhuangzi also learned from them and gave out some. This year, the Jis didn't have to hand in grain to the imperial court, but the villagers had to hand in grain to the main family, so there would be a lot left over. Moreover, the restaurant had opened and the three families were operating together. They couldn't continue to be stingy. After the zongzi were given out, the villagers of the Gu family puffed out their chests. When they met the villagers of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang again, they had something to say. County Magistrate Chang, who came to support them, hurried back to the yamen and rested for a while. Seeing that it was already late, he called Deputy County Magistrate Zhang Mingsheng over, and prepared a few dishes and a small jar of wine. Under the cover of the night, they began to discuss matters. Xuyang, how many days has it been? There hasn't been a single drop of rain. Let's not talk about the reduction in grain production. There are so many people and livestock that are running out of water. If we don't think of a solution soon, people will die of thirst. County Magistrate Chang poured a bowl of wine for the Deputy County Magistrate and sighed. The Deputy District Magistrate held the bowl with both hands and waited for the District Magistrate to finish pouring. He placed the bowl gently in front of him and said worriedly, 6 days ago, there was some rain at the east of the district. It stopped in less than 2 hours and the ground was not wet. Now there are many places in the district where the ground is cracked and we can't get much water from the wells. County Magistrate Chung was also aware of this situation. He reached out his chopsticks and was about to pick up some food when he stopped. He drank a big mouthful of wine and exhaled. There's less water in the well. What if we dig deeper? Is it possible to dig out water? Yes, but the well is not like when it was dug. If we want to go down directly, other than some big wells, the other wells will not work. If we want to dig deeper, we have to dig all of them. My lord, it would be great if the well could be like the auspicious well where water comes out with a bang. Now, that well is still supplying water to many people. The Deputy County Magistrate drank a mouthful of wine with him, and followed the County Magistrate's words. As he spoke, a glimmer of hope appeared on his originally troubled face. Both he and the County Magistrate knew how the auspicious sign appeared. The Zhang family's farmstead had used this to make an exchange with someone in the state. As a result, the well had been filled with water after a rumbling sound. Even now the water had not decreased. When County Magistrate Chang heard this, his eyes lit up. That's right, what can't Zhang Zhuangzi do? Why didn't he think of asking them for help? Since one well could produce water, there should be more wells. Xuyang, you have done a meritorious service. If this matter can be solved, the people of Sanshui County will thank you. Quickly, call Chandong and ask him to come to Zhang Zhuangzi immediately. Ask him to come here even if he has to beg. It concerns the lives of so many people. If it really doesn't work, I will go there and kneel for a long time to get the water out. County Magistrate Chang had made up his mind. He didn't know how the people of Zhang Zhuangzi got the water out of the well. Perhaps they borrowed some magical power, which might also affect their lifespan. However, he had no other choice. He would ask when the time came. If it really reduced his lifespan by too much, he could only think of other ways. After all, it was not just one well. If his lifespan was reduced by a few days, he would build a longevity shrine in the county and tell the people in the county who worked so hard to get water for them at this time. He would also need to send a document to the higher-ups. He had to get the water out first and then send a document. Chandong happened to be on duty tonight. He came as soon as he heard the call. After the county magistrate finished speaking, he promised, "Sir, don't worry. I will rush there as fast as I can and let them know about this. I believe that Zhang Zhuangzi won't just stand by and do nothing. Go quickly. If they fall asleep and can't be woken up, just wait. When dawn comes, the restaurant over there will open. You can go there and wait. Maybe you can eat some dishes and drink some wine." County Magistrate Chang told Chandong not to delay things and then let him leave. "Come, Xuyang, let's drink together. I really didn't want to eat just now. There is food here. Some people may not even have water to drink." County Magistrate Chung, who was temporarily relieved, regained his spirit and asked his deputy to eat and drink. Chun Dong also knew that this was a serious matter. He took 2 horses from the yamen and didn't stop at all. He changed horses all the way and arrived at Zhangzhuangzi in 3 hours. Seeing that the restaurant was still brightly lit, Chun Dong licked his lips. He really wanted to go in and drink a bowl of wine. At the same time, he also knew that they wouldn't take his money. Even if he gave it to them, they wouldn't accept it. But there was something more important. He endured the thirst in his mouth and came to the courtyard of the Zhang family. He knocked on the door twice. The night watchman opened the small door and saw that the yamen runner had arrived. The county magistrate had just left at noon. Could it be that he got lost on his way back and the yamen runner couldn't wait for him and came to ask? This was not something he could handle. He ran to the back and woke up the housekeeper. Steward Zhang had just fallen asleep. Others could sleep earlier, but he couldn't. He was in charge of many things. He got up reluctantly and walked to the living room. The yamen runner, Chun Dong, was already waiting there. The tea was served and he drank 2 bowls of it. Then he told the purpose of his visit and waited for Steward Zhang's reply. At least he had to ask the expert. Steward Zhang estimated the time and said to Chun Dong, "Wait here for a moment. I'll go and ask. Whether it's successful or not, I'll come back and tell you." After that, Steward Zhang left the living room and walked to the courtyard of the little child. He knew that the little child and his wife just happened to wake up at this time to study. Otherwise, he would have to ask the yamen runner to come back tomorrow morning. When Steward Zhang arrived, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were eating. Children grew up quickly and became hungry quickly. They took time to eat something. After Steward Zhang repeated the matter, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and reached an agreement. They said to Steward Zhang, "You go and tell the yamen runner to draw a map of the wells that need water and send it here. Don't worry about anything else. Also, tell him that there may not be so much water coming out of every well. Also, this kind of thing will shorten one's life. This is the only time." Steward Zhang took the order and left. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other again and sighed at the same time. This time they had to do a lot of things. It had to be said that it was life-threatening. Otherwise, if the higher-ups asked them to blow up the other 2 big places and their surroundings one by one, they couldn't stand it. "Xiaobao, how about artificial rain? Recently there are always clouds floating above, but it doesn't rain. I'll try to make some clay bombs. What do you think?" Wang Wan suggested. "Okay, when the time comes you can blow me up. I'll have a bucket of water in each hand and pour it wherever I want. Even if you can make clay bombs and the launching tools are simple, I can't make dry ice." Zhang Xiaobao said and reached out to touch Wang Wan's forehead to see if she had a fever. "Don't touch me, I'm just saying. People need to have some hope and work hard with that hope. I believe that you will be able to create dry ice in your lifetime, or even liquid nitrogen." Wang Wan slapped his hand away. "Dry ice? Do you believe that if you push me too hard, I will become a dry corpse tomorrow? Eat quickly, it will be cold soon. This is fungus soup, it's expensive." Zhang Xiaobao knew that Wang Wan was just saying it casually to ease the atmosphere. Anyone would know that artificial rain was impossible at this time. After drinking the soup and eating something, Wang Wan said, "How should we arrange it? We can't let others find out this secret. We can only blow it up when others are not paying attention. Then it will be nighttime. We have to arrange a few people. Erniu is one, and his brother Daniu is another. Who else can be absolutely reliable? Uzi is also fine. I don't know about others. Just the 3 of them. We have to spend a lot of money to buy materials, and we can't ask for reimbursement from County Magistrate Chung. This matter is settled. Read the book." Zhang Xiaobao didn't have a good candidate at the moment, so he could only trouble the 3 of them. Steward Zhang told Chun Dong what the young master said. Chun Dong was happy when he heard it. He got up and wanted to go back to tell the good news to the county magistrate, but he was stopped by Steward Zhang. He said that if he went back, the county magistrate would be asleep. It would be better to wait until dawn, when the county magistrate would wake up. During this time he didn't need to live in the yard. He found a night patrol and asked him to take Chun Dong to the restaurant to eat something and have a good rest. Horses also needed to eat and rest. When Chen Dong arrived at the restaurant, he was given 2 dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, as well as 4 side dishes. There was also a small pot of wine and a bowl of rice. Because this was a joint venture between 3 families, they had to keep a separate tab and count it as a special reception fee. Chun Dong was not in the mood to enjoy. He hurriedly finished his meal and went to sleep. The next day he woke up without being woken up. He didn't even eat breakfast and directly rode back. When he arrived at the yamen, he didn't care whether the county magistrate was awake or not. He ran inside and shouted, "Sir, it's done! It's done!" Chapter 115. Boom! After the first thunderous boom, several more thunderous booms rang out in Linha village of Sanshui County. At this time it was 4 o'clock in the morning. The people in the village were awakened from their sleep, but they thought it was going to rain or thunder. They couldn't bear the sleepiness and went back to sleep. Only some old people who didn't sleep well wanted to see what the rain looked like. They put on their clothes, opened the door and stood inside the door to look outside. The sky was still dark, and the stars were still twinkling. Apart from the coolness of the night, there was no trace of moisture. Many dogs were barking, but nothing else had changed. Why is there thunder? Why is God striking down these thunderbolts? Sigh. An old man who had already opened the door and was looking outside sighed, mumbled a few words and turned to walk back into the house. "Old man, is it raining outside? My ears are getting old and I can't hear anything." An old lady's voice came from the house. "No, go to sleep. I wonder what evil thing that wastrel did. God is going to strike him with lightning." As the old man spoke, he moved back to the straw mattress and squatted down with difficulty. He took off the clothes draped over his body and casually rolled them up twice before placing them where the pillow should be. He then pulled over half of the blanket and fell asleep with his back facing the old lady. In the darkness, the old lady blinked her eyes and helped the old man tuck in the blanket around his neck. She lay there with her head up and thought for a while. Then she sighed and waited for the old man's snores to start. Then she also fell asleep. The next morning, the children in Linha village woke up first. They dragged their water barrels to the well to get water. Every day, the water in the wells would be the highest in the morning and the lowest in the evening. It wasn't like this in the past. Usually, the water in the well would rise as they fetched water. If they really wanted to get the water to the bottom, they would need a few adults to take turns to carry the water with willow rollers. It would take more than 2 hours for the water to reach the bottom. After a while it would slowly rise again. They thought it was the same today. They dragged the heavy wooden buckets and rushed towards the well. Some families had 2 or 3 children. The older ones dragged the buckets, while the younger ones ran to stand at the mouth of the well. This was also considered a position for them. It was no exception now. A group of children were practically running out of the house. The older children had to look after the younger ones and make sure that they did not fall into the well. This was not like a winch. There was always a bucket hanging at the mouth of the well to block it. The well was an open well, so a rope had to be tied to it. There was a hole at the bottom, and there was a tarpaulin covering it. As long as the water fell into the well, the weight of the bucket would cause the water to wash away the tarpaulin. When the bucket was lifted up, the weight of the water would press the tarpaulin to the bottom of the bucket. Some water would leak out, but most of the water would be lifted up. This kind of well usually did not have any safety measures. Some used a wooden board, and some just left the mouth open. If someone fell in, even an adult could not save them, let alone a child. Once they were out of the house, the children would run towards whichever side of the well was closest to their house. When they were about the same distance, they would run towards whichever side had fewer children. A family had 3 children. The 2 older ones were girls and the younger one was a boy. One of the girls ran towards the well while the other girl had to look after her younger brother. When she and her younger brother reached the mouth of the well, they saw her younger sister standing there in a daze. "Chower, what are you doing? Be careful not to fall into the well." As the older sister, she had to take good care of her younger brother and sister. She looked at the straw curtain at the mouth of the well and worriedly asked her younger sister. Chower came first, and the others had not arrived yet. She first looked into the well and vaguely discovered that there was more water inside than a few days ago. It was much higher than a few days ago, and there was a white light in the darkness. She was very certain. When she heard her older sister's question, she quickly said, Older sister, there's more water. Quickly bring some up to see. As the older sister, she found that there was a different smell in the surroundings, and it was very unpleasant. Seeing that her younger sister was still standing there, she moved closer to look and felt that the water was indeed much higher. It's true. Help me pull the rope. I'll put the willow in to see. As she spoke, the older sister used all her strength to throw the wooden bucket next to the well down. When there was a sound, she immediately pulled it up. Otherwise, when the water was full, she wouldn't be able to pull it up. When the small bucket of water was pulled up, the three siblings looked inside curiously. Oldest sister, second sister, this water is too muddy. After the younger brother looked, he said to his two older sisters, let's not worry about it for now. Let's occupy the place and wait for father to come and fetch the water. The older sister had also seen the water. It was a bit muddy, but it was better than nothing. At this time, the other children arrived one after another. There were two boys in the family who didn't need an adult to come, and could directly go and fetch the water. They were bold. Even if they had to be spanked by their parents after getting the water, they were still willing to do more for the family. When they saw that there were already people standing in front of them, they urged them. If they wanted to get the water first, they would usually have to quarrel. Today, the three siblings in front of them were very easy to talk to and gave up their position. These two boys were a pair of twins. They were both 10 years old this year. Since others had stepped aside, they naturally wouldn't be polite. They carried the buckets to the mouth of the well. After estimating the distance, they placed the buckets to the side and threw the still wet willow into the well. They cocked their ears to listen to the movements inside. When they felt that it was about time and should be half filled with willow water, they pulled the rope together. When they reached the well, they directly put the back of the willow down on the edge of the well. The front of the well was facing their own bucket. When they tilted, the water inside flowed into the wooden bucket. The boys' thoughts were worse than the girls'. They didn't even consider whether the water was muddy or not. After pouring the willow water in, they continued to fetch water. After a few rounds, they finally filled up the wooden bucket they brought with them and dragged it back home. As they dragged on, their parents arrived. They happened to see their two children walking back after fetching water. They approached them in 2 steps. Without saying anything, they directly lifted one of them in front of them. They squatted down, straightened their knees, and pressed the child on top of them. They opened their palms and began to smack the child's buttocks. What did I tell you? I asked you to occupy a spot, but you took your brother to fetch water. If you fell, how would your mother and I live? I'll beat you to death, you disobedient child. Dad, I'm the younger brother. Today's water is higher than usual. I fetched more water first. Why are you hitting me? The child who was hit wailed. It wasn't that he was in pain. Usually, when he fought with the other children in the village, it was more painful than this. The main reason was that he was afraid of being hit by his parents since he was young. The father raised his hand and took it back. He looked at the other son. He had no choice. After so many years, as long as the two children stood together and couldn't see the birthmark on their bodies, he couldn't tell who was the elder and who was the younger one. Especially when the two children usually played together, they were the same and always wore different clothes. The other child saw his father's gaze and took 2 steps back. Dad, I'm the younger brother. Elder brother, don't hurt me. Elder brother, how can you lie through your teeth? Well, anyway, I've suffered a lot for you. I'll be the elder brother this time. The other child quickly said. The father patted his head with his hand. Stop talking. You're the elder brother, and I'm the younger brother. Later, you're not allowed to change clothes. Go home and let your mother recognize which one is the elder brother. Prepare yourself. The father really had no choice. He often hit the wrong child, and when he went home, his wife would complain. The child who did something wrong would secretly laugh at the side, and the child who didn't do anything wrong could only cry and feel wronged. He was not as good as his wife. Whether it was listening to the voice or just a casual glance, no matter how the two children changed clothes, even if their faces were smeared with mud, he could still recognize them immediately. He had never missed. Dad, don't worry. Elder brother and I will never change clothes. Elder brother, this is all your fault. The two children said to their father at the same time. It was not the first time they said this. It was instinctive. The father didn't really want to hit his two sons. He was just worried that the two boys would always go out to do things by themselves. If they were really in danger, he would never forget if one of them was missing. At the same time, he felt that his two sons were sensible and knew how to help the adults draw water. Looking down at the water in the bucket, he found that it was much more turbid than usual. Only then did he remember what his son said just now. The water in the well was higher than usual. Looking at the water again, his eyes suddenly widened. Of course, he knew when such a thing would happen. It was when the well had just been dug, and the water inside would gush out with mud. The water would rise, and it would be equally turbid. A few adults would take turns to draw water out until the bottom was seen and all the mud that could enter the water was removed. Only then would clear water come out. Of course, other than this, when the earth moved, the water in the well would be very turbid. However, the chickens in the village wouldn't jump and the dogs wouldn't bark. It was impossible for the earth to move. Could it be that someone had dug another well? At this time, some adults from other families came over and also discovered this situation. Some of them were quick-witted and thought of the thunder they heard in the morning. They excitedly said, "Auspicious sign, this is auspicious sign. I heard that water came out of a well that had been dry for many years in the county town after a few thunderclaps. Our well also had thunder first, right?" After hearing what he said, the others also thought of it. All of them stopped fetching water and prepared to head to the county city to report it. Before they could leave the village, there were people saying the same thing in other places with wells. Then even a village has auspicious signs. Most of the water in the well had risen, and there were so many thunder sounds. Some smart people directly said that this was a miracle for the village. Chapter 116. After discovering that 7 of the 9 wells in the village were full of water, the people of Linha village were very happy. Now they didn't have to worry about running out of water. They could even transport the water to the fields to make up for it. The positions occupied by the children were also not important. The 7 wells were full of people. One by one, they took off their shirts bare-chested and began to take turns to draw water. The water they drew was directly transported to the fields. As for the remaining 2 wells, one was missing a piece due to years of disrepair, while the other had not changed much. This situation was immediately reported to the county. They wanted to make an auspicious sign or something, but they were persuaded by the sinister county magistrate to keep it a secret. "Sir, don't think about this. Take a rest." The county magistrate's face was also ugly as he advised County Magistrate Chung. The registrar, county deputy, and the bailiffs who knew about this matter also had no smile on their faces. They knew that behind the happiness of the people, someone was using his life to support it. What auspicious sign was this? What water was this? It was clearly tears of blood. They all believed Chun Dong's words. The masters of Zhangjia Zhuangzi, for the sake of the people of Sanshui County, actually used his life as the price to activate the divine power. The county magistrate, county deputy, and registrar were the most conflicted in their hearts. They wanted to let the people in the county have water to drink, but they were also afraid that the 2 masters of Zhangjia Zhuangzi had an accident. They couldn't decide between the 2. The bailiffs couldn't care so much. They only hoped that the people of Zhangjia Zhuangzi were still alive and well. When they heard that the people of Linha County wanted to make an auspicious sign, they couldn't help but want to beat them a few times. "Well, Shuyang, there are other things today. Help me take a look. I will go to the back to check on some of the previous omissions." County Magistrate Chung was the happiest, but also the saddest. He arranged for people to go to Zhangjia Zhuangzi. A village had water, but he had to worry about the masters of Zhangjia Zhuangzi. After the county deputy agreed, County Magistrate Chung returned to his courtyard without another word. He dismissed the servants and found incense and candles alone. He brought them to the study room and personally ground an ink stick. He wrote the names of the 2 of them on a piece of paper and placed it on the table in the study room. He lit the incense and candles and then knelt there. "This unfilial student greets the 2 of you. I wish the 2 of you a long life. I swear that if any of the 60,000 elders in Shanshui County dare to disrespect the 2 of you, even if it means risking my life, I will not let them off easily." After that, County Magistrate Chung kowtowed 3 more times before standing up. In the next few days, not only were the wells in Linha village filled with water, but many of the wells in other villages were filled with water as well. The wells that originally had more water, and the wells that didn't have water were filled with water. From time to time, someone would report this to the yamen as an auspicious sign. The more the yamen heard, the more upset they felt. "Milord, why don't we send someone to Zhangzhezhuangzi and ask them to stop for a while and transport some water from other villages to those villages that are suffering from drought? Then, when the people have water, what should we do? This is exchanging lives for lives." A pregnant yamen runner found County Magistrate Chang and knelt there, crying and begging. Of course, he got the news from Chandong. His family had received a lot of benefits from Zhangzhezhuangzi. His wife ate well and slept well. Zhangzhezhuangzi even specially sent a woman to teach his wife some movements. He even taught her a few songs to sing, saying that it was good for the unborn child. If it were someone else, he would think that they were just messing with him. But Zhangzhezhuangzi specially made it, so he didn't dare to have any doubts. How could he not remember this kind of care? At first he thought that if one day Zhangzhezhuangzi killed someone, he would pretend that he didn't see it. But now, he thought that if Zhangzhezhuangzi wanted to kill someone, he would do it himself. When County Magistrate Chang heard the bailiff's words, he did not know what to do for a moment. Chandong had come back and said that it was only this one time, which meant that the two masters of the Zhang family's farmstead would not die because of this one time. However, in the past 2 days, as the wells in some villages had more water and dried up, he felt the bailiff's anxiety. He originally wanted to have a long life, but Zhangzhezhuangzi didn't agree. He didn't know the master's name and he didn't know what the master looked like, so he could only give up. Looking at the yamen runner kneeling there, County Magistrate Chang suddenly had an idea. He said to him, "How about this, tomorrow you bring some of the county's products that Zhangzhezhuangzi doesn't have and give them to them. Also, help me ask if they want to stop. If they stop, I will issue a notice and ask the people to get water from other places. But if they say that they don't lack water, I will also issue a notice and ask the people not to go out at night and not to check if they hear any noise. What do you think?" Seeing the yamen runner like this, County Magistrate Chang didn't know what to say, especially the next county magistrate. If the next county magistrate wasn't promoted by Sanshui County, the officials sent by the higher-ups would have a hard time. The people sent by the higher-ups hated the local power the most, but they were also afraid of the local power the most. A capable official could handle the local power in a short time and make everyone listen to him. A weak official could only ask for a transfer or join in the evil. If the next county magistrate wasn't Registrar Zhao, would he have the ability to take in Zhangzhezhuangzi? He would be tired to death. The yamen runner naturally didn't know that the county magistrate was thinking so much. When he heard the county magistrate's words, he left happily and prepared to go to Zhangzhezhuangzi tonight to ask, "Wang Wan, do you think the moon is at its roundest today? Grandpa made mooncakes for me." Zhang Xiaobao was especially energetic tonight. He lay on the couch and couldn't sleep. He looked out of the half-open window and said softly. Wang Wan was already sleepy and wanted to sleep. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she opened her eyes and said, "Comrade Zhang Xiaobao, I beg you, don't say any more. There are still many days until the 15th of August. I'll make mooncakes with you then, okay?" "Oh, thank you. Actually, it has nothing to do with the 15th of August. Today is my grandpa's birthday. Look at how round the moon is. Grandpa must be looking at me on the moon." Zhang Xiaobao continued. His voice was very soft, but it was enough for Wang Wan to hear. Wang Wan stared at the window and seemed to want to close it with her mind. She turned her head and saw Zhang Xiaobao was still staring at the window. She said, "There's no one on the moon, right? Well, don't look at me. There's someone on the moon, but it won't be your grandpa. There's Chang Wu Gang and a living thing at home, not a rabbit. Which one do you think your grandpa is? Could it be the Apollo of the lunar kicking plan?" "Comrade Wang Wan, let me ask you, why are there so many graves in places with water?" Zhang Xiaobao changed the topic. "Xiaobao, you are a good man. The country is sorry for you. Don't hate the country. After all, these departments are composed of people, not machines. You have learned so much psychology. Don't you understand? I'm here with you. Take it as compensation." Wang Wan knew that Zhang Xiaobao would fall into a special thought when he thought of his grandpa. At the same time, he had made arrangements for the other side, so she said these words gratefully. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. What qualifications do you have to represent the country? How do you know that I love the country? What I love is a national complex. What I love is a kind of heritage. The Chinese nation is not a certain republic. What I protect is a kind of spirit, not a specific thing. Some people said that the 4 ancient civilizations were ancient India, ancient Egypt, ancient Babylon, and ancient China. Some people said ancient Egypt, ancient Greece, ancient India, and ancient Egypt. Some people said ancient Egypt, ancient Rome, ancient Maya, and ancient India. Some people said ancient Lulan, ancient Egypt, ancient Maya, and ancient Rome. These were not important. What was important was whose civilization was still being passed down. India. Their history needed to be filled in by the history of other countries. Maya. They only had words left, but they had lost the people who could interpret them. Egypt. They had almost lost their own words. They did not know how they originated. Babylon, it was conquered by the pagans. Who still remembered it? Rome? There was no arena. It was long forgotten. Lulan. Time passed. Who chased after time? Only one place still existed. From the records of Yan Huang to the mountains of reeds. The country I recognize is this. I am not proud of the glory of my ancestors. I am sad because I can't inherit it. Who dares to talk about civilization with China? Who dares to talk about food with China? Xiaobao, the well exploded. Why did you remind them to use the fortune-telling compass to measure it? Just as Zhang Xiaobao was about to say something radical, Wang Wan suddenly interrupted and asked something unrelated to what Zhang Xiaobao was talking about. Zhang Xiaobao did not answer immediately. He stood there panting. After a while, he smiled at Wang Wan. People say that a good wife can let a man have no worries. I didn't understand before, but now I finally understand. When you are in high spirits, she knows how to pour cold water on you. When you are in low spirits, she knows how to cheer you up. When you are in low spirits, she knows how to. Xiaobao, what is that compass used for? Is it a compass? Wang Wan interrupted Zhang Xiaobao again. Oh, you're talking about that thing? I really don't know much about fortune-telling. I didn't learn anything about fortune-telling back then. There really was a person in there. In the end, he misjudged a department head and was locked up. But I know one thing. That compass corresponds to the water patterns in magnetic fields. Usually, some fortune-tellers would find a compass and put it in a messy place. He thought that it was God's will that he couldn't predict the future. In fact, that place is usually a place with more water patterns. If you don't believe me, you can take a look. As long as you use that thing, you can dig out a coffin in a messy place. The orphanage was like that. They wanted to dig a fixed cellar, but after digging for a while, they found a coffin. At first, they didn't care about it and moved it to another place. You know what a fixed cellar is? It is an underground house built with bricks and cement. It is used as a vegetable cellar. But in the end, they found that it was full of water. The vegetable cellar was 5 meters deep and 5 meters was water. In the end, they couldn't use it. Later, they wanted to make a well, which is a relatively old well. The one that uses leverage and air pressure. It is 3 meters away from the vegetable cellar. In the end, they drilled 12 meters and there was no water at all. Zhang Xiaobao finally recovered from the state he shouldn't be in and started talking about the compass. I know about this. There are some well-preserved ancient corpses. In fact, it is because there is water at the place where they are buried. The coffin itself is sealed well, but the water pressure underground is too high. It presses the water into the coffin and squeezes out the air inside. When the air is gone, the surroundings are sealed again. The water level drops and the water seeps out. The seal is sealed again, and the inside of the coffin becomes a vacuum. When people dig it up, there is no oxidizing effect. The person inside is preserved very well. Wang Wan added. At the same time, she knew why Zhang Xiaobao asked people to use a compass to predict the future when they blew up the well. It wasn't for fortune-telling, but for water patterns. Chapter 117. In Sanshui County, water was flowing out of many wells. Some wells even collapsed, but there was no change in a few wells. The drought was still going on and had not been completely solved. It was just that they did not have to worry about the people dying of thirst due to the lack of water. County Magistrate Chang originally wanted to make a longevity memorial for the two masters on Zhangzhe Zhuangzi, but he was opposed by Zhuangzi, so he could only keep this matter in mind. There were some good things happening in the county. At the same time, some rich people heard that water was flowing out of many wells. They went to take a look and smelled a familiar smell. They thought it was firecrackers, so they went to buy hundreds of thousands of firecrackers. They found a dry well and threw them into it. In the end, there was only a short burst of sound, and then there was no other reaction. Looking at the smoke floating out of the well, they were sure that firecrackers could not be used to blow up the well. After smelling it again, they felt that it was not the same, so they could only give up. Originally, he wanted to find a way to help people get water out of the well to make money. The dock that Song Jinggong was in charge of was still in full swing. It seemed that it would be finished by late autumn. The weather was getting hotter and hotter. Shannon East Road, Hunan Road, Hudong Road, and Guanyi Road all had varying degrees of drought. Guanyi Road was slightly worse, but Shannon East Road and Hunan Road had the most severe drought. Hudong Road was also affected. Fortunately, there were several main rivers in Hudong Road and Guanyi Road, so they might be able to hold on until the arrival of the rainy season. If there was only drought, there was nothing to be afraid of in Hunan Road. Crop failure was inevitable. However, they were able to use the water from the Yellow River. Since spring, there were more locusts in these two places than in other places. At first, the people did not notice it. There were locusts jumping around every year, so this year was not a big deal. Who knew that with the drought, there would be more and more locusts? Some of the bigger ones even grew to 2 inches long. When they flapped their wings, they flew in front of people like little chicks. Seeing these locusts eating the crops, the people lit incense burners outside the fields and kept kowtowing. But no one said that they were going to chase them away, or let their poultry eat them. In the end, the locusts covered the sky and covered the earth. Not only did the people in the prefecture not care, they even reported this matter to their superiors, asking the emperor to issue a decree to build a temple of locusts here. Li Longji clearly knew the danger of these locusts, but he couldn't do anything about it. The other ministers also didn't stop it, except for Yao Chong. He jumped up and down, first promising the emperor that he would take responsibility, then followed the other ministers to threaten him. In the end, he obtained a non-support and non-opposition agreement. He personally went there to check the situation and get rid of those locusts. At this time, Zhangzhe Zhuangzi and Sanshui County also followed suit. The 10,000 dan of grain was divided into 2 portions. One portion was given to Su Si to stop at the market and quietly transport to Hunan. The other portion was given to Erniu to find a cart to transport it to the county seat. The cart took several li to transport it to the county seat. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were prepared to personally go and take a look. It could be considered a trip for the childhood sweethearts. In the end, they were stopped by the people in their family. Usually, when the two of them did something, the adults didn't care. This time they wanted to go out, but no matter what, they didn't agree. They were afraid that the two of them would sneak away, so they arranged for 10 people to take turns to watch over them. When County Magistrate Chung heard this news, he understood that it was time for him to take action. He arranged things in the county seat and took half of the bailiffs to prepare to go to those 2 places to provide disaster relief. In fact, it was to deliver grain. Cherries also hatched a lot of chicks and gave them to the farmers to raise. She took more than 6,000 chickens and Xiaohong's ducks and geese and also set off. Some of the idlers in the courtyard also followed to help feed the chickens and pick the eggs. This time, Cherries and Xiaohong only brought enough feed for the poultry to eat for 2 days. Along the way, they had to choose places with grass or places with a lot of grasshoppers. According to the young master's instructions, as long as the eggs were laid, they would exchange them with the local people. They could buy them with money or with cloth and silk. Even if it was a year's worth of grain, they would exchange them. Some children caught various insects to feed the poultry, but they also gave them eggs. Everything depends on Erniu. Whether or not our family can continue to enjoy this kind of treatment depends on Ernia's response. We have a lot of grasshoppers here. Some are hiding in the mountains. Let's fry them and eat them. Call Danyo back from the county seat and let him try to make a cake. When the time comes, we can exchange the grasshoppers with the children on Zhuangzi. This thing is good. It's high in protein. Make some salt and pepper. After it's fried, we can eat it together. Don't eat the staple food. We can eat grasshoppers every day. I've decided to beat a 5-year-old child when I'm 3 years old. Zhang Xiaobao had been holding back his anger because his family didn't allow him and Wang Wan to go there personally. He waited for others to leave before he started to come up with ideas. Eat it every day? Then you eat it yourself. I won't accompany you. No matter how much protein grasshoppers have, how can they compare to rice and flour? I don't know how you're a liar. Wang Wan also wanted to go out and see what other places in this era were like. In the end, she was locked up at home. She was also depressed. Zhang Xiaobao had no other choice. If he really wanted to run out, it was very easy for him and Wang Wan. However, if he ran away, his family would definitely be worried. It wasn't easy for him to finally have family. He definitely wouldn't do that. Seeing that Wang Wan didn't want to accompany them to eat grasshoppers, he found a compromise. Then how about we use flour to wrap grasshoppers and fry them? What do you think? So you're competing with a grasshopper? Why don't we let them catch more and bake them into powder? We can make some pastries for the children in the village to eat to replenish their nutrition. When we grow up, they can become the most loyal guards. When we expand the territory, when we open up the wasteland, the strength of the seedling protection team will be stronger. Wang Wan heard about 4 deaths in the past few months. She felt a little distressed. There was a Zhuangzi in the Gu family. He was 6 years old, but he died of an illness. Life was really too fragile. At that time, the courtyard sent all the resident doctors and used a tale of ginseng, but it only delayed his life by a few days. In addition to the medical reasons, there was also the children's daily nutrition problems. Healthy children had a stronger resistance to diseases. Usually it was enough to see some children play and exercise, but the intake of protein was less. People nowadays didn't eat grasshoppers unless they were hungry. If it was in the past, grasshoppers would be a good thing. Zhang Xiaobao also knew what Wang Wan was thinking. He thought for a while and said, "It's useless to just eat grasshoppers. When this matter is settled, we can build a school and find some students who failed to pass the exam to teach the children. At that time, 3 meals a day will be prepared. Naturally, the children will be healthier. As for the grasshopper powder, why don't we add our monosodium glutamate and send it to some pancake shops as seasoning? The taste will definitely be different from pancakes or other noodles. We can also add some fish powder. Forget about monosodium glutamate, we can just add something else. Providing raw materials is the least cost-effective. It's better to sell it in our own shop in Sanshui County. It's not a big deal, we can just arrange it casually. It seems that before they come back, the 2 of us will have some free time. Let's think about how to help your father pass the exam. Okay, starting tomorrow, we will find my father to go outside and enjoy the scenery. You have to cooperate. I'm not very familiar with poetry. You have been exposed to a lot of training when you were young, so I will rely on you in this aspect." Zhang Xiaobao wanted his father to take the county entrance examination. He could hint some political and economic ideas but not poetry. "Okay, tomorrow morning we will go out and learn something with your father. We will hint at him then." Wang Wan promised. County Magistrate Cheng Lingxiang set off that night when Erniu came with so many carriages. He had been paying attention to the disasters in those 2 places recently. He knew that if he went there now, he would definitely be recognized and his grade would be raised. With such a large group, it would take at least half a month to travel from Sanshui County to those 2 places. On the other side, Cherries and Xiaohong were also urging the group to move faster. The chickens, ducks, and geese were not very obedient, especially when they encountered water. The ducks and geese always wanted to go in and play. Fortunately, Xiaohong had a smart goose furry. It could understand whatever Xiaohong asked it to do. It was busy, leading nearly 10,000 birds to eat as they moved. The people from the inner courtyard who followed them were also busy. They had to watch the left, right, and back of the group. Otherwise, it would be easy to lose a few birds. This was all money. When they encountered the fields on both sides of the road, as long as there were grasshoppers, Xiaohong and Cherries would lead the birds to eat. With the meat, the birds naturally did not want the grains. They lowered their heads and ran around. As they ran, they could eat all kinds of insects that were chased over. Even if the locusts were flying a little lower, the chickens would jump up and eat them. Half a month later, County Magistrate Cheng's group arrived first. It could not be said that they had all arrived, as the carriages transporting grain were still behind. County Magistrate Cheng was preparing to contact the Prime Minister first, which was Prime Minister Yao Yu. He had already received the news that Prime Minister Yu had also come out of the capital and would be here soon. He was just in time to meet him. The only thing he was worried about was whether the grain would be transported in time. Xiaohong and Cherries were also a little anxious. They were moving slower. The people were fine, but the birds were not very obedient. They always ran to a distant place to take a look, and then continued to move forward with the group. They were already not slow, but they still had to walk for more than 10 days. They did not know if they would be able to see Prime Minister Yu by then. Xiaohong, you lead the group slowly. I have to hurry. Otherwise, when we reach the place and they leave, we will not be able to go back and explain to the young master. At least we have to let that person with the surname Yao know that we have put in a lot of effort this time. As they walked, Cherries was anxious and discussed with Xiaohong. Today was the 3rd watch, tomorrow was the 7th watch. Chapter 118. Okay, Cherries, you go. I'll take care of the poultry here. Cherries, if you really meet the right Prime Minister, aren't you afraid? Xiaohong also knew that she was too slow. She was clear about the situation in Zhuangzi. She was hoping that this time she would be able to secure the position of Baihu. It was not only a matter of money but also status. If the Zhang family said this, then they were people of high status. Therefore, she agreed to Cherries' suggestion. But she was also worried that Cherries would be scared when she went there. That was a high official, very high. Scared? What's so scary about that Yao guy? Is he more powerful than my family's young master and young lady? My family's young master and young lady are just a little younger. Otherwise, would that Yao guy dare to speak in front of my family's young master and young lady? Does he know how to hatch chickens? Does he know how to make fungus? Can he predict when there will be a drought? He's just occupying a good position. Cherries was more extroverted than Xiaohong. She disdainfully asked Xiaohong a few questions. Every time she asked, Xiaohong shook her head. After shaking her head a few times, Xiaohong added, "He won't plant cucumbers in the winter. With the young master behind us, there's nothing to be afraid of." "Yes, there's no need to be afraid of him. Then I'll go first. You have to hurry behind me. You can earn more money for Zhuangzi." After saying this, Cherries got on a carriage. Under the beckoning of the carriage handle, the carriage gradually disappeared from the sight of Xiaohong and the others. In Zhangzhe Zhuangzi it was already dusk. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took the things they had written to see Father Zhang. Father Zhang was not good at managing the family, but he had some knowledge. In the beginning, his ancestors followed the army in one glory. After several generations, he was favored by the family to walk the path of an official. She looked at her sons and daughter-in-law's handwriting, commented on it, and explained to the 2 children what she had taught them yesterday. The day should be over, and there was no need to say too many words to encourage the 2 children. Every time this happened, Zhang Wang clan would listen to the side. She would listen to what she could understand and watch what she didn't understand. Seeing the 2 children's serious appearance and the happy and expectant expression on her husband's face, she knew that her son and daughter-in-law had learned a lot of knowledge. She was happy. "Father, I've been learning for the past few days. I haven't gone out to play with you. Why don't we go out and have a look today?" Zhang Xiaobao was worried about his father's poem during the county-level examination. He had learned what he had learned that day, so he suggested that they go out to play. Usually, Father Zhang was not willing to waste this time. However, these past few days, he had asked someone to watch over his son and daughter-in-law, so his 2 children did not have much fun. He felt a little guilty. After hesitating for a while, he saw that his wife kept winking at him, so he could only agree. The 4 of them brought some snacks and wine. Without calling any servants, they went to the side of the pond where the ducks and geese were kept. There were ducks and geese that returned home late playing in the water. They were all relatively small and were raised by the farmers. The children who were keeping the geese were nowhere to be seen. The 4 of them spread out the blankets they brought and sat around the pond. In the middle of the pond there were snacks and wine. Zhang Wang clan was naturally responsible for pouring wine for Father Zhang. Only the 2 of them drank some wine. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan each held a piece of beef tendon and ground their teeth. Husband, the scenery here is so beautiful. Other places are still dry, but here there is no need to worry at all. Husband, compose a poem for this wife to listen to. Zhang Wang Clan at this time changed from her usual tough attitude and gently said to Father Zhang, "And okay, then I'll compose a poem. Let's drink first and let your husband compose a poem." Father Zhang did not expect that his wife would ask him to compose a poem at this time. He was not prepared at all. He could only drink first and at the same time try to think of what sentence to use. "Xiao Bao, look at those withered flowers. Can you still dye the leaves red?" Wang Wan began to perform at this time with Zhang Xiaobao. The two of them had long planned to help Father Zhang compose a poem during each season. Even if they set a few key points for Father Zhang to remember, it would be easier for him to write it during the exam. Zhang Xiaobao did not know much about poetry. Looking at Wang Wan's lips, he slowly said, "Why dye it red? It's already evening. Even if there are many sorrows in the heart, thinking of the flowers that have long left the branches, even if you urge a horse to travel to the ends of the world, you still have to know that the flowers that have fallen are not so heartless. At least, it will help new peanuts to grow in the coming year." Oh, so that is to say the falling flowers are not heartless. Waiting for them to turn into soil, they can still protect the flowers from blooming? Wang Wan continued. In fact, the two of them wanted to say that the vast and mighty sorrow of parting is at the end of the day. The falling flowers are not heartless. Turning into spring soil, they protect the flowers. However, Father Zhang did not know this. While drinking wine, he looked at the two children sitting there. Suddenly, he heard the words of the two children and an idea came to him. He said to the Jiangwang clan, "Chow, let me tell you. Yes, under the setting sun, there is no need to worry about urging a horse to look to the ends of the world. How can the falling flowers be heartless? Instead, they become spring soil and protect the flowers. Husband is indeed amazing. Before the cup of wine is finished, you have already written a poem. Husband, drink slowly. Let me peel a prawn for you to eat." When the Jiangwang clan heard this, she was happy. Her husband was the most capable. While urging him to drink, she peeled a boiled prawn and brought it to her husband's mouth. Father Zhang's face turned red when he saw Wei Wei, but he did not know how to explain. He could only finish the cup of wine in one gulp and eat the prawn. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan each gnawed on a piece of beef jerky and grinded their teeth. The Jiangwang clan watched as her husband drank the wine and ate the prawn. She said to the side, "Husband's ability is indeed extraordinary. Look, the lotus in the pond has already bloomed. Why don't you compose another poem for me? It will be easy for me to teach you." Okay, husband will compose another poem with wife. Let's drink first. Father Zhang was a little scared. This kind of impromptu poem was not so easy. He prepared to drink to delay the time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan quickly took out the beef jerky in their mouths and looked at each other. Wang Wan spoke first. "Xiaobao, this season is really good. It's already June. In June I heard that the lotus will bloom, but hearing it and seeing it is different. Why do you think?" "Well, I think so. After all, it's already June. The scenery is different from other times. For example, spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Look, the lotus leaves are so big. With so many of them together, it seems like the water and the sky are the same color. It's so green. With the sunset, I think it's redder than the lotus. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaobao knew about this poem and directly hinted at it. Father Zhang was knowledgeable, but he lacked inspiration. Just now, he had been thinking of how to come up with a poem to satisfy his wife. After drinking 2 bowls of wine, he heard his son and daughter-in-law's conversation. Inspiration came to him again. "Madam, listen to your husband. After all, in June, the scenery is different from the 4 seasons. The lotus leaves that reach the heavens are green, and the lotus flowers under the sun are red." No, the last line should be "the lotus flowers under the sun are red." Husband is really different from those people. You can compose 2 poems at once. It's a pity that the sun is about to set. It's really regrettable. Husband, let me make some radishes and dip them in sauce for you to eat. Jiangwang clan praised again. At the same time, she dipped a very small radish in sauce and fed it to Father Zhang. Her eager expression showed that she still wanted Father Zhang to recite a poem. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw their mother's expression from the corner of their eyes. They looked at each other and communicated with their lips. I remember that Du Fu wrote a poem called Sigh of the Summer Night. Why don't we take it out? It's not easy to guide. Wang Wan spoke first. How long is it? Zhang Xiaobao also asked with his lips. 24 lines. Contains a lot of things. Wang Wan replied. Then forget it. I don't have the ability to guide. Something simpler. Zhang Xiaobao immediately rejected after hearing so many lines. Then what should we say? I got it. Little Li's. Wang Wan was a genius after all. She learned more things than Zhang Xiaobao. What? Eunuchs? Zhang Xiaobao tried hard to think. Which eunuch was good? There was one with the surname Sima, one with the surname Zheng, and one with the surname Tang. What eunuch? Don't belittle eunuchs. Li Shangyin, do you remember? Wang Wan reminded. Oh, so it's. What does he do? Zhang Xiaobao pretended to be enlightened. He squinted his eyes and asked again. The sea, the moon, and the pearl have tears. Oh, I have an impression of this. This feeling can become reminiscence. This is not suitable for my father to say to my mother, right? My mother misunderstands easily. Very easily. Zhang Xiaobao knew such a familiar sentence. What nonsense are you talking about? His whole life is reminiscence. Also, the sunset is infinitely good. Wang Wan glanced at Zhang Xiaobao with her big, cute eyes. Oh, you should have said so earlier. Is this also written by him? I know. Look at your husbands. Cuckoo that. Wang Wan trembled when she heard Zhang Xiaobao call her that. She looked at the water and calmed down. Well, when I come to the pond and look at the reflection of the sunset on the water, why do I feel a little sad? This sunset is very good. Unfortunately, it's dusk and we have to go back. Zhang Xiaobao continued. Wang Wan looked at the water and calmed down with difficulty. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao say that it was calm, her emotions fluctuated again. Father Zhang didn't know what his daughter-in-law was thinking. When he heard his son's words, he immediately thought of a poem. This time it was closer to the original. Wife and children in the pond, feeling unwell at night. The sunset is infinitely good, but it wants to be dusk. Chow, what do you think? Good, what husband says is good. Jiang Wang clan was not stupid. Why did her husband say these 3 poems that were related to what her son and daughter-in-law were saying? She looked at the 2 little guys who were looking at the pond as if nothing had happened. It was even more suspicious. Chapter 119. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that something was amiss. If it was another family's child, she wouldn't have said anything, but how could she not know her own child? Her son was a little dependent on his mother. Every day, as long as he came together, he would always come to her side to take a look. If she was awake, he would greet her and kiss her. If she was not awake, according to the servant girls, Xiaobao would always help to tuck in the blanket or quilt before turning around to leave. It was the same at night when she was sleeping. He would first come to check on her, then stay for a while when she was awake. When she was asleep, he would greet her before leaving. This was why she liked her son so much, even though she knew that he was different from other children, who would treat their mother so well when there was a monster in their family. But these 2 children were not bad to her husband either. They were very serious when they were learning. Her husband had said that this was not the first time. If such students were placed in front of any teacher, they would feel that their ancestors were emitting smoke from their graves. They understood as soon as they were asked, and answered as soon as they were asked. The only worry about teaching such students was that there would be nothing to teach them in the future. Who would believe that such children were indifferent when they heard their father recite poems? Thinking about what they had just said, a special thought appeared in the Jiang Wang clan's mind. Husband, after listening to your poem, you don't seem to like the setting sun very much. Why don't you go and see old madam and old master first? This concubine will play with the children here for a while before returning. The Jiang Wang clan ordered Father Zhang to leave. Father Zhang didn't think too much about it. When he heard his wife's words, he felt that it was the right thing to do. He drank another bowl of wine, got up, and walked towards the courtyard where his parents were. One reason was that he really wanted to see his parents, and the other was that he was afraid that his wife would ask him to recite more poems. This kind of thing was not something an ordinary person could do. After Father Zhang left, the Jiang Wang clan said to her son, Xiaobao, tell your mother, What do you mean by a fallen flower is not heartless? Ah, mother, what did you say? Zhang Xiaobao stared blankly at his mother. Her expression was as cute as it could be. Her chubby body, round face, big eyes, and fluttering eyelashes made anyone want to hug her and kiss her. Tell mother, tell me a poem, I want it now. Zhang Wangclan resisted the urge to kiss her son and asked with a sullen face. A poem? What else could it be? Vast and mighty sorrow of parting in the daytime. The whips point east to the horizon. The fallen flowers are not heartless. They turn into spring mud to protect the flowers. That's all, Zhang Xiaobao said helplessly. If it was someone else who asked him, he would definitely play dumb. But since his mother asked, he couldn't bear to do that. Anyway, he had a lot of things to do, so it didn't make much of a difference. As expected, the fallen flowers are not heartless. They turn into spring mud to protect the flowers. This is a real poem. What about the next one? Zhang Wangclan heard her son's words and sighed. Her son was the best in the family. If she told others, who would believe her? Also, her daughter-in-law was just like her son. She hid her talent well. You say it, it's your turn. Zhang Xiaobao nudged Wang Wan. Granny, the next one is actually about another place. Hangzhou's West Lake. There are more lotus flowers there. After all, the scenery of West Lake is different in June. The lotus leaves are green, and the lotus flowers are red under the sun. Xiaobao and I heard other people talking about the scenery, so we made it up. Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao had compromised, so she had to say it too. But she was afraid that others would misunderstand, so she explained it again. Zhang Wangclan didn't want to ask about the third one. She already knew the capabilities of her two children, especially her daughter-in-law, Wang Wan. The fact that the rich family didn't need to buy land had already explained everything. Ever since these two Zhuangzi had two children, they had changed. Their business dealings and all kinds of schemes made her feel scared. The difference from what others thought was that these two children were her own. Especially Xiaobao. If there was something delicious, he would think of her first. If there was something useful, he would also bring it to her first. It didn't matter if they were monsters or gods. As long as they were her children, it was fine. Xiaobao, cuckoo, don't say these things to others in the future. Zhang Wangclan was afraid of losing her children, so she tried to persuade them. Hey, I won't say it. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan replied at the same time. They weren't fools, so they knew what to show to others. That's good. Go back and sleep early. It's hot. So remember to ask Pomegranate to help you drive away mosquitoes. Zhang Wangclan kissed her two children's faces and felt relieved. She wasn't as worried as others. It was good that her children were good. Other people could become prime ministers at the age of 12, so what if her son became prime minister at the age of 8? That person with the surname Gone could be promoted at such a young age. So why couldn't her children be even younger? Isn't it too scary? Zhang Xiaobao asked Wang Wan when he came back. Who are you scaring? You've already done so, so don't think about it this time. The only good thing about the people here is that they're superstitious. It's fine if we're a little more powerful, but we can also increase the confidence of the people in the inner courtyard. You have to know that they don't care whether you're a monster or an immortal. They just want to know whether you can bring them more benefits, both material and spiritual. Wang Wan was very clear-minded. It wasn't like she hadn't met an 8-year-old child who had helped her solve quadratic equations in 3 variables, and it was the kind that did it verbally. Young people weren't just for show. They were really capable people, and there were quite a number of them with an IQ of 160. She couldn't just catch every one of them, right? She could only nurture them. Oh, I'm just asking. I don't want others to worry. Let's sleep first. We still have to study when we wake up. We can't be uneducated. Zhang Xiaobao mainly wanted to find someone to talk to, and Wang Wan happened to fit his requirements. All right, let's sleep. Wang Wan agreed, and the two of them lay on the couch again. 2 hours later, the two of them were once again woken up by Pomegranate, and went to the study table together. Zhang Xiaobao finished grinding the grindstone, and found that Wang Wan was still motionless. He nudged her and asked, "What are you doing? Didn't you sleep enough just now? Then continue sleeping. One more day won't make a difference." Who said I didn't sleep enough? I was thinking about how I can help you improve. I want the kind of fast speed. Looking at you, I know that you'll definitely choose to take the county scholar exam. That's not a simple matter. At least you have to know how to compose poems. You can't just rely on copying. People might not choose a place where you can copy. For example, if you were asked to write about a bug, how would you write it? You can write about anything, whether it's a flat land or a mountain peak. But would people think that it's a bug? That's a B. It doesn't seem to be a perfect classification yet. What do you think you should do when the time comes? Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao's hand to the side and frowned as she spoke. Zhang Xiaobao also understood that if he wanted to learn these things quickly, it wouldn't be easy, especially when it came to poetry. This required a lot of accumulation. When he was young, he had never put in any effort in this area. When he grew up, he had been scamming people. Although he earned a lot of money, he didn't learn the basics. He couldn't say whether it was regret or fate. He wanted to take the county scholar exam, so he could only slowly work hard and accumulate some knowledge. Seeing that Wang Wan was thinking, he asked, "Then do you have any ideas? After all, you learned it yourself, unlike me. I learned all the practical things in prison. Who knows that the most practical things here are the least practical things back then?" "Don't worry, I'm thinking. I got it. Do you know the rhyme of a fisherman?" Wang Wan thought for a while and finally thought of something. "I don't know. Is it a fisherman in a lone boat, fishing alone in the cold river? Don't tell me you want me to draw something? This won't do. I don't have any foundation and am not interested in this area. I might not be able to learn it even if I studied it for a lifetime." Zhang Xiaobao denied. "What drawing? You are talking about the river. I'm asking about the rhyme of a fisherman." "It's the rhyme of a fisherman. It's the rhyme of a pair of couplets. It's the spring festival couplets with horizontal scrolls. The sky is against the earth, and the rain is against the wind. The land is against the sky. Have you heard of it?" Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao. "Yes, I know. I heard a few lines when I was eavesdropping on other people's lectures. I remember this. At the end it's thunder and mist. The sun is against the sky. Am I right?" Zhang Xiaobao immediately reacted. "Yes, it seems like you were very serious when you were eavesdropping when you were young." Wang Wan praised. She had already heard Zhang Xiaobao talk about his childhood experience. Zhang Xiaobao understood this time, but felt that something was wrong. He thought for a while and said, "It's the Tang dynasty now. What's the use of asking me to write couplets? I'm writing poems." "You are so stupid. Are there no couplets in poems? For example, modern poems are strictly required to have a couplet, especially metrical poems. The couplet itself is like that. Do you understand?" Wang Wan knew more about this than Zhang Xiaobao. After all, she was a master's student. No matter what she studied, some things were written in textbooks. Moreover, her family was not ordinary. She had to learn all kinds of things since she was young. Perhaps she did not have the special talent of Zhang Xiaobao, but when it came to basic education, 10 Zhang Xiaobaos added together could not compare to her. Zhang Xiaobao also knew that Wang Wan's family was rich and powerful. She learned a little bit of everything. Seeing Wang Wan's serious expression, he knew that the person who accompanied him here would not harm him. He could only admit, "I don't know. I will listen to whatever you say. At least in this aspect, can you tell me how to practice?" "Yes, it's good to know your own shortcomings. First, recite the couplet of the old man. I could recite from beginning to end at the age of 4. I even won first place in the city's competition. It was not because of my family's power, but because of my own ability." Wang Wan admired Zhang Xiaobao's attitude. He admitted what he did not know. Such people were the most terrifying. They would work hard to learn to regain their self-esteem. Zhang Xiaobao asked sincerely, "Do you still remember? Teach it to me. After I learn it, I will find a way to let my father know." "All right, learn from the beginning. Heaven versus earth, rain versus wind. Niu is on the left and right of the Milky Way." Chapter 120. It was a hot summer day. After lunch, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still lying on the chairs in the courtyard. Pomegranate even specially went to the pond to get a big lotus leaf for them to use as an umbrella to cover their heads. Knowing that the two little ancestors didn't need to be served too much, Pomegranate went to get her wood ears. She had already saved up a lot of wood ears, but Zhang Xiaobao didn't allow her to sell them. Pomegranate didn't know what the little young master was planning, so she just followed his instructions. "It's so hot I can't sleep. Xiaobao, what do you think we should do at this time?" Wang Wan was bored and played with her 2 hands. The main reason was that the weather was too hot, and doing outdoor exercise was not good for the body. Zhang Xiaobao was lying on the side and felt a little bored. It wasn't that he couldn't sleep. If he went into the house and put some ice next to the couch, he could sleep if he wanted to. However, he didn't do much exercise in the morning, so he couldn't just stay here. He had to think of something. Say something, you have a lot of ideas. Wang Wan waited for a while and didn't get a response from Zhang Xiaobao, so she urged him. Zhang Xiaobao was sitting there in deep thought. His little hand was holding his chin, and his eyes were staring straight at the entrance of the courtyard. I got it, let's go swimming. It's cool and can also exercise. You can choose one of the 6 ponds. Zhang Xiaobao finally came up with an idea. Wang Wan also felt that it was a good idea. She got down from the chair and began to look for people to accompany them, especially people who knew how to swim. Otherwise, they wouldn't be allowed to go out. Pomegranate rushed over. When she heard that the 2 little ancestors wanted to swim in the pond, she was frightened and quickly went to discuss it with others. The Jiangwang clan and the 2 ancestors of the family also came, saying that they could make a big wooden basin for the 2 children to play in. Of course, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't want to. They weren't children who didn't know anything. After some bargaining, they finally didn't want to make a wooden basin. The small river in front of the courtyard was specially divided. First, they let the people on Zhuangzi go there to see if there were water snakes. After a while, they used a shovel to dig and get rid of the creatures that could cause harm to the children. They also made a pile of fine sand and put it in. Then they boiled pots of hot water and mixed it with cold well water until it was warm. Only then did they put it in that part of the river. After working for a full 4 hours, they finally finished making an artificial swimming pool for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were shocked. When they saw that the people in the courtyard were busy, they felt that it was a waste of manpower. A kind of warmth lingered in their hearts, especially Zhang Xiaobao, who kept smiling. As he smiled, his eyes turned red. Xiaobao, let's go. We can go play now. Tomorrow will be better. Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao's hand and led him to the middle of the river. It would be nice to have a pair of sunglasses, Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan, who was floating in the same position as him, while lying on the water. Wang Wan wasn't like Zhang Xiaobao, who didn't wear anything and just floated like that. Since she came here, she asked Cherries to make underwear and a large underwear for her. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she also felt uncomfortable under the sun. She raised her hand and wiped the water on her face. Only then did she feel a little cooler. Then she said, "It would be best if the sky could be cloudy or cloudy. From today onwards, we can play in the water for the whole summer and autumn. Every part of our body can be trained and our lung capacity can be increased." Think so too. It's a pity that the place is a little small. If it really doesn't work, we can build a swimming pool. You lie down, I'll go down for a while. As Zhang Xiaobao said, his body sank. He swam between the water and the ground, which was not comfortable at all. As long as he stood up, the water was just up to his neck. It was so shallow. Pomegranate followed Zhuangzi to the water. A person who was good at swimming watched from the side. At first, he thought that the 2 young masters just wanted to play in the water. Who knew that after the 2 little ancestors entered the water, they swam in all kinds of postures. The person who was good at swimming was confused. He had never heard that the 2 young masters could swim. Could it be that they practiced when they were bathing? Pomegranate didn't think so much. No matter what the 2 young masters did, she could accept it. Not to mention swimming, she felt that it was reasonable for them to fly in the sky later. At the same time, Pomegranate also felt relieved. She didn't need to worry about the 2 little ancestors. They were different from other children. Even if they fell, they would never cry. At night, they even knew to use wine soaked in medicine to rub themselves. Wang Wan lay down for a while and also swam back and forth a few laps. When she was tired, she lay down on the water with Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Xiaobao, let's play with the couplet. You're bad at this. You say the first line, I'll match the second line." "Okay. My first line is swimming fish in the water." Zhang Xiaobao worked hard to learn. If there was an opportunity, he naturally wouldn't let it go. "Then I'll match the second line. Walking beasts stare at the shore of the pond." Wang Wan immediately matched. "My first line. Green leaves Weiwei reflects the sunshine." Zhang Xiaobao matched the first line. It was simple, he just had to randomly say one. My second line. Green worm pupa and pupa together at night. Wang Wan found it difficult to match the second line, but she still managed to match it. The toad in the field lies down. The child on the ridge chases. The cunning rabbit builds its nest in the forest. The clever fox hides under the tree. Say it, the first line. Why aren't you saying anything? Wang Wan was still waiting when she saw Zhang Xiaobao turn around and dive into the water with his face down. Hurry up and say it. Wang Wan reached out and touched Zhang Xiaobao. Say what? Pomegranate, bring some beef jerky for Cuckoo to eat. Zhang Xiaobao stuck his head out and shouted at Pomegranate, who was on the shore. Pomegranate turned around and left. Wang Wan didn't know why, but she touched Zhang Xiaobao again. Why did you bring me food? I'm not hungry. Match the couplet. You're not hungry? If you're not hungry, why do you always eat me? When I say fish, you get a beast to watch. When I say tree leaves, you say worm. When I say toad, you say child. When I say rabbit, you say fox. I'm eaten by you. What else do you want to match? That's not right. Zhang Xiaobao complained. This was too much of a bully. How can you play with me like this? I won't eat you, okay? I'll protect you. Hurry up and match. Wang Wan didn't realize that she was talking about eating Zhang Xiaobao's food. She laughed and sank into the water. She swam up and held Zhang Xiaobao's stomach to persuade him. Zhang Xiaobao sighed. It's useless to just talk about the first line. Go back and slowly practice it. Language is something that needs to be accumulated. It can't be learned overnight. Later on, let's go to the school that was just built 2 days ago and see how the two teachers are teaching. Don't delay the children in Zhuangzi. If it's not good, we can change. We don't need to go, right? Once the two of us arrive, the two teachers will be nervous. Even if they teach well, it's easy to make mistakes. Wait for the children to learn for a few more days. We can ask them what they are learning and test them to see how well the two teachers are teaching. Wang Wan said as she turned her body and rested her head on Zhang Xiaobao's stomach. Zhang Xiaobao put his hands behind his head and let his ears out of the water. He thought for a while and said, That's fine. Then let's wait for a few more days. Let's give the two teachers some time to adapt. It seems that the children in Zhuangzi like to study. No one sneaks out to play. It's better than the children in Zhuangzi. It's not like what you said. I liked to study when I was young. I always learned faster than the other children. I even skipped grades. No matter how hard my classmates worked, I was always the first. Wang Wan retorted. Yes, you are a genius. It's a pity that you didn't major in law. Look at how good you are studying physics. Maybe you can even become an academician in the Academy of Science. You can use it here. Zhang Xiaobao said as he yawned. The two of them chatted like this. The person who was good at swimming on the shore was stunned. He looked at the young master who was being used as a pillow by the young lady, and could even talk with his arms under his head. His body was not heavy at all. If it was him, he could also do it deliberately. However, the young master looked so casual. It could only be said that the young master was not afraid of water at all. Instead, he was very familiar with it. He looked at the young lady Cuckoo again. How did she practice? Could it be that she was like those babies who could float on the water during a flood and not sink? It was 1 in a million. At this time, Pomegranate also came back with something. Not only did she bring beef jerky, she also brought some fruit juice. She followed the young master and young lady's instructions to make 2 cups. There was a thin pole connected to the cups. According to the young master, it was called a goblet. The fruit juice was placed in the goblet. A thin bamboo tube was inserted into the goblet, and one could drink it with one's mouth. The only difference was that the young master and young lady complained that the goblet was not transparent. It was different from what they said. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had swum enough. It was not good to stay in the water for too long. They swam to the shore and lay on the chairs that were moved here. They picked up the fruit juice and drank 2 mouthfuls. Looking at the fields in the distance, they really had a special feeling. Xiaobao, do you think that the fields of the ordinary farmers near our house had a bad harvest this year? If we go and buy them, will they sell them? I'm not saying that we will drive them away after buying their fields. What I mean is that we will connect those fields with our own and let them become farmers. We are different from other owners. We will not exploit that little bit of food. We can provide them with new ways to become rich. After the fields are taken, they can be unified and the output can be increased. They can also do some things in the winter. For example, they can find new technologies in the future and build greenhouses. That piece of land is not bad. Especially a very low-lying place. The area is not small. We can make an artificial lake. When the time comes, we can work together with the restaurant. If they don't want to stay in the restaurant, they can set up tents by the lake. Prepare a charcoal fire for them and let them barbecue by themselves. Gentlemen stay away from the kitchen because they can't bear to kill, not because they can't cook. Wang Wan had a piece of beef jerky in her mouth. Her eyes were looking at the place in the distance that did not belong to Zhang Xiaobao and Zhuangzi. She suggested to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao's eyes were also looking in that direction. When he heard Wang Wan's words, he nodded and responded to Wang Wan. Well, what you said is really good. So waste to give it to others. It's just right for us to give it to them. In a while, find someone to ask them if they are willing to sell the land. Tell them that we will buy it and let them cultivate it. We won't ask for more rent. Chapter 121. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan both had an idea and sent someone to ask. At night, the person who went to ask came back, but his expression was not good. He said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Little young master, little miss, I went to ask. Just so happened that they were not at home. There are only a few people who can't make decisions at home. I waited there, and when they came back, before I could tell them why I was there, they told me happily that they had sold the land today for a good price, and that they would not have to leave this place in the future. They would only have to pay 10% more rent than before." Ah, who bought it? Just a bit earlier? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. If he didn't know that when he talked to Wang Wan, Pomegranate and another person in the inner courtyard couldn't say anything, he would have thought that there was a traitor. In reply to young master, I heard that they came from the capital. I heard from those people that a steward came with a few maids and male servants. The steward's surname is Li. I heard that this time, he bought more than 3,000 mu of land in the surrounding area. I didn't hear anything else. The person who sent the message replied to Zhang Xiaobao. Good. Thank you for your hard work. Go back. If you want to sell it, then sell it. Zhang Xiaobao didn't have any other choice. The other party was one step ahead, so his and Wang Wan's plan was ruined. It seemed that he would have another neighbor in the future. He just didn't know how he compared to Zhuangzi of the Ge family. After the person left, Wang Wan pouted in disappointment. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Li, this surname is not ordinary. Could he be a relative of the imperial family? That's troublesome. Who knows if they have any ideas about our land? Our family's 100 households are still there. What if they use this as an excuse to annex our land?" Want to annex my land? Dream on. I'll fight it out with them. If they really want to use this as an excuse, then don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll show them what it means to be ruthless. I hope they have nothing to do with Li Longji. Otherwise, I'll interfere. Zhang Xiaobao was also a little nervous. If he wanted to contend against power, he would have to take many detours. Otherwise, a single word from the other party could crush him to death. Wang Wan was worried that Zhang Xiaobao would make a risky move. She asked, "What do you want to do? Could it be that he was going to use explosives to blow people up? That won't do. If we blow them up, our house will collapse too. I'm not going to do such a thing. If someone really wants to buy my land, I'll help them kill the poison. Lime is so cheap. If I buy it, I'll put it in the land and let them manage it. Flush it with water? Then they would be able to rush out of the saline alkali soil and plow the soil? I'll plow in the lime first. If they can think of transporting soil from other places, then they are smart. But it must not rain. If not, the lime will dissolve in the water. It's not easy to manage a piece of land, but there are many ways to ruin it." Zhang Xiaobao was very angry. He could imagine how sad his grandparents and parents would be if someone bought his land. This was his bottom line. It was not easy for him to have family in this life, and they were still alive. He will not allow anyone to bully them. Wang Wan was listening at the side. She finally understood. International swindlers are not ordinary people. They can think of all kinds of bad ideas. If they really bury so much lime, this land will be barren. It's just like what he said. If they want to manage a piece of land, it's too easy to destroy a piece of land. I'm just saying it out of anger. What if they are not from the royal family? We can still wait and see. If they really are, we can just exchange benefits. If it doesn't work, the two of us can go and discuss it with them. If two children go and talk about it, they won't be so difficult, right? After Zhang Xiaobao said some harsh words, he calmed down. He felt that since they were pursuing benefits, then he should give them benefits. They can cooperate and earn money together. Zhou Shihu was like this. It was not a big deal to have one more. When the time comes, they can borrow each other's strength. Making enemies was not the goal, but the essence was to pursue benefits. The wise men united, borrowing strength to fight strength, using money to make money. Monopolies are not suitable for the era of power. Giving out something can be exchanged for something else. Wang Wan felt that Zhang Xiaobao's suggestion was not bad. If someone really came to snatch the land, they should give some skills. We can't give out fungus. This thing is too precious. Give out the method of growing cucumbers in winter. I'm talking about what if those people really have a background and want to take over our land? Yes, if the worst really comes, give them this method. Not only them, but also the other big families in the capital. At that time, we don't need to plant anymore. We can just wait to buy it and eat it. We can study other things. After all, Zhang Xiaobao was not a child. He had to endure. Sometimes it was not a bad thing to suffer losses. The two of them first prepared for the worst. The rest was simple. No one knew that when the other side just bought the land, there were two children who analyzed some possible situations and found a way to deal with them. After waiting for another day, Zhang Wang, Gu San, and Zhuangzi's main family also knew about this matter. They did not think as comprehensively as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They only thought that this was a relatively normal thing. Zhang Xiaobao asked people to buy 100 taels of quicklime the next day. Everything depended on the Li family's reaction. If they were too greedy, Zhang Xiaobao would have to fight to the death. If they could be reconciled, the quicklime could be used for disinfection and construction. Although the lime was only slightly dissolved in water, it was still very lethal, especially to the soil. Could even harden the soil. The good thing was that it could be used in dry and humid places. When it was mature, it could even be used to treat some diseases. Only Wang Wan could understand Zhang Xiaobao's actions. But the family did not know. When everything was ready, Zhang Xiaobao was relieved. Wang Wan, however, was lost in thought. Wang Wan, what are you thinking about? Read the book. At night, Zhang Xiaobao had already turned the pages of the book. When he found that Wang Wan's eyes still did not change, he touched Wang Wan with his arm and asked, "Turn the page. I haven't read it yet. I'm helping you think of a way to make money. You bought so much quicklime. In case you don't need it, you can't throw it away. Moreover, it will absorb the water in the air for a long time and become the quicklime." Wang Wan did not read the book at all. The things bought with 100 taels of silver were piled up in several warehouses. She could not let these things go to waste. The quicklime was like an atomic bomb to her and Zhang Xiaobao. If they could use other ways to solve the problem, they absolutely could not take it out. But at the same time, quicklime could be used in other aspects. In addition to drying, disinfection, building houses, painting walls, and other applications, the most direct application was welding. She was also thinking about this. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's voice, she said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Do you think we can make a brazier if we find a jar that is better sealed? Put quicklime and carbon together, and then find a way to turn them into calcium carbide. Then we can use it to make brazier. Then we can make better sealed things in the future. Is there a good sealed thing now? That thing is the one who made the welding." Zhang Xiaobao was not clear about these things. He had not systematically studied these things. The source of all his knowledge was from his own research. But he had never checked this information. When he heard Wang Wan say so many things, he was confused for a while. Then he asked, "How does calcium carbide come out? Does it use electricity? That is to say, we have to study electricity first?" "Why do we have to use electricity? There are two methods. We can use high temperature to heat the carbon and lime. As long as they reach a certain temperature, it will be easy to reach a certain temperature. That is, add oxygen." Wang Wan was clear about this matter and explained it to Zhang Xiaobao again. "Add oxygen? Where does the oxygen come from? I know this too. Heat potassium permanganate, but where is potassium permanganate? Zhang Xiaobao was still full of doubts. In theory, yes. In fact, the most important thing is to reach a certain temperature. We can find a way to make the temperature reach this level. Other people can make steel. Besides the forging method, we can also increase the temperature. For example, we can use the method of blowing charcoal. If we don't try, how do we know if it will work? Wang Wan once again guided Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao still did not understand. He knew about blowing charcoal, but what about the container? Where can we find a suitable container at such a high temperature? Then what are we going to use? It can't be melted by the heat, right? Stupid, of course we use ceramics. What about the pressure? Can ceramics withstand such a high pressure? I know you want to make a container, but I am afraid it will explode. Zhang Xiaobao was now able to follow Wang Wan's train of thought. The pressure is easy to solve. You just need to make the walls of the ceramics thicker. Some parts will break directly, some will explode, and some will remain. As long as there is a little bit left, then our plan can be carried out. If we can get one result out of 1,000 experiments, then it will be a success. Wang Wan also understood how difficult it was to do this, but she did not want to give up until she had tested it. Even if all the experiments failed, she could still gain some experience. Alright then. I'll send someone to get it done early tomorrow. It won't cost too much. If it's really done, I believe it will allow our village to develop even more. Keep it a secret. This kind of technology cannot be leaked no matter what. Zhang Xiaobao did a simple calculation of the cost of firing ceramics. He felt that as long as it was not a famous type of ceramics, the cost could be easily supported. When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she felt that his support for her was not small. She was also happy. She thought for a while and said, "But we can't always use ceramics. When testing the pressure, we can use some of the original materials here to gain additional benefits." "Well, I will listen to you. Just be careful and don't get into trouble." Zhang Xiaobao entered a field that he was not clear about. He could only trust Wang Wan. Chapter 122. In order to make more advanced things, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan asked someone to draw some blueprints the next morning and ordered them to order pottery. When the servant left, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had to study how to increase the temperature. One was to provide air. Neither of them knew how to build a blast furnace. According to the literal meaning, they asked someone to build a big furnace, especially a small building that was more than 2 stories high. The upper part of the building was easy to store some raw materials, while the lower part and the surrounding area were empty. It was specially for putting fuel. There was no coal, so they could only use charcoal. At the same time, in order to increase the temperature, they also sprinkled some cooking oil inside. This was the only way they could think of. Using this method, the refining might fail or succeed, but the biggest possibility was that it would explode. Therefore, this furnace was built in the most remote corner of Zhuangzi. "Xiaobao, do you think it will succeed? What if it can't withstand the pressure and explodes?" No matter how Wang Wan looked at the blast furnace, she felt that it was unstable. Other people's blast furnaces were made with heat-resistant materials. Their counterfeit version was really not safe. Zhang Xiaobao also did not think that it would succeed on the first try. This was not a scam. If it worked, it would work. If it didn't, it wouldn't. There was nothing to discuss, but he still had to do it. "I don't know either. I think the possibility of failure is the highest. It's nothing much. Any progress will end with failure. What I mean is to invite those who are good at making ceramics and let them work harder. Also, there's the blacksmith. It's just temperature and some things to add. Well, ask them to pay attention to safety. There is hope as long as people are alive. If things are gone, it's just a matter of material conversion. For us, it's just a matter of money." Wang Wan also felt the same. Even if they knew that it would fail, they still had to do it. The speed of making things was not slow. A few days later, some equipment was sent. Some were made of iron, and some were made of ceramics. For this, Zhang Xiaobao took out hundreds of bolts of silk, which was only a few dozen taels of silver. It was not much. The experiment also began after the arrival of these things. Accompanied by the sound of explosions, the purchased equipment broke down one after another. For 2 days, other than knowing that no one was injured, there was no other good news. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would take some time to come over every day to take a look. They were afraid that someone would be hurt. It was fine if the equipment exploded. It was just money, but people were very precious to them. As the sound rang out again and again, everyone became numb. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were hoping that one of them would succeed, while the others were doing it mechanically. This was not in line with the nature of scientific research, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had no other choice. They were all here to work, and they couldn't possibly expect them to be scientists. When another explosion sounded, the blast furnace also blew up. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan asked everyone not to go over first. After an hour they came closer to watch. "Little master, all the things are broken, and only this one is left. It's still fine. Can this be used?" A man on Zhuangzi picked up something from the ruins and carried it to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at it and found that it was suitable for an iron furnace. It was sealed well and did not explode. They called a blacksmith and asked, "Why is this still intact?" The blacksmith was more experienced. After checking it, he replied, "The wall of this is a bit thick. It should be made by an apprentice. It was not done well at all." When the apprentice made the seal, his craftsmanship was also a bit poor. He used lead as the seal, instead of directly using the iron method to seal like some good blacksmiths. "Oh, so that's how it is." He used lead as the seal and made the wall thick. Good. Now that the welding can't be done, we can only continue to build the blast furnace. But this thing is very useful. Find the apprentice and let's see. At this time, Steward Zhang heard the little master's whisper and said to the blacksmith. He did not know why the little master wanted such a useless apprentice. His words frightened the blacksmith. He begged, "Steward Zhang, he's just an apprentice. He's not bad at all. He's also very filial. Please be magnanimous and let him go." The blacksmith thought that Steward Zhang was going to make trouble for the child. Even if the apprentice was not Zhangjia Zhuangzi, it was still very easy for such a big Zhuangzi to deal with an ordinary person. For a moment, Steward Zhang did not know what to say. He looked at the little master standing next to him. Zhang Xiaobao felt that Steward Zhang was not coordinated with him, and could not understand his intention. Wei Wei shook her head and waved her hand. When Steward Zhang saw the little master's two movements, he immediately thought about it. What did it mean? Normally it meant to refuse. Of course, the little master and little madam refused. But in the past, the little master and little madam would not do this to others. The two little ancestors never did things that were ruthless. They were good to the people in the yard. They were good to the point that they left oil lamps for the people who kept watch at night and provided at least 4 meals for the people who worked hard. They were also good to the villagers. The gifts given during the holidays were all paid for by the little master and little madam. They were not bad to outsiders either. Those yamen runners actually cared about everyone. Yesterday, they even sent 5 coins worth of ginseng to a yamen runner's house. The yamen runner's father was sick and needed the ginseng. 5 coins. That was bought with 800 copper coins. They let someone ride a fast horse from the manor and rush all the way to the yamen runner's house to deliver the ginseng. The little master could do this, so why couldn't he tolerate an apprentice? This was absolutely impossible. Then why did he shake his head and make a gesture? "Steward Zhang, please do me a favor. That apprentice is the son of an old friend of mine. If you really want to find fault, just find me. I'll take the blame for him." When the blacksmith saw that Steward Zhang was standing there silently, he was really anxious and almost knelt down to beg. Steward Zhang hummed and dealt with the blacksmith while looking at the little master. Zhang Xiaobao was angry. "You, a steward, can't understand the master's intentions? What are you doing?" Usually they would come to his yard at least once a day. If it were xiaohong, cherries or pomegranate, they would have known. Helpless, he could only pick up the charcoal from the ground and write the words Zhao Lai on his clothes. As soon as he finished writing, he blurred it with his hand. This did not affect Steward Zhang's judgment. When he saw the 2 words, he understood. He said to the blacksmith, "Blacksmith AI, don't be anxious. They are not looking for trouble with your apprentice. Look, other people's things are broken, but your apprentice's is fine. They want to find your apprentice and ask him properly. Not only will they not harm him, they will also give him benefits." "Really? Don't tell me they are tricking him here and will deal with him later?" The blacksmith was obviously still worried. Steward Zhang's face darkened and he glared. "Blacksmith AI, what are you thinking? Do you think that I, Zhang Zhezhuangzi, will go back on my words? I wouldn't dare. Zhang Zhezhuangzi has never done such a thing. Very well, when we go back later, I will ask my apprentice to come here. When the blacksmith saw Steward Zhang's expression, he no longer doubted him. There were so many people around, how could Zhang Zhezhuangzi trick someone to come here? In the afternoon the apprentice came. When he came he was still worried. He didn't know what he was going to face. Housekeeper Zhang personally brought him in. First he asked someone to serve him tea. Then he said many words of praise. Steward Zhang, did you ask me to come here for something? The apprentice finally couldn't help but ask the question in his heart. And actually it's not a big deal. The thing you made is not bad, and the master has taken a fancy to it. He wants you to make another one according to this drawing. The seal will still be the same as you thought, with lead. At the same time you have to make it thicker. Come and take a look. Steward Zhang took a piece of paper from the side and drew something on it. He gave it to the apprentice for him to see. The apprentice could understand this, but after seeing it he didn't know what it was for. He looked up at Steward Zhang in confusion. What's wrong? You can't make it? Steward Zhang asked. Yes, this thing is very simple. I can make it in 2 days. But I don't know what this thing is for. The apprentice quickly agreed. After seeing the drawing, he found that it was very simple, especially when he didn't consider how to make the walls thinner. And that's good. This is your wage. Manager Zhang took out 2 big strings of copper coins from the side and put them on the table, making a clattering sound. The apprentice was scared and quickly stood up. He didn't dare to look at the money. It turned out to be 2 strings of copper coins. If it was a normal exchange, it could be exchanged for 2 taels of silver. In terms of spending, it could be 2.5 taels of silver. How could it be so much money to make such a thing? What's wrong? You think it's too little? I'll give you this small amount of silver. Steward Zhang threw a silver bean that was about 5 copper coins on the table. The silver bean fell on the table and kept spinning, making a slight sound. The apprentice couldn't help but look at the silver bean. He clearly knew that this amount of silver wasn't as much as the 2 strings of copper coins, but he still liked the feeling of holding the silver in his hand. Enough. It's not enough, it's too much. Take some of this back. I don't need so much. That amount of silver is already a lot. The apprentice waited for the silver bean to stop spinning and said with a little panic. Steward Zhang nodded with satisfaction. It's enough. Take all of it. Remember to make that thing well. And no matter who asks, you can't tell others how to make it. Except for Zhang Zhezhuangzi, you can't make the same thing for anyone else in your life. You can't do it yourself. Do you understand? Yes. Steward Zhang, don't worry. I'll forget about it once it's done. The apprentice immediately understood that the money also included a seal. Chapter 123. After the apprentice left, Steward Zhang still had a lot of questions in his heart. Why did the young master spend so much money to get someone to do this? Why did he have to seal his mouth? Could it be that this thing was related to something important? After thinking for a while, Steward Zhang still couldn't figure it out, so he had to give up. Thinking that the young master wanted to get a few rabbits, he immediately ordered someone to arrange for them to be bought. He didn't know what was so good about these rabbits. The rabbits were brought first. Zhang Xiaobao called Wang Wan to the place where the rabbits were kept. He said to Wang Wan, "Didn't you always ask why I can dodge the sniper's attack? In fact, there are only 2 reasons. One is that I love life too much. I have to live to fulfill the last wish of the headmaster. So when I encounter danger, I always have a premonition. The other reason is that I learned from an old man in prison. He asked me to watch the rabbits. When the rabbits change directions while running, they give people an illusion. During the process of changing directions, you can feel several postures. One is to move left and right, one is to suddenly accelerate, one is to suddenly stop, and the last one is to turn over." Turn over? Stupid. Usually when rabbits run like this, it's when they encounter danger. It turns over and waits to be caught? In the beginning, Wang Wan listened carefully and nodded from time to time. However, when she heard the later part, she felt that something was wrong. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, "When a rabbit turns over, it's not waiting to be caught. At that time, it's a fight to the death. Whether it lives or dies, it's decided in an instant. When a rabbit kicks an eagle, it can kick the eagle to death. Usually there are 3 situations. One is that the eagle doesn't kick and the rabbit dies. 2 is that the eagle has already caught the rabbit, and the rabbit and the eagle die together. The last one is that the eagle is kicked away. As for whether it would die or not, that would depend on the eagle's body. Basically, an eagle that was kicked by a rabbit wouldn't live for long, even if it didn't die immediately. What I learned was not only how to avoid snipers, but also how to deal with enemies and paralyze them. This time Wang Wan did not refute. She knew about this as well. Although it was rare, if it really did happen, eagle would definitely not be able to survive. Even the weakest thing could kill a strong enemy. This could also be called an asymmetrical war. As long as I have a few atomic bombs and hide them well, you won't dare to do anything to me. The smaller the country, the greater the deterrence. Xiao Bao, what does your master do? They actually let you observe these things? Wang Wan was now curious about the people in Zhang Xiaobao's prison. Nothing much. He's more than 120 years old. He used to be a little monk on the mountain. After that incident, everything was broken. He was also an orphan, so he could only walk around and see. He was satisfied with just a bite of food. After that, he started to read people's fortunes. Oh, so he didn't calculate correctly and was seen through. Wang Wan said. Wrong. He was locked up because he calculated correctly. If he didn't calculate correctly, he would be fined some money. He had to read the fortunes of a provincial capital's executive deputy mayor. In the end, he said that the evils of heaven can be forgiven, but the evils brought on by oneself are the hardest to bear. Zhang Xiaobao explained. He said bad things about others, so he was locked up? If it were me, I would also lock him up. Wang Wan also disliked this kind of thing. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan and shook his head. No, the executive deputy mayor was taken away. There was a set time and place to explain the problem. In the end, the deputy mayor wasn't fighting alone. He had a small family. When the people in the family heard about this, they blamed my master. Why didn't he help when he knew of the danger and sent him to prison? Oh, I see. Forget it. Let's watch the rabbits. Wang Wan couldn't do anything about this matter. If she hadn't come over and knew about this matter, she might have done something. She would only get people out of prison. She couldn't attack people's families. Otherwise, her family would also stop her. After all, she wouldn't get any practical benefits from attacking others. It wasn't worth it to make enemies for no reason. She understood that society was so realistic. From ancient times to the present, from her own country to foreign countries, nothing had changed. When the presidential election could be controlled, what was democracy? Wang Wan observed the rabbits while Zhang Xiaobao asked people to look for coal. This thing had been discovered long ago, but he didn't know where to find it. When it was used, it wasn't very active. However, he wanted it. Heat, happiness, and disaster needed it. Xiaobao, is this rabbit sick? Why doesn't it like to move? I've been staring at it for an hour, and it hasn't moved much. Wang Wan turned to look at Zhang Xiaobao and asked. I'm not a doctor. I don't know if it's sick. There are so many rabbits, why do you have to stare at it? I didn't find you a rabbit to let you learn medicine, but to let you observe how their center of gravity changes when they run. After hearing Wang Wan's words, Zhang Xiaobao felt a little helpless. At the same time, he complained to the housekeeper. Why did you get a sick rabbit? Well, I won't look at it. Let's look at the other rabbits. Let the veterinarian on Zhuangzi come over and take a look. At least it can't die in front of me. It's so pitiful. If it really can't make it, remember to leave the rabbit skin for me. I want to make a small cushion. Wang Wan said with a look of pity. Zhang Xiaobao and Pomegranate heard the whole sentence and didn't know what to say. If they had to use a word to describe it, it would be bloody kindness. Pomegranate had long been numb, but Zhang Xiaobao felt a little scared. After sleeping together for so many days, they were still alive. He had to say that they were lucky. Xiaobao, what's wrong with your eyes? I pity it because it's still alive, but it's dead. Are you still going to pity it? Then don't sleep with me at night. Be careful. Wang Wan glanced at Zhang Xiaobao and knew what he was thinking. She felt that she was not understood, so she said angrily. Zhang Xiaobao naturally understood this principle, so he quickly explained, I don't mean anything else. I just feel that your way is correct. I'm actually thinking that if this rabbit meat can't spread any diseases, we can eat it together with other meat. When rabbit meat is put together with other people's meat, the taste will change. Another morning arrived. The apprentice brought the drawing over in the morning and promised that he wouldn't tell anyone about it, and would forget about it immediately. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief and leave. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew about this matter, they hurriedly ate breakfast and came to the place where the drawing was placed. The two of them looked at it and were satisfied. It's a pity that we don't have corn. Otherwise it would be better to use that to make it. Wang Wan touched this thing with her hand and said regretfully, "But we have rice and soybeans. These two things can also be used to make popcorn. Why don't we make some soybeans ourselves? We can just buy rice from outside and sell it for 1 copper coin per big bag. Isn't that cheap?" Zhang Xiaobao was also happy at the side. Seeing that Wang Wan insisted on corn, he suggested big popcorn. A big bag of rice wasn't much in practical use. However, when it was sold it looked like a lot. 1 bag of rice for 1 copper coin. Not only would people not think it was expensive, but they would also think it was cheap. If they wanted to make more money, they could glue the big popcorn with sugar and cut it into small cubes. 1 copper coin for 2 cubes, which were sweet and crispy. Wang Wan didn't object to Zhang Xiaobao's price. Unlike salt and grains, popcorn wasn't a necessity for survival. If they were willing to buy it, they wouldn't think it was expensive. 1 copper coin for 1 big bag could last them for half a day. It really wasn't too expensive. Now that you agree, we can start to make the popcorn. I don't know how much the pressure resistance of this thing is. Find someone to hide far away and try it. Don't let anything happen. When Zhang Xiaobao saw Wang Wan's expression, he knew that she also agreed to sell the popcorn at 1 copper coin per bag. 1 bag of popcorn was already a lot. It couldn't be 0. 5 copper coins per bag, right? When the popcorn was made, they had to find someone to experiment with it. They asked someone to find a long bamboo pole and insert it into the cradle behind the popcorn machine. They used this to shake it. Every once in a while, they would ask someone wearing thick clothes to pop the popcorn over there to see how the popcorn was. If it was a little off, then they would continue to add time. If it was just right, then they would remember this time. It would be the same in the future. After several experiments, they finally found the right time. No one was injured, which made Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan very happy. After popping more than a dozen pots in a row, they filled 2 gunny bags. Apart from leaving some for the 2 main courtyards to eat, they were given to the farmers to taste. In total, there were only a few caddies of rice. The cost was low, so they didn't care how much they gave away. The person in charge of popcorn knew that it was a secret without needing to be told. He brought the popcorn to his place and wouldn't let others see it easily. The farmers didn't know that the cost of popcorn was low. When they ate the sweet and crispy popcorn, they felt that the main house had given them a lot of money. In their eyes, popcorn became precious. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also had a big box in front of them. Inside was a big box filled with popcorn. Both of them couldn't stop eating. It wasn't because the popcorn was delicious, but because they had a nostalgic feeling while eating. Xiao Hong and the others have been gone for a long time. I don't know if they encountered any trouble. Until now they haven't sent back any news. It's the same for County Magistrate Chang. This feeling of not being able to get any news is really uncomfortable. Zhang Xiaobao put his head into the box. After eating a mouthful of popcorn, he raised his head and said helplessly, "That's right. This information is just information. Whoever has more information, and who has more information in time, will have more ways to deal with it." What's that saying again? Oh, it's what I want to know the most is what's on the other side of the mountain. Wang Wan could also understand Zhang Xiaobao's feelings. What can be used to transmit information quickly? I'm talking about the current world. Zhang Xiaobao said to himself, "Carrier pigeons. Unfortunately, I don't know how to raise one." "I didn't learn how to do that," Wang Wan replied. Chapter 124. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were feeling anxious, Xiao Hong was also feeling the same. Originally, the people they brought were specifically responsible for delivering messages back and forth. Who would have thought that along the way the chickens, ducks, and geese would lay eggs as they ate? Those who had been affected by the disaster were envious. With so many chickens, if they could bring them back, their families would not have to worry about food and drink. They felt that it was impossible to steal a whole group of chickens, but stealing one or two shouldn't be too big of a problem. Thus, along the way there were always people who wanted to steal chickens, ducks, and geese. Those who came with Xiaohong and cherries did not dare to relax for a moment. They took turns guarding the chickens, so that there was no one left to go back and report. Even so, they still felt that there were not enough people. Those who wanted to steal, regardless of whether it was day or night, were looking for an opportunity. Some even knew how to hide and not be discovered, but some actually brazenly followed behind the group, wanting to find a chance to steal. This made Xiaohong feel a lot of pressure along the way. The chickens, ducks, and geese were not lost, but there were fewer eggs. These things did not care where they were. They would lay as long as there were eggs. Those who followed them would steal the eggs or rather snatch the eggs. Xiaohong saw this more than once. Just as her chickens finished laying eggs and were still warm, there would be people following behind to hold the eggs in their hands. When the people on the Zhuangzi asked for the eggs, the people on the Zhuangzi would say that the eggs were his. Why were they still warm? Of course it was because he kept them in his arms. People like them were scared and said that they would report it to the authorities, but they were not afraid. At that time they would have already eaten the eggs. Besides, Xiaohong did not have the leisure to do so. She thought of getting people to beat them up, but seeing how each of them looked like they were malnourished according to the young master, she could not bear to do so. She could only endure it. After hurrying for a while, they finally arrived at their destination, Hunan Province, Luoyang. As soon as Xiaohong arrived with so many chickens, someone came to greet them. The Prime Minister arrived a few days in advance. Originally, he wanted to take a look and organize people to eliminate the locusts. Then, he would capture a few officials to take care of them. After that, he could go back. There were many things in the imperial court that he needed to deal with. But at this time, County Magistrate Chang arrived, saying that he had come himself with 5,000 dan of grain. He wanted to give it to the Prime Minister for free to help with the disaster relief. 5,000 dan of grain was not a lot for such a large place, but it was still hundreds of thousands of caddies of grain. If it was cooked into porridge, how many people could eat it? This was especially true for those who had not harvested a single grain. This was life-saving food. It was a life-saving gift. Normally, with Prime Minister Yao Chang's status, there was no need for him to receive a 7th-ranked county magistrate. But the grain made him moved. When he arrived, there were already people selling grain. The price was 3 times the usual price. If he wanted to arrest them, he would say that they were hoarding. Those people had backgrounds, or they had transported the grain from other places. They spent a lot of money to transport the grain, so the price was really not expensive. Therefore, when County Magistrate Cheng Lingxiang saw the Prime Minister, he trembled and said a few words. Then he began to claim credit for Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. When the Prime Minister heard this, there was no expression on his face, but there were waves in his heart. So much grain was actually provided by a Zhuangzi. In addition, that Zhuangzi had sold a lot of soy sauce to lower the price and was willing to pay to buy a worthless mountain to support Sanshui County. This merit was not small at all. According to the county magistrate of Sanshui County, that Zhuangzi had shown auspicious signs and made meritorious contributions when renting the mountain. He had been granted 100 families' land. Although it had not been returned yet, he had taken out so many things at once. It was enough to offset the taxes of those years. County Magistrate Cheng looked at the Prime Minister's face as he spoke. His expression did not change, but his eyes flashed a few times. He knew that he should put in more effort, so he continued, "Sir, in addition to these, Zhangzhe Zhuangzi also bought a lot of soybeans from outside. There was a problem with the soybeans in Sanshui County. It was all thanks to Zhangzhe Zhuangzi's soybeans that the county was stabilized. Sir, the locust plague is so severe that Zhangzhe Zhuangzi heard about it, and has already sent people to bring over 10,000 domestic animals. They will be here soon to help this place eat the locusts. Those chickens, ducks, and geese are still laying eggs. Who knows how many will be lost along the way." The old master of the Zhang family often says that they cannot disappoint their ancestors. Their ancestors could fight for the country, so they can also share the country's worries. Even if they use up all of their savings, it is worth it. At the very least, they still have 100 families' land. If this land is also taken away, even if they have to farm their own land, they will still do their utmost to do something for the country. Sir, Sanshui County is also suffering from a disaster. There is a great drought. Zhangzhe Zhuangzi gave the little water they had to the neighboring Gu family's Zhuangzi to let them plow in the spring. It is all because of this lowly official's incompetence that I am unable to protect the safety of the people in the county. After County Magistrate Chang said these words, Prime Minister Yao, who had been silent all this time, had no choice but to open his mouth. If it was some powerful family, perhaps doing this could be classified as putting on an act. However, that Zhuangzi was able to take out so many things, no matter what, it could not be said that they were seeking fame or putting on an act. Hundreds of thousands of caddies of grain, and nearly 10,000 domestic animals had all come. The 100 families' land did not seem to be comparable to these things. Those domestic animals that laid eggs with such haste, it was easy to imagine how many fewer eggs would be laid. That was all money. Buying soybeans to stabilize a county, producing auspicious signs, and giving water to others could all be considered fake. After all, he did not see it. However, the grain and domestic animals could not be faked. If there was, there was. If there wasn't, there wasn't. I heard that County Magistrate Chang's county has produced auspicious signs twice. On the 30th day of the previous year, he personally delivered grain and oil to the common people. During the great disaster, he was busy all day. During the spring plowing, he came up with a new type of plow named Yuan. From this, it can be seen that County Magistrate Chang is truly a good official who makes decisions for the common people. Yao Chong was indeed very busy. However, no matter how busy he was, when he received people, he had to have some information in hand. Otherwise, it would not be justifiable. After saying these things one by one, he was quite impressed with County Magistrate Chang. County Magistrate Chang did not feel the slightest bit surprised. He had long known that the imperial court knew about his matters here. All of this was driven by Zhangzhe Zhuangzi behind the scenes. Naturally, he wanted to fight for more benefits for Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. Therefore, he said, Sir, you may not know, but those things given out on the 30th day of the previous year were all sent to the Yamen by Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. As for the Ziyuan plow, this official only mentioned it, and Zhangzhe Zhuangzi's people made it. Without Zhangzhe Zhuangzi, there would not be the current Sanshui County. In the end, County Magistrate Chang said such frightening words. Without Zhangzhe Zhuangzi, there would not be the current Sanshui County. This was not a small matter. Yao Zai responded and did not say anything else. However, in his heart he kept thinking, Zhangzhe Zhuangzi, what kind of Zhuangzi is this? Every matter in Sanshui County seems to be related to Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. Could it be that the Zhuangzi is muddle-headed? Sir, this official still needs to go and help receive those domestic animals. When I arrive, I believe that I will be able to clear out a peaceful place for this place. County Magistrate Chang had said all that he needed to say. At this time he had to leave. And that's fine. Then County Magistrate Chang will have to work a bit harder. Zhangzhe Zhuangzi is not bad. Prime Minister Yao said lightly. These words make County Magistrate Chang happy. The Prime Minister, such a high official, actually praised Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. When Zhangzhe Zhuangzi's domestic animals arrived, that shocking scene would be remembered by everyone. He gave his thanks again and then turned to leave. As soon as County Magistrate Chang left, Prime Minister Yao shouted, Someone investigate Zhangzhe Zhuangzi for me. Ask the commoners and the surrounding villages. Ask the villagers of Zhangzhe Zhuangzi carefully, and see if it is as Chang Lingxiang said. Someone at the door responded and then quickly left, leaving Yao Chong sitting there and carefully thinking about Zhangzhe Zhuangzi's matter. He had already guessed a few things from County Magistrate Chang's words. Zhangzhe Zhuangzi wanted to protect the 100 households' food, but the price was really too high. After doing so many good things, if they were exchanged for money and he wanted to use the 100 households' food to earn it back, it wouldn't be enough even after several decades. Why was this so? Naturally, he didn't know how much importance Zhangzhe Zhuangzi's old master attached to this. He also didn't know that the Zhang family's old master had an incredible grandson. In order to help his grandfather achieve this wish, he had made countless arrangements. One matter after another added up. It could be said that he could turn his hand over the clouds and turn his hand over the rain. Not only could he obtain the benefits of reputation, he also had a lot of money. If he knew that Zhang Zhuangzi was the one who sold the other several 100,000 grains for 3 times the original price, who knew what he would think? If he knew that those poultry had come to eat locusts and lay eggs in exchange for things to go back and operate, how would he evaluate them? These weren't important. What was important was that they had done good things and many people knew about it. Cherries, who hadn't been granted an audience, hadn't been idle these past few days. She paid a visit to a few low-ranking officials and had them pass on a message. When the time came, Zhang Zhuangzi would provide them with a lot of eggs in exchange for things that they didn't need for the time being. When Xiao Hong arrived with the team, Cherries, a few local officials, and County Magistrate Cheng were waiting to welcome them. It was a big scene. Perhaps they were full, or perhaps they felt a trace of unusual atmosphere. Those poultry all obediently lined up in a messy formation under the lead of Fluffy Goose. They swayed as they walked on the road under the gaze of others. There were nearly 10,000 birds lined up for 2 miles. That piece of land made people dizzy. It was really shocking. Some well-informed people knew that these poultry were all owned by the same Zhuangzi. They couldn't say whether they were envious or jealous. How much could the eggs they laid every day be sold for? Stop, Fluffy Goose. Xiao Hong came in front of Cherries and County Magistrate Cheng, and gave the order to the goose at the front. At this time, Fluffy Goose really showed respect. It stopped and called back a few times. Those chickens, ducks, and geese also stopped. This scene was even more shocking than before. Whose chickens, ducks, and geese could be so obedient? How were these still poultry? They were clearly like people. Prime Minister Yao was also watching. He really didn't dare to believe the scene before his eyes. At the same time, he firmly remembered Zhang Zhuangzi in his heart and wanted to see for himself. Chapter 125. In the beginning, the common people in the disaster-stricken area were not willing to help catch the locusts. Some even invited a few larger locusts into their homes. They wanted to raise them, so naturally many of them were raised to death. Prime Minister Yao finally managed to convince the people above and the court officials with great difficulty, but the progress on the ground was not fast. He ordered the local officials to organize manpower several times before there was a slight improvement. Unfortunately, after such a long period of recuperation, the locusts had already increased in number. It made people worry that they would spread to other Taoist palaces. In recent days, the common people had moved to catch the locusts, but the results were not great. Just as Yao Chong was preparing to issue an even stronger order, Zhang Zhuangzi's army swayed and rushed over. This made his heart feel much more at ease. Xiao Hong greeted Cherries and a few officials, then impatiently directed the poultry to rush into the fields or the wilderness. The chickens, ducks, and geese rushed the entire way. Especially in the last half of the day, they didn't eat anything decent at all. With the lead goose in front of them as an example, one by one they directly rushed forward. Especially those chickens, they spread out their 2 legs, lowered their necks, and flapped their wings. They ran very fast. Whenever a locust appeared in front of them, they would take one down. Their small mouths moved, their necks extended, and a locust was swallowed into their stomachs. Those flying locusts were not in a hurry to chase. They only wanted to eat the ones in front of them first. The local people usually gathered to catch locusts at night. They lit a fire, and the locusts would desperately throw themselves into the fire. During the day, the only tool they had was a bag in front of a long pole. They used this to catch the locusts. In the beginning, the speed was a bit faster, but as the number of locusts in the bag increased, they had to deal with them. Naturally, it would take quite a bit of time. These chickens, ducks, and geese were different. Once they caught them, they would eat them directly. If those locusts flew in front of the poultry team and continued to fly, they could be considered lucky for the time being. Those that flew in the wrong direction directly fell towards their natural enemies below. Without waiting for them to land, they would be eaten from the air by these sensitive poultry. Humans and some animals had to rely on stomach acid to digest their food. Poultry, on the other hand, had to grind their food with peons. There was sand in the peons that they usually ate, so their digestion speed was much faster. Some of them even pooped while eating. Especially when they were rushing all the way, they were always in a half-hungry state and had lost a lot of weight. At this time, seeing that there was so much food to supplement them, they ate with all their might. The need for food had reached an almost abnormal level for these domestic fowls that were raised like this. It could eat 2/3 of its body weight or the same amount of food in a day. One could imagine the number of locusts that such a large chicken would need to eat. There was a chicken that was already powerful enough to fly more than 2 meters high. When it ate the locusts, its body also consumed energy. After only half an hour, the chickens, ducks, and geese had become small dots in people's eyes. They passed by the fields, and there were not many grains on them to begin with. People did not eat such things, but there was a lot of meat in front of them. At the same time, wherever they swept, they could not find any locusts. Occasionally, there would be a few pieces of locust's wings that were not swallowed, mixed in with the chicken feathers and blown away by the wind. The prime minister, the officials, and the people who came to watch the show were all shocked by this scene. So many poultry rushed over and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Not only did they eat the locusts, but they also left a lot of feces along the way. Seeing this, the people were happy. They would save a lot of trouble in the coming year, and would not have to waste time looking for fertilizer. When Cherry saw this scene, she remembered that it was the young master's order, and immediately started to recruit people from among the people. Under the supervision of the people who came from the inner courtyard, she recruited some people to be responsible for picking up eggs. Every 50 eggs picked up, they could take one home. This could be accumulated. If they picked up 50 eggs in one go, they could directly exchange them for one egg. If they picked up 150 eggs in 2 days, they could also exchange them for one egg after a few days. Or they could not exchange the eggs and directly exchange them for other things. Cherries would think of a way to get them. There were nearly 10,000 poultry, except for a few males, and the rest were all females. There were also many roosters on Zhuangzi, but they were not sent. Usually they could lay more than 6,000 eggs a day. Because of the good food now, they could break through the 7,000 mark. The price they had to pay per day was less than 200 eggs. Originally, Cherries was afraid that the people would not be willing to do it. After all, to pick up the eggs, they would need the poultry to lay them. However, she could not imagine the extent of the people's demand for food. The drought was a foregone conclusion. Even if all the taxes and levies were exempted in the autumn, the local people would not have a good life. Usually they had nothing to do, so they followed behind. Even if they exchanged one egg every 2 days, they would have 15 eggs in a month. These eggs were not much in the past, but in the current situation it was not a small amount. When they heard the price Cherries offered to exchange for other things, the people chose to keep the eggs. The price Cherries offered was the usual exchange rate, but not the price that the people were in urgent need of food. It didn't take long for Cherry to find 100 people. The others who came later didn't have a chance. If there were too many people, they wouldn't be able to get an egg even after a few days. These 100 people were selected from whichever family had the toughest life. That family was chosen. The others who were not selected did not complain when they felt bad. They came from afar to help, and they found the people who lived the worst life. They wanted to scold them, but they could not. They also had their own methods. It was not a big deal that they did not get to pick up the eggs. They began to go to other places to catch locusts. Even the children at home helped. Some of the plants that did not grow food were cut down and made into simple chicken nests. They found Cherries and the others to discuss. When night came, they would let the poultry come here to sleep. They even provided locusts for supper. Xiaohong, Cherries, and the others were puzzled. They did not understand why these people were so kind. Some people in the inner courtyard came to explain. They said that these people were thinking about the feces. Because this year's harvest was destined to be poor, some livestock owners had to sell their livestock in order to survive. If people ate less, the local fertilizer would be much less next year. In order to have a good harvest next year, they had to think of ways to save feces and wait to be composted. Hearing this, Xiaohong, Cherries, and the others pitied the local people, even if they came to help and make money. Cherries was one of the first people to follow Zhang Xiaobao. She was bold and responsible. She immediately gave orders. Have someone return to the farmstead on a fast horse. Have the farmsteads transport the farmstead's poultry that are also about to lay eggs back here at the fastest speed. Bring the half-grown chicks as well. Tell the farmsteads to compensate them with one egg every 2 days. Send all of them here? Compensation? Miss Cherries, this compensation is a little too much. They don't need to raise them so they can save a lot of food. Hearing Cherries' order, A person in the inner courtyard felt that the main family had paid too much. He also knew that the reason why they did not send those poultry here was because they were afraid that it would be difficult to settle the account. In Zhuangzi, there were 234 households in Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. 196 of them raised chickens, ducks, and geese. They were all hatched by cherries. Now it was just the first 2 batches that could lay eggs. Listen to me and do as I say. I'll take care of everything. That's not how the accounts are calculated. Farmers raise chickens to get eggs, not to save on feed. They have to be compensated. Hire a carriage and move fast. There's still a lot of land here. It's impossible to eat all of it with just these chickens and ducks. Cherries had already been authorized when she came. She was the most powerful. No matter what decision she made, others had to follow unconditionally. Even if she said to kill all the poultry, others had to do it. If she did something wrong, the young master would take care of it. However, no one dared to disobey. She would beat them up first and bring them back to the main family. Seeing that they could not persuade her, the people in the inner courtyard had to obey. They found a few horses and took another person. At the same time, they changed to a Mercedes-Benz and quickly went back to prepare a carriage and gather the poultry. When the 2 thought of the more than 200 chickens, ducks, and geese in each household, they felt a headache. How many carriages would they need to find to transport them? Looking at the 2 people in Zhang Zhuangzi's swift movements when they jumped on the horses and their horsemanship, Yao Chong glanced at the personal guard beside him. The personal guard immediately said, "Master, those 2 people must be from the military. Looking at the way they jumped on the horses just now, they must have at least 10 years of experience. Looking at their posture when they were riding the horses, they must have been in battle." "Yes, I heard from County Magistrate Chang that Zhang Zhuangzi found some people in the inner courtyard. It seems that these 2 were found later. These people usually do some chores, but they can charge and break through the enemy lines at critical times. Go back and check which place they are from. These 2 people are not old yet. Someone must have benefited from them." Yao Chong seemed to be talking to himself. When the dust settled after the 2 left, he turned his eyes to the poultry that he had eaten all the way back from another place. He said to the official beside him, "Record this down. Tonight, I will submit a memorial to the Zhuangzi and Zhang family of Tuqiao village in Sanshui County, Fengzhou. Help the old man of the Zhang family this time. He put in so much effort to get grain and poultry. The local people and officials are all watching. Can't be hidden even if you want to." Yao Chong really did not understand why Zhang Zhuangzi valued the 100 households so much. Since that was the case and they had helped him a lot, he should give them some benefits. If he forced it, it would chill the people. The 10,000 chickens, ducks, and geese were not just for show. The surrounding prefectures and counties would know and send people to invite them to eat the locusts. "Master, I feel that Zhang Zhuangzi is doing this on purpose. He is making a big fuss to force you to give him a reward. Why don't we postpone it?" The official also knew that this matter was troublesome. Zhang family and Zhuangzi were using righteousness to pressure others. No one would feel comfortable in this situation. "Don't talk nonsense. They moved first. At that time I was not here yet. Everything will depend on what the people who went to investigate have to say." Yao Chong was even more confused. Chapter 126. One day later, the 2 men sent back by cherries arrived in Zhuangzi. They were only a little slower than the 600-mile rush. They first found the steward and told him about the matter. One of them couldn't help but raise an objection. The steward naturally went to find the young master. Zhang Xiaobao was playing Go with Wang Wan. He was bullied again and again, but he still enjoyed it. "Young master, Cherries wants to transport all the domestic poultry raised in the villages in Zhuangzi. Of the 2 men who came back, one of them is absolutely not allowed to do so. What do you think?" Steward Zhang watched the young master play a Go piece and said. Wang Wan was about to play a Go piece when she heard the voice stop. Zhang Xiaobao turned to look at Steward Zhang. He thought for a while and said, "Let the one who raised the objection stay in Zhuangzi. He doesn't need to go back. Send someone else to replace him. According to Cherries' arrangement, it has to be fast. Well, give those 2 men 2 kilograms of oil." Steward Zhang didn't understand. Was the young master satisfied with the one who raised the objection, or was he not satisfied? Keeping him here obviously meant that he wasn't satisfied. Why did he give him oil? Young master, the master doesn't have to accommodate his subordinates. What are you? Steward Zhang thought the young master felt that it wasn't good to keep him here and wanted to make up for it. He had to teach the young master how to treat his subordinates. Kindness wasn't the right thing to do. Zhang Xiaobao signaled for Wang Wan to continue playing. He turned his eyes back to the Go board and said to Steward Zhang, I'm not rewarding or punishing him. I just feel that he will disturb cherries. I'm rewarding them because they worked hard. In the future, arrange a new position for the one who raised the objection. He's not suitable to work with others. Then what position is suitable for him? Steward Zhang couldn't understand the young master's words and asked. That's good. There are many things that you need to take care of. I'll teach you some things. That person is suitable for the position of supervisor, which is the position of censorate. He doesn't need to be correct every time, as long as he can think from a different perspective. There is no such position in Zhuangzi now, but there may be one in a few days. Zhang Xiaobao was in a good mood and gave Steward Zhang some advice. Steward Zhang thought about it and agreed. When he felt that the little Gongzi had thought it through thoroughly, he asked a little worriedly, Little Gongzi, what if this person thinks that he did something wrong and doesn't dare to speak up in the future? In fact, what he wanted to say was that this person thought that he had been punished and became timid from then on. Wouldn't that mean that there was one less useful person? That can only mean that he still needs to learn more. A person who can change at any time is not useful. Let him do more things and practice more. Zhang Xiaobao saw Wang Wan put down a chess piece, so he also put down a chess piece and said to Steward Zhang at the same time. Steward Zhang didn't have anything else to ask. While admiring the little Gongzi's ability, he went back to help arrange things. There were so many poultry that it was impossible to transport all of them with just a few carriages. They had to find more from other places. More than 2 hours before the two people arranged by Ying Tao returned, two people arrived at the Zhang family's manor. One was a man and the other was a woman. Both of them were less than 30 years old. They also rode 4 horses. As soon as they arrived, they released their horses to a family and asked them to help feed them. Along the way, the two people saw that many of the fields in Zhuangzi were short of water. However, when they arrived at Zhuangzi of the Go family, they found that the crops in the fields here were growing well. It was as if there was no drought, which made them very surprised. When they crossed the small bridge, they first sighed at the restaurant downstream that should have been built in the water. When they saw the rice seedlings in Zhuangzi of the Wang family, they were not only surprised, but also felt that they were dreaming. The rice seedlings grew messily in the fields. They should not have been growing well, but they were so lush. Compared to the rice seedlings in Zhuangzi of the Gu family just now, it was like comparing a strong man and a thin beggar. The two people thought at the same time, no wonder the Lord asked us to come here and check. The difference between the rice seedlings in Zhuangzi of the Zhang family and Wang family can be felt from the rice seedlings. The two of them remembered their mission this time. They followed the ridges and walked into the depths of the manor. When they arrived in front of a house, they saw a 6 or 7-year-old child kneeling in the middle of the courtyard. His face was facing the outside of the courtyard, and at the same time he saw the two of them. Child, why are you kneeling outside? Did you break something in the house and get punished? Talk to me, I'll give you money to buy a new one. The man of the two people asked first. According to the many things he had encountered, this child must have broken something. After asking, he waited for the child to thank him. However, the child who was kneeling there looked at the two of them, curled his lips, and did not give them a single cent. When the man saw this, he was stunned. He took out a few copper coins, shook them in his hand and said, Are you afraid that I'm lying to you? Do you see this money? Take it. As he spoke, he threw the money over, and it fell right beside the child. It was unknown how he used his strength, but the child could reach the place where the copper coins fell and did not roll elsewhere. The child smiled and did not pick up the copper coins at all. He asked the two people, Tell me, what do you want to do here? One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. I advise you to leave quickly. The Wang family's Zhuangzi is not that easy to enter. The man was choked by the child's words. He turned his head to look at his companion. The woman quickly said, Child, we are not bad people, I know you are good people. You came to my house when you had nothing to do and saw me kneeling here. You thought that I broke something, so you gave me some money to cheer me up. Then you asked me something you wanted to know. I am very grateful to you. I answered whatever you asked me, stupid. After answering you, I would have to kneel here for 10 days to half a month. I have seen a lot of people like you. Have you ever seen a bad person call himself a bad person? When you enter the prison of the Yamen, you will probably cry injustice. What I said just now has told you a lot of things. Hurry up and leave so that you can give an explanation when you go back. The little boy didn't wait for the woman to finish her words and continued. The two of them felt that they weren't facing a little boy, but an old fox. Of course, they were not willing to leave like this. The woman smiled. Child, you are so smart. Did your parents teach you? What a pity, your parents must not have taught you well. Can you read? Well, let me tell you something. I can read, but I can't recognize many words. Because I made a lot of mistakes, I was punished to kneel here. The headmaster said that I always wanted to play when I was in school. Are you satisfied? Let's go, I'll tell you something else. The man and woman were really frightened by the child in front of them. It seemed that he knew everything. The man had to ask again. What did you tell us? We don't know anything. Play dumb? The first thing I want to tell you is that this little child, must have been taught by someone to be wary of people like you. The second thing I want to tell you is that the little children of the farmsteads can go to a teacher to ask for knowledge. You will think, why would a child like me be so vigilant on Zhuangzi? Also, the farmers can go to school. Who built this school? Think carefully and you will be able to guess how many things the farmers will give to the teacher. As the child spoke, he stood up and rubbed his legs. When he felt comfortable, he knelt down again and continued to lower his head. The two people outside felt as if they had seen a ghost. How could this be? Could it be that someone deliberately arranged this? Child, how can you still stand up? Aren't you being punished? The woman wanted to find a place to break through. Yes, I am. Think carefully. Why do I have to go to school? Who found the teacher for us? Did they want to punish me until I can't stand up? When I was talking to you just now, I thought about one thing and stood up to rest. Now I am thinking about the second thing. The child spoke with a proud face. Then can you tell us about it? The man continued to ask. The child shook his head. Look around Zhuangzi yourself. Don't expect to ask others. The farmers of Zhuangzi, Zhang family and Wang family won't say. Look around as much as you can. When the two people saw that the child was unwilling to say anything, they could only give up. Of course, they couldn't go in and pick up the copper coins that they had thrown over. Following the child's instructions, they turned around and left, preparing to personally look around Zhuangzi. As soon as the two of them left, the child who was kneeling there suddenly stood up. He had no time to care about the copper coins on the ground. He first ran into the house and said to his parents, "There are people from the outside who came to the farmstead to inquire about things. I told them to go and see for themselves. There's no need to tell the master. Those two look like rich people. Go quickly. When you are done, go back to school. Study hard and don't let the master worry." The child's mother stopped her needlework and said to her child. The child turned around and ran towards the master's house. After thinking for a while, he went out of the door and turned back. "Mother, you tell them. I will keep an eye on those two people." When the child ran away again, the mother picked up the first aid tool at home and pulled the bell. When there was a response from the other side, she told the story on another bamboo tube. The two people didn't know that the news in Zhuangzi had spread so quickly between the Zhang family and Wang family. As they walked, they suddenly felt that something was wrong. The whole Zhuangzi was too quiet. Other than the croaking of frogs, they couldn't see anyone else, let alone hear voices coming from the courtyard. Chapter 127. Jade is worthless if it is not carved. If one does not learn, one will not be righteous. The three principles are the righteousness of the monarch and his subjects. A man and a woman were walking in this quiet environment. Just as they were feeling uncomfortable, they suddenly heard a voice in front of them. They listened carefully and found that it was a group of children talking. As they walked closer, they could clearly hear what the children were saying. The two of them listened, and the more they listened, the more shocked they became. What was this thing? When the three words were put together, it sounded catchy and seemed to contain a lot of knowledge. It seemed that this was the school that the child who was kneeling in the courtyard was talking about. Where did they find these teachers? Why haven't I heard of the things they teach? The woman listened for a while. It seemed like she was talking to herself, but it also seemed like she was talking to the man. I've never heard of it either. I feel that Zhuangzi is different from other places. Everything makes people feel puzzled. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be no one on Zhuangzi. But look, let alone people, there isn't even a dog. The man also couldn't understand what was happening. This wasn't Zhuangzi, but a place where people could be eaten at any time. It was full of mystery. Even the children were different from other places. Naturally, they didn't know that someone had already notified them in advance. The people on Zhuangzi were all called back. If one looked carefully, they could see that a few large tools were thrown in the field because they weren't easy to carry. What the children were reciting was the three-character classic. Zhang Xiaobao didn't know it, but Wang Wan remembered it clearly. 2 days ago, she changed some of the content and had someone send it to the school. When the teachers saw it, they were shocked. Don't look at how easy it was to memorize and recite. If one really wanted to understand it, there was a lot to learn. Even if one became an elementary scholar, they would still be able to learn from it. The teachers who failed the imperial examinations wanted to know who wrote this book the most. However, no matter how they asked, the people who sent the three-character classic said that they didn't know. This made them feel admiration and anger. The only thing they could do was to understand the three-character classic and teach it to the children on Zhuangzi. In the main courtyard of Zhangzhe Zhuangzi, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were instructing people to build a swimming pool for them. It was 5 meters wide and 10 meters long, which was the size of a swimming pool. First, they asked people to dig a hole. It couldn't be too deep because their parents wouldn't agree. But it couldn't be too shallow either. It had to be 1 meter deep with sand and water. Xiaobao, you've cheated so many times. Have you never used cement? Wang Wan stood at the side of the construction site and watched as the people dug and flattened the surrounding walls of the pool. She felt that it was better to use cement, so she asked Zhang Xiaobao. I heard that it's burning stones and adding some lime or something. It should be like that. Then it's burning again. After that, it becomes cement. Why do you have to use cement? If you really want a good swimming pool, you can just use those big blue stones. When we make more money, we can go there and transport marble. Zhang Xiaobao said some things, but he still didn't say how the cement was made. He changed the topic and led Wang Wan to think about natural stones. Wang Wan laughed at his answer. It's fine as long as you say you don't know how to make it. Why do you have to use blue stones and marble? You don't need to be so extravagant. There's a better place than that small river. You can fill it with water and let the sun dry it. It won't be cold and you can also save firewood. Well, I don't know how to do it. I don't have the opportunity to learn. It's not shameful. Look at their speed. They can probably finish digging the hole before noon and fill it with sand in the afternoon. When it gets cold, it will be our training place. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care whether they could make cement or not. It seemed to be burning various things together. When they had more money in the future, they could find someone to try burning things one by one. One day, they would be able to make cement. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were the same. They didn't care much about cement. They were satisfied with having a pool to swim in. Looking at those people sweating like rain, she said, "Give them some bones to eat at noon. There are many bones in our warehouse that have been frozen for more than 3 months. Let everyone be happy. Have you thought about how to deal with the 2 people who came up from Zhuangzi?" After Wang Wan finished talking about eating, she started to talk about important things. Those 2 people were really too stupid. They actually dared to ask about things so blatantly. If such people were to be spies, it seemed that they could really succeed. Who would believe that spies would be so stupid? Don't deal with them. Just ask them what they can. They must be sent by that person surnamed Yao. They have been here for nearly 4 hours. They woke up early in the morning and came here. I don't know if they are hungry. Based on the words of the people who came back 2 hours ago, Zhang Xiaobao analyzed the situation and felt that this man and woman were sent by the other side. He couldn't let these 2 people disappear from this world, so he could only let nature take its course. Everything that needed to be arranged had been arranged. Before the arrangements were made, even a child could remain vigilant, let alone those adults. Since you are not worried, then don't worry about them. Put the sand in the afternoon and fill it with water. It seems that we can't swim today. Maybe it will be hot tomorrow afternoon. It is so big. If we ask someone to boil water, we will need to add at least 1/3 of the water. Calculate how much water do you need. Wang Wan was a little anxious. She chatted with Zhang Xiaobao to pass the time and gave Zhang Xiaobao arithmetic problems. Do you have nothing to do? Do you still need to calculate? It is about 0.85 meters, 10 meters long and 5 meters wide. If we put in water, it should be about 42 tons. If we include the part that is absorbed by the sand, it should be about 45 to 48 tons. Don't you think we are too tall? Zhang Xiaobao was quite proficient in numbers. Since he had money, he naturally had to learn something about mathematics. You are not tall. You are already more than 2 years old. I don't think your parents are short. My parents are not short either. It is the same for my grandparents. We usually pay attention to exercise and eat well. It is normal for us to be a little stronger than normal children. Wang Wan compared herself to Zhang Xiaobao and realized that both she and Zhang Xiaobao were a few centimeters taller and heavier than normal children, but it wasn't too much. After all, they wouldn't hurt themselves just to increase their strength during training. Then will you look like a bodybuilder in the future? Zhang Xiaobao tried to find a topic. I don't want to talk to you anymore. You are pretending to be confused. Didn't you see what I looked like? When I went to catch you that day, I was wearing a dress. I don't know how many people felt sorry for me when the explosion happened. Wang Wan said and laughed. That's more like it. You are now working hard to grow in that direction. When I have nothing to do, I will take you out to show off. Whoever thinks you are good-looking and wants to take you for themselves, I will beat them up. Is this considered self-defense? Zhang Xiaobao certainly remembered Wang Wan at that time. In order not to be discovered by him, she even put on makeup and wore a miniskirt. Unfortunately, he was about to die at that time. Who could think of other things? Now that he thought about it, that figure was really good. Ordinary people couldn't imagine how much explosive power that body contained. What are you laughing at? You are not a good person at first glance. You are so young and yet you are thinking about the wrong things. There is no good man except for my family. I won't sleep with you at night, rogue. Wang Wan was angry when she saw Zhang Xiaobao's expression. I'm a rogue? Who scared me at that time? How did you scare me? I don't know about other men, but the deputy director of your department has 2 women outside. If I sent 3 million to them, I would know who came to catch me. You are actually worth 3 million. A female warrior who can stand up for the motherland and risk her life to carry out a mission. The internal price is 3 million. So it was him. I found that there was something wrong with him. Don't talk to me like that. What 3 million? That's not it. Wang Wan finally knew who betrayed her. She clenched her small fists. She couldn't wait to go back and beat that person down. It's not 3 million. In my heart, you real warriors are priceless. I have never measured you with money. That 3 million was to buy your deputy director's personality and dignity. You can rest assured that if I die, someone will help to deal with this kind of person. Your deputy director will die of a cold, a minor illness. Zhang Xiaobao had never dared to molest a person like Wang Wan. Seeing Wang Wan's reaction, he regretted it. I don't know if the law still exists in your heart, but what you do can be measured by morality. Let's not talk about this. It's over. We can't swim in the afternoon. Where are we going to play after lunch? Wang Wan's excited mood calmed down after hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words. Zhang Xiaobao also didn't know where to go. Their training had reached a bottleneck. They couldn't continue to increase the training volume, otherwise it would hurt their bodies. Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything, so she suggested, let's go up the mountain. I have never been there before. Don't. Let's go to the fields and see the toads. If we want to go up the mountain, there will be a lot of people there. It will be a waste of manpower. Zhang Xiaobao quickly rejected Wang Wan's suggestion. It would be easy to make the people in the inner courtyard busy. Wang Wan thought for a while and sighed helplessly. Identity determined many things. She and Zhang Xiaobao had to consider other people. Otherwise, they wouldn't have built a swimming pool. Things like swimming in the river should never be done in the future. Looking at the fields is also good. Wang Wan thought of this and pulled Zhang Xiaobao to her room. The earlier they ate, the earlier they could go out to play. At the same time, she said to Zhang Xiaobao, Those two should be hungry, right? Do you want to take care of their food? Yes, tell the restaurant now. When they see that man and woman order food, they will introduce the expensive dishes to them. The cheap ones are all gone. Zhang Xiaobao replied. Chapter 128. It was almost noon, and the people at the swimming pool were still using the last bit of time to finish the construction. No matter what, they had to finish the construction of the swimming pool before lunch. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finished their meal and left on their wooden carriage. The people in the inner courtyard were already used to the two little ancestors' behavior. As long as the young master and young lady went out alone, they would definitely not go to a dangerous place. Otherwise, they would ask someone to follow them. This saved the people in the inner courtyard a lot of trouble. The two little ancestors were also sensible. Every time they wanted to do something dangerous, they would discuss it with others. When they did not discuss it, it was absolutely safe. Therefore, when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went out this time, the people in the inner courtyard were not worried. Not only did the young master and young lady know the severity of the matter, but more importantly, the children in Zhuangzi had already left school and were running everywhere. Therefore, there were people everywhere in Zhuangzi. Moreover, there were also people patrolling the temple, who would help to look after them. The little tadpole is now a tadpole. I remember that when I was eavesdropping on other people's lessons, there was a lesson called Little Tadpoles Find Their Mothers. At that time I thought, how good would it be if I was a little tadpole? I would be able to find my mother in the end. Let's go, don't look at the fields. Let's go to the restaurant and have some tea. Don't always make me pedal by myself. Don't you want to tire me out? Zhang Xiaobao said as he pedaled while looking at the fields on both sides. Later, he found that Wang Wan was not moving at all in front of him. She even raised her legs. This was not a bicycle with chains and there were no bearings. There were only two pedals on each wheel. When one pedal, the wheel would turn once. It was a two-person bicycle. If one pedal, one would die of exhaustion. Oh, I'll pedal. When we arrive at the restaurant, let's sit on the first floor. Maybe we can see that man and woman and see what they will do during the meal. Wang Wan put her feet on the pedals beside the wheel and controlled the direction to the restaurant. The surrounding children who had just finished school were running around. Occasionally, someone would reach out and grab the snake's tail and swing it a few times to break the snake's bones. Then they would grab the snake's head, open its mouth, and put it on their lapels for the snake to bite. With a pull, the snake's teeth were pulled off, and it became a harmless snake. The child hung it around his neck, preparing to take it back to eat with his father's wine. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived at the restaurant between the clouds and the water, there were already 4 water snakes hanging on the bicycle. When the bored waiter standing in front of the restaurant saw the arrival of the young master and young lady, he hurriedly went up to them and helped them to park the bicycle. Then, he took the 4 water snakes and guarded them as they walked inside. Have the 4 teachers sent the dishes today? Zhang Xiaobao asked as he walked inside. Young master, they haven't sent them yet. Today's dishes are fried meat with bean sprouts, eggs, and cucumber. They will be ready in a while. Young master, what do you want to eat? The waiter followed beside him and answered. The 4 snakes hanging on his arms would occasionally wriggle. You haven't sent them? That's great. Let's make these 4 snakes and send them to them. They must be exhausted from making the 3-character classic. Just make some tea for me and Cuckoo. After eating, let's eat on the first floor. Zhang Xiaobao yawned and walked towards the window with Wang Wan. At this time, there were quite a few people in the restaurant. The second floor was almost occupied by those who thought they were knowledgeable and came from rich families. Even if there was no water downstairs, they could still recite a few poems. Most of the people eating on the first floor were businessmen who came to buy popcorn. Popcorn would be sold once every morning and afternoon. Every time, each person could only buy a sack of popcorn. As a result, some businessmen who traveled a little farther had to buy once in the morning and again in the afternoon. They had to bring back 2 sacks of popcorn and sell them. Naturally, they had to find a place to eat at noon. Some people who were careful with their spending would bring some food to the restaurant and buy a bowl of wine for 3 copper coins and eat it directly. However, some people who didn't know how to calculate would eat in the restaurant. The restaurant specially provided a kind of rice. 4 10 copper coins, a big bowl of rice, a meat dish, and a vegetable dish would be placed on a plate with a grid in the middle. Then a bowl of egg shake sleeve soup with few egg drops would be served. For a time, the restaurant became a lot more lively. At night, more people came. Every 10 minutes, there would be a meal that cost 3 copper coins. A bowl of rice with a vegetable stir-fried melon slice, or a bowl of noodles with shredded meat noodles and fried soy sauce noodles. It was specially prepared for those who came to the market. If people who ate this kind of meal were willing to pay 1 copper coin more, they could even sleep in a wooden house with a rope made from wormwood. There were no pillows or bedding provided, only some hay. They couldn't even afford to pay 1 copper coin. There was a common bed in the market with hay underneath and a long piece of wood as a pillow. 3 sides were covered by straw curtains, and 1 side was empty. There was no mosquito coil made from wormwood, so they could sleep as they pleased. These matters related to the market were all the ideas of Su Si, who had already brought food to sell. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan really didn't care about how he managed the market. Right now, Ergo was helping to support the market. It's a pity that we don't have cheap and simple lunchboxes. Otherwise, we could sell this meal to more places. Su Si is really a good person. He manages the market so well. In the past 2 months, Zhuangzi has actually earned 5 taels and 4 copper coins by relying on the market. Zhang Xiaobao sat on a chair next to the window. He raised his chin and tried his best to look outside. Wang Wan waved her hand at a shop assistant. The shop assistant was already used to this. He brought 2 special high chairs and brought them here to replace the young master and young lady's chairs. This way the 2 of them were much more comfortable. After sitting on the high chair, Wang Wan pulled down the blinder under the window. When she could see the outside more clearly, she said, Su Si is really a good person. Guangxi and Zhuangzi must be very regretful. The right to set the price is in our hands. In the past 2 months we have been earning 5 taels of silver every month. This doesn't include some of the things we bought and hoarded. If we really add it up, we can earn 20 taels of silver. When more people come to trade in the future, it won't just be 20 taels. There will also be people in the market who will spend money in the restaurant. In a month we will earn a lot. If we say that he is worth 100 taels, he is worth 100 taels. Guangxi was let go for 1 tael of silver. He will regret it. While they were talking, the tea was served. It was not made according to the production method here. There was no ginger or salt. Zhang Xiaobao specially taught people to make it. He didn't do it himself. However, he knew that international swindlers had to come into contact with some of the upper-class people. They had to talk about art and tea ceremony. It was impossible not to learn. The tea leaves that were served were stolen from other places before the Qingming festival. It was theft. They stole the shoots. If they were not caught, they would leave some money in a conspicuous place in the tea house. If they were caught, they would have to pay more money. Until now, there had been no cases of people being caught being sent to the authorities. The tea in front of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan was Xinyang Maojian. The main reason was that the tea was produced nearby. It was in Hunan. They could send people to steal it. If it was West Lake Longjing, it would be far away. After pouring the tea, each person took a small cup and drank slowly. They either drank it in 1 gulp or took a few sips. When they felt that it was cold, they threw it away and refilled it. Can't you think of a way to get some tea guanyin and pu'er? I don't like green tea. Wang Wan drank a few mouthfuls. She felt that her mouth was a little dry and lacked some sweetness. She asked Zhang Xiaobao to think of a way. Zhang Xiaobao didn't have any good ideas. One of the 2 teas was fully fermented, and the other was partially fermented. If a girl was willing to drink it, it could help her lose weight. After thinking for a while, he said, "Why don't you drink some flower tea? Jasmine is fine. Or how about this? Let's ferment this Xinyang Maojian. What do you think?" "This can be fermented?" Wang Wan asked with a smile. "Yes, why not? You know pu'er, right? How do you ferment it?" Back then it was picked and carried. As we walked, it rained. The tea was soaked. We continued to walk. When it was wet, it was dried. When it was wet again, it was fermented again. People who eat a lot of meat found that this tea was good for the gastrointestinal tract. It helped with digestion and also cleaned the intestines. Zhang Xiaobao continued to explain. Wang Wan was stunned. Really? Could it be that the tea I drank in the past was the kind that was drenched in rain? What you drank is not important. What's important is that this method can be fermented. Not only is it rainwater, but the person carrying the tea is also sweating. The smell is really not ordinary. Think about it. Carrying such heavy tea, crossing mountains and using crutches. After walking for a few dozen steps you have to stop and rest. You call it crutches. How can there be any lack of sweat? When it came to this kind of thing, Zhang Xiaobao was better than Wang Wan. He often drank tea with people in the past. He heard from others that besides horses and mules, the tea horse ancient road was mostly carried by people. There were mudslides, rainstorms, landslides, and all kinds of situations could occur. When they were drinking tea and talking, they wanted this kind of feeling. The harder the other person worked, the better the taste of the tea. Therefore, after Zhang Xiaobao cheated that person of 160 million yuan, he also felt very comfortable. The more that person was in pain, the more comfortable Zhang Xiaobao felt that the money was spent. Don't say any more. I will never drink that kind of tea again. It's disgusting. Did you do it on purpose? Wang Wan listened to Zhang Xiaobao's introduction and felt waves of nausea. She didn't even want to touch the tea in front of her. Little young master, little miss, those two people are coming. At this time, a waiter came to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's side and reported in a low voice. The two people he was talking about were naturally the man and woman who came to inquire about the news. Oh, they're here? Okay, later tell them that there are no seats on the second floor. Tell them to eat on the first floor. If they don't want to eat, then forget it. When you order, take out the menu. The golden menu. Go, don't come back. When Zhang Xiaobao heard this news, he became spirited. He ordered and paid attention to the entrance. Chapter 129. Not long after, two people came in one after another. The one in the front was a woman, and the one behind her was naturally the man. As soon as they came in, a waiter went up to greet them. Find a room on the second floor where you can see the scenery outside. The woman casually gave the waiter a dozen copper coins, which were strung together with a string. It seemed that she had been prepared for a long time. The waiter smiled happily but said to the two of them, "Two guests, there is no room upstairs. They are all occupied. Why don't you eat on the first floor?" As he spoke, he seemed to be a little unwilling and wanted to return the money in his hand. He meant that it was fine if the two of them didn't want to eat, but if they wanted to eat, they could eat on the first floor. The woman frowned and then relaxed. She said with a smile, "That's fine. Name all the good dishes between the clouds and the water and see which one you like. Guest, there is a menu in the restaurant. If you like it, I will go to the kitchen and let the chef make it." The waiter magically took out a menu that was half an inch thick. Fortunately, he had this thing. Otherwise, he would be exhausted to death if he had to name the dishes one by one. The man and the woman didn't expect that the restaurant between the clouds and the water had such a preparation. The woman said again, "But the two of us can't read. What do you think we should do?" "Guess you are right. There are indeed people who can't read. It doesn't matter. There is a picture on the menu. You will know when you see it. If you think it is good and want to ask, I will explain it to you." The waiter admired the young master more and more. He even considered this point. The woman and the man found a seat and sat down. They opened the menu and felt that something was wrong. The price of the dishes was not less than 5 taels of silver. Looking from the beginning to the end, the most expensive one was 300 taels of silver, and the cheapest one was exactly 5 taels of silver. This was not something that ordinary people could afford. The man looked at the most expensive dish in a daze. The woman closed the menu and said to the waiter, "Is everything in your restaurant so expensive?" As soon as she said that, she regretted it. She had just said that she was illiterate, but now she was saying that the price was high. The price could be written on the paper, and there was no drawing. "It's all my fault for taking the wrong menu. This menu is for distinguished guests to order. I'll go and change the cheaper menu for you. The cheapest bowl of soup costs only 1 copper coin for a piece of cake. That's how it tastes. It's just right for people like you to eat." The waiter hurriedly put on a panicked expression and bowed to apologize. "Please forgive me. It's all my fault for taking the wrong menu. This menu is for distinguished guests to order." When the waiter said this, his voice was rather loud. Not only did the man and woman understand, but the surrounding people who were eating also heard it clearly. They all turned their heads and looked over, sizing up the two people. Some even had looks of disdain in their eyes, and some even whispered to their companions. "You want to go up to the second floor like this? Look at what you're wearing. I thought you were rich, but I didn't expect you to be pretending. Tomorrow, I'll take out the clothes I wore during the New Year and wear them to pretend." When the man and woman heard this, their expressions immediately became ugly. The woman snatched the menu back from the waiter, flipped through it and said to the waiter, "Do you not understand human language? I'm asking you, the dishes on the menu are so expensive. Is the food you make really that delicious? If it's not delicious, don't blame me for smashing your between the clouds and the water. Sir, you're making things difficult for me. How can I know whether it's delicious or not? Everyone has their own taste, and it's difficult to adjust. If you think it's good, then it's delicious. If you eat it and say it's not good, then it's naturally not delicious. It's just like how some people are willing to eat scallions, ginger, and garlic." The waiter was not fooled at all. Whether it was delicious or not didn't at all depend on the mouth of others. Even if it was delicious, what could he do if he was lying through his teeth? "Well, serve these 4 dishes and this soup. Also warm up 2 pots of wine." The woman casually ordered a few dishes on the menu and didn't argue with the waiter. This time she was here to inquire about some matters. Just now at the manor she didn't ask much. Once the child finished school, she casually stopped a person, and the person looked at the two of them with eyes full of vigilance. They wanted to ask the teacher, but they were sent out by the teacher. They did not understand anything, which made them feel very depressed. Since they could not get anything from there, they knew to find a more crowded place. That was why they chose this restaurant. They also knew that the Between the Clouds and the Water restaurant was also in Zhuangzi. While waiting for the waiter to serve the dishes, the two began to listen carefully. They wanted to get some information about the Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi from these people. In the end, they heard nothing useful even after the dishes were served. They only knew that there was a market here and that the crops were still growing well here, even though there was a drought elsewhere this year. The two already knew these 2 points. When they came, they saw the crops in the fields. Not only were they not good, they were very good. However, these things were far from enough to satisfy the Prime Minister. The two of them looked at each other and decided to ask someone. When the two of them set their eyes on a certain table, they found that the people at the table were not avoiding them at all. They had no intention of talking to them at all. They also understood that this was because the dishes they ordered were too expensive. The person felt that it was not appropriate to talk to such people. If they said something wrong, it would easily cause trouble. The two of them looked around and finally found 2 3- or 4-year-old children sitting there drinking tea. While they were surprised, they also had some ideas. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not know that the others had estimated their ages. They pretended that nothing had happened and drank one sip after another. The temperature of the tea was obviously not enough, but they did not ask the waiter to refill it. The woman looked at Zhang Xiaobao and felt that it was not good to serve the dishes to them when they were drinking tea. Children who could drink tea here probably had some spare money at home. She looked at the clothes the 2 children were wearing and finally understood that it was not as simple as a little spare money. Just the clothes alone cost dozens of taels of silver. Thinking of this, she gave the man a look and told him to stay there and continue eating. She went over to the 2 children and wanted to talk to them and ask some questions. Children from rich families should know more than others. Who would have thought that as soon as she stood up and took 2 steps toward that side, 6 or 7 people suddenly stood up in the lobby of the first floor, looking at her vigilantly. At the same time, 2 of the shop assistants also came over. One stood in front of the 2 children, and the other slightly blocked in front of her. They smiled and said, "Sir, is there anything you want this little one to do?" This time, she and the man finally realized that something was wrong. They were just going to go over. She was a woman, so the reaction of the waiters in this restaurant was a bit too much. There was a sense of evil in them, similar to when they entered Zhuangzi. Seeing that the waiters had no intention of retreating, the woman smiled and said, "It's nothing, I just want to talk to these 2 children. Oh, the children are young and don't know anything. They don't have much courage. If they get scared, then if you want to go over, then go ahead." As the waiters spoke, they suddenly changed the topic and moved aside. The other waiters didn't move and continued to stand by the table. They even put a chair there for the woman to sit. When the other people who stood up saw the waiters like this, they also sat back down. The waiters were still a bit worried. When they were talking, they glanced at the young master. When they saw the young master nod his head, they had no choice but to move aside. The woman didn't know about this. Her line of sight was blocked by the waiters. Seeing that she could go over, she tried to make the smile on her face more amiable. She sat down and looked at the two children who were looking at her curiously. The woman smiled at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also returned a pure smile. With her chubby appearance, long eyelashes and big eyes, anyone who saw her would want to kiss her. "Tell me, how old are you?" The woman lowered her seniority and asked softly. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan blinked their eyes. They put their little hands in front of their faces and carefully counted. After counting for a while, they stretched out 3 fingers and answered softly, 3 years old. Seeing the two children's cute actions, the woman reached out her hands and wanted to hug them. The waiter standing there suddenly said, "Sir, would you like a pot of tea?" This kind of interruption was too obvious. The woman could only resist the impulse in her heart and asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Baby Xiaobao, who are the people in your family?" "He's a good person," Wang Wan replied. "Her." Zhang Xiaobao pointed at Wang Wan. "Good people, yes, good people. Are the two of you a family? You're so obedient. Can you tell me where you live?" The woman didn't get anything out of them and asked again. "We live at home." Wang Wan. "On the couch." Zhang Xiaobao. "And good. Then where do you live?" The woman asked. "In the courtyard." Wang Wan. "Where?" Zhang Xiaobao asked in confusion. "Then what are your surnames?" The woman tried to calm her breathing. "What's my surname?" Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao. "Different from mine." Zhang Xiaobao answered. The woman felt like she was going crazy. She asked so many questions, but she didn't get any useful information. Just as she was about to continue asking, a child's voice came from the entrance of the restaurant. "This between the clouds and the water looks pretty good. Buy it for this young master. That Zhangzhe Zhuangzi looks pretty good. Buy it for this young master too. Come, let's go upstairs and eat first." The voice wasn't soft. The people on the first floor all looked in that direction. They saw an 11 or 12-year-old boy wearing a light blue brocade walking in under the protection of a group of people. The others didn't know where this child came from. His tone wasn't small. However, the woman stared at the jade pendant hanging from the child's waist and revealed a puzzled expression. Chapter 130. Xiao Bao, did you see that? This person is probably the one who bought Zhuangzi. Seems like he won't be easy to deal with. Such a playboy. Do you think he's a prince or an imperial grandson? Wang Wan also turned her head and pretended to be curious. After a glance, she asked Zhang Xiaobao with her lips. In the past year, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had a tacit understanding of each other. Just a glance was enough for them to divide the work. Wang Wan focused on observing the child and the people protecting him, while Zhang Xiaobao paid attention to the expressions of the other people on the first floor. He happened to see the woman's eyes and made a judgment. He replied to Wang Wan, "I can't tell. I don't think it's anyone important." The two people sent by Yao Chong weren't that afraid of this child. Maybe it's someone from a remote royal family? At the very least, he's not Li Longji's son or grandson, nor is he from the family of the prince who abdicated the throne. "Are you sure? Li Longji has 5 brothers. While he's monitoring them, he's also giving others the impression of brotherly love. He's attacking us. Have you thought of how to deal with him? It's not easy to answer a playboy. Even if you give him a profitable business, he might not take it seriously and just want to take our place." Wang Wan was a little anxious when she saw that Zhang Xiaobao couldn't make an accurate judgment because of limited information. She was from the Zhuangzi Wang family. Even if something happened to Zhang Xiaobao, her family would avoid it. At most, they would sell the land together. However, she knew Zhang Xiaobao's thoughts. These lands were the lifeblood of his family. He wouldn't let others take them away. If something happened to Zhang Xiaobao, what else could she pursue in this life? That would be true loneliness. With him around, the two of them could understand each other. They could help each other, encourage each other, and rely on each other. If she was left alone, the world would become gloomy. Zhang Xiaobao smiled sweetly. "Don't worry. It's good to be a playboy. A gentleman can be bullied, and a villain can be tempted. Such a young playboy will have a way as well. When we go back, we'll announce that Zhang Xiaobao, and Zhuangzi will organize a competition. The winner will get 5 century eggs. When we go back, we'll start making century eggs. Actually, this is my least favorite. Other people might like it. Other than the eggs, we'll also get a champion's medal. It's made with 1 tael of silver. Rubik's Cube. That's the first round. The second round will be a competition of understanding of history. Similarly, the winner will be a medal made with gold and 50 century eggs. The third round will be a test of intelligence. The 2 of us will come up with some brain teasers. The prize will be a silver medal and 10 century eggs. The fourth round will be a calligraphy competition. A gold medalist will get 50 century eggs. After the 4 rounds, whoever wins the most will get a trophy. It has to be big and made of iron with a layer of gold on the outside. It has to be 2 meters tall, and the largest diameter has to be half a meter. When Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao's confident expression, she knew that he had a plan. When she heard about the 4 rounds of competition, she couldn't figure out what Zhang Xiaobao was planning. What does this have to do with that playboy? Eating too many century eggs isn't good for the body. You gave him 50 each time, but he ate all of them. It's over if he gets sick after eating them. Wang Wan couldn't keep up with Xiaobao's train of thought. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the child who was stopped by the waiter, and explained that there was no seat upstairs. He said to Wang Wan, "The second and fourth rounds are prepared for him. He's still so young, so he'll definitely fight for the seats. Even if you don't invite him, he'll still force his way in. You have to consider what kind of education he received in the past. In terms of history and calligraphy, which of the 3 Zhuangzi can beat him? A person like him definitely has a good upbringing. Even if he doesn't want to learn, he'll have to pretend. That way, he'll be better than the children in Zhuangzi. Plus, the remaining 2 are more fun to play with, and there are so many children playing with him. He won't be able to resist this temptation. Rubik's Cube? If this thing is made of wood, won't it wear out too much?" Wang Wan finally understood. There were unique ways to deal with playboys. However, the Rubik's Cube used to be made of plastic, so it was resistant to wear. In this situation, metal was too heavy, so it could only be made of wood. When it rubbed against each other, it would definitely break. That depends on what kind of wood it is. Find a good wood and it can at least be used for a while. As long as this thing is broken or disassembled, others will be able to copy it. Kites are easier to break, but there are still so many people playing. How much do you think a silk kite costs? How much does a Rubik's Cube cost? Zhang Xiaobao corrected Wang Wan's pragmatism. When playing, people tend to ignore the cost. For example, firecrackers. The most important thing was to achieve the goal. Alright, I'll listen to you. I can make a Rubik's Cube with 1 hand. What you need to solve now is that he's going upstairs and we're about to start. Are you going to let him go to the 2nd floor? If he goes up, what will happen to the 2 people here? Wang Wan's small hand made a few movements of playing with the Rubik's Cube. Then she asked Zhang Xiaobao to solve this dilemma. Zhang Xiaobao also understood that if he let the kid go up, it would be hard to say to others. He could only say to the waiter standing next to him, "I'm going home." As he spoke, he opened his 2 arms, meaning to let the waiter carry him. When the waiter saw that the young master actually let him carry him, he was so excited that he didn't know what to do. His eyes were wide open. He found another waiter, and the 2 of them carried the car out of the door. They walked for nearly 100 meters before they put down Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The waiter who carried Zhang Xiaobao just now hurried back to the restaurant. When he saw that those people were still asking to go upstairs and were about to start a fight, he quickly said, "Dear guests, there is indeed no space on the 2nd floor. If you want to go up to the top to see the view, you can go to the top. There is a shed there for you to drink and enjoy the scenery. But the price?" The waiter stopped talking and looked at the 11 or 12-year-old child. "Can we go to the top? How much is it? Lead the way." This child really didn't care about money. "Sir, you can go up for 100 taels of silver. Do you want to go up now?" When the waiter said this, his voice was trembling. It was really too expensive. If it wasn't for the young master's order, he wouldn't dare to ask for 100 taels of silver. The child looked at the people around and saw that they all had awkward expressions. He knew that no one had a single tael of silver on them. He put his hand into the sleeve that was obviously a little heavy. When he took it out, he was already holding a bag. He opened it and took out a few yellow things. There were little rabbits, ponies, and small fish. He gave them to the waiter. "That's all. See if it's enough?" He threw down this sentence and walked up. "It's enough, it's enough. Only these. Take them well. Naturally, someone will come and give you the money in exchange for these things. If there is one missing, be careful of your head." Before the waiter could finish speaking, one of the people stood up and threatened him. Before he went up, he snorted. Seeing that the person went up, the waiter didn't dare to stay. He took these things and ran out. He also knew what these things were. He heard that when the palace rewarded people, they would usually make various shapes of gold. There would be a mark on it. Not to mention that someone would come to exchange for it. Even if no one did, he wouldn't dare to spend it. This was such a big matter. The waiter understood that the restaurant manager couldn't handle it. He could only send it to the young master and see what he planned. "People can go up to the top of your building?" The woman was still thinking about the jade pendant. For a moment she couldn't think of who would have such a thing. But she knew that it definitely came from the palace. Seeing that the person went up, she asked the waiter. "Yes, you can go up. The top of the building has no shelter. But it's like floating clouds. It's just that the price is too high. Ordinary people can't go up." The waiter was quite sensitive and knew how to respond. "Little sister, since we're almost done eating, why don't we go back early?" At this time the man spoke. He was thinking about the identity of the two children and was ready to go up and see. "Yes, it's time to go." The woman also reacted. The people upstairs could slowly investigate, but the matter arranged by the Prime Minister couldn't be delayed. The two children were definitely not ordinary. She had just made a move, and someone wanted to protect them. How could they be ordinary people? The two of them paid the bill and left. The dishes had not yet been served, and the plates on the table had not been touched. When the two of them chased after them, they saw from afar that the waiter who had just taken the gold was saying something to the two children. Because it was too far away, they could not hear what they were saying, so they could only continue to chase after them. After walking a few more steps, the waiter had already turned back. The two children were sitting on a strange thing, and their two legs were moving very fast. The road in Zhuangzi was well built, and the ground was flat. Also, it wasn't raining. The man and woman wanted to chase after them, but they were stopped by the waiter. By the time they got rid of the waiter and chased after them again, the two children had already sat on that thing to a small slope. Just as the man and woman were overjoyed and thought that they could catch up, one of the two children had something in his mouth. He blew with all his might, and the ear-piercing sound spread far and wide. The children they met on their way here, who still couldn't get anything out of them, rushed over from all over the place. Nearly 30 people surrounded the two children. Then they saw that the two children were still sitting on that unknown thing, and were being carried forward by others. When the man and woman saw this scene, they finally gave up the idea of continuing to chase. The woman looked in that direction and said, "The little ancestors of Zhangzhe Zhuangzi and Wang Zhuangzi are eating on the first floor of the restaurant." The people who stood up on the first floor of the restaurant were the two villagers of Zhuangzi. The man also agreed. Yes, no wonder the two children dared to come out and play. When the whistle blew, the two Zhuangzi people who heard it moved even more. Look over there, the adults who live nearby also came out. Chapter 131. Xiao Bao, just hiding is not a solution. Give them some information and send them away. Staying here will delay things. Prime Minister Yao is still waiting. Give the rice seedlings to Gu family's Zhuangzi and reveal that they are growing well. Tell them about the relief provided to Gu family's Zhuangzi during the drought. What do you think? Wang Wan sat in the car and asked Zhang Xiaobao softly as they were being carried back. Zhang Xiaobao first turned his head to Wei Wei, and then glanced at the two people standing there. He nodded and said, "Okay, let Er go find someone from Gu family's Zhuangzi. It will be more convincing to hear it from someone else." The children on Zhuangzi didn't know what the two were talking about. They were all grinning as they carried the car. To them, being able to do something for their master was the happiest thing. The little young master had mentioned the whistle before, but he had never used it. Today he finally used it. Under the protection of the children, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned to the courtyard. When the car was put down, the children ran away noisily before they could even thank them. This made the two feel a special feeling that they couldn't get rid of. For the first time, I realized that these children are better than my bodyguards. They make me feel safer. Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile. I think so too. They have a kind of kinship. They don't have bodyguards. Let's arrange things. Today at noon we will sleep next to the swimming pool. It is cooler there. Wang Wan agreed, even though she knew that these children couldn't compare to Zhang Xiaobao's bodyguards in terms of professionalism. As the two talked, they arrived at the swimming pool. At this moment the sand was already being filled. The fine sand was sifted out and pushed into the pit. After that it could be filled with water. Zhang Xiaobao asked someone to call Ergo, who was in charge of organizing the market. After giving some instructions, he lay there and began to take an afternoon nap. Ergo left after a few words of assurance. Should we go back and take a look at the person at the top? A man and a woman, who were standing not too far away from the restaurant, were stunned for half an hour. No one knew what they were thinking about. Only when someone ran past them quickly did the man open his mouth to ask. The woman glanced at Zhang Ergu, who was walking away, and gave up on stopping him for questioning. She couldn't understand what had happened to the Zhang family and the Wang family in Zhuangzi. It was as if all of them had contracted some sort of illness. It was not until the figure of the person running away was out of sight that he said, "There's no need for that. We don't have to worry about this. Ask the people from the Gu family in Zhuangzi." I don't believe that the people from the Gu family in Zhuangzi would hide. The three Zhuangzi are so far away, they should know something. After speaking, the woman strode towards the Gu family in Zhuangzi. The man looked at the vague figure on the roof of the restaurant and turned to leave as well. The two crossed the small bridge and saw a person squatting by the side of the field. His eyes were fixed on the seedlings in the field, motionless. Even if they deliberately made their footsteps louder, that person only turned his head to glance at them before turning back again. Seeing this scene, the two felt their hearts tremble. They wondered if the people from the Gu family in Zhuangzi were also like that person over there. Brother, it seems that your family is doing well this year. At the beginning of autumn you will have a lot of grain, right? At this time the man walked forward and squatted there as well. He looked in front of him and asked casually, "What do you mean by doing well? There is a drought this year. The entire Sanshui County will not have half of the usual grain harvest. It will be rent-free and transfer-free." The person from the Gu family's farmstead looked at the two of them warily and tried to explain himself. He was afraid that the two of them would praise his land and end up having to pay the rent. The other places in Sanshui County had already reduced their production, so they had to report the same. Brother, you are right. It is indeed a little worse. Of course we will be rent-free. Brother, I see that the crops in your Zhuangzi field are not as good as the crops in the two Zhuangzi fields over there. If I were you, I would also use new seeds. The man also knew why the farmer said this. The entire county was in drought. If there was a good harvest here, they would be able to save up a lot of grain. His family would be more well off. He followed along and asked about the rice on both sides. He even sighed and shook his head. The people from the Gu family's farmstead were finally a little happier. You're right. That place is indeed better than mine, but it's not because of the use of new seeds. Look at my field, that tree, and the few trees in front of it. Don't you think it's not much worse than that place? The man and woman looked in the direction that the farmer was pointing. Sure enough, there were some seedlings that were better than the others in the field. They looked carefully and found that there were many seedlings that were the same. Compared to Zhangwang and Zhuangzi, they were a little worse, but they were not bad. It is good. It is about the same. Is there another way? Why do the same seeds produce different crops? The man asked again. The farmer sat down and put his hands on his lap. He looked across the small bridge and said, "There is a way, that is, to buy the seedlings from the Zhang family's farmstead and plant them. Look at these seedlings. When a gust of wind blew, the seedlings that grew in that area were all uprooted. During that time our people in Zhuangzi wanted to die. They cried and helped the seedlings. The people from Zhangwang and Zhuangzi also came to help. However, the seedlings were broken and it was useless to help them. The master was kind and helped us buy a lot of seedlings from Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. He asked us to replant them. Look, now they are like young men. Ah? Replanted? They can grow so well? The two people asked in surprise. Even if they did not know how to farm, they had heard about it. The woman asked again. They came to help. Aren't they afraid that the seedlings in the field will be blown away? Blown away? It is different. I went to see the seedlings in Zhangwang and Zhangzhang's fields. They were not this big at that time. They were like fat boys who had eaten their fill. They stood in the water with their hands on their waists and let the wind blow. They could even block the wind for their younger brothers and sisters behind them. The farmer obviously thought that the seedlings in Zhangwang and Zhangzhang were people. As he spoke, he gestured. His face was flushed with excitement. He was no longer as stiff as before. After the farmer finished speaking, he saw that the two people were in a daze. He continued, You don't know, but the seedlings in my fields are the same as the ones in their fields. I don't know how they got the seedlings. Next year we will change from them. Oh, so their temples in Zhuangzi grow well. Good, we must plant them next year. I am afraid that there will be a drought next year and the harvest will not be much. It is a pity that such good seedlings will be lost. The man sighed regretfully. Don't be afraid. What is a drought? With Zhangzhe Zhuangzi, there is no need to be afraid of drought. How would you know how good the Zhuangzi of Zhangzhang and Wang Zhuangzi are? This year's spring plowing is coming, but there is not a single drop of rain. Everyone is anxious. But when it comes to spring plowing, they let us carry the precious water. In the end, they could not carry it anymore. There was a lot of land. They used bamboo tubes and put them here. They left a hole there to pour the water. In just one day, they filled up most of the land here. There were so many bamboo tubes. They were all paid for by them. They are good people. After that, they exchanged for the seedlings here. As long as the farmer talked about the Zhuangzi of Zhangzhang and Wang Zhuangzi, he seemed to be more excited. He stood up from the ground, stamped his feet and clapped his hands, wanting to express his gratitude. Then where did they get the water? The man asked. Where did they get it? Of course they saved it in advance. 6 big ponds have been filled with water long ago, and 7 wells. Oh, now there are 10 wells. My Gu family has also dug 3 wells in Zhuangzi. Their ponds are used to raise fish, plant lotus flowers and release ducks and geese. I heard that they sent the ducks and geese to another place a few days ago. It is said that there are many locusts there. Such good people, no matter how far they are, they will help. The man and woman looked at each other. The woman said, They are good people. They are not bad. I just went to see. They even built a school for the children in Zhuangzi. Unfortunately, the farmers do not have much money to begin with. If they have to hand in some things to study, their lives will be even harder. Hand in things? What things? You said that they asked the farmers in Zhuangzi for things to give to the teachers? That was impossible. The main family was the one paying for everything. Even the food that the children ate in school was paid for by the main family. That was not a big deal. Every time there was a festival, the main family would send something to the villager. They would send clothes, food and clothes. They would even help raise the poultry together. I heard that after the autumn harvest, the children in Zhuangzi of the Gu family can also go to school, but they don't have to eat. When there are more chickens, ducks, and geese, the farmers in Zhuangzi of the Gu family will help raise them. Their lives will be better. The elders of the 2 families will definitely live to 100 years old. They are all good people. When the farmer talked about this, he became excited again. It seemed that a good life would appear tomorrow. His eyes, which were originally a little cloudy, became clear. The 2 of them finally understood why they didn't tell anyone when they went to scout for information, and why so many people came over when the whistle sounded. The main family had given them all the benefits that they could. Anyone who wanted to scheme against them through the manner could be said to be daydreaming. Good brother is right. Those people will definitely live to 100 years old. Brother, is there anything else? After knowing the reason for this obstacle, the 2 wanted to get more information from the farmer so that they could go back and report to the Grand Chancellor. They were very satisfied with what they had learned. No, what else do you want to ask? That's all I know. The farmer shook his head and did not say anything else. He had already said what he could according to Ergo's instructions. He was not willing to reveal anything else. When the 2 saw the farmer's expression, they gave up on asking any more questions. They felt that it was good enough that a farmer knew this much. They thanked him and got up to leave. The farmer also grinned and walked back, humming a song that they did not know the name of. He was very happy to be able to help the Zhang family and Wang family Zhuangzi. Are we going back directly? The man asked the woman next to him as he watched the farmer walk away. We won't go back first. We'll go to that restaurant and see if anything happened. We'll report to the Grand Chancellor together. The woman was a little worried that there would be a conflict. If that happened, it would be difficult to deal with the Grand Chancellor. After all, Zhang Zhuangzi had done a great service. Chapter 132. Green mountains and boundless green grass. Birds were flying, spreading their wings freely, like a jade pond sparkling under the light. Upstairs of chatting and laughing, drinking wine. The wind blew the bells, echoing faintly. Clouds covered the sun, the sound of a flute was long. Suddenly looking, there were bandits fleeing from the wilderness. Stumbling, only then did they know that their country was in peril. Beside the clouds, it was not heaven. On the rooftop of the Water Cloud Tavern, the young master dressed in luxurious clothing was enjoying the scenery around him amidst the cheers of the crowd when he heard the sound of a flute. He saw a group of people fleeing from the wastelands, bringing their wives and children with them, playing the flute as they begged for money. Finally, he woke up from that fleeting feeling. Thinking about the drought and the plague of locusts in so many places, his mood worsened. Why hasn't Li Cheng bought this restaurant yet? Someone should go and take a look. The young master's mood was ruined, and he couldn't bear to look at that family anymore, so he could only vent his anger on someone else. That person hurriedly ran downstairs. After a while he came back and reported in a low voice. Young master, Li Cheng went out. I heard the manager of this restaurant say that there are 3 owners of this restaurant, and they need to agree before they can sell. Li Cheng went to look for those 3 owners. Well, let's go, we won't eat here. The refugees can actually come here, those officials are all freeloaders. They deserve to be killed for ruining my mood. The young master in luxurious clothes said impatiently and led the way downstairs. The surrounding people immediately surrounded them. The money for going upstairs had been paid, but the money for the meal had not been paid. Moreover, they had ordered a lot of good things, so the manager didn't dare to stop them. Since he saw the gold, he knew that their identities were different, so he ordered the waiter to send it outside. When someone came to exchange money for the gold, he would ask for as much as he could. Otherwise, he would have to pay for it. Naturally, the waiter on the roof went up to clean up. Seeing that the dishes were basically untouched and that they drank a lot of wine, he sighed at the extravagance of the rich. The 2 waiters put away the dishes that could not be left behind, waiting to eat together in the evening. When they looked at the dishes that could not be left behind, they shook their heads and could only eat 2 mouthfuls and throw them away. They didn't dare to continue to sell things to others like other small stores. The owner had already given a death order that they could not earn money. Just as they were feeling regretful, they heard the sound of a flute coming from below. They looked up and saw a family of 4 fleeing here. The youngest child was on the man's back, and the woman was leading a 6 or 7 years old little girl. They looked pitiful. Looking at each other, the 2 waiters finally knew how to deal with these things. There were also the untouched big steamed buns that had been sent up. Ignoring the other dishes, they put the untouched ones on the tray. They also took the steamed buns, 3 pairs of chopsticks, and a spoon. They ran downstairs as fast as they could to welcome the 4 people. Surprisingly, not a single drop of soup spilled from the bowl on the tray. Just as the young master brought people out, he felt a burst of wind beside him, accompanied by the fragrance of several dishes. He glanced around and saw the 2 waiters running with the tray. The dishes on the tray were very familiar. With his good memory, he could even remember the names of the dishes. Oyster and winter melon soup, fresh mixed bamboo shoots, steamed beef marrow, shrimp tofu, 3 dishes and 1 soup. Young master, those are the dishes we ordered up there. They can't even leave these dishes. Do they want to sell them to those 4 people? A servant at the side also saw the dishes clearly and said to the young master, "Get out of my way, are you stupid? Do those 4 people have the money to buy anything? If I knew this would happen, I would have sent them myself. At least they would be grateful. If my father knew, he would praise me even more. Between the clouds and the water restaurant is not bad." The young master glared at the servant next to him. He regretted that he didn't personally give the dishes to them. It is not bad. Young master is amazing. You can see it with one look. The people in the restaurant are kind. After being scolded, the servant quickly continued to flatter. You stay away from me. Learn more from Li Cheng in the future. What does kindness have to do with me? The disaster victims will be taken care of by the imperial court. What I mean is that the restaurant didn't sell the untouched dishes to others. Otherwise, why would they give them to the refugees? You must buy them. The young master glared at the servant again. The servant said the wrong thing twice in a row. Finally, he didn't dare to comment anymore. He said to the young master, "Young master, then let's go back. You like the pond here. Let's dig one that is bigger than theirs." "Wait, let's take a look first. When we go back, we can tell my father what happened here. Otherwise, if I don't know anything, I will be scolded. If I am scolded, you will be beaten." Yes, young master is right. Let's take a look. If we don't get beaten, then let's take a look here. When the servant heard that he would be beaten, he trembled and continued to agree. This time, the young master didn't pay any attention to him at all. He walked straight ahead. By the time he got close, the family of 4 had already understood the intentions of the 2 workers. The food was for them to eat. They pulled their children to kneel and kowtow to the young master, but the 2 workers kept stopping them. When one of the servants saw the young master with a different identity leading a group of people over, he quickly said to the 4 people, "Don't thank us. This was all ordered by the young master. He asked us to specially prepare the dishes and send them over. Look, the dishes were just done." After hearing the servant's words, the 4 people also turned their heads to look. At first glance, they knew that the young man was from a rich family and didn't care about other things. They turned around and knelt in front of those people again. They kowtowed to them from a distance and said words of gratitude. This young master originally wanted to see the situation here. When he went back, he would have something to say when his family asked him. When he saw this situation and heard the words of gratitude from the 4 people, he suddenly felt good again. He asked someone to help the family up and said, No need. There's no need to be like this, there's no need to be like this. It's all because of this disaster. Get up and eat first. Look at this child. Servant, go and ask them to send a bowl of white fungus bird's nest soup. Put it under my name. Young master is kind and righteous. I'll go now. When we were upstairs just now, if it wasn't for young master's words, I really wouldn't have known that someone fled here. The servant naturally knew what to say and what not to say at this time, so he ran back. The family of 4 was helped up. They found a stone and put the food on it. Under the gaze of everyone, they ate. The child on their back was too small, so he could only eat something soft. The soup and bone marrow were given to him. The little girl was the most sensible. She let her parents eat first. She ate a steamed bun and took care of her brother. While eating, she looked at the young master standing in front of her gratefully and smiled shyly. When others saw this, they didn't feel much. They had already known the hardships of the world. Only the young master, who encountered this kind of thing for the first time, didn't know what to say when he saw the 4 people eating. Especially when the girl with dirt on her face and messy hair smiled at him gratefully, he suddenly felt a little guilty. When the girl used her sleeve to wipe her brother's mouth, he was a little envious. For a moment he felt that he wasn't as lucky as the child. Seeing the child smile after eating a few mouthfuls, saliva and food falling out, the corner of his mouth also curled up. Young master, why don't we go back first? If we're late and the housekeeper tells the Wang, Master, I'll be beaten. At this time the young master spoke again. The young master's smiling face immediately darkened. He stared at the person and said, There's no need for others to beat you. When we go back, this young master will let you know what to say and what to do. 20 beatings, remember. After being disturbed, the young master didn't continue to think about this matter. He said to the remaining servant, After lunch, what should we do at night? Go get more steamed buns. The servant left and went to get the steamed buns. The young master said, After dinner, what should we do tomorrow? Give me some money to do some small business. As he spoke, he prepared to take out some money. Suddenly, he remembered that he only had gold, and he left it with the servant. Even the restaurant didn't dare to use it, let alone 4 fugitives. Looking at the people around, those people immediately began to take out money from their bodies. Some took out a silver bean and some took out 1 or 2 copper coins. The 4 people avoided the silver as soon as they saw it. It wasn't that they couldn't spend it, but they were afraid of being targeted. They could only take the dozen copper coins. The father knelt down and kowtowed again. He didn't want the money, but he could stand it, but the child couldn't. "Young master, I still have some money." The person who was beaten just now took out a string of 70 to 80 copper coins. It was the most standard Kai Yuan Tong bao. It was quite heavy. Who knew why he was carrying such heavy money? When the young master saw the copper coins, he was happy. He took it and let someone give it to the 4 people in front of him. He looked at the person who was about to be beaten and nodded. When the person saw that the young master didn't say to exempt him from being beaten, he had to give another idea. "Young master, you can tell them that they don't have to go too far if they want to do business. At night there will be a market here. The price of all kinds of things is fair, but they are not allowed to buy in large quantities. Let them buy a little bit of everything. At dawn they have to walk 20 miles to a place in front of them to sell. They can earn 10 or 8 copper coins, which is enough for their family to eat." When he spoke, his voice was not low. Not only did the young master hear it, but the 4 people also heard it clearly. They knelt down and kowtowed again. Fortunately, the man knew that he should thank the person who gave the idea. Otherwise, he would have harmed others. While the young master asked someone to help him up, he praised, "Good, this is a good idea. Then you don't have to be beaten. When you go back, you will receive 5 taels of silver as a reward. Benefactor, please tell us your name. We will definitely remember it. When we survive, we will work hard for you." The man of that family cried with gratitude and asked for his benefactor's name. My surname is Li and my name is Wang Sun. You don't have to remember. Live a good life. If you can't eat, you can go to between the clouds and the water to eat. Just remember my name. Chapter 133. This young man who claimed to be Li Wangshuan's son, who was also a child, gave the surrounding people a fright when he said those words. Only when they heard those words did they calm down. Li Wangshuan wouldn't wait here to make people kneel and thank him. The people around him didn't dare to persuade him. One of them was almost beaten up, so no one dared to say anything. Just as Li Wangshuan was about to leave, 2 waiters from the restaurant ran over. One was carrying a bowl of white fungus bird's nest soup, while the other was carrying half a basket of steamed buns. The white fungus was also grown by pomegranate. It was similar to the fungus, but there were some slight changes in the details. Pomegranate was a professional and managed to grow it. Now she wanted to grow pine mushrooms. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan tried to persuade her, but Pomegranate insisted. Seeing how persistent she was, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan let her do it. If she could grow pine mushrooms and pomegranates, Zhang Xiaobao would dare to ask her to get reticulated mushrooms. Not to mention this era, even back then the price of reticulated mushrooms was the highest. Wild ones were even priceless, unlike other mushrooms that were sold by kilograms. Although there were 3 dishes and 1 soup, as well as many steamed buns, all of it had been finished by the 4 of them. Not even the soup was left. The child digested the food very quickly. He had just been fed some soup. This moment he peed. His small eyes looked at the new thing that was brought over. Being carried by his sister, he stretched out his arms and opened his small hands to grab it. "Quick, waiter, feed the child. Let me see if everything in this bowl is good." Li Wangshuan had never felt this way before. The more he looked at the child, the more he liked him. He asked the waiter to bring the soup over, but he was afraid that the waiter would cheat him. He went closer to take a look and found that everything was good. Only then did he feel relieved. The older sister hugged her younger brother, wiping her tears as she thanked Li Wangshuan. She could imagine how much the soup was worth just by hearing its name. Not to mention the fact that they could eat it when they were escaping from the wilderness. Even in the past, they didn't even dare to think about it. A bowl of soup could be exchanged for several years of her family's rations. In addition to the white fungus and bird's nest, there were also soft lotus seeds and rock sugar in the soup. It was sweet and fragrant. Children instinctively pursued sugar and couldn't stop eating once they took a bite. This had nothing to do with whether it was sweet or not. The main thing was that sweetness represented sugar. Sugar was exactly what the human body needed. It was a kind of genetic inheritance. The more immature a child was, the more they wanted to eat sugar. This time, without waiting for the older sister to wipe it with her sleeve, Li Wangshuan took out a handkerchief and helped the child wipe the drool from his mouth. When his hand touched the child's tender face, he couldn't help but pinch it lightly. Amidst the worries of the adults, the child didn't cry as he usually did when strangers touched him. Instead, he opened his eyes wide and opened his arms with a smile, letting Li Wangshuan hug him. Li Wangshuan wanted to reach out, but he was stopped by the people beside him, so he couldn't do anything. At this time, the person who had almost been beaten pulled a waiter over and told him what had happened. The waiter immediately knew what to do. "Young master, don't worry. Leave this family's matter to between the clouds and the water. Between the clouds and the water just happens to be lacking a dishwasher and a chopper. Oh, the dishwasher only needs to do 8 hours a day. Between the clouds and the water will give the dishwasher a bowl of clear water pig's knuckle soup, at least half a pig's knuckle each time." When the waiter said this to Li Wangshuan, he felt that he was lying. Since when did between the clouds and the water have to be responsible for feeding people? The wages were higher than other places. How many knuckles did a pig have? This was going to be counted as the main family's account. Li Wangshuan was happy when he heard this. He didn't know much about the lives of commoners and really thought that the dishwasher would be fed pig's knuckle. With one look, he knew that the mother ate little and didn't have milk. He wasn't stupid and knew that the knuckle soup had milk. He nodded and was relieved. He nodded and said, "And that's good. This young master will be back in a few days. If I don't see the four of them or find that someone has lost weight due to hunger, don't blame this young master for being ruthless. Make the knuckle soup better. This young master knows that you put a certain kind of seasoning in your food. Put in more." "Ah, salty? You still want to put in that seasoning? Young master, this won't do. You can't put too much seasoning, and even if it's salty." "What? You dare to not listen to this young master?" Before the waiter could finish, Li Wangshuan's face darkened and he shouted, "Benefactor, please don't make things difficult for them. This little girl likes to eat bland, so I want the knuckle soup with clear water. Don't put any salt or seasoning in it." This time, the child's mother spoke up without the waiter saying anything. She naturally knew what she had to eat for her child. No matter how disgusting it was, she had to swallow it. No salt could be added. When Li Wangshuan heard that the other party wasn't willing to eat anything with seasoning or salty, he naturally wouldn't force the waiter to do it. Wei Wei nodded and said, "All right, waiter. Do you understand?" "I understand. This little one will remember it well. You have to use clear water to cook the knuckle, especially the fatty ones." The waiter didn't care about who said the wrong thing and nodded vigorously. "Waiter, you have to do as you say. Take this money." The one who was almost beaten took out a dozen copper coins and stuffed them into the waiter's hands with reddened eyes. He understood what this mother was doing for her child. Since someone had taken over the matter of the family of four, Li Wangshuan didn't want to stay any longer and prepared to go back. At this time, Li Cheng, who was in charge of buying the restaurant, rushed over. He didn't even bother to wipe the sweat off his forehead as he reported to Li Wangshuan, "Young master, the main family of the Zhang family and the Wang family in Zhuangzi said that they went to the temple by the Luoshui River to burn incense. The head of the Gu family in Zhuangzi fell ill and was taken to seek treatment. No one saw him. The housekeeper was there, but unfortunately, he couldn't speak and the restaurant couldn't be closed." "So coincidental?" Li Wangshuan frowned in disbelief. "Yes. This little one has already asked 3 farmers in Zhuangzi. First, they didn't say anything. This little one gave them a lot of money. The farmers of the Zhang family and the Wang family took the money and told this little one. Early in the morning, the main family of the Zhang family and the Wang family left in a hurry in Zhuangzi. So did the Gu family in Zhuangzi. Li Cheng had spent a total of 3 taels of silver this time. He felt a bit of heartache. After all, he had forked out the money himself. Li Wangshuan finally believed him. "All right, when you go back, you will receive 10 taels of silver. Let's not talk about this today. All right, come back with me. Tomorrow send someone over to ask about this family of 4. At the same time, see if they have good food and lodging." "Yes, this little one understands," Li Cheng replied respectfully. While they were talking, a man and a woman came over to join in the fun. They didn't get too close, so Li Wangshuan's bodyguard only watched and didn't chase them away. He didn't want to make the young master unhappy. How is it? Did you see the ability of the Zhang family and the Wang family in Zhuangzi? More than 2 taels of silver was thrown in, and it didn't even make a splash. If it were any other place, not to mention Zhuangzi, even the people in the manor could be bribed. When we came in this morning, the carriage of the Zhang family and the Wang family was still there. After a while it disappeared. We can't stay in this place for too long. They already know that we are here. If I'm not wrong, they even know who we are. If we make them unhappy and kill a few cows, we can just say that we killed them. 3 Zhuangzi farmers said so. Even if you didn't kill them, you did. The woman was meticulous and could roughly analyze the situation from this incident. The man was bold and had good skills, but he wasn't good at such things. He said, "Don't be afraid. When the time comes, as long as we go through the authorities, we don't have to worry about anything. Today, we finally know that the Wang family's son is not bad. He knows how to help the poor." You only saw this. In fact, the ones who are willing to help are the Zhang family and the Gu family. When the servant came out, he brushed past him. Usually, if the master didn't arrange this, would the 2 servants do this? Remember, our identities can't be exposed. If the authorities know, then County Magistrate Chung will also know. I think they are together. The woman corrected the man's mistake. Just as the man was about to refute, he suddenly heard a rush of horse hooves. He turned his head and saw 3 yamen runners from Sanshui County. Each of them had 2 horses, and they rushed over from the other side of the bridge. As soon as they came to the bridge, the one in the lead shouted, "Hey!" reporting to the master of the Zhang family. At noon, the little Luoshui pier has been built. Congratulations, congratulations. Young Master Song has also ordered people to build 2 restaurants. Congratulations, congratulations. When the man heard this, he was dumbfounded. Before they came, they naturally knew that the little Luoshui pier was a place where auspicious signs were placed. It was in the county seat of Sanshui County. Now it wasn't even 5 yet, but it took them only 3 hours to come all the way from such a far place. It was almost 600 miles away. If the yamen runners of the Zhang family in Zhuangzi County could report good news like this, if it was an emergency, they could use the courier station that was 800 miles away. Do you know now? Will the authorities here care about you? Look at this speed. You didn't come from the yamen, but from the little Luoshui pier. The yamen runners need to know about the little Luoshui pier before they can come to report. How much time will it take? If there is any danger, I believe that they will report 800 miles away and chase after the stars and the moon. They will change horses but not people. The woman sneered and said to the man. At this time, the 3 people on the 6 horses had already galloped in front of them, leaving only the sound of horse hooves and the dust that hadn't settled yet. At this time, the man couldn't say anything. It was too scary. This yamen didn't seem to have a normal relationship. Felt like it was run by someone else. From the expression of the yamen runners who just passed by, there wasn't the slightest bit of unwillingness to accept the mission. Then we only know so much. Let's go first? The man asked a little fearfully. Pay attention, pay attention. Everyone pay attention. The children of the Zhuangzi County of Zhang family and Gusan family can join the competition. There will be a prize if they win. At this time a child's voice sounded. Chapter 134. Anyone below the age of 13 and above the age of 6 can participate. This competition is divided into 4 rounds. The first round is a competition of a new item called the Rubik's Cube. The winner will receive 5 century eggs and a champion's medal, which is made with 1 tael of silver. The century eggs are a secret food made by the Zhang family's Zhuangzi. The second round is about historical facts. The winner will get a gold medal and 50 century eggs. The third round is about intelligence. The winner will get a silver medal and 10 century eggs. The fourth round is about calligraphy. The winner will get a gold medal and 50 century eggs. If the winner is also the winner of the 4-part competition, he will get an extra trophy with gold in it. The child's voice came from afar. Everyone heard it. The others didn't react, but the eyes of the little girl who was taking care of her brother and Li Wangshuan lit up. The little girl's thoughts were simple. If she could participate and win, she could get a lot of things. She didn't know much about century eggs, but she knew that since they were made with a secret recipe, they must be expensive. After selling them, she could make a beautiful dress for her mother, and buy some good things for her brother to drink. She could also buy a beautiful hairpin to wear. Her brother's diaper was gone. It was ruined from washing. She could get some good cloth to change it so that her brother wouldn't feel uncomfortable. She could also give her brother some money so that he wouldn't be worse than the other kids. Li Wangshuan's thoughts were even simpler. After hearing the 4 rounds, he felt that he could get first place in 2 out of the 4 rounds. Which child in Zhuangzi would dare to compete with him in calligraphy and historical facts? This was what he had learned. Originally he was about to leave, but at this moment his interest was piqued. He glanced at the people beside him. Before the others could react, Li Cheng understood what the young master meant. He shouted at the child who was about to run over. "Hey, are you the only 3 people in Zhuangzi allowed to participate?" The child stopped and thought for a while. He said, "No, outsiders can also join, but they have to pay 1 tael of silver. That Rubik's Cube is expensive. Uncle, you can't. You're too old. I won't let you play. Don't go." Seeing that this child was about to leave with the other children, Li Cheng quickly shouted again and then said, "Well, do you see the one next to me? Our young master is definitely not 13 years old this year. He is only 10 years old. Can he join? When can you get the Rubik's Cube?" The child stopped and turned around to look at Li Wangshuan. He nodded and said, "You should be less than 13 years old. Very well, take out 1 tael of silver. I'll say this first, 1 tael for each event. If you don't have the money, don't participate. If you don't get anything, I'll feel bad. Don't worry about the Rubik's Cube. No one has it now, but I can make some tomorrow. When the time comes, just come to between the clouds and the water to get it. Have you thought about it? You've decided on the money? I still need to talk to the Gu family in Zhuangzi." "I have. Isn't it just 4 taels of silver? Take out all the money you have." Li Cheng was not an ordinary person since he was able to become Li Wangshuan's confidant. He knew that his young master wouldn't care about this little bit of money. He called the people around and took out all the silver and gold except for the copper. He gave all the copper to the family of 4 earlier. At this time, Li Wangshuan personally stepped forward and took out a piece of gold and handed it to the child. "This young master wants to join, and so does this girl. Let's go together. Go to the restaurant and tell them to change the money. Tomorrow morning, this young master will send someone to get the Rubik's Cube. Let's go." The little child did not hold back and took the gold. He let the others go to the Gu family manor first to report the news while he ran to the restaurant alone. Not long after, he came back with some good documents from the manager of the restaurant and some money. Li Cheng took the documents. Naturally, he didn't doubt the authenticity of the documents. Even if the 3 Zhuangzi didn't admit that the restaurant was opened by them, he would find a way to get it back. He nodded to his young master and the group finally left the place. They walked towards the newly bought Zhuangzi. When they were far away, the waiter didn't dare to delay and ran to the Zhang family's manor. When he arrived, he immediately looked for the steward. The gatekeeper knew that the waiter of the restaurant had important information, so he didn't dare to be negligent. Soon he found the steward. That person has already joined. His surname is Li, and his name is Li Wangshuan. He arranged for a family of 4 to stay in the restaurant. The other 2 people who were sent to gather information are watching from the side. They didn't come. The waiter finished his sentence and ran back. This information was quickly passed to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The 2 of them were watching the water in the swimming pool gradually settle and become clear. "Xiaobao, do you know Li Wangshuan? Who is he? Why haven't I heard of him?" Wang Wan bit a piece of orange in her mouth. It was so sour that her whole face twitched. She didn't forget to ask Zhang Xiaobao. "I don't know. I've never heard of this name. Many people used to tell me about history, but they didn't mention that there was such a person in the royal family of the Tang dynasty. What's his name? Li Wangshuan? It's just a small trick. Isn't he Li Sun? He's the son of the emperor's father's 2nd son." Zhang Xiaobao thought about it carefully and finally understood. He combined the last 2 words into one word. He had long been used to this kind of thing and disdained to use it. Oh, I see. It turns out that he's Li Xian's son. He was adopted by Li Changyi. Is he a prince or? He's still the provincial governor of Feng province. Yes, it's him. He's the brother of Li Longji. No wonder his son ran here. It turns out that he saw the auspicious sign in Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. This is easy. We don't have to worry about how strong the opponent is. We just need to know his identity. Such a good thing. If we don't make good use of it, I feel sorry for the people of Sanshui County. Didn't he agree to participate? You want to play well? That's easy. I'll make the arrangements. This time, no one can stop the 100 households of the Zhang family's farmstead. Not even the emperor, unless he wants the whole world to know that he treats his brothers badly. Zhang Xiaobao pointed at his face with his hand and laughed. Well, you arrange it. Don't kill anyone. This guy is good. He knows how to help the fugitives. It's reasonable to say that such a person will be arrested by the government and placed somewhere else. After all, they have land there. He didn't care about this and directly handed it over to the restaurant. Wang Wan was afraid that Zhang Xiaobao would use some extreme means, so she limited the content and also praised the successor of Prince Shan, Li Changyi, who was the son of the Emperor Li Xian. She believed that if Zhang Xiaobao wanted to, even if he wanted to kill Li Longji now, it would not be a problem if she did not interfere. The palace was heavily guarded, but no matter how strict it was, it could not be more strict than the mansion of the prime minister of a country. It was all because of Zhang Xiaobao that she fell ill. Once she fell ill, she couldn't get up and died 2 months later. Otherwise, there would not be an international arrest warrant for Zhang Xiaobao. It was just that the guy did not allow the people of his country to participate in the Olympic Games in the capital and beat up the torchbearers there. 3 days. After this incident, only 3 days later, the prime minister fell ill. This kind of means made all the country's leaders want to kill Zhang Xiaobao. Of course, most people did not know. This was a worldwide secret. Such a person had money and a perfect planning organization. Who would not be afraid of such a person? When he boarded the plane, others did not blow up the plane. It was not because he was handsome, but because they did not know that he used the most common and most profound name Zhang Xiaobao, a child in an orphanage. Except for the people of his country, no one would know such detailed information. Zhang Xiaobao gave Wang Wan a reassuring look and said, "Don't think of me as a demon. In fact, I am only missing a few pairs of wings. I am an angel, really. Yes, I admit. A fallen angel. If you are kind, you are willing to help all the people you want to help and make them thank you for the rest of their lives. If you are evil, you can easily kill anyone you want to kill and make them fear you for the rest of their lives." When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she curled her lips and gave Zhang Xiaobao a false conclusion. Zhang Xiaobao did not care at all. That is why I am a real person. I have flaws and strengths. I have loved and hated. I have no regrets. In this life, I have been here. Well, anyway, don't try to lie to me. I don't mind killing a liar if necessary. You are willing to kill me? Do you think you can kill me? Zhang Xiaobao asked. I will commit suicide, Wang Wan replied. Don't, I won't lie to you. If you die, who will I find to talk to in the future? Liars will also be lonely. Really? Zhang Xiaobao immediately compromised. Just like how Wang Wan did not dare to imagine losing him one day, he did not want to lose Wang Wan. It had nothing to do with love. The main thing was that the two of them understood the same world. If they were really gone, who would listen to the broken string? He could not talk about finance, currency, Mo phase law, why Yao Yao exploded, nor could he talk about idealism and materialism. It was the saddest thing to not have a person who could understand him. Don't raise your hand. All right, you don't have to raise your hand to swear. I don't believe in this. Hurry up and find someone to make a Rubik's Cube. They'll be here tomorrow. If I had known this would happen, I would have studied military engineering. I would have made a sniper rifle with a range of 1,500 meters. I can kill whoever I want. Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao actually raised his hand and looked like he was going to swear. She suddenly laughed. He said he was not going to lie, but he had already started. Well, okay, I'll arrange it. Just this method alone won't be enough to deal with that brat. We need to take out something else. Is Xiao Qiao so easy to cross? Zhang Xiaobao put down his hand and laughed. Chapter 135. Groups of dragonflies were flying close to the ground, or circling around the pond. Occasionally, they would touch the surface of the water, and when circles of ripples appeared in the pond, they would nimbly circle around a lotus leaf and fly away without a trace. The dry sand ground was emitting heat, making people feel absent-minded. The sound of cicadas kept buzzing. Wei Wei curled up the leaves that were covered with a layer of soil. Some insects living on the leaves were afraid of heat, so they spat out countless bubbles to wrap themselves in them. The old yellow dog stretched out its tongue and ran to the water basin to lick it a few times. Then it hid under the big locust tree and lay down in the short shadow. It stretched its paws forward, put its head on them and squinted its eyes. Occasionally, it would look at the unscrupulous chickens in front of it. The fat house cat jumped to the window and curled itself into a ball. Even when the door was opened, it still did not move. The little swallow followed its parents out to look for food. It ate dragonflies and the insects that dragonflies ate. The old yellow dog stood firmly in the circle and looked at the things around it blankly, as if it was recalling the road it had walked. Only its tail kept swinging to drive away the mosquitoes and flies that wanted to come and take advantage of it. Along with the ringing of the bell, it was time for the children who had been studying for 3.5 hours to rest. There was still 3.5 hours before lunch, but the children had already sat in their seats and waited. After a while, someone brought them food. A small bowl of goat's milk exuded the smell of food. There were 2 vegetable buns on the plate and a fried yellow poached egg. This was their lunch break. Originally, they had to do exercises during the break. Later, they found that they were helping at home, playing in the mountains and swimming in the water, so this was removed. Before eating, the headmaster admonished, "One meal after another. Think about how hard it is to come by." The children promised in unison that they would study hard in the future and repay the headmaster. Then they began to eat. The headmaster smiled and nodded at the side, reading a book in his hand. Occasionally, he would drink the green bean soup provided by the headmaster to cool down. In the swimming pool in the courtyard of the Zhang family, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were lying in it. Their faces were covered with a lotus leaf. Pomegranate, who had finished her work, found a small bench and sat aside to watch. She held a book in her hand and occasionally yawned. These days she had been thinking about how to plant mushrooms. She was exhausted, but there was no progress. "Xiaobao, do you think my family will be able to get some rewards this time? For example, like your family, you can get some food or something, and you can also relax quickly." Wang Wan's voice came from under a lotus leaf. After waiting for a few seconds and seeing that Zhang Xiaobao did not respond, she reached out and touched him. Zhang Xiaobao's body immediately sank into the water. Seeing that the water was about to enter his mouth, he quickly moved and lay down again. Unexpectedly, he fell asleep. Wang Wan had no choice but to repeat her words. "Oh, you ask about this? It should be." After all, those grains and poultry were in the name of the Zhang family and Wang family. After so much effort, there should be something in return. The imperial court can't disappoint the people. I just had a dream. In the dream, the 6 ponds here are all connected together. There are several small bridges in the manor, and there are people rocking boats in the water. They are humming tunes while picking lotus seeds in the ponds. There are many small fish swimming and frolicking in the clear water. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, his 2 legs gently kicked, and his body moved to the shore. He pulled a wooden boat under the shade into the water and pushed it towards Wang Wan. There were snacks and fruit juice on the boat, but for fear of diarrhea, they did not dare to be cold. Wang Wan took a sip of fruit juice and smacked her lips. "Then we should design the waterway well. It should be high and low. It's best to directly connect the small rivers in front of the door to the ponds. The water should follow the order, starting from the first pond and ending at the 6th pond, just right to flow into the big river. Remember to pull the net, otherwise the fish will run away. We should also do a winding river. Along the small rivers, build a wooden corridor, and plant some trees in the open space on both sides. It's picturesque from afar and secluded near. As long as we don't occupy fertile land, no one will care. Even in winter, we can drink wine and enjoy the snow. Yes, we can enjoy the flowers in summer." Zhang Xiaobao echoed. "Get down." Wang Wan reached out and pressed Zhang Xiaobao down. At noon, the weather was getting hotter. Some people who had nothing to do spontaneously set up stalls by the small bridge. Today's new price had not been announced. Everything was according to last night's price. No one dared to break this rule, otherwise they would be chased out. Ergu hurriedly ate something and was busy again. He checked which stall was selling good food, whether the meat was fresh, and whether the food at the snack stall was spoiled. Did they wash their hands when they made the food? He collected the rent from yesterday. After all, they hadn't sold anything today. At the same time, he told a few stall owners that they had left too many dirty things behind when they left last night. He asked them to pay attention today and chat with familiar people. If a family's child could walk, and if a family's pig did not eat, they should go to the tea shop to drink a bowl of tea. When the owner pushed them, they should leave a small bag of salt as the payment for the tea. The number of people eating in the restaurant between the clouds and the water also increased. After Li Chang looked around for the owner's family but to no avail, he took the Rubik's Cube and came here for lunch. He went up to the second floor, casually ordered a few dishes and iced wine, and asked the waiter to accompany him. The waiter naturally did not dare to refuse. He stood aside and poured wine for Li Chang. In his heart, he silently said what could be said and what could not be said. Waiter, let me ask you, are you a local? Li Chang took a sip of wine and a bite of food. He put down his chopsticks and turned to ask the waiter. In answer to your question, I am a local. My family is in Zhuangzi. Including me, it has been 3 generations. The waiter said respectfully as he filled Li Chang's wine glass and put 2 pieces of ice in it. Then do you know what your master is busy with all day? Why can't I meet anyone? Li Chang continued to ask. The waiter shook his head blankly. I don't know. How can the owner tell me what he is doing? Maybe something big happened? You should be more diligent. Then do you know what's going on these days? Something big? Yes, I do know a little. Master's family is very good. I heard that there was a drought and a plague of locusts over there, so Master sent people to bring food, chickens, ducks, and geese over there. The locusts over there are in trouble. You don't know, but the chickens on our farm are different from other places. They start eating locusts when they are young. I still remember that there was a chicken called Old Black. That guy is extraordinarily clever. No matter where the locusts hide. Okay, I know. Lao Hei is a good chicken. Let's not talk about it first. Is there anything else big? Li Chang was satisfied at first, but as he listened he found that something was wrong. So he quickly interrupted the waiter. The waiter stopped and swallowed. Seeing that Li Chang was asking him, he said, Something else big? Yes, the old sow of the little swineherd in Zhuangzi just gave birth. Guess how many? 12 of them. That guy looks so scary. We knew that the pig wasn't normal. Could climb trees. That guy. That's right. Stop, I'm asking you. Don't make up stories. Whose pig can climb trees? Is there anything else big? Li Chang didn't know whether this waiter was clever or stupid. Oh, that pig can really climb trees. The wind is strong and the tree is crooked, so it went up. Speaking of other things, I heard that a pier was built at the Little Luoshui River in Sanshui County. That guy, that place is so big. The whole mountain has been dug up. I heard that when they were digging they saw a big snake. That guy is about 20 feet long and no one dares to catch it. It just slips on the sand and runs away. That guy. Don't talk about that guy. Let me ask you, how is life at home? Li Chang finally figured it out this time. This waiter was not stupid, not at all. He was smart. When he was asked about something he would tell others. When he was not supposed to tell others, he would not leave out a single word. The waiter was still very respectful. He helped to move the food closer to Li Chang and replied, It's okay. My family is pretty good today. We raised chickens and put them on the cart to eat the grasshoppers. We also caught 4 piglets. When they grow up during the new year, we will kill one and keep it for our family. As for the other 3, we will sell them for some spare money. Sai, I don't think your family is doing well. Those pigs can't be sold for much money. Other people will also sell pigs during the new year. It's better to find a new owner. Maybe it will be better. Li Chang liked this waiter. He was smart and tight-lipped. The waiter shook his head and said, In reply to your question, we don't need to sell the pigs. The owner will set the price and negotiate with other merchants. We will kill the pigs first and sell them at different prices according to different places. It's the same for chickens, ducks, and geese. Aren't you afraid that the owner will cheat you and deduct a part of the price? This was the first time Li Chang heard that the owner was helping the villagers to negotiate a deal. He immediately thought that the owner was trying to take advantage of the situation. So be it. Let the owner have a good new year, the waiter replied indifferently. This time Li Chang was even more surprised. Could it be that the villagers in Zhuangzi were all idiots? They didn't even care about the owner deducting their things. Good. It was impossible to find such honest villagers elsewhere. Furthermore, they were willing to do so. Wouldn't it be better if they all moved to Zhuangzi over there? Hence he started to bribe them. You know that there's a new Zhuangzi over there, right? The main family of that manor is more powerful than your current main family. Even the authorities have to give them some leeway. Why don't you gather the people close to you and move there together? Once you're there, we'll build a house for you. If you pay a bit of rent every year, the house will be yours in a few years. At that time, if you want to raise chickens, you can raise chickens, and if you want to catch pigs, you can catch pigs. During the new year, we will reward you with a few feet of cloth to make new clothes. And what do you think? You won't be able to find such an owner. When the waiter heard this, he almost laughed. It seemed that the person from Zhuangzi did not investigate the situation here carefully. How could it be compared to the tailor-made Zhuangzi of the Zhang family and Wang family? How could it be compared to the owner's wife personally delivering the goods? Raising chickens? Where could they buy so many chickens? Chapter 136. Li Chang tried his best to tempt the waiter for a while, but the waiter was still stubborn. Are you sure you don't want to go? Since you know the past, I'll give you the best things. I'll give you the house, some food and money. You'll be better off than the current farmers. Others will be envious of you. In order to pull the waiter over, Li Chang promised a lot of things. After the waiter heard it, he poured Li Chang's wine and said, Sir, I heard a story a few days ago. It said that a shepherd saw a sheep in the wild and said that he would give it something good. In the end, the sheep followed him. When they reached the sheep pen, the shepherd really did that. He gave the sheep the best grass to eat, and the other sheep were envious of it. They ate the worst grass. In the end, the sheep left the next day. The shepherd chased after it and asked it, Why did you leave when I gave you such good things? The sheep said, I thought you would treat all the sheep like this, but I didn't expect you to treat me like this. Once I become like the other sheep, when a new sheep comes, won't we only be able to watch it eat the tender grass? Li Chang didn't expect the waiter to say this. After listening for a while, he asked, Don't the new people in Zhuangzi treat them well? Well, but they can't be compared to the previous people. You see, I'm a waiter, but if I really fall ill one day, the master will find someone to treat me without spending a single copper coin. The new people need to pay a part of the money. If they don't have it now, they can owe me first. In fact, before winter this year, the master will build a new house for us. Last year, the master didn't have enough money, so he only helped to fix it. We have hands and feet, so we didn't want the master to pay for it. But the master said, The farmer has worked hard for the master, so how can the master let the farmer sleep in the open? The waiter was still so respectful when he said this, but Li Chang saw a kind of arrogance in the waiter's eyes, which made him a little scared. It seemed that the Zhuangzi of the Zhang family and Wang family were not easy to swallow. Let's not talk about this. This is called the Rubik's Cube in my hand. Do you know how to play? Do you know what will happen when you play the IQ question? I can buy it from you. In reply to your question, this is also the first time I've seen such a thing. I've never played with it before, let alone an IQ test. Even if there was one, I wouldn't tell others even if I knew about it. The shop assistant replied decisively this time. Li Chang had no other choice. He could only take the items back and let the young master familiarize himself with them as soon as possible. If he could get first place in all 3 categories, then he would definitely get that stupid trophy. He didn't know what was so good about these rewards, but the young master insisted on competing. The meal made him very uncomfortable. He didn't hear any good news, but he did hear some bad news. The Zhang family and Wang family's farmers in Zhuangzi couldn't be bribed, and he didn't dare to use his status to pressure them. After all, Zhangzhe Zhuangzi had sent so many poultry. If something really happened, that Yao Chong, no matter whose son he was, would still go to court. Others would be fine, but he would be sent out as a scapegoat. Even if the emperor chopped off his head, it would be a light punishment. Seeing that he had left, the waiter packed up the remaining dishes and sent them to the new family of 4. It was mainly for the little girl. The restaurant couldn't provide good food for her family, especially when it was ordered by the rich. The cost was not low. On the official road, a man and a woman were running, one in front and one behind. They were about to reach the Prime Minister's residence in Hunan Province. The two didn't care whether the horses were tired or not, and rushed to the Prime Minister's temporary residence. They jumped off their horses and ran straight in. Yao Chong originally wanted to go back early, but he found out about Zhang Zhuangzi's matter. There were so many poultry eating the grasshoppers, so he had to stop. He didn't dare to take away this great merit. He wanted to know the details so that he could write it clearly in the memorial. When he heard someone report that the people who went to investigate had returned, he quickly called the two in for questioning. After learning about Zhang Zhuangzi and Zhuangzi's matter, the two left. Yao Chong sat there and wrote some things. He let out a long sigh. He found a copywriter to accompany him. When the copywriter took over what he wrote, he also became more and more shocked. Darren, Zhang Zhuangzi's business is not small. They say they are Zhuangzi, but they are doing business. Darren should do something about it. Who is doing business? I'm a proper farmstead and have always been farming. I've never done anything like buying and selling. Selling off the extra things in the farmstead is not doing business. Buying cheap things from other places and then selling them at a higher price is doing business. Yao Chong felt that the copywriter's brain was a bit slow, so he lightly reminded him. Yes, Darren is right. They are not doing business. There are more poultry coming later. How will Darren arrange it? The copywriter also reacted and said, this kind of business, as long as it didn't fall under his name, no one could find fault with it. On one hand, Yao Chong was happy that there were more poultry coming, but on the other hand, he was a bit embarrassed. An ordinary person with such a great merit couldn't be directly promoted to an official. How could he help the Zhang family and Wang family get some benefits without being promoted? Looking at them, it was clear that they wanted to eat food. Go and find County Magistrate Chung. Yao Chong couldn't think of a way, so he had to ask the County Magistrate of Sanshui County to come over and tell him what to do. After County Magistrate Chung came here, he had nothing to do. He was idle all day. Occasionally, when he was in a good mood, he would help pick the eggs. However, the other people who were in charge of picking eggs said a lot of unpleasant words. This was clearly a robbery. Darren, you looking for me? After County Magistrate Chung arrived, he respectfully asked and began to ask about the business. Yes. Yao Chong held the attitude, snorted softly, and looked away. He seemed to ask casually. Zhang Zhuangzi wants to keep the food and Zhuangzi of the Wang family also wants to get one. Don't count on it. I can help with the food, but I can't control the population and farmland. Do you know what they think? They don't care about the people and the land? Then they have to find it themselves. It will cost a lot of money, right? I'm also in a dilemma. Zhang family and Wang family have done a lot of good deeds in Zhuangzi. The reward from the imperial court seems to be a bit too much, right? When County Magistrate Chung saw that the Prime Minister had relented, he was happy, but his face showed that he was in a dilemma. He wanted to help the Zhang family and Wang family to get more benefits in Zhuangzi. Oh, this is indeed a difficult thing to do. Why don't we let them come here and see if any of the victims are willing to go elsewhere? But we can't give them the land. For the first time, Yao Chong showed a difficult expression to County Magistrate Chung. He also knew that if he were Zhang Zhuangzi's people, he wouldn't be happy either. He wasn't an ordinary person who didn't know anything. Naturally, he knew the importance of benefits. After he finished speaking, he stared at County Magistrate Chung. County Magistrate Chung held back his happiness and said, "You're right, sir. Zhang Zhuangzi should think of a way themselves. They can't ask for benefits from the imperial court after getting nearly 10,000 poultry, sending hundreds of thousands of kilograms of grain, and bringing 20,000 poultry back with carts. They can't think too much when doing good deeds." In fact, his words made it clear that no matter how much Zhuangzi had done, whether the Zhang family and Wang family wanted the Zhuangzi's land or not, and whether the imperial court gave it to them were two different matters. Yao Chong was a little unhappy with County Magistrate Cheng's subtle threat, but he couldn't say anything. Suddenly, he thought of what the two people had said when they came back, so he said to County Magistrate Cheng, I heard that the farmers in Zhuangzi are all protective of their masters. I don't know what methods the Zhang family and Wang family used. Could it be that they pressured others when signing the contract? Yao Chong showed a thoughtful expression as he spoke. County Magistrate Cheng admired the Prime Minister from the bottom of his heart. Since he had sent people to investigate, of course, he would know why those farmers were protective of their masters. He was not an ordinary person to ask such a question. The Prime Minister was indeed the Prime Minister. Sir, I've never heard of the Zhang family and Wang family's Zhuangzi deceiving others to sign the contract. Maybe it's because of generations. If Sir still has concerns, why don't I go back to investigate and report to you when I come back? That's not necessary. I believe that they will help with the disaster relief and will not treat the farmers unfairly. There must be some jealous people spreading rumors. Well, I'm going to report this matter truthfully. When the time comes, County Magistrate Cheng will testify. It's already late. Why don't you stay and have dinner with me? Yao Chong had already found out from the two men that the Yamen of Sanshui County was like their own to the Zhang and Wang family. They could even use a 600 li express to deliver good news. If there was really a small matter, then it would be a 800 li express ride, 60 li on the official road and 40 li on the small road, with a change of horses. County Magistrate Cheng hurriedly said that he still had something to deal with and got up to leave. He didn't think that the Prime Minister wanted to invite him to dinner. Li Cheng, find me more people to figure out this thing. Why is it so difficult? I've been looking at it for so long but only one side. There are 6 sides in total. In the newly bought Zhuangzi, Li Sun was fiddling with the Rubik's Cube in his hand. He thought that he was smart but he only managed to figure out one side after a long time. The other 5 sides didn't match at all. If it weren't for the fact that the 6 sides were so neat when he brought it here, he would have thought that he was deceived. Li Cheng was not familiar with this thing, so he could only agree to go out and find people. Ordinary people couldn't do it. Whoever solved the 9 chain rings the fastest would be the one to try. He didn't know who came up with this thing. When Li Cheng went to find people, Li Sun put down the Rubik's Cube and began to think about intelligence questions. He didn't know what intelligence questions were. He thought that it was nothing more than a test to see whose brain was still useful. He found a few people and asked them to ask him some questions. It shouldn't be too difficult. After all, the little boy on the Zhuangzi couldn't know too many things. When the people found couldn't stump him, he was finally happy. He thought that this time he could definitely bring back a trophy and show it to his father. Chapter 137. 2 days later, the poultry from the Zhang and Wang families' farmsteads were transported to their destination. Along the way there was no lack of worry. Not only did they need to be fed, but they also needed to be fed. These poultry did not have a common owner, and they were not so well behaved. Regardless of day or night, their cries could be heard. There were more than 20,000 birds in total. After they got off the carriage, they did not know where to go. The hens usually gathered next to the roosters, and the roosters were ready to fight with each other. Dozens of birds died on the way. Fortunately, there were no infectious diseases. When the poultry came, it was troublesome to make them work. They were in a mess, and if someone approached them, they would attack. When others were helpless, Cherries came forward. These poultry were all hatched by her alone. Especially when they were young, she had to take care of them for a few days, big and small, batch after batch. At that time she was exhausted. Just taking care of the eggs made her hands blister a lot. When the poultry saw her, they all wanted to come closer. She was their mother, even if they had grown a lot. After a busy time, the poultry quietened down a little. They did not need to take out the eggs anymore. They directly rushed to other places. They were divided into several batches, and there was food for them to eat along the way. There was no need to worry about drinking water. There was a lot of water on the grasshoppers, and a little dew was enough for them. Including those that arrived first, more than 30,000 poultry were scattered to several places in Hunan province where the locust disaster was the most serious. The local people who raised poultry were also grouped together by the government. However, there was a small conflict in the distribution of eggs. It was impossible to clearly distinguish the eggs laid by each household. There was often some quarrels. There were 3 roosters and 2 hens, and he insisted that his family could lay 3 eggs a day. He was only obedient after being warned by the government runners. Cherries did not have so much trouble. She hired a lot of people to help pick the eggs, which could be considered as more income for the people here. There were more than 10,000 eggs every day. Cherries, Xiaohong, and the others followed the young master's instructions and sold all the eggs on the spot. They could not be exchanged for food but other things. Wood, dried fish, shrimps, cloth, domestic animals, and some metal tools could be exchanged. This place was close to the Yellow River, and the other side was not far from Shandong. There was an estuary, so seaweed, crabs, and other things from the sea could also be exchanged. In addition to replacing the eggs, in order to urge Yao Chong to quickly get the credit for the 2 farms, he specially took 1/10 of the eggs and sent them to other prefectures to be sold. The money from the sale was directly converted into food and shipped over to be evaluated. Yao Chong had not returned to the capital, which was not too far away. He wanted to stay here for a few days to see the situation. More than 30,000 poultry brought him great pressure, especially the exchange of eggs. He did not understand, so he asked County Magistrate Chang. "Sir, are you looking for me?" County Magistrate Chang asked respectfully after he arrived. At this moment, he was not nervous at all, unlike at the beginning when the arrival of 30,000 poultry gave him a lot of courage. "Well, let me ask you. The poultry of the Zhang family and the Wang family can be exchanged for other things, but why do you keep looking at the things on the other side of the sea? 5 caddies of powdered shells and other smelly fish and shrimps can be exchanged for an egg, 7 caddies for a duck egg, and 10 caddies for a goose egg. Why do they want these worthless things?" Yao Chong heard that many people paddled boats in the small Yellow River to pick up these things that no one wanted and were ready to exchange them for eggs, but he could not figure out the reason. County Magistrate Chung knew the reason. It was to feed the chickens. Looking at the poultry, he knew. They were obviously stronger than the poultry of other places, and at the same time they produced more eggs. In the various markets of Sanshui County every night, there would be people coming to pick up food. No matter what it was, they would take it back. In the beginning, he did not know that this was arranged by the Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Later, when he saw that the market was cleaner than usual, he found someone to ask and found out that the bailiffs also helped to pick out the food when they were free. After they dried it, he found out that it was to feed the poultry. He knew it in his heart, but he would not say it. Otherwise, if others found out about this, it would be time to raise the price. The seaside was not his place, so he would not help them. Therefore, when faced with the Prime Minister's question, there was a trace of confusion in his eyes. "Sir, I just found out about this from you." "Yes, why do they want to exchange these things? There is no place to throw these things at the seaside, so who would want them? I think that the 2 Zhuangzi are deliberately giving benefits to the people here. Perhaps they are afraid that the people here will suspect them, so when the time comes they will take these things back to make dung." County Magistrate Cheng's explanation did not satisfy Yao Chong, especially the last part. If they used the powder of shrimp and fish in the river, it was possible, but if they really made dung from the sea, did they want to change the farmland into the middle farmland and vice versa? The salt was left in the soil. "Well, why don't you ask them about this? I heard that some of the eggs are spoiled when they are transported to other provinces, so there is less food to be exchanged. Why don't they transport some salt from there and marinate it? The 2 Zhuangzi will have to pay for the salt, but they can keep some of the food and deduct the salt money." Yao Chong thought for a moment, then said to County Magistrate Chang, "This was a disguised benefit for the Zhang family and Wang family. The salt used to marinate things depended on how much salt a jar needed. When the time came, the price would be calculated by the jar. Because the salt was used to help exchange for food in other provinces, the price would be lower. However, after a batch of eggs was marinated in salt water, they would not need to throw it away. In this way, the people marinating the eggs could save some salt and sell the salted eggs at a higher price outside. They could keep some of the food and sell the rest at a lower price. No matter what, they would make a profit." He was the Prime Minister, so he could not let the people keep paying for it. When County Magistrate Chang heard this, he was happy and quickly agreed. "This official understands. I will go and ask them now and tell them what you said. You are really a good official who thinks for the people. This official is not as good as you." Yes, it is the imperial court and the emperor's favor. After Yao Chong finished speaking, he did not want to say anything else to County Magistrate Chang. He picked up a book and looked like he wanted to read it. County Magistrate Chung was sensible and immediately said a few words of praise. He left and rushed to where Xiaohong and Cherries were, ready to tell them the good news. As for the matter the Prime Minister asked, he would say that the Zhang family and Wang family were Zhuangzi, but they were unwilling to say. Xiaohong and Cherries had been busy for the past few days. They had to remember all the eggs they received and pay the workers. They had learned a little bookkeeping from the young master. At first they were a little unfamiliar with it, but later they became familiar with it. When they heard the news from County Magistrate Chung, they did not dare to delay and sent someone back to report the news. At the same time they exchanged all kinds of eggs for jars and prepared to marinate them. Zhang family and Wang family were also busy in Zhuangzi. They had to arrange the children's affairs. Originally, they were going to start in 2 days, but none of the children could make 6 faces. Not only the children could not do it, but the adults also could not help. Instead, the Rubik's Cube was sold a lot. Zhou Shihu even came to ask how to make it and opened a few to take a look. When he went back, he would ask people to make a lot of them so that he could sell them to other places. When he made money, he would still mix them with Zhangjia Zhuangzi according to the ingredients. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had been in the swimming pool for a few days. Today they finally did not go into the water. They found someone to start making a bath and prepared to build a sauna house for their family. The two of them tried hard to think of what stone to use, but until now they had not come up with a result. Forget it, let's not think about it. Let's try with the My Fan stone. There is no electricity, so we can only heat it up with charcoal and let people pour water on it. Those children have not been able to make 6 faces yet. Should we write a method to remind them? Wang Wan really could not think of what kind of stone was, so she just casually used one. She felt that the My Fan stone was at least not harmful to the human body. Then, she discussed with Zhang Xiaobao whether to teach others how to play with the Rubik's Cube. Zhang Xiaobao had steamed the Rubik's Cube countless times before, but he had never studied it and could not think of a method. He temporarily put this matter aside and said to Wang Wan, I think there is no need to tell them. At most it will be delayed for a few days. Since others can find a method, the people of Tang will not be so stupid that they can't find one. 5 days it will start in 5 days. Let's see which child can make the most faces in the specified time. That will be the winner. At this time let people go and find those scholars who think they are smart. Then let them watch and hold a competition for adults. The venue will be between the clouds and the water. The purpose of you organizing these competitions is to win over Li Suan. It's okay to spend money, but if you find adults it will cost a lot. At first, Wang Wan didn't realize what was going on. She was only thinking about the money. After saying that, she suddenly realized something and said to Zhang Xiaobao, You want to use this to make money? Is it? I knew that you were up to no good. Let others give you advertising fees and rent some stalls. Let all kinds of people who sell snacks come here to promote their own things. Oh, it can be like this. Why didn't I think of it? Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan in surprise. Wang Wan did not pay attention to him at all. Her acting was so bad. Well, that's it. You are right. Now let's not talk about this. What should we do with the brain teasers? It should be suitable for this era and interesting. Zhang Xiaobao changed the topic again. This is simple. Listen to me. A person is walking on a single plank bridge. Suddenly, there is a wolf in front of him and a tiger behind him. They all want to eat him. He fainted. Let's change to another one. It's easier to understand. Before Wang Wan could finish, Zhang Xiaobao interrupted her. Chapter 138. Young man, do you think it's right? Oh, it's not right. Then I'll change it. It's not right either. Behind the Shuiyun restaurant, in one of the several courtyards that were specifically used for living, the little girl that was arranged by Li Sun was currently playing with her little brother. The little child had just been fed milk today and was currently smiling foolishly. He didn't know what his big sister was saying to him, but as long as his big sister smiled at him, he would smile along with her, and a lot of saliva would flow out. Once the food was served and the pig's knuckle soup was served, the woman had milk the next night. She held the child in her arms and fed him with a face full of happiness. She was in charge of washing the dishes and always washed every plate clean. She never needed to be urged. After washing the plates, she rushed to do other chores when she saw that there were others. She was grateful to that young master Li Sun for giving her something to do, but his status was definitely not low. Perhaps he didn't want someone like her to work for him. She could only try her best to do something for the restaurant. She knew the price of the pig's knuckle. It cost 1 pig's knuckle every 2 days. Even an ordinary person couldn't afford it, let alone a poor family. That young master didn't send anyone to ask about them these 2 days. If the restaurant wanted to deduct something, no one would know. She still had that young master to answer to, but no one would care about Lu. She had been eating good food these few days. She also knew that it was the leftovers of those rich people. Some of them didn't even touch a single piece of food. Wouldn't they take it and sell it to others? Wouldn't the waiter eat it himself? A plate full of mutton was sent over. If this wasn't a big deal, what about the clothes that were specially made? It was said that everyone in the restaurant had to wear the same clothes. She and her man wore the same clothes. Lure and young man also made clothes for them, especially young man. She was wearing a silk dress. When she put it on, young man smiled comfortably. Many diapers were prepared. When they were brought over, they still had the fragrance of flowers on them. They were specially made for them. Since he was being so considerate, he would feel guilty if he didn't do more work. He even gave young man a lot of toys. He even gave her a cart to teach her how to walk. It was a big circle made of thin wood with 3 poles connected to it. Below the poles were small wheels. There were a few strips of cloth on the circle, and the circle was wider when it was connected to the middle. He could put young man in that place and she could sit there without moving. She could also walk around when she wanted to. There was no need to be afraid of falling. This thing was too rare. He had never seen it before. Sister Fong, help me bring 20 plates over. Just as she was thinking about this, a waiter in front of her called out to her. Sai, I'll be right there. Hearing someone call her, she naturally had to go over. She took the 20 plates and looked at them one by one to see if there was a gap. If there was, the restaurant would definitely not use it. Unlike some small stalls, they would continue to put things in even if there was a gap. Waiting for her to bring the plates over, the waiter took them over and looked at her leaving figure. He sighed. Gotsi, hurry up. What are you doing? Are you planning to do something to her? A chef was waiting over there to put the dishes. Seeing him like this, he said, What do you mean? I'm only 15 years old today. After I save more money, I'll find a wife in the future. I feel that his family is really pitiful. Fortunately, they met us. Otherwise, I don't know what would happen to them. That young man just started to put on weight these 2 days. She used to be thin before, the waiter said with emotion as he brought the plates to the chef. The chef put the dishes on the plates and handed them to another waiter. He turned around and said, There are so many people suffering in this world. Can you help them all? The main family is still better. The one surnamed Li left her alone. The main family heard about it and specially sent clothes for her. Today they sent the fattest pork shoulder. I'll cook it in a while and stew it until it's soft. When the time comes, you can hold your breath and drink it in one mouthful. Take some time to go back and check on the 2 children. Don't hurt them. Didn't the main family bring some pictures the day before yesterday? They showed them to Lure and said something like 165. They want us to treat their family well. The main family wants to eat and drink well. They also want to make a midnight snack for Lure. I heard that they want to find a doctor and put it in the restaurant. One is to check on people who are not feeling well after eating, and the other is to take care of Lure. If she's sick, she must be cured. Oh yes, there is such a thing. Master and I, please do it first. I almost forgot something important. The main family said that if you don't want the fruits, I'll send them to Lure immediately. I don't know what the picture is. I looked at it for a while but still couldn't understand it. When the waiter heard the cook's words, he didn't dare to delay. He got some fruits and quickly made a fruit plate. He carried it and walked to the small yard. When he arrived at the small yard, he happened to see Lure with her brother turning the Rubik's Cube twice. All 6 sides were correct. He was stunned. He was almost 10 years older than Lure and had played with this for a long time. At most he could only get 1 side right. He didn't expect that such a big child could get all 6 sides right. Xiaoman, now I finally know. It's not too difficult. When I win, I'll buy you something good. Lure's voice woke the waiter up. He quickly walked over and gave her the fruit plate. He said, Sister Lure, you're so good. You actually got the Rubik's Cube right in one day. Can you show it to me again? Thank you, Brother Gotzi. Here you can mess it up. I'll show you. In fact, it's very easy. I've thought of a way to solve the Rubik's Cube. I'll tell you later. Come, Xiaoman, drink this juice. When you grow up, you'll have strength to work more and be filial to your parents. Luer saw Brother Gotzi coming over to give them fruits and juice. She smiled sweetly and handed the Rubik's Cube to him. She took the juice and fed her brother first. After the shock just now, the waiter remembered that Luer had just messed up 2 parts of the Rubik's Cube and got it back. Seeing that Luer didn't care about him and fed her brother first, he took the Rubik's Cube and spun it vigorously. When Xiaoman finished drinking the juice, he had already messed up the Rubik's Cube. He handed it to Luer and watched her play with it skeptically. His eyes widened. If Luer could really solve it, he wanted to learn from Ishua. Luer took the Rubik's Cube and looked back and forth. Her hands moved quickly. In less than half an hour, she had solved the Rubik's Cube into 6 sides in front of the waiter. She handed it over again and said, Brother Gotzi, I just figured it out, so it's a little slow. It'll be faster after I practice. I won't play with it after I win the prize. It's not fun. Gotzi took the Rubik's Cube and looked at it carefully. He couldn't see any difference and finally believed it. At the same time, the way he looked at Luer changed. No wonder the main family was so good to Luer's family. He heard that if an ordinary person didn't know the rules of the Rubik's Cube, it would be very difficult for them to solve it. Luer had never learned this before. She brought it in the morning and it was still bright. In less than a day she had solved it. What did the person who brought it say? If you're not smart, don't even think about playing with this unless someone tells you the rules first. Gotzi, what are you doing? Stealing Luer's toy? Just as the waiter was in a daze, Steward Zhang's voice came from the courtyard door. Gotzi was so scared that he immediately stuffed the Rubik's Cube back into Luer's hands. Steward Zhang, why are you here? I didn't steal Luer's toy. I came to give you fruits. Luer just solved the Rubik's Cube. Let me see, it's really amazing. The waiter turned around and explained to Steward Zhang. Okay. Steward Zhang responded. When he turned to Luer he said, Miss Luer, don't you have any more toys to play with? The main family thought of this long ago and specially sent you new toys. This is the 9 linked rings. Everyone else is playing with them. There's also this which you can't find anywhere else. It's called Huarong Dao. Chow Chow is trapped. You need to use the least amount of effort to move these things and let Chow Chow escape from this place. The main family said that it would take at most 2 days. At that time they will send you new toys. At night, a father and son will come to teach you about historical facts. There are still 5 days left. When the time comes, the competition will begin. The main family said that historical facts, Rubik's Cube, and intelligence are all prepared for you. You can at least get first place in 2. Luer, the main family said that as long as you want something, the main family will do their best to give it to you. Tell me, what do you want? After the housekeeper finished speaking, Luer and the waiter both had different expressions. Luer didn't understand why the main family of the Zhang family was so good to her. She looked at the 2 new toys in front of her. The 9 linked rings seemed to be able to be removed when one was alone or in pairs. When it was time to put them on, it could be reversed. The waiter was no longer as shocked by Luer as before. He suddenly thought that no matter how good Luer was, could she be compared to the young master and the young lady? The housekeeper's words had explained everything. The main family was actually just the young master and the young lady. They were actually able to come at this time, and this was the moment when Luer had just faced the Rubik's Cube. Thinking about what Luer said just now, she wouldn't play with it after she won the prize. It wasn't fun, it was too easy. The young master and the young lady had even calculated this. The new toys were also sent. Compared to this, Luer was really nothing. Good. Fortunately, I didn't have any second thoughts. When Li Cheng came, I didn't waver at all when he gave me benefits. Otherwise, the young master would definitely know. If he wanted to beat me to death, the government wouldn't go after him. The whole family had an irrevocable contract. Even if it wasn't an irrevocable contract, it would still be the same. Luer, have you thought about it? This is the first time the main family has treated someone like this. Steward Zhang asked Luer again. Chapter 139. Luer's thoughts were interrupted by Steward Zhang's voice. She smiled shyly and said, I don't want anything. I just want my parents and young man to eat and wear. We don't have anywhere to go now, so we'll stay here first. When we have the money, we'll build our own house. I was looking at the 9 consecutive rings just now. It's not that I didn't want to answer you. When Steward Zhang heard Lu Er's words, he felt that he was starting to like this little girl. She was always thinking about others and not herself. However, she didn't know that she was the one that the young master and young lady really liked. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given her so many benefits. He thought about what the young master said when he asked him to come over and asked, Lu Er, did you think that if you want to get all the rings you have to go up in pairs? That's right. Actually, it can be said that if you want to go up, you have to go up first. If you want to go down, you have to go up first. If you want to go up, you have to go down first. If you want to go down, you have to go up first. If you want to go up, you have to go down first. If you want to go down, you have to go up first. If you want to go up, you have to go down first. If you want to go down, you have to go up first. Lu Er nodded seriously. She looked at the housekeeper differently. She felt that the housekeeper was thinking the same thing as her. Steward Zhang really couldn't feel this resonance. At this moment, he was thinking the same thing as the shop assistant. The young master and young master were really meticulous. They even knew what Lu Er was going to say in advance. Although there were some differences at that time, the meaning was the same. Uncle Housekeeper, I really don't want anything. Are you angry? Lu Er saw that the housekeeper didn't say anything after she finished speaking, so she asked worriedly with tears in her eyes. I'm not angry, I'm not angry. Lu Er is such a good child. Why would I be angry? Uncle was very happy. After Lu Er finished competing, there would be other teachers coming to teach Lu Er in the future. There would be some who specialized in arithmetic, some who taught calligraphy, and some who taught physics. When the time came, the main family would give Lu Er a few books to read. Lu Er, don't worry about the house. The master has already said that before this winter, he will build a beautiful house for Lu Er's family. He will also make winter clothes for Lu Er. As long as Lu Er studies hard. The housekeeper didn't dare to let Lu Er cry. The 2 young masters had said more than once that they had to make Lu Er happy. Why are you treating us so well? Lu Er was a little surprised by the Zhang family's care for her family. She found it unbelievable. Just because you are a good child. Uncle likes good children the most. When the time comes, you can go to the school in Zhuangzi to have a look. If you want to learn there, you can learn from them. If you feel that the teacher speaks slowly, I will specially find a teacher for you. Steward Zhang naturally couldn't say that this was the little lord's arrangement, so he could only find an excuse. Lu Er had a high IQ, but that did not mean that she had a high EQ as well. She only felt that the people at Zhangzhe Zhuangzi were all good people who helped her family, and they never considered themselves. Meng nodded and said, Uncle, don't worry. Lu Er will definitely study hard and repay Zhangzhe Zhuangzi when the time comes. Xiao Man, why did you pee again? Look, you have dirted someone's car. Lu Er didn't forget to take care of her brother while she was talking. As soon as her brother peed, she picked him up, smiled at Steward Zhang and the shop assistant, and walked into the house. Steward Zhang, of course, knew what to do. He looked back at the shop assistant and said, Gotzi, remember to take good care of her family, especially her. The little lord ordered me to do so. I know. I will take some time to come and see her in the future. The shop assistant didn't expect the little lord to treat her so well. He nodded and left with the housekeeper. At the same time, he was thinking that Lu Er was indeed different from ordinary people. Not only did she solve the Rubik's Cube, but she also seemed to know how to solve the 9 consecutive rings at a glance. He also had a 9 consecutive rings at home. Usually, he would just mess around with it. He would either take the ones that had already been taken down and put them back on, or he would just stick a few poles together. Was she still a 6-year-old girl? No wonder the little lord valued her so much. She has such a high IQ. She is almost catching up with me. Xiao Bao, what is your IQ? Wang Wan looked at Pomegranate, who was making some rice noodles, and asked Zhang Xiaobao, who was reading next to her. Isn't it good to be high? She will have someone who can do things in the future. I feel that it is a bit unfair for such a person to be a talented girl. At least she should be a female CEO in several government departments such as the Jidushi. It's just that one is in charge of military and administration, while the other is in charge of business. I know you have a high IQ, a master's degree at 14 years old. I can't. I can't compare to you. I have a low IQ. Who with a high IQ would go to prison for no reason? I am an honest person. I just want to make a living. The food in prison is free. At most I have to do some work. Sometimes you can't even find a place to eat even if you want to work. Zhang Xiaobao put together a lot of powdered seasonings. He was making 13 spice. He had learned this before. He didn't learn it in prison. He learned it from a person who sold 13 spice. At that time he had just left the orphanage. After the flood, he heard the person selling 13 spice sang well and followed behind him. In the end, that person pitied him and brought him along. Later he was hit by a car and died. The driver ran away. He reported it to the police. After they understood his situation, they ignored him. He knew that the person who had hit him was not an ordinary person. He had no choice but to continue wandering. As for what happened in the future, of course it was simple. The person who had hit him was also hit by a car in the end. The car was the same model, and even the license plate was the same. In the same place, Zhang Xiaobao was like that. He would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. As an orphan who had suffered so much, why would he care about morality and the law? Who would show him the justice of the law? Wang Wan didn't know what Zhang Xiaobao was thinking at this time. She nodded and said, "Oh yes, there are more people with low IQs. Those who have been cheated by you don't have high IQs." Among them, there was a 26-year-old doctoral student who was a deputy minister. How did it happen? At that time he was praised by the news again and again. Yes, it must be the tragedy of the education system. I firmly believe in this. Otherwise, why would that fool build a primary school in an area where landslides are common for political achievements? It's so far away from where the child lives. It takes more than an hour to drive. He specially built a road. If he didn't cheat him, who would he cheat? He only took more than 9 million yuan from the school, the road, and the school bus. Why would a person with a high IQ spend so much effort to steal such a small amount of money? Zhang Xiaobao disdainfully curled his lips. He sniffed the 13 spice he had just made, suddenly turned his head and sneezed. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao's appearance and suddenly laughed. I believe you. His IQ is indeed not high. Who with a high IQ would smell 13 spice? You seem to have less ingredients here. You don't understand. Sneezing can ease the tension in the body. Who said 13 spice has 13 kinds of spices? I helped to sell 16 kinds of spices. Later he taught me 2 more. It's just that it's not easy to get them. It depends on what you cook. I will mix them according to different recipes. When Zhang Xiaobao talked about 13 spice, his hands moved differently. He took a piece of paper from the side and a small spoon to mix the spices. He put the paper on one side and began to put the spices on it. He swung the spoon steadily. He didn't put more spices on one side, more or less. Wang Wan was stunned when she saw his movements. She felt it was strange. However, Zhang Xiaobao not only moved but also started to talk. Winter is short and summer is long. You are always busy. If you want to eat vegetables and sweat, remember to add some fennel. You can pay for 2 yuan. I don't want your 2 yuan, but I want 1 yuan. Don't say that I don't put enough. If you eat too much pepper, it will hurt your stomach and intestines. Zhang Xiaobao seemed to have returned to the time when he was helping the person who brought him to sell 13 spice. His little hands moved faster and faster, and his little mouth sang more and more smoothly. Pomegranate was making noodles when she suddenly heard the little child sing something she had never heard before. She stopped what she was doing and turned around to look. Seeing the little child like that, she felt that he was even cuter. He seemed to be selling spices, but he could sing so well. Wang Wan opened her eyes wide. It was the first time she heard someone sing like that. She had heard a person sing in a skit nearly 100 years ago. She felt that it was not as good as Zhang Xiaobao's. Her every movement or expression would be seen by Zhang Xiaobao. He would immediately change the way he sang, making it sound so sweet. He was an international swindler. Who would have believed that he could sing the 13 Spices song so beautifully if he were to do so? As she listened, Wang Wan's eyes turned red. She thought of what kind of scene it was at that time. Other children were beside their parents acting like spoiled children, but Zhang Xiaobao was guarding a place surrounded by cloth. He sat there with open cloth bags in front of him. He looked at the various expressions of the people around him to see who wanted to pay and who was just watching. He tried his best to grasp the various attitudes of those who wanted to buy more, and those who did not want to buy more to pay more. You won't lose out if you buy it for 1 yuan. You can buy garlic, but you can't buy ginger. Look at my 13 spice. I'll give you a jar for 2 yuan. If you think it's still not enough, give me more. I won't bargain. Looking at the paper in Zhang Xiaobao's hand, he folded it into a funnel shape when he was singing, and it was almost filled to the brim. He knew how much profit he would make. If he sold such a big bag, it would be different from the boxes bought at the supermarket. He might only make a few cents. What kind of life were they living back then? Seeing how Zhang Xiaobao had already immersed himself in it, and how he would put in less of a few special items each time, and frown slightly every time he put in more, they knew that those items were expensive. It was really not easy to put in so much effort for such a small amount of money. Wang Wan finally couldn't control her tears and shouted, "Stop singing. I'll buy it. I'll buy it all." Chapter 140. Sister, don't worry. Others are still waiting on the side. Although the 13 spice is good, you can't put too much of it. Buy a pack and you can eat it for half a year. Half a year later, I will come back to sell the 13 spice. Zhang Xiaobao was still thinking about the idea of selling the 13 spice, so he didn't react for a while. With a special smile on his face, he added 2 spoonfuls of things to the paper. "Xiaobao, are you still going to make instant noodles? You only put these things. Did you put salt and monosodium glutamate? Stop." Wang Wan wiped her tears, squatted down and stopped Zhang Xiaobao. She stared at his eyes and said, "Oh yes, I am going to make the instant noodles stuffing bag. I forgot. I thought I was going to sell the 13 spice. Let's keep these for cooking. There are too many big ingredients, so they are not suitable for making instant noodle stuffing bag. When we offend an unreasonable and powerful person and have no way to live, I will sell the 13 spice, and I will definitely make a fortune." Zhang Xiaobao was stopped by Wang Wan. Only then did he remember that it was not the days when he sold the 13 spice anymore. Wang Wan nodded with red eyes. She touched Zhang Xiaobao's face and said, "Well, I believe you are the best. When the time comes, I will sell it with you." Who is Zhang Xiaobao? He is an awesome person who can summon the wind and summon the rain. Who dares to talk about money in front of you? Who is qualified to talk about suffering next to you? Do we still need to make the sauce packets? Let's not make this. At most we can make some dried vegetables and dried meat and put them together. If you want to sell the sauce without packaging and with ceramics, how much will it cost? If it doesn't work, we can put the sauce into the noodles and fry them together. Didn't we agree that we will make 1 copper coin for 2 servings? We can give it to those who have a long way to go. There will be no shortage of nutrition. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and proposed a new idea. He smiled at Wang Wan and told her not to worry. "Well then, put it in the noodles. When the time comes to fry it, it will definitely taste good. You can't put beef in the meat and vegetable buns. Otherwise, you'll suffer a huge loss. Tell me, have you ever polished shoes? In the future, when I have leather shoes, I won't have to bother to clean them. If I want to find someone, I'll find a professional." Wang Wan also returned a smile and whispered to Zhang Xiaobao. She was too curious about Zhang Xiaobao's past. "I've really used it before. When I was using it on a child who was about my age, he even gave me the new ice cream he bought. It was very sweet. It's okay if you don't know how to use it. I'll teach you." Zhang Xiaobao put aside the bag of seasonings in his hand and whispered to Wang Wan. "No, I'm stupid and have a low IQ. I believe in you. I want to make a pair of small brown buckskin boots. I'll leave the maintenance to you." Wang Wan replied with a smile. At this time, Shirlu had already turned her body around. She was humming the song that the little lord had just sung while rushing to cook the noodles. These noodles had to be made into thin slices, and when the time came, they would be fried in the wok. She did not know what the little lord and little lady wanted to do. What was instant noodles? It would taste good. Putting the noodles into the pot to fry and then putting them into the pot to cook, then it was better to bring some noodles and seasonings. Why did they have to fry them first? She really didn't understand. Anyway, the little young master and his wife couldn't be wrong. It didn't take too much time for Pomegranate to roll the noodles into a ball. She took it to the kitchen, boiled the oil, put the dough in and fried it. After a while, the noodles turned brown and a fragrance floated out. She fried 20 servings in a row. After that, she emptied the oil and put it in a big plate. She brought it back to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and asked, "Little young master, little young lady, the instant noodles are ready. How do you eat it?" "It's done so quickly?" "Well, I'll tell you how to eat it. You go and get a big bowl. It's better to get a small one and bring it here. Cut some braised meat and fresh vegetables. Don't forget the salt and MSG. Also bring some hot water." Zhang Xiaobao looked at the fried noodles and asked Pomegranate to get the things. Pomegranate moved quickly. It didn't take long for her to bring the things Zhang Xiaobao asked for. She waited at the side to see how to eat it. This time Zhang Xiaobao didn't have to do it. Wang Wan rushed to do it. She put the noodles into the big bowl, put the meat and vegetables in it, and finally left some chopped scallions alone. She let Zhang Xiaobao mix some seasoning and threw it into the bowl. She added hot water, covered the small bowl and waited there. The fragrance in the bowl slowly rose. Pomegranate sniffed and swallowed her saliva. She couldn't wait anymore. After about a quarter of an hour, Wang Wan said to Pomegranate, "Okay, you can take the small bowl. Be careful, don't burn it. Put the scallions in, mix it and it's ready to eat. Try it." With the permission of the little girl, Shirley couldn't wait to walk over and pick up the small bowl. She sprinkled a few pieces of scallions on it and mixed it with her chopsticks. Then, she took a bite and nodded in satisfaction. "Little young master, little miss, these noodles are so delicious. There's a smell of shredded meat noodles." It turns out that little young master and little miss want to eat shredded meat noodles. "You just need to tell me. It's easier to make than this instant noodles." Pomegranate's words made Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan speechless. "Xiaobao, tell Pomegranate which is more convenient. I don't understand." Wang Wan pushed this difficult task to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao had to prove the advantages of this instant noodles compared to shredded meat noodles. It was easy to store, convenient to eat and good to eat. It could be soaked in water, even cold water. Without water it could be dry chewed. It tasted better than fried noodles, and it was not easy to swallow. If conditions permitted, it could be carried along with fried noodles. Pomegranate was convinced by the little young master's eloquence. She felt that what the little young master said was true. It just took a bigger space and was more expensive than fried noodles. However, the things put in here were better than ordinary fried noodles. The most important thing was that this thing could be eaten as fried noodles when it was made into foam. Fried noodles couldn't be cooked as noodles. Moreover, no one would put this kind of dried vegetable in fried noodles, let alone match the little young master's seasoning. "Little young master, little miss, I know. Do you want me to make this thing? I have to find 2 people to help me. The fungus has grown up again." Pomegranate suggested to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan that they should help her. Wang Wan shook her head. "You don't need to do it. I just want you to try it. It's the same as the dough. Let others make it. It's not something precious." "Then I'll go find someone. Do I need to ask others to make the seasoning?" Pomegranate was relieved. She could devote more time to studying the cultivation of mushrooms. "Don't tell others about the seasoning. Let Xiaobao make it. Although there are only a few things, it takes a lot of knowledge to match them. Make more and send them to our own restaurant. These 2 things can definitely make the dishes taste better. You go find someone to make noodles." There was no way Wang Wan would agree to give the 13-spice formula to someone else. She saw that when Xiaobao was packing the ingredients onto the paper, some of the bigger bags didn't contain more than one side. Only 2 of the bigger bags seemed to contain more valuable items. This definitely wasn't as simple as it seemed. He had just randomly mixed the ingredients together. Especially after that, he kept adding more ingredients. When one was done, he would definitely add another. According to the bipolar theory, it was the balance of yin and yang. According to that scientific theory, the combination of these 2 things could neutralize the harm to the human body. At the same time, it was the same for the taste. For example, sometimes if there was too much vinegar, it was necessary to add some sugar. Of course, Pomegranate wouldn't refute. When she heard the order, she ran out. She wanted to find someone to make more, so that Zhuangzi would have another source of income. "Okay, we can take a break. Let's go and swim. There's a child in Zhuangzi with an IQ of 60. What should we do? No wonder he studies so hard, but his grades are not good." Do we need to test the children in Zhuangzi? If there's a good one, we can poach him. After Pomegranate left, Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao to the back and asked as they walked. Zhang Xiaobao, on the other hand, did not look down on a child with an IQ of 60. Most of the time IQ was not everything. Everyone had their own talents. It all depended on whether you could find them and whether you were willing to spend a lot of energy and money to nurture them. Let's test them. We can't bury the really outstanding people around us. Usually it's easier to cultivate people with good IQ. That lure just wanted to give it a try. I didn't expect that she would succeed. The Shangguan family got their household registration and registered them as Zhuangzi. Zhang Xiaobao looked up at the sky. He felt that it was especially stuffy today. He said to Wang Wan, "Later, let's find an old man and see if it's going to rain. Also, let's see if the ants will move. Then we can't go to the swimming pool. The ants in the yard have all been burned to death by your lime. It's good that it's raining, it's cooler. The ground is about to crack. We always sprinkle water on the ground here, but in other dry places there might be holes. It's a pity that we don't have the smelting technology and can't make a good water pipe. With what we have now, it's better to make a closed iron pipe than to drink water. It's too expensive. If we had that pipe, we could use it to heat the air in winter." Wang Wan raised her hand to wipe the sweat on her forehead. She quickened her pace, wanting to jump into the pool as soon as possible. 3 days passed quickly. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan gave Lure some tangram and other intellectual toys. Lure learned very quickly under the guidance of the teacher who taught her alone. She didn't need to learn how to write. She only needed to memorize the historical events. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't want Li Sun to get the trophy in the end. It would be easy for him to become arrogant and feel that he couldn't compare to the children here. They only wanted him to get a single trophy. At that time he would need to prove himself and move on to the next step. During these 3 days the heavens finally sprinkled rain. For 3 consecutive days there was no heavy rain. Instead, it drizzled continuously. The water level of the small river gradually rose. Everywhere was moist. However, the rain came too late. It couldn't solve the problem of the drought. Some people were even afraid that it would rain again when the food was ready. Chapter 141. Zhang Xiaobao stood in front of the window and looked at the rain that seemed to never stop. He muttered, "Now we don't lack water anymore. I wonder if those places that have matured earlier are like us. When it's time to harvest, they don't need to harvest the crops in the fields anymore. They can just germinate and wait to be planted. That shouldn't be the case, right? If that's the case, the price of food this year will increase by a lot. It's impossible for the whole country to have rain at the same time. It's just like how other places don't have droughts. The drought-stricken places have already failed, so it's not that bad. When the time comes, we can wait for the imperial court to provide relief." Li Longji is still a good person in the early stages. Wang Wan was also annoyed by the endless rain. It was mainly because the house was damp and they couldn't go to the swimming pool outside. It was fine if they stayed in the house and did nothing. If they wanted to read, they had to light up a lamp. Zhang Xiaobao felt that he was indeed a little worried. The lack of food had nothing to do with Zhang Xiaobao and his family in Zhuangzi. Naturally, there would be people who were worried. He couldn't just buy some food now and sell it at a fair price. He had already achieved his goal of seeking credit for his family, so there was no need to continue to worry. As for buying food at a low price and selling it specifically for the sake of benefiting from the country's disaster, he didn't plan to do so. He wouldn't be able to earn much money. It was unlike the food that was sold during the drought. The quantity of food was not much, only a few 100,000 caddies. He could take the opportunity to increase the price. If he wanted to make a fortune here, he would need at least tens of thousands of tons. It was easy to be targeted by others. If he sold too much, he would lose his credit, and he wouldn't be able to live in peace. "Xiaobao, why don't we use an umbrella to catch fish? It should be easier to catch fish at this time. I heard that it's easier to catch fish when it's raining." Wang Wan was a little annoyed by the air pressure. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything, she suggested from the side. "That depends on the type of fish. Even if we don't catch them, we'll catch them in our own pond. It just so happens that after 2 days of rain, the ground is already moist. We can get people to connect the 6 ponds. At this time the construction is easy. We can dig a hole at a time. Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to catch it. He and Wang Wan could only drag a very small net, and they couldn't throw it far. They didn't know how long it would take to catch one on the shore. As for fishing, there was no need to think about it. If they met a slightly bigger fish, they could drag the two of them into the water. That's a good idea. Let's see how many straw raincoats and straw hats there are in the grocery store. Give them to the farmers and let them dig ditches. We'll take care of their meals. Give each of them 3 copper coins as wages. Let the doctors in Zhuangzi make some medicinal decoctions so that they won't catch a cold. After hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Wang Wan agreed and immediately arranged it. The farmers were also idling at home. When they heard that there was work to do, the laborers at home all brought their tools out. They didn't care about the wages and food. Their only wish was to do something for their master. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't continue to stay in the house. Accompanied by Pomegranate, they held a large umbrella and ran to the small river in front of the courtyard to watch the water slowly rise. Between the clouds and the water restaurant had a lot fewer guests. Only a few outsiders who didn't want to rush back in the rain continued to stay in the courtyard behind the restaurant. However, the market wasn't affected. It seemed that there were more people than usual. Most of these people were mainly here to sell vegetables. Vegetables were not afraid of being drenched by the rain. After getting wet, they looked more green. Ergu gave a slightly higher price and lowered the price of fruits. At this time, the usually sweet fruits were no longer sweet. When evening came, the rain finally became heavier and was accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't seem to hear such a loud noise and still got up to study. Pomegranate also didn't sleep today. She sat at the door and yawned as she watched the 2 young masters study. From time to time, she was scared by the thunder and trembled. She only calmed down when she saw that the lights were on in the inner and outer rooms. In the courtyard of the Shuiyun house, the family of 4 had not yet fallen asleep. Young Man was always crying. As the older sister, she had to hold her in her arms, recite the things she had learned, and coax her younger brother. The 2 adults, on the other hand, were whispering to each other. As Wang Wan said, it didn't rain everywhere. In Hunan Road, there was still not a drop of water. Xiaohong and cherries were calculating under the window. These days they had collected a lot of eggs. Some of them were directly pickled, and some were exchanged for things on the same day. They tried not to keep them as much as possible. Otherwise there would be no place to put them. Yao Chong had sent 2 reports in a row, but there was still no reply. He didn't know how long this matter would be delayed. He already planned to leave early tomorrow morning. County Magistrate Chung was also arranging for people to pack up and prepare to leave at dawn. After all, Sanshui County couldn't be without a county magistrate. Only the merchants who also came with food to get some benefits didn't have the slightest intention of leaving. They hated Xiaohong and cherries in their hearts. Not only did they bring so much food at one time, but they also used those eggs to exchange for food in the provincial government outside to lower the price here. The people who came to sell the grain made a lot of money. These people wanted to get more benefits, so they took out the money to buy more grain. When they came back, they found that the local people were no longer as crazy as before. Almost all the local government had posted notices saying that a large amount of grain would be shipped over soon, and they should not buy at a high price. Erniu was not like them. He didn't listen to the young master and sell the food in his hands. He directly rushed to Shandong without any hesitation. He had more tasks. In addition to continuing to carry stones, he also had to go to the seaside to buy kelp. He spent the money, dried the kelp, and transported it back to Zhuangzi. 2 days passed quietly. While the children were waiting, the sun came out in the morning. Perhaps God also knew that the children were anxious. Last night there was a thunderstorm, but before dawn it became a clear sky. All the children of the appropriate age in Zhang Wangsge Manor were ready. Each of them had a Rubik's Cube. In total there were 55 people. Some families didn't have children, so the adults came to watch the fun. Some families had 2 children of the right age, so naturally, they came holding hands and waiting for the competition. In addition to them, there was also the young master of the Li family, Li Suan. His team was the most spectacular. Together with the foreign children who heard the news and signed up, there were more than 80 people. In particular, there were 2 children who were scholars, who usually talked about poetry in the restaurant. The father of these two children may not have done well in the imperial examinations, but when it came to educating them, he was not bad at all. They started practicing calligraphy when they were 3 or 4 years old. Now they were 11 or 12 years old. After so many years of writing, they had a good foundation. The appearance of these outsiders made the children of Zhuangzi feel a great deal of pressure. They felt that the first place of the 4 categories was going to slip away from their eyes. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew about this situation. The two of them discussed for a while and decided that they would not take any remedial measures. It was good to let the children of Zhuangzi see how good the others were. Otherwise, they would always think that they were better than others just because they knew a few words. After seeing the gap, it was good that they would work harder in their studies. A small number of children who were discouraged could be corrected through some persuasion. The two of them were looking forward to seeing Luer the most. They wanted to see how she would perform this time. The competition was about to begin. The venue was the open space in front of the restaurant between the clouds and the water. Someone had already paved the ground with sand. The tables and chairs were neatly arranged, and the 4 treasures of the study were placed on top of them. The children were all sitting on the chairs, looking around from time to time. They seemed a little nervous. There were many people watching from the surroundings. There were farmers of Zhuangzi, adults who had brought their children from outside, and those bored scholars who were sitting near the windows of the restaurant. The first category of the competition was the Rubik's Cube. It was originally supposed to be a calligraphy competition. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were afraid that if the children of Zhuangzi lost, they would not be able to show off their skills later on. They did not expect them to win first place. It was fine as long as they could perform well. On the roof of the second floor, Zhang Xiaobao was being carried down by 2 servant girls in the courtyard. There were several ropes tied around his body to prevent the 2 of them from accidentally falling down. Today, the roof of the second floor was not open to the public. Xiaobao, I heard that there are 2 children from outside who are good at calligraphy. Do you think that Li Sun will lose to them? If Li Sun does not win even once and becomes jealous of this competition, we will end up making a fool of ourselves. Wang Wan looked at the situation below and turned her head to give Zhang Xiaobao a look. Her lips moved as she asked Zhang Xiaobao. It shouldn't be, right? No matter what, he was educated in that kind of environment. The teachers he hired are also better than those from other places. Calligraphy not only requires practice, but also comprehension. He is definitely more mature than other children of the same age. Zhang Xiaobao was actually a little worried. What if Li Sun, this child, was too timid to win and did not display his original ability? If he really lost, then it would be troublesome. Future plans would need to be adjusted accordingly, and the effect would also be reduced. While they were talking, the competition was about to begin. All the children's Rubik's Cubes were collected and arranged in the same order. Then they were sent back to each child. With a command, the children all worked hard to turn the Rubik's Cubes in their hands. Some of the children were anxious. The more they worked, the slower their progress would be. Li Sun was the most stable of the bunch. When he received the Rubik's Cube, he first glanced at the others. He felt that he would be able to win this competition. The people from his family had worked together to figure out the Rubik's Cube. He didn't believe that others would have such ability. Both of his hands were fiddling with the Rubik's Cube. The strength of each stroke was just right. He would never let the Rubik's Cube get stuck because of his strength. Just as he was about to face the Rubik's Cube, a young girl on the other side shouted, "I'm done." Chapter 142. After this sound, the other children stopped what they were doing and turned their heads at the same time. They saw a little girl in red holding the Rubik's Cube high in the air. Her wrist moved back and forth so that the people around her could clearly see that she was facing all 6 sides. The mental fortitude of the children was not as good as that of the adults. When they saw that someone was the first to come out and the first place was gone, some of them could not help but cry. Originally, they had planned to wait for the incense stick to burn out so that they could come out stronger than the others. Now all hope was gone. Only 2 Zhuangzi from the Gu family were crying. The Zhuangzi children from the Zhang family and Wang family who had seen the Rubik's Cube turn back and continued to fiddle with the Rubik's Cube in their hands. It seemed that the first place had not been decided yet. When one of the people who came with Li Sun saw this, he couldn't help but frown. If some of the children from the Zhang family and Zhuangzi were doing this, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, they were all doing the same thing. This could only mean that they had learned something. Well done. This is how the people of our Zhang family and Wang family should act. When others have reached the end, they should still work hard. There can be first place in the Rubik's Cube. On the road of life, one should never give up until the moment of death. Xiao Bao, it seems that we have succeeded. What we have taught them is not only knowledge, but also the principles of life. Wang Wan was satisfied when she saw this scene. These children made her feel that she had spent a lot of money to nurture them, and that they had not failed. Only those who could endure loneliness and work hard, while watching others succeed, were the most suitable people for survival. Zhang Xiaobao didn't say much. He nodded and continued reading. Li Sun took a deep breath, but he didn't throw away the Rubik's Cube in his hands. He was as calm as ever, and his hands didn't even tremble. He knew that he had lost first place, but he couldn't learn from those kids and stop. If he did, then it wouldn't be as simple as a failure. He had his own glory. After the incense stick burned out, all the children who were still working hard stopped their actions and placed their Rubik's Cube on the table. Some only managed to get one face, while some didn't even get a single face. The one who was slightly better was Li Sun. He actually managed to get 2 faces and 2 lines. He was only missing the middle one. Usually, he wouldn't be able to reach this level. Under Steward Zhang's instructions, the servants brought out iron plates one by one in front of the children. Their names were written on the plates. As for those who gave up, they had also prepared plates, but they would not take them out now. Even if some of them had already gotten 2 faces, they wouldn't give them anything. Some of the sensible adults around them understood that these children who gave up couldn't compare to the children who didn't even get 1 face but still persisted. Ignoring the crying children, the second round of the competition continued. This time it was a calligraphy competition. Li Sun was as steady as before. When he started writing, his mentality didn't waver at all. On the contrary, the 2 children who were originally good at calligraphy had lost some confidence because of the previous competition. Even if they could write well, they couldn't write well. Luer, who had won the first round, was also writing. She had never learned how to write, and she didn't even know how to read. What she did now was very simple, and that was to stand up and watch others write, especially her benefactor. Li Sun had learned Wang Shiji's handwriting, and his strokes were graceful and strong. At this moment, his mind was completely immersed in writing, and he didn't notice that there was a little girl beside him watching. Luer wanted to greet him, but when she saw that her benefactor didn't even look at her, she knew that it wasn't a good time to disturb him. She could only continue watching. When she saw that her benefactor had written 12 words, she turned around and ran back to her table. She picked up her brush and recalled her benefactor's handwriting, and began to write as well. When the first word was written, it was rough. When the second word was written, it was fine. When the third word was written, it was impossible to tell that it was a word. When the 12th word was written, it was like drawing a picture. It was as if Li Sun had drawn Li Sun's words, even though she didn't recognize them. When she finished writing 12 words, she ran over to take a look again. After looking at a few words, she came back and continued writing. Some of Song Jinggong's friends also came over to take a look. When they saw one, they shook their heads. When they saw the handwriting of the 2 children who had been relatively good, they shook their heads and said to the people beside them, "She can't make up her mind. What a pity." When they came over to Li Sun's table, they were stunned for a moment. They said to the people beside them, "She's getting a bit mature. After a few more years of practice, she'll be able to compete with those who have been practicing hard for decades." When Luer came over to take a look, the few of them followed her back. When they saw what Luer had written, they prepared to leave. This child didn't know how to write at all. She had no foundation at all. But just as they were about to leave, they suddenly saw Luer write another word. This time he had no choice but to stop. He pulled the person beside him, who had already turned around, and said, "Brother Gaopeng, look at this child. Look at her from the beginning to the end." After he said that, the others also became interested. They turned around and looked again. Luer was also paying close attention. She couldn't be distracted at all. She didn't know that her benefactor was writing the poem of the Pavilion of Prince Tang. At this time he was writing, "How many autumns have passed?" The few of them watched her write. When the last word was written, before Luer could continue to look at her benefactor's handwriting, the person who was called Brother Gao Peng couldn't help but shout, "Good! You've learned well." From the first word, you can tell that this little girl has never written before. When you write the word autumn, you actually show some handsomeness. Little girl, what's your name? How old are you this year? I want to take you as my disciple. Are you willing? As he spoke, he started to ask about other people. He wanted to take in a disciple. This was a talent. As soon as he said that, the others were unwilling. They all fought to take in a disciple. Luer was scared. She left her seat and ran to Steward Zhang's side. Only when she pulled on Steward Zhang's sleeve did she feel safe. The two guards beside Steward Zhang were already standing in front of him. One of them happened to be blocking half of Luer's body. The guards that the young master ordered to take care of her didn't dare to be negligent. At this time, Li Sun finished writing the last word. He put down the pen and felt that his whole body was exhausted. Looking at his handwriting, he smiled. He didn't know what had happened to him today. Not only was he able to solve 4 sides of the Rubik's Cube, which he usually could only solve 3 sides of, but his handwriting was also better than before. He shook his wrist and looked around. He happened to see Luer, who was hiding beside Steward Zhang. However, he couldn't tell that she was the person he had helped before. Back then, Luer's clothes weren't good, her body was thin, and her small face was sallow. Now she looked completely different. Li Sun only remembered that she was the first person to solve the Rubik's Cube. With someone protecting her, Luer wasn't afraid anymore. She blinked her big eyes and looked around. When she saw that her benefactor was looking at her, she thought that her benefactor was still thinking about her. She pulled one of the guards over to Li Sun and knelt down with a thud. She kowtowed and said, "Luer greets you, benefactor. You're so good at writing so many words. Please get up." "You are?" Li Sun tried hard to remember who this little girl was, but he still couldn't figure out who she was. He asked in confusion, "Benefactor, I'm Luer. That day in front of the restaurant you gave my family a lot of food. You even asked the restaurant to take care of us. Benefactor, you're a good person." Luer panicked when she saw that her benefactor didn't remember her. After her reminder, Li Sun finally remembered that there was such a thing. Looking at her appearance now, she knew that the restaurant had taken good care of her. Her clothes were made of silk, her shoes were made of satin, and her small face was rosy. He quickly said a few more words and comforted Luer. The second round just happened to end, and the third round was about to begin. It was the IQ round. This time more people were needed. Every child had a person beside them to answer questions. If they could answer, they would move on to the next question. If they couldn't answer, they would tell the answer and move on to the next question. The children had never heard of such questions before. A person washed his clothes for a long time, but his clothes are still dirty. Why? He washed someone else's clothes. An object has 4 legs but it can't walk. Why? Because it's a table. Such questions were asked one after another. Most of the children were dumbfounded. They had never come across such things before. The best was Luer. After answering 3 questions incorrectly, she finally understood how to answer such questions. She answered 6 of the last 7 questions correctly. Li Sun also finished his experience after getting 5 questions wrong. Out of the remaining 5 questions, he got 3 correct answers, ranking second among everyone. At the same time, he also felt that this kind of question was really too fun. He immediately called the people around him and asked them to ask these questions and record them down, leaving him to ask others. Luer won 2 rounds. Even if she didn't win the last round, she wouldn't lose. The rest depended on whether Li Sun could win the last round. He was first in calligraphy just now. The last question was about history. Luer learned a lot from the teacher she found. Before the questions were set, she wasn't given any reminders. The person who set the questions didn't know her either. This ensured that it was fair. This time, not everyone asked questions. Instead, it was a race to answer. The winner would be the one who answered. There were a total of 20 questions. If someone answered more questions, they would have to add more questions to those people. They would continue to race to answer until the winner was decided. At this moment, Luer finally showed the outstanding side of her high IQ. She reacted quickly and learned quickly. She answered 5 questions correctly in a row. When she saw that everyone was looking at her in shock, she suddenly remembered that her benefactor had wanted to speak several times, but she had snatched the opportunity away from him. In order to repay her benefactor, she definitely wouldn't snatch any more questions. Li Sun caught up from behind and answered 9 questions correctly. The remaining 3 questions were not answered by anyone, and the remaining 3 questions were answered by the 3 children separately. Just as Steward Zhang was about to announce that Li Sun won, Li Sun took off the jade pendant on his body and said, I lost. Luer won. Luer let me win. Luer, take this. If you have something difficult to do, take it to the Zhuangzi of the Li family over there to ask for help. At the end of his sentence, Li Sun had already stuffed the jade pendant into Luer's hand. He found that Luer was indeed smart. He didn't help her for nothing. At least she knew how to be grateful. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Steward Zhang approached him and said, Young Master Li, Master has something to ask of you. He says it's something that concerns the people of Tang. Chapter 143. It's related to the people of Tang? Li Sun, who was about to leave, couldn't help but stop when he heard this. If it were other things he could refuse. No matter how powerful the main family of Zhuangzi was, Zhang family and Wang family were nothing in his eyes. If they wanted to invite him, it would depend on his mood. However, Steward Zhang said that he could only listen and see. At least his surname was Li, and he had a special identity. He had to care about this kind of thing. If he really did it, he would definitely be praised. This was what he wanted since he was young. Child Li, this way please. When Steward Zhang saw Li Sun's expression, he knew that he wouldn't refuse. He stretched out his hand and led the way to the restaurant between the clouds and the water. Li Sun looked at those children again and nodded. He followed behind with several bodyguards. He believed that the Zhang family would never dare to lie to him. Those children didn't win even once. Just when they were unhappy, many people came out of the restaurant. Each of them had a plate in their hands. There was something on the plate that looked like an egg, but it was wrapped in a layer of paper. No one knew what it was. There were 5 plates in front of each child who had persisted in the 4 games. As for the child who lost confidence and quit halfway, there was only one. The waiter Jiazi was in charge of the explanation this time. He stood in front of the crowd and picked up one of the plates. He said to everyone, This is called a century flower egg. Look, it's an egg made by Zhuangzi in a special way. Look, doesn't the texture on it look like a century flower? As he spoke, Gaozi walked in front of the crowd with the egg in his hand. When they looked at it, they found that it was indeed the case. It was clearly an egg, but it was actually black with some red and some yellow. It was like a jelly that had been boiled. It trembled slightly and was covered with pine flower patterns. They had never seen this kind of thing. They all stared at the waiter, waiting for him to continue. Look, you can't eat too many of these eggs. You can only eat 1 or 2 at a time, and you can't eat them every day. You may not know what this thing tastes like, but it's fine. I'll cut some for you to try. After Kazi walked around in front of everyone, he called the others who followed him out to cut up some century eggs. Each one was cut into 8 equal pieces and served to everyone on a plate for them to taste. Some people were too precious to risk their lives. They picked up the food and looked at others. Zhangjie Zhuangzi, on the other hand, did not have such concerns. They did not believe that the host family would harm them, so they picked up the food and ate it. A special taste entered their mouths. They all nodded and praised, saying how delicious this egg was. I finally made the century egg today. Xiaobao, let's eat century egg and lean meat congee tomorrow morning. I'm craving it too. Wang Wan lay beside Zhang Xiaobao and smacked her lips. Zhang Xiaobao shivered. I'm not eating. I don't like to eat this. Smells bad. If you want to eat, eat by yourself. Don't drag me along. I can tell that you don't know how to enjoy life. If you don't want to eat, then forget it. I'll eat by myself. I can tell that you don't have the life to enjoy life. Wang Wan was different from Zhang Xiaobao. She loved to eat century eggs, especially those made with traditional techniques. Unfortunately, she did not know how to eat them. Zhang Xiaobao, who knew how to eat them, did not eat them. She could use this thing to make porridge or directly cut it into strips. In the past, when she ate, it was the most appetizing. She could even eat 2 more bowls of rice with one dish after mixing some tofu. Since she was young, she had heard that this thing had various harmful effects, but it had never appeared on her body. The only thing that made her feel regretful was that most of the eggs she ate were made directly with a special process. There was no lime, rice husk, or mud on them. They were clean and looked no different from ordinary eggs from the outside. But the taste was much worse when she ate them. The people below did not know how this thing was made. When they saw someone eat it, they also ate it. Some said that it tasted good, while others said that it tasted bad. However, the texture and aftertaste were much better than ordinary eggs. Seeing that they were eating happily, Zhang Xiaobao was also happy. Even if he did not eat a single bite, he said to Wang Wan, the only problem with making this thing is that it will be difficult to preserve the eggs in the future if there are too many of them. Other than salted eggs, only century eggs can be preserved for a longer time. Salted eggs take up space. After a certain time, they have to be taken out, boiled, and thrown into salt water again. It's troublesome. Tell the people in the courtyard to be careful and not leak the recipe. All the mud, rice husk, lime, and salt must be washed away with water. Those things that are removed can be thrown into the manure pit. Add more things. It's good to make fertilizer. I knew that you wouldn't use other methods after doing this. How much are you planning to sell one egg for? When Zhang Xiaobao was making the century eggs, Wang Wan had persuaded him several times that this thing was not bad and had many benefits. In the end, he did not waver and could only give up. Now that the century eggs were done, they were considering the problem of price. 5 copper coins for one. Zhang Xiaobao gave a price that could scare people to death. You actually shouted such a high price for such a small amount of salt water, lime, rice husk, and mud? Many ordinary people can't afford such flowers. A goose cub is only worth this much. Moreover, it needs a female goose. Do you see that? Females are worth a lot. Wang Wan did not expect that Zhang Xiaobao would dare to set such a high price. The cost of a century egg was less than 1 copper coin. He wanted to earn 400% profit. Zhang Xiaobao was not thinking like Wang Wan. The value of a female goose shows the strength of a male goose. In a flock of geese, only one male goose is needed. Not only does it have to help the female lay eggs, but it also has to ensure the safety of the female goose. The price cannot be changed. No matter how good a century egg is, how can it be compared to steamed egg cake? How can it be compared to a fried poached egg that is fried to medium well? Those without money can eat some eggs, but they are usually boiled. I don't see it as a food for the masses. Many people like to eat spiced beef, but how many people can really afford it? Do those without money have to buy century eggs to eat? It's not salt. It's a necessary consumable. It's just 5 copper coins. It depends on what kind of egg it is. Some eggs with more century flowers and more red color are sold for 10 copper coins. Widening the gap, it would be a waste not to earn money from those people. You are a capitalist. When you are chasing after profits, your heart is black. Wang Wan agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's words. The nutritional value of century eggs could never be compared to raw eggs. Both types of eggs required vinegar to sterilize, especially aged vinegar. However, she still had to refute. After all, high profits meant high risks. Some people could not stand others living well, and would think of ways to cause trouble. Everyone knew how much an egg was worth. If it was really sold for 5 copper coins or 10 copper coins, the consumers would not say anything. They liked the taste, but some people would have bad ideas. Zhang Xiaobao naturally knew what Wang Wan was thinking about. He advised, "What will come will come. Unless you don't want to develop, you can't run away from the things that you need to face. If anyone dares to have ideas about this, I will sell them the recipe. It's just a century egg. I will let them know that they might not be able to get any benefits even if they spend money. We can just announce the recipe secretly. If we sell 10 copies of the recipe, they will definitely want to know who leaked the secret. The day after we sell their recipe, we will increase the price of the recipe by a few copper coins. Do you think they won't suspect us?" "I will. The first person I suspect is you," Wang Wan replied with certainty. "Yes. What did you learn? Will they also learn criminal psychology? Will they also know some of your experience? Are you scared now? Then don't lie to me in the future. What goose? Do you eat honey? Do you know who has the highest status in the honeycomb?" Wang Wan shook her head happily. Zhang Xiaobao naturally knew what kind of social structure the honeycomb belonged to. He looked at the proud Wang Wan and said, "Actually, you don't have to be so secretive. You can just talk about Wu Zetian and that Empress Dowager Xiao. They are not ordinary people. Fortunately, we are here. Otherwise, with your personality, you might have trampled everywhere." Okay, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about that Li guy. Do you think he will fall for it? Oh no, will he cooperate with us? Absolutely no problem. This is a new way of thinking. The more you think you are at the top of the pyramid, the more you think about these things. Li Sun, who was being schemed against, did not know that there were two people upstairs talking about him. At this moment, he was completely focused on something that could affect the entire Tang dynasty. Father Zhang had personally come to discuss this matter with Li Sun. He could not let his son and daughter-in-law appear in front of others. Originally, he seemed to be more introverted, but now he was very active. In the eyes of others, it was a bit inconceivable. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan understood that the reason why he was so introverted was because he wanted to study hard and amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. In fact, his heart was not like that. Father Zhang did not have much to say about his son. If he had to say what he felt, it would be pride. At this time, facing Li Sun, he slowly explained his son's thoughts. The matter was not troublesome. In fact, it was very simple. That was to invite Li Sun to help organize and participate in a children's activity in Sanshui County. It was divided into 3 categories. One was a grassland, one was a desert, and one was a flat land. They needed to conduct survival training in these 3 places. Each category lasted 5 days. Adding on the running back and forth, it would take about 25 days. As for the forest, it was too dangerous, so it was cancelled. According to Zhang Xiaobao, it was to let all the children adapt to various living environments and strengthen their bodies. The children's ages were chosen between 8 and 12 years old. Chapter 144. The more Li Sun listened, the more he felt that it made sense. In this way, many children would be able to receive training. He thought about it according to his own living environment. Usually, he would also do some training such as riding a horse, archery, and so on. After all, Imperial Uncle was better in this aspect. As a nephew, if he wanted to be appreciated, he had to learn from him. At this moment, an opportunity was in front of him. Li Sun absolutely could not refuse. After agreeing, he set the date. The first event was the grassland. The only difference was that Li Sun did not set a time limit of 5 days. Children between the ages of 8 and 12 should be given 10 days. At the same time, no one knew what he was thinking. He actually allowed children between the ages of 5 and 8 to participate. The time limit was set to 3 days. Naturally, there would be someone to take care of them at night. As for the older children, they would have to rely on themselves. Father Zhang knew the identity of this child, so naturally, he would not stop him. With such a person around to protect them, he believed that the child would not have any problems. The location of the grassland was also chosen. On the Luochuan County, on the other side of the Luoshui River, there was a pasture with a few thousand horses. There were not many of them, and the pasture was not too big. It would take less than half a day to cross from the south by horse, and it would also take less than a day to cross from the east to the west. After discussing the matter, Li Sun left and returned to Zhuangzi with a medal. The other children also followed the adults home. The lively day was finally over. When it was almost night time, the people who often came to the restaurant had a new idea after seeing the children's competition. They proposed to hold such a competition, especially the quiz on intelligence. They felt that it was very interesting. At first it was a little confusing, but after they found out the answer, they thought carefully and felt that there was some truth in it. In the end, they directly asked for the entire second floor of the restaurant to be reserved, including the top floor. In the eyes of others, this matter was just a kind of simple entertainment. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heard the news, they had a different idea. Today, the two of them did some publicity for some small places nearby, and received 1 tael or 3 qian worth of silver. It was a good start. Knowing that there were more adults who wanted to do the same, the two of them gathered together to discuss, hoping to gain more benefits. Xiaobao, come and take a look. This is the blueprint that I designed. It's specifically for the placement of advertisements. On the road outside, we have to place a row of advertisements. On it, the names of the shops that are willing to spend money will be written. 1 advertisement costs 50 copper coins a day. Is that expensive? Wang Wan pushed a piece of paper with a drawing in front of Zhang Xiaobao and asked. Zhang Xiaobao's drawing skills were much worse than Wang Wan's. Although it was said that he was better than Wang Wan, when it came to concrete matters he couldn't compare. He looked at the flag designed by Wang Wan and shook his head. This flag is not bad, and it can even flutter in the wind. But this way our costs will increase a lot. Using cloth to make a flag will make less money. Most importantly, it flutters when there's wind. When there's no wind, people won't be able to see the pattern and words on it. This needs to be changed. We don't need cloth to make it, we use paper instead of dye. It can also be held up. Use a small stick to weave the frame of the flag and stick the paper on it. If the wind is strong, we can make a few holes on the paper so that the paper won't be damaged. Even if it's damaged, we can make another one. This is the second time and the scale is bigger than the previous time. The price can't be too high. How about 30 copper coins a day? 50 copper coins is a little too much. That's not a small amount. I really don't want to earn the money of those merchants. It's not easy for everyone. If Zhang Xiaobao hadn't said the last sentence, Wang Wan would have really believed him. But when he said that he couldn't bear to earn money, Wang Wan began to pout. Scammers were all bad. Just like how crocodiles shed tears, who would believe that they pitied the animals they ate? Indeed, before Wang Wan could say anything, Zhang Xiaobao began to draw. From time to time he would pick up a brush and draw a few lines on the paper. When he was done, Wang Wan leaned over to take a look and felt that it was a waste of materials to make this thing. Why do we need 2 flagpoles for a flag? Isn't the cost high? That 2-meter-tall flag can only be taller if we find bamboo poles. The more bamboo poles we put, the more money we have to spend. When Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao sitting there and looking at the painting, she asked. That's not what I mean. Your 2-meter-tall flag only needs 1 pole. Mine is 5-meter tall and the frame is different. We can stick cloth on it. It has to be big, the bigger the better. It's best if it's 3 meters by 3 meters, or 3 meters by 2 meters. We can put it in front of the road from Zhuangzi so that everyone can see it at first glance. First we'll make small flags for others to see. We'll follow the road and come here. 30 copper coins per flag. If that's not possible, 20 copper coins will do. When they're done buying this position, we'll make a big flag. At that time, we'll let them compete for this position. We don't need a lot. We just need to put one at regular intervals along the road. It's just a piece of cloth. The starting price is 200 copper coins a day, 300 copper coins for 2 days, 350 copper coins for 3 days, 1,500 copper coins for half a month, 2,500 copper coins for 1 month. What do you think? Zhang Xiaobao said his idea and waited for Wang Wan to praise him. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao and was stunned for a while. I think you're dreaming. Those people are not fools. You spent a day brainstorming, and they're buying a position for 1 month? Moreover, you didn't mention the big flag at the beginning. When they're done buying small flags, you make a big one. What about the next time? Can they still come here? You don't understand. The small flag can be said to be a discount. For example, it can be extended. For example, it can be cheaper the next time, right? Zhang Xiaobao was very familiar with this kind of thing. He didn't need to have any skills at all. Anyone who had come into contact with it would know. Then, will anyone buy it in a month? The longer the time, the more money we can earn. If I were a businessman, I wouldn't buy a position at this price. At most, I'll make a flag in front. What can you do? It's even bigger than yours. Wang Wan continued to nitpick. To be precise, she wanted Zhang Xiaobao to say what was on his mind. She didn't believe that Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't have considered this. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan and said, all right, I'll tell you. You won't let me leave any sense of mystery. The main reason is that I'm afraid you will think that my method is too immoral. For that competition, you can directly finish it in 1 day. Of course, you can drag it out for 10 days to half a month. You can have the preliminary round, the semi-final round, the round robin, and the final round. Every competition has to be done separately. Not all of them can be done at the same time. This way, there won't be many competitions in a day. You can rush to answer, you can answer. You have to introduce the contestants, right? What if they have some good poems? You can't miss the opportunity to show your face. I understand now. Each match takes an hour, and with the addition of jesting, there are only a few matches in a day. The more people there are, the more matches there will be. Don't tell me you're thinking of inserting some advertisements at crucial moments? Wang Wan finally remembered those entertainment programs. Usually, she didn't have the opportunity to watch them as she was busy with work. Occasionally, she would glance at them, but when she felt that they were boring, she wouldn't watch them. Now that Zhang Xiaobao mentioned them, she recalled those things and understood Zhang Xiaobao's idea. No. Advertisements definitely can't be inserted. If you insert advertisements, what will the contestants do? They don't have the tools to record it. Zhang Xiaobao rejected the idea of inserting advertisements in the middle of the competition and continued. There are also prizes. Why don't you say that the prizes are the 4 treasures of the study? Such a good opportunity, let's give it to those places that sell paper and ink. We will allow them to give us money and use their things as prizes. Also, we can put something on the waiter's clothes. For example, the name of a certain shop. It's best to keep it for ourselves. The restaurant in Little Luoshui also needs advertisements. Am I too kind? You are too shameless. If it were me, I wouldn't provide you with those things. What can you do? Wang Wan once again found loopholes for Zhang Xiaobao based on some of the ideas of the people of this era. Zhang Xiaobao put down his pen and put his 2 small hands behind his head. He leaned on the chair and looked at Wang Wan from the corner of his eyes. This is the wicked method that I want to talk about. What method? Wang Wan turned Zhang Xiaobao's head to face her. For example, there can't be only one place that sells stationery, right? Especially in the bustling streets of Sanshui County. I haven't asked around, but I think there should be 3 or 5 shops. We will send people over to buy. We need to buy a large amount of ink and paper, but we don't need so many inkstones, otherwise it will be a waste. When you ask people to buy, they can go to one shop and choose. The people next to them can say that the other shop should be better than this one. Why don't they go to that shop and have a look? These people will go to another shop and talk back and forth, but they won't buy. Line up a few more groups of people and let those few shops feel indignant. Then find someone to buy it. This time buy it for real and pay for it. Find the shopkeepers of those few shops and ask them whose goods are better and whose price is cheaper. Then choose the worst shop and give a good evaluation. Make sure to say that the good things of other shops are bad and the bad ones are good. Zhang Xiaobao paused when he said this. Wang Wan immediately asked, that is to provoke hatred between them. Or rather, to let them know that the person who bought the goods is a fool. Can you get them to come here? Don't be anxious. Listen to me. This time we will order some goods. After that we will leave. Immediately send some people over and continue to discuss the matter of buying things. If we want to buy things and send them to Little Luoshui for the scholars to use for writing, we must let these shopkeepers understand. Zhang Xiaobao drank a mouthful of water and explained to Wang Wan. Chapter 145. When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she still didn't fully understand. Normally, this would be the time for the people from the restaurant between the clouds and the water to come over to discuss. However, looking at Zhang Xiaobao's intentions, it seemed like he had other plans. Then how will this help us? We can't just go back and forth like this, right? When the time comes, do we really have to buy so many brushes and inks? We won't be able to use them. Then how is that possible? I'll just buy a batch at a time. I'll buy some from a few shops and get someone to return them when I get back. I'll just say that the scholars over there feel that the brushes and inks from these shops aren't good, so it's better to buy them from outside. The things at Little Luoshui must be bought from outside. Why? Of course it's to pull some strings. We'll get some people with real power in the province to introduce us to a seller. We'll buy them from there. It might be more expensive, but we'll just treat it as a gift. At that time, they would definitely be very angry and send people from the Shuiyun Club to discuss the matter of buying the goods. They would say that there would be a lot of scholars going there to compete, and they would decide to use the goods from the Shuiyun Club. They would ask a person from a shop in another county to join in as well. When the time comes, they'll propose to give the items for free and even give money. The goal is to let the scholars in Sanshui County know which shop has better goods. What do you think the local merchants will do? This time Zhang Xiaobao explained all the arrangements. Wang Wan nodded vigorously and gave him a thumbs up. Amazing. Aren't you tired? Just for such a small matter, we still have to buy a few more times and find a shill. Is it worth it? What will we do when we buy so many things? Wang Wan admitted that Zhang Xiaobao's plan was quite perfect. First, he provoked the local merchants. Then, he made them lose face at little Luo Shui. Of course, they wouldn't return the items they bought, unless it was agreed upon from the start. However, that way it would be easy for them to notice. The shill who appeared at the end was the most powerful one. This was not only a matter of face but also related to future business. After doing this just to get a little bit of the four treasures of the study, Wang Wan felt that it was not worthwhile. Zhang Xiaobao really didn't know why Wang Wan couldn't think about it more, so he continued to explain. It's not as simple as just once. People nowadays don't have the habit of sponsoring others. Let's make a start. In the future, when little Luo Shui and Between the Clouds and the Water organize any activities, others can follow this example. This is called cultivating the customer's consumer awareness. Those brushes, ink and paper can be used in the school in Zhuangzi. Didn't I mention that you don't want the inkstone anymore? It's just that it consumes too slowly. As long as you don't break an inkstone, you can use it for a few lifetimes. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? I got it. It's just a small matter, so you can arrange it. Now let's talk about the big matter, and put the small matter aside. Let's talk about the person who should be the future prince. What should we do? Wang Wan felt that she was a little slow in reacting to this matter, so she unreasonably classified this matter as a small matter and started to change the topic. Let's see what he's going to do first. Our Zhuangzi will cooperate. Let's go swimming. If it's a small matter, just let me know when you have time. Zhang Xiaobao wasn't at the point where he had to suppress Wang Wan in this aspect. That would be purely asking for trouble. Therefore, the two of them ran to the swimming pool when the sky was about to turn dark, and came out again to take a shower. Zhang Wang's Gusan's children, who had participated in the competition in Zhuangzi and won a small iron medal, had a good meal tonight. Don't look at the cheap iron medal. In the eyes of the adults in the family, it was a big deal. Also, the century eggs that they obtained were all left for the children to eat slowly. The adults only tasted one mouthful and then stopped eating. Today there were already a few outsiders who went back and bought mini century eggs. They were all peeled and bought back. If they didn't peel them, they didn't know what the inside of the eggs looked like. Each egg cost 7 copper coins. If they bought a good one, it was considered a profit, but if they bought a bad one, it was a loss. When the 3 Zhuangzi adults found out about this price, they couldn't bear to eat the century eggs that the children won. When the sensible children saw that the adults didn't want to eat, they didn't eat either. In the end, the family of 5 didn't eat a single century egg, and each of them tasted a little. When the children from Zhang Wang's and Wang's families who participated in the competition came back, they received additional rewards from their families. This time they were directly given money, 10 copper coins per person, so that they could bring it back to their families. This was suggested by Wang Wan. She was touched by the spirit of these children that never gave up. As for the children who cried and made a fuss when they saw Luer win, no one knew if they would be beaten when they returned home. At that time, when the adults compared their children to the children from other families, they were so embarrassed that they couldn't bear it. The others didn't think that their children were immature. They could only blame their parents for not teaching them well. The children's competition was over. In the end, Luer wasn't the only one who won. She naturally received a lot of things, money and that big trophy. The biggest victory was the collective action of the children from Zhang Wang's and Wang's families, which shocked the middle-aged man who came with Li Sun. When he went back that day, he told Li Sun about this matter. He was the teacher that Li Sun's family found for him. When Li Sun heard this, he was stunned. He didn't expect that such a simple matter would contain so much information from his teacher. He immediately ordered himself to set up a school in Zhuangzi and find good teachers to teach the children in Zhuangzi. He didn't believe that his Zhuangzi couldn't compare to the children from Zhang Wang's and Wang's. Wasn't it just giving things? If others could give, so could he. He could give even better things. Next time he would find a chance to compete and see who was better at Zhuangzi. After this matter was passed down, Li Sun began to busy himself with the matter of raising the children of his motherland. This was a challenge for him, but it was also a way to curry favor with his family. He wrote up a lot of invitations and had them sent to the families with good conditions. He also had people post notices all over Sanshui County. Every family with children knew about this matter. They were to send their children to the courtyards behind between the clouds and the water restaurant to settle down. When the time came, they would register. At this time, Li Sun had already treated between the clouds and the water as his own. When he met Father Zhang today, he didn't forget to mention that he wanted to buy the restaurant. In the end, Father Zhang rejected the idea on the grounds that the owners weren't present yet. How could he sell something that his son and daughter-in-law had created? For the sake of fairness, the scholars who wanted to play intellectual games in the restaurant decided not to choose one of them to set the questions. Instead, they found Steward Zhang and asked him to set some questions. They were willing to pay for it. Steward Zhang didn't expect that these kinds of questions could make money. He happily came back and told Zhang Xiaobao. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xiaobao directly rejected the idea of selling the questions. He and Wang Wan wrote hundreds of questions that were suitable for adults and asked Steward Zhang to send them over. Now they couldn't let others know about it. Each question was put in a separate envelope. On the envelope, the words between the clouds and the water restaurant were written. The words between the clouds and the water were also written under the notes inside. This was Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's plan. How much money could they make to buy the questions? In the future, as long as everyone liked to play this kind of game and could come up with their own questions, then as long as someone mentioned intellectual questions, the first thing that came to mind would be between the clouds and the water. It was truly amazing to infiltrate the brand of the company into the culture. The next afternoon, the people that Zhang Xiaobao sent to sow discord between the various merchants also rushed to the restaurant. This time it was a mess. Usually, the competition between the merchants was fierce. They maintained a friendly relationship on the surface, but in the dark, they were constantly competing with each other. After being stirred up by someone, they finally tore apart their face. After arranging this kind of wicked thing, Zhang Xiaobao chose to ignore the big conflicts between the merchants in Sanshui County. He was worried about Wang Wan. He didn't know what Wang Wan's father was thinking. When he found out that many children would participate in this kind of survival game, he also signed up his daughter and son-in-law. After all, Li Sun said that 5 and 8 years old children could also participate. According to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's idea, Wang Wan's father would never sign up his 2 children from 8 to 12 years old. If they were 5 years old, it would be easy. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were born, they were a little bigger than other children. Zhang Xiaobao was 8.5 kilograms, while Wang Wan was a little lighter at 8.5 kilograms. The 2 big fat children made the 2 families very happy at that time. It could be said that the 2 mothers were lucky and had good health, so there were no accidents. Usually, because she was the head of the household, Madame Zhang and Madame Wang had plenty of milk and was a little older than the other children. When the 2 of them came here, after more than a year of training and eating and drinking, they looked like 4-year-old children. There were 5 or 6-year-old children who were not even as big as the 2 of them. Father Wang was not a scholar like Father Zhang. He was a more down-to-earth person. He always compared his children with others, and every time he compared his children, he felt that his children were better. Therefore, he was tempted and went to between the clouds and the water to sign up his children. When he got home, he was still arguing with his wife. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan immediately found out about the 2 of them. After their names were signed up, Wang Wan's parents were not very peaceful at home. The 2 of them could only discuss whether they should go or not. They could go play on the grassland, but it was not interesting. What wilderness survival? The ranch was not dangerous, and they could eat the food prepared by adults at night. If this was called wilderness survival, then what were the 2 of them called? It's so worrying. My dad is really too much. Why did he have to sign up the 2 of us? We don't have the demeanor of a big family. Why do we have to compete with others? Wang Wan was most worried that her parents would fight. Your family is not a big family. Your dad's thinking is not wrong. I heard that your grandfather supports him. What kind of thinking is that? It's more like the thinking of a small farmer, right? It's a little selfish, a little utilitarian, a little arrogant, a little afraid of being looked down on by others, a little. Chapter 146. Before Zhang Xiaobao could continue to belittle her family, Wang Wan made up her mind. Don't criticize my family. I've made up my mind. I'll go. What's with the mindset of a farmer? This is called the spirit of drawing one's sword. Then let's go. Let Steward Zhang follow us. Let's see if we can buy some horses there. Mare's milk is also fine. We can buy it locally, make it into cheese, and ship it back to the children. We can also make dishes. In the early stage, we need to cultivate the habit of eating these things. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care if he went or not. He was just going to have fun there. He was fine with going out to take a look. He wasn't dissatisfied with Wang Wan's father. Everyone had different ideas. He couldn't arrange everyone around him according to his and Wang Wan's ideas. In the future, he had to get his mother to tell Wang Wan's mother some stories and indirectly teach Wang Wan's father not to always want to stand out. Even if almost everyone had this idea, it was best to suppress it as much as possible. The two families should communicate more frequently. When the time came, they could discuss together if they had any ideas. Well, then let's prepare. It will be over in a few days. I heard that this time it will take a long time, 10 days for the big ones and 3 days for the small ones. Let's reminisce about the past at that time. Tell my family about this decision. My mother is worried about the two of us. My mother is better. I don't know what my father is thinking all day. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao also supported her, Wang Wan understood that Zhang Xiaobao understood her. She couldn't change her father, let alone teach him. She could only try her best to influence him. Thinking of influence, she touched Zhang Xiaobao and asked, "Xiaobao, help me think of a good way to make my father more stable. It's a small matter now. If something big happens in the future, he will die. I've already thought about it. I'll follow the madam's strategy. Let my mother often tell your mother about the things that happen because of not being stable. There are many such stories. Just ask my father." Zhang Xiaobao said what he just thought. Wang Wan was not satisfied. How slow would that be? I want to be fast. I want to grow up quickly. Then we can only let him interact with some steady people. After watching them for a long time, he will naturally learn. Let your father go out and interact more with those kinds of people. Send Song Jinggong to follow by his side so that he won't suffer too much. It's not a big deal to suffer a small loss. It's better to suffer more. This time Zhang Xiaobao came up with a method that he supported the most. It was also the most effective method. It was just like how if an adult wanted their child to walk more steadily, they could only make the child fall more often. There was nothing faster than this. You've worked hard, Xiaobao. You still have to worry about my family. Wang Wan cupped her chin in her hand and thanked him. No, this is not called hard work. This is called happiness. When you can do your best for a family, you should feel the things in the process. Whether it is sweet or painful, it is happiness. Zhang Xiaobao said with emotion. He had never felt sad about this kind of thing. Yes, happiness. It's really happiness. Xiaobao, you are so kind. Hurry up and prepare. If you don't have it, get someone to do it immediately. Since it's survival in the wild, then it has to look like a survival in the wild. Wang Wan pinched Zhang Xiaobao's face as a reward. She began to think about what to bring there. She and Zhang Xiaobao each had a sharp needle in their sleeves. In addition to this, they also needed a small shovel that could be used to dig the soil, a blanket, a hat to block the sun, some prepared medicine, a set of iron bowls, a small knife, rope, salt, a backpack, and flint for starting a fire. They had to find something that could produce sparks with a light touch. Otherwise, she and Zhang Xiaobao would not have enough strength. Wang Wan listed these things one by one to Zhang Xiaobao. As Zhang Xiaobao listened, he suddenly said, "Get someone to make some small shovels and bowls. They are the things that children play with. When the time comes, we will use them as sponsors. The quality must be good, and they can't hurt the children. Engrave the words between the clouds and the water on them. When the time comes, let someone set up a big business and use this name." Good idea. Children will have this idea since they were young, and that is that between the clouds and the water is the best place. Between the clouds and the water is also the best thing. We will let the things between the clouds and the water accompany them as they grow up. Then, should we also ask for sponsorship for the restaurant between the clouds and the water? Find a few cooks between the clouds and the water to cook for them. The ingredients will also be provided by the restaurant between the clouds and the water. We must get this done quickly. Otherwise, when those scholars compete in intelligence, other people will know the benefits of this sponsorship and snatch this business away. When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she also added, "This kind of management method from a child was the best." When she was young, there were many things that she still couldn't forget. For example, when it came to dolls, the first word that came to her mind was Barbie. With the decision made, the two began to get busy. The bag had to be specially made. It had to be carried on both shoulders, and there had to be an extra belt around the waist. The fabric had to be strong, and the clothes couldn't be so loose anymore. Wang Wan's family also sent someone to inform them, asking them to stop arguing. The child had already decided to go. Steward Zhang also personally went to Zhuangzi to look for Li Sun to discuss the sponsorship. All the needed things would be provided by Between the Clouds and the Water. After listening to Steward Zhang's words, Li Sun felt a little incredulous. Could it be that the three owners of Between the Clouds and the Water were sick? Otherwise, why would they be willing to pay? Since there was such a good thing, there was no way he would refuse. He was afraid that Between the Clouds and the Water would go back on their word. So he specially asked someone to write a written agreement. Both parties signed it. Now he was relieved. Steward Zhang was also relieved. It was written on the paper that the items used for the game could only be provided by Between the Clouds and the Water, and no one else was allowed to join in. After waiting for Steward Zhang to leave happily, Li Sun found the middle-aged man hiding behind the screen and said, "Master, are all the owners of Between the Clouds and the Water stupid? They are actually willing to pay so much money. Look at what he wrote. It's all included. Even the carriage to go there will be provided by Between the Clouds and the Water. This will be the third time. Thinking about it, there will be a lot of children coming here. Maybe it won't be enough without 300 or 500 taels of silver. Look, he wrote that they will take care of all the children's food and guarantee that it will be good food. In addition, at the end of the day, every child will give out toys and prizes. I really don't understand." The middle-aged man listened to Li Sun's words while looking at the words on the paper. He was also puzzled. What was the purpose of giving out so many things? Could it be that it was just to curry favor with Li Sun? A few hundred taels of silver to curry favor? Was it possible? No, it can't be that simple. There must be something else that we haven't thought of. It's not a lot of money, but the little Luoshui River makes them a lot of money every day. That's right, the little Luoshui River. I heard that when they bought that place, no one wanted it at all. In the end, when they bought it, they immediately built a pier. There's also the restaurant and other places behind it, which made many people envious and jealous. Master, could it be that they are doing the same thing as the little Luoshui River? But they didn't ask for anything. No matter how I look at it, they are just giving money away. I think they must be stupid. Just look at how they treat the children on the Zhuangzi. They must like children very much. Li Sun suddenly had an idea and said. After saying that, he felt that this was the case, especially when there were two children on the two Zhuangzi. They liked children, so they were willing to give money to them. It's not as simple as you think. Let's wait and see. We will understand when the time comes. Zhangzhe Zhuangzi is different everywhere. The middle-aged man didn't completely agree with Li Sun's words. Li Sun didn't refute and nodded. Okay, let's wait and see. I will go and ask how many people have signed up over there. The next day, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan prepared everything. They were only waiting for Li Sun to gather all the people, and then set off according to the scheduled time. There was news from the restaurant that more than 30 people had signed up in the past 2 days. All of them were sent by rich people. As for those who lived far away, they probably hadn't arrived yet. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang's families didn't sign up because it was too long, and they were afraid that it would affect their studies. As for the children on the nearby Zhuangzi, only the two main families came to sign up. The other rural children didn't dare to come. Why didn't they come? Wang Wan was puzzled. It was such a good opportunity for the children to play. The parents could eat free food and stay in free tents. They didn't have to spend a single cent. It was a good thing. After the game, they could even get a gift. Of course they are scared. Who is Li Sun? The people who came that day saw how rich he was. They thought that with so many rich and powerful people together, if their children were to bump into someone, they couldn't afford to pay for it. How would they have time to send their children to such a distant place? They also don't have time to accompany their children. How much work would that waste? At this time, Zhang Xiaobao also understood that the children from poor families wouldn't come. Being poor didn't mean that the parents didn't care about their children. If the children came, the parents would naturally accompany them. That would waste a lot of time. Does that mean that our plan this time has failed? Wang Wan thought about it and agreed. It didn't fail. The purpose was to involve Li Sun. Whether there were children from poor families or not, he would find it interesting. Next time we will find something else for him to do. Besides, children from poor families don't care much. They run around the village all day long. If we leave them on the mountain, they can find food by themselves. What's the point of training for survival in the wild? Zhang Xiaobao didn't have any thoughts of failure. It was fine as long as they achieved their goal. Well, then let's get in touch with those rich and powerful people. Let's see how they talk and do things. When the time comes, we can learn from them. I think Li Sun will take the children from Zhuangzi out. When Wang Wan mentioned Li Sun, she laughed. She could imagine what Li Sun would do. Chapter 147. Just as Zhang Xiaobao had said, none of the children from poor families signed up. However, those who had been invited by Li Sun had all signed up. He only needed to arrange someone to come here and tell him the name. There was no need to pay the registration fee. The person would personally send the child over. When Li Sun received the news, there were only 53 people who had signed up. This number was not small, but it was far from what he had expected. His purpose was not to find a group of people to play with. He still wanted to strengthen the body of all the people. In the past 1 or 2 years, he had been waging war against foreign countries. If he could handle this matter well, his emperor uncle would be happy. At this time, when he heard such a small number, he asked the person who had come back to report, "Why are there so few people? Aren't there 3 Zhuangzi nearby? There are many children there, right?" "Young Marquis, I don't know why there are so few people. Zhang Xiaobao and Gusan didn't sign up in Zhuangzi. There are a few outside. The waiter told me that they are all from rich families." "Young Marquis, why don't I ask someone to put up the notice again? Maybe you can give a compulsory order." The person who reported the news was a little nervous. He was afraid that the young Marquis would vent his anger on him, so he gave another idea. "Orders? Can I give orders? What am I? You go and ask why the children of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Zhuangzi didn't sign up. They gave me this idea. Tell them that they have to come. At least 10 people of the same age should come. How about 5? 10 is too many." Li Sun was anxious. He didn't dare to force others, but he dared to do so for the Zhang family and the Wang family. His thoughts were simple. "Who asked you to give me ideas? Now that you've given me the idea, I've taken action, but none of you have come. You're clearly undermining me." The messenger immediately ran out. Fortunately, he was not too far away. After a short while, he returned, panting for breath, and reported, "Young Marquis, this little one has inquired. The Zhang family and the Wang family in Zhuangzi feel that it is too long and will delay their children's studies. They said that they are willing to send 5 people for each age group. But every time they arrive, they have to be replaced with new people. Otherwise, the people who go will fall behind in their studies." That's good. Don't I have many children in Zhuangzi? Let them go. They haven't studied yet, right? How many people are at this age? Li Sun was satisfied. The other party's reason was sufficient. Originally they said 5 days, but he changed it to 10 days. Those children couldn't be compared to him. Even if he didn't study during the day, there would be people to teach him at night. How could the children in Zhuangzi afford to invite so many teachers to visit them one by one? Replying to young Marquis, in Zhuangzi, there are 11 children between the ages of 5 and 8, and 9 children between the ages of 8 and 12. A total of 20 children are at this age. The messenger remembered the situation very clearly. He was afraid that one day the young Marquis would be happy and ask about it. If he couldn't answer and angered the young Marquis, then the consequences would be 20 people. Good, call them all. When the time comes, we'll go together. Tell their families not to worry about the children. This Marquis will take care of them. If anything goes wrong, they can come to this Marquis. Are there any 4-year-olds? If there are, find some strong ones to add. The more people, the better. Li Sun was so anxious that he was about to go crazy. He even took out the 4-year-olds to make up the numbers. The messenger revealed a troubled expression and replied, "Young Marquis, there are 4-year-olds, but all of them have weak bodies and cannot withstand the torment. Some of the 5-year-olds are also unable to do so. What do you think? 5-year-olds can't? How is that possible? I saw that the children in the Zhuangzi children of the Zhang family and Wang family are all not bad. Could it be that the villagers eat different food? Li Sun was puzzled. Young Marquis, you're right. They eat different food. Usually, the villagers of the Zhuangzi children of the Zhang family and Wang family only have a little more money compared to us. Occasionally, they eat meat. But the adults are different. Those children are fed good food and drinks every day. I heard that they don't eat at home. In the school, all the children, no matter their age, are fed 2 meals a day. In the morning, they are fed milk and eggs, and in the afternoon, they are fed vegetables and meat. The children grow fast. As long as they eat good food, you can immediately see that our Zhuangzi children can't compare with them. Young Marquis, the children of the Zhang and Wang families, not to mention surviving in the wild, even if they are of the same age, they can beat up 3 of us in a fight. I also heard that as long as the 2 families have something good, they will think of the children. Even if a cow falls to its death, they will boil some soup for the children. The informant didn't dare to continue. After the young Marquis came here, he didn't give them any benefits. These people sold their land and saved up a lot of money, but they were reluctant to spend it. They just ate what they ate. Everyone was like this, so they couldn't see anything. But now there was something different. These children could see the difference with just a glance. Now, many people in Zhuangzi were secretly regretting. It was said that on the day the young Marquis bought Zhuangzi, Zhangzhe Zhuangzi sent people to buy it. Unfortunately, they were one step too late. Those who sold the land at that time were complaining to each other. They said that they shouldn't have sold the land in such a hurry. They should have waited for Zhangzhe Zhuangzi's people to buy it. At this time, Li Sun was silent. He didn't know if he should complain about why the Zhang family and Wang family treated Zhuangzi so well, or regret that he didn't give the children good food when he came here. He didn't expect that the 2 Zhuangzi would give the children such good food. Just look at the children who were sent to compete that day. Every one of them had a red face. How about this? There are still a few days before we go to other places. You go and prepare food for those children. For meals a day. No, for meals a day. After that, let them play. As long as they are hungry, give them food at any time. Meat and eggs can't be left out. They will grow a little, right? It was too late for Li Sun to regret now. He had to hurry and ask with uncertainty. Yes, young Marquis. Don't worry. Children grow fast. They will grow a lot after sleeping. As long as they are fed, they will grow fat in a few days. I will go and arrange it. The messenger was happy to hear the young Marquis's words. In this way, the villagers would not complain like before, and he would be more relaxed. Just as he was about to leave, Li Sun opened his mouth again and said, "It's okay if they can't sleep well. Go and get more ice for me and put it in their room. Find someone to drive away mosquitoes for them. I don't believe that I can't compare with the Zhang family and Wang family." The messenger felt that his young Marquis was crazy. Sending ice to the villagers and driving away mosquitoes? How much money did he spend? He wanted to persuade him but didn't dare. He could only agree. Suddenly, he thought of something and said again, "Young Marquis, I heard that the 2 children of the Zhang family and Wang family have also signed up this time. A boy and a girl. Good, they are not bad. But I remember that the 2 children are less than 5 years old." Li Sun was happy at first, but then he doubted. Replying to the young Marquis, "He's only 2 years old, but he's grown up quite a bit. He looks like he's 4 years old, but he's even more robust than some of the 5-year-old children in our manor. Maybe he eats better." The messenger was quite clear about this matter. Li Sun thought for a while and felt that he had seen the 2 children before. They were indeed older than others. He nodded and said, "I know. Remember to ask someone to take care of them. Don't let anything happen to them." The messenger nodded and left. Li Sun was a little annoyed. He didn't expect that no one would come for the things he had arranged. He couldn't think of a good idea for a while, so he left the room to find his teacher. "Teacher, what do you think we should do?" After Li Sun saw his teacher, he told him the whole story and asked for his teacher's help. The middle-aged man didn't have any ideas at the moment. After thinking for a while, he said, "It's easy. Since those who are not well off can't come, then you can find those who are well off. You can personally write an invitation and send it to each family. I think they won't dare to not give you face. As for which family has money and children, You can send someone to the yamen to ask. Li Sun now had a backbone. He didn't care about his status and directly ran to the study to write the invitation. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have written an invitation. This time it was simple. He just left a space for the name and directly wrote the content. When the time comes, he just had to add the name. Although it didn't seem very respectful, what was his status? While Li Sun was busy looking for people, the preparations at the restaurant between the clouds and the water were more or less done. The next day, the intellectual competition between the scholars would begin. This was relatively new to the scholars. Small flags were inserted into the ground. There were also 10 large flags that fluttered in the wind. Of course, regardless of whether it was the large flags or the small flags, they couldn't flutter. They had been fixed on the frames. These flags had the names of various shops written on them. The large flags could be seen from afar. What no one expected was that all of these banners were taken up by the shops of Sanshui County that sold brushes, ink, paper and inkstones. This time they were all holding their breaths, wanting to compete in the Water Cloud restaurant. At the same time, they also wanted to let the scholars use their things. Some of these scholars came from the Little Nushui River. The people in the shops felt a sense of satisfaction as they took revenge. Who asked you to say that our things weren't good? What happened now? Didn't you still have to use it? Who asked you to steal our business? What happened now? All 10 large flags were taken by us. Each one took a month. Especially after hearing the gasps of the people who came here when they saw the flags, the people in the shops felt even more proud. Each and every one of them actually came here personally to watch the show and show their faces. The Shuiyun Club had done a good job in this regard. People had long since spread the news that certain shops provided certain items, and before the intelligence competition even started, many people had already remembered the names of those shops. Some even directly expressed that they would go to those shops to buy things in the future. Chapter 148. This kind of effect made many people surprised. Some of them were seeing this kind of thing for the second time, while some were seeing it for the first time. The first time because they were all children, not many people paid attention to it. Now that it was changed to adults and with the addition of the flag, they remembered this kind of method even though they were surprised. Master, I finally know why that steward Zhang is willing to provide us with things. Look, it says that when the time comes, we need to let others know that it was between the clouds and the water who provided it. Just now Li Chang told me that 3 shops have found him and are willing to pay to buy things for this wilderness survival. One said that he can take care of everything, even the clothes, and the other one is willing to take out 2,000 taels of silver at once. Master, we will pay for it. Li Sun was sitting on the top of the second floor of the restaurant. Nowadays, many rich people were willing to sit on the top of the restaurant to enjoy a different feeling. The top of the restaurant between the clouds and the water was more expensive than the private rooms on the second floor because only one group of people could go up at a time, and the number could not exceed 20. As long as one went up, they would be able to enjoy the feeling of being alone. Li Sun also heard some of the words said by the people who were talking loudly. Coupled with Li Cheng's report just now, he understood why Steward Zhang left so happily. He put the contract in his hand on the table and said to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man now didn't know how to express the depression in his heart. He was the teacher of the little Marquis. Usually, no matter what, he would be able to help Li Sun think of a solution. He didn't expect that this time he would miscalculate. In any case, he couldn't have guessed that the money was really given for free, but the benefits that they received were not small at all. Hearing Li Sun's words and looking at his expectant gaze, the middle-aged man helplessly sighed. There's no other way. They have another contract in their hands. If we really dare to go back on our word, we can only kill them all. Moreover, we can't let anyone find out. Do you think that will work? No, I've never thought of killing them. Even if someone wanted to kill them, they could kill the main family, but could they kill all the other villagers? The imperial uncle would definitely not leave the matter at that. With so many people killed at once, it was too frightening. He would definitely send out scouts in all directions. What's more, Zhangzhe Zhuangzi was a place of auspicious signs. If the people there were all dead, could it be that it wasn't an auspicious sign? Wasn't it because Imperial Uncle had ruled the country well? Master, let's not talk about killing people anymore. Is there any other way? When Li Sun heard his master mention killing people, he was scared out of his wits. When Zhang Zhuangzi was alive, he could ignore him and did not need to give him any benefits. But if he really killed them, it would involve auspicious signs. Outside of the auspicious signs, how could anything happen? Could that still be called auspicious? There's no other way. Why don't you ask Steward Zhang and see if he has any ideas? I think they will still give you face. The middle-aged man was just saying. He did not dare to kill people. The one who tied the bell should untie it. Since Li Sun wanted to get more benefits, he could only go to him. Li Cheng was dealing with people who wanted to give him money for free. When he heard the young master's call, he immediately found an excuse and ran over. He was sweating not because of the heat but because he was pestered. Waiting for Li Sun to finish his words, Li Cheng knew that this time it was not him who was pestered, but someone else. He found Steward Zhang, who was in charge of arranging things in the restaurant, and said to him, "Steward Zhang, can I have a word with you?" Steward Zhang naturally did not dare to refuse. He followed him to a place where there was no one else and asked, "What's the matter, young Master Li?" It's a long story. Li Cheng hesitated. Then let's make it short. I still have a lot of things to do here. Steward Zhang did not have time to chat with him. There were still some arrangements to be made, and they would be used tomorrow. The young lady had sent some things called fireworks. She said that if someone answered correctly, they would light one. If they answered incorrectly, a bowl of water would be poured down on their head to calm them down. These things sounded simple, but if something went wrong, he did not dare to face the young master and the young lady. This was the first time he had heard of this method. In order not to make others angry, he specially asked some scholars. In the end, the scholars were straightforward and said that a bowl of water was just right in the hot weather. Only then did he feel relieved. Now that he saw Li Cheng wanting to compete with him in terms of patience, he did not have the patience. Li Cheng did not expect Steward Zhang's words to be so harsh. He was stunned for a moment and had to tell him what the young master had told him. "Steward Zhang, you see, now your restaurant has accepted other people's things and made flags for them. It's not bad. My young master wants to ask, can you let more people participate in the survival in the wild? They are all people of the Tang Empire." "Oh, so that's how it is. Well said, well said." Steward Zhang had already stopped lamenting about the young master and young madam. He was numb. Today when he came out, the young master found him and said that if Li Meng wanted to go back on his word, then he should use another method. He should get all the benefits he deserved. After saying this, the young master also gave him a few words. These words were a little confusing at the time, but now that he thought about it carefully, it was really the words of the prophet. He could even predict this. Fortunately, he was used to it. As long as the young master and the young lady said something, it was right. As long as they did something, it was a sure win. What he had to do was to listen to them and follow. So Steward Zhang agreed. Then, the things written by the young master can be? Hearing Steward Zhang's words, Li Cheng relaxed a lot. It seemed that this Steward Zhang was easy to talk to. Now he wanted to get back the written agreement. Steward Zhang smiled. He felt that he had grasped everything at this moment, even if this feeling was given by the young master. He said to Li Cheng, "Young master, don't be anxious. Let me finish. I think the young master of your restaurant wants to find other people to join. Young Master Li may not know this, but this kind of thing is very troublesome and exhausting. But young Master Li need not worry. We have a way to deal with this kind of thing. Why don't young Master Li go back and ask between the clouds and the water to take care of this kind of thing? At that time, young Master Li just needs to wait to receive the things and the money. What do you think?" Li Cheng was confused. What did Steward Zhang mean? Help me? If it was someone else, he would believe it. But if it was the steward of Zhang Zhuangzi, he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. He had never taken advantage of the steward of Zhang Zhuangzi. Not to mention other things, the gold was rewarded by the young master from the palace. He changed it later, thinking that he could get some benefits such as paying less money and so on. However, when he arrived at the restaurant, he found that the waiter caught the people eating and said that the young master of Zhuangzi was benevolent and righteous. In order to help the poor, he even paid for it himself. Between the clouds and the water was not as good as young Master Li. After taking the money, he just arranged a courtyard for the family to live in for free, and provided half a pig's knuckle a day for the mother. These were not comparable to young Master Li's benevolence at all. Li Cheng remembered that he was dumbfounded at that time. How could he dare to pay less money when the young master spread the news? That would be unfair to the young master. Not only did he not get the money, but he also continued to give more and even rewarded the waiter more money. In such a place, such a person wanted to take advantage of the young master? In his dreams. A few days ago, Steward Zhang went there and said that he would be in charge of the survival training. He hesitated and thought that Steward Zhang was a good person. But today, he found that the things that Steward Zhang gave were much less than what others would give. Thinking of the past, when he heard that Steward Zhang was so easy to talk to, he felt a chill rising from the bottom of his feet. The sun was so bright that he could not feel the heat. Young Master Li, say something. Do you agree to help between the clouds and the water? Steward Zhang waited for a while and saw that Li Cheng was in a daze, so he had to ask again. Oh, about this, Steward Zhang, I can't make the decision. How about I ask young master first and then come to you? About the written agreement. Li Cheng did not dare to agree. Who knew what would happen? He had to go back and discuss it. Then he reached out for the written agreement. Oh, young Master Li, look at my memory. That thing is at home. It's on the table in Master's study. How about you go back and discuss it first? I'll go and get it now. Steward Zhang was not a fool. Before the matter was settled, he would not hand over the written agreement. If Steward Zhang took back the written agreement and turned against him, what could he do to him? Well, thank you, Steward Zhang. I'll go and ask now. Li Cheng had no choice. He turned around and ran to the roof, repeating what he had just said to Steward Zhang. Master, what do you think? Li Sun was also a little afraid of this place. The people here did not follow common sense. There was no way to guess what they were going to do. He really wanted to use his identity to pressure them, but he did not dare. You want to pressure them? That censor is not playing with you. He really dares to impeach you. This? The middle-aged man did not feel good in his heart. He also could not figure out what between the clouds and the water wanted to do. The other side responded too quickly. He had just decided to go back and ask someone to go, and the other side agreed and put forward new conditions. No matter how he looked at it, these conditions would not do any harm to him. But was it possible? Between the clouds and the water seemed to have never suffered a loss. Zhang Zhuangzi was amazing. After thinking for a while, the middle-aged man only thought of one thing. He said to Li Cheng, go back and tell Steward Zhang that as long as those merchants promise to give us the same things and money, let him do it. If he wants the written agreement, ask him to come here. Chapter 149. The middle-aged man didn't know what to do now. The only thing he could think of was that Steward Zhang wanted to take some of the money from others. As for the result, he couldn't figure it out. Fortunately, the people here were tactful. They didn't directly refuse him when he wanted to change his mind. They just put forward a proposal that didn't seem to do any harm to him. He felt that what he did was really a bit inferior. What was the difference between this and a rascal? Even if he succeeded in this matter, it would only show his own incompetence. Anyone like the young Marquis could do the same, so why would he need to use him? Waiting for Li Cheng to leave, the middle-aged man felt that he was about to become an old man. When faced with something that he clearly knew, he couldn't figure out what was going on, let alone how to deal with it. Li Cheng left quickly and came back quickly. As soon as he saw Steward Zhang, he said with a smile, Steward Zhang, my child agrees. When will you go upstairs and write the new receipt? The one from last time? Oh, okay, I'll go up now. Child Li, don't worry. I've got it. Look, is this it? When Steward Zhang heard that Li Cheng agreed, he finally let out a sigh of relief. He took out the receipt from his sleeve and waved it in front of Li Cheng for him to see. Li Cheng was not angry at all, even if he knew that he couldn't fly back in such a short time from the restaurant to the Zhang family's courtyard. He reached out his hand and followed Steward Zhang upstairs. Steward Zhang greeted him first, took out the receipt and handed it back to Li Sun. Then he began to write a new receipt. When the receipt was in Li Sun's hand, Steward Zhang didn't worry that Li Sun would directly tear it up and refuse to admit it. Sometimes the royal family also needed face to support them. The new receipt was finished in a short time. After both parties signed, Steward Zhang began to look for those who wanted to discuss with Li Sun about the sponsorship. Confused, Li Sun arranged for Li Cheng to follow behind to see what Steward Zhang wanted to do. Steward Zhang didn't hide from him. He walked around the restaurant and found 14 merchants who wanted to sponsor the wilderness survival game. He invited them to a box on the second floor. Li Cheng followed him in shamelessly. Everyone, everyone! Steward Zhang shouted twice, causing the 14 shop owners to look at him. Only then did he continue to speak. Thank you, everyone, for your assistance in surviving in the wild. Unfortunately, there are too many of you. Therefore, young Master Li has already instructed the Department of Between the Clouds and the Water to take care of this matter. Everyone take a look. This is the written agreement that has just been signed. While speaking, Steward Zhang took out the written agreement in his hand and showed it to the 14 people. After reading it, they all nodded and admitted this fact. Steward Zhang, since you are in charge of this matter, who do you want to join in? A very thin man with high cheekbones spoke first at this time. The others also nodded. It was better to know the result than to be left hanging. They had seen how much benefits Between the Clouds and the Water's publicity could bring to others. They all wanted to do the same for the wilderness survival game. They knew that the people who could come out this time were either rich or noble. Manager Yu, don't worry. I will tell you now. Manager Yu's shop is the #1 butcher shop in this county. Almost all the towns have Manager Yu's shop. Everyone write down what you want on a piece of paper. It will be easier to explain when the time comes. Steward Zhang smiled at the person who spoke and comforted him. He then suggested to the crowd. He really doubted whether the meat in Manager Yu's shop could be eaten. Looking at Manager Yu's appearance, he knew. He was so thin that he looked like a monkey. Could it be that the meat he sold was inedible? The crowd didn't know that Steward Zhang was criticizing Manager Yu in his heart. When they heard this suggestion, they all felt that it was better. Everyone wrote down what they wanted. That way it would be fair to choose whichever one they wanted. Just as they picked up the pen and were about to write, Steward Zhang spoke again. Everyone, you have to think carefully when you write. For example, shopkeeper Yu's family sells meat, so naturally they can get meat for those children to eat. Shopkeeper Shang's family specializes in cloth, so he has clothes for those children. Therefore, when you write, don't write down the areas where you can't compare. After his reminder, the crowd suddenly realized what they should take out to get the approval of others. When they were waiting to write, they carefully covered their hands with their arms so that others couldn't see. It didn't take long for the 14 people to finish writing. They carefully dried the ink, folded it, and handed it to Steward Zhang. Steward Zhang took the paper and directly handed it to Li Cheng without looking at it. He asked him to send it to the top and let the people above see if it was enough. Li Cheng didn't expect that Steward Zhang wouldn't even look at it. He was shocked and didn't dare to delay. He turned around and left. Everyone, maybe you still don't know why I did this. Let me tell you now. When two tigers fight, one will be hurt. I can't bear to see one of them get squeezed out. Therefore, I worked a little harder and helped you accept the sponsorship. There are a total of 14 companies and 6 of them are doing the same thing as the others. For example, Shopkeeper Shang's shop is the same as Shopkeeper Zhu's. They both run a cloth shop. The two of you must have thought that if you used one shop, you wouldn't use the other. Wrong. What I want to say is that you're wrong. I've used both of your shops. As the two of you know, there are a total of 3 tasks, so the two of you can make clothes for the first 2 tasks. The clothes that are suitable for grass and sand are definitely different. The two of you can make one for each project. As for who will be the grass and who will be the sand, the two of you can discuss it yourselves. When it comes to the third project, we will ask the children who have worn the clothes and praise which company has more clothes. Then, that company can continue to do the business. As for the other company, I'm sorry you didn't seize the opportunity this time. When Steward Zhang said these words, the two people were already looking at each other. It seemed that they wanted to compete with their eyes to see who was better. Steward Zhang didn't care about this. He didn't care about how the others fought. As long as the clothes were good, it was fine. The remaining 4 companies also had conflicts and were also dealt with by him in the same way. After the matter of the 6 people was settled, Steward Zhang said to the crowd, "Everyone, we want all of your things. Remember what you wrote, including the money. When the time comes, we will explain to those people who provided the things when we use them. Also, between the clouds and the water will be responsible for making some flags for you. When the time comes, the flags will be fluttering in the wind. Others will understand at a glance. If any of you feel that you have spent too much, you can withdraw now. We will not do anything to stop you. Is that okay? After Steward Zhang said this, the 14 people's faces didn't look good. They had originally planned to take all of the goods at once, so they took out more money. They didn't expect Steward Zhang to divide the goods like this. Some of them wanted to withdraw, but they felt reluctant. They hoped that others would withdraw so that they could get more benefits. Unfortunately, none of them proposed to withdraw. After all, the children this time were from different families. They might take care of their business in the future, so they didn't dare to withdraw. For example, if shopkeeper you wanted to withdraw, he would be in trouble in the future. Many people saw him when he came, including Steward Zhang, the people from the 13 shops, and the person upstairs. If he withdrew, people would naturally not buy from his shop when they came to buy meat. All kinds of rumors and slanders would spread. If people didn't buy from his shop when he was there, it meant that the meat he sold wasn't good. Shopkeeper you felt that Steward Zhang would definitely do that. He would even announce that he had withdrawn. Almost at the same time, the 14 people let out a sigh and accepted their fate. They had all given in. Steward Zhang wasn't done yet. He continued, "Everyone between the clouds and the water has helped you so much. Originally, I shouldn't take any benefits, but between the clouds and the water isn't mine. There are still many people waiting to eat. Therefore, 10% of the value of the goods that you have written will have to be paid to between the clouds and the water again. If anyone doesn't agree, you can go to the person upstairs. If he agrees, you won't have to pay 10% of the goods or money. You don't have to think that it's too expensive. This is a good deal. In the future, between the clouds and the water will provide you with more opportunities like this. At that time, we will talk to each shop. There will be sponsorship matters, and there will also be other places that need to buy things urgently. If you have any problems that you can't solve, you can also go to between the clouds and the water. Between the clouds and the water will help you think of a solution. Today is the first time, so we will take 10% of the goods. In the future, we can talk about this. For example, if you want 10,000 bolts of cloth, between the clouds and the water won't dare to take 1,000 bolts of cloth. It could be 100 bolts or even 50 bolts of cloth. After Steward Zhang finished, he didn't say anything more. He looked at the 14 people sitting there, waiting for someone to withdraw. The 14 people were angry and happy at the same time. No one was willing to take out more money, but at the same time, they were happy that they could find more business in the future. Steward Zhang, I agree. I will write a receipt for you. Shopkeeper Yu was the first to speak. When he came here, he made some inquiries and knew that Zhang family and Wang family raised a lot of pigs. This could be a good supply for him. When the others saw that someone had taken the lead, they all agreed. The 14 people started to write again. Steward Zhang's smile didn't change. This time he earned a lot more than what he should have paid in the beginning. Although they were advertising for them, under those advertisements or when they were introduced, there would be a sentence that was, between the clouds and the water. When the 14 people finished writing and handed the receipt to Steward Zhang, Li Cheng, who came downstairs and heard something, stood at the door. He was completely dumbfounded. He thought in his heart, I see. This place is not for ordinary people. Chapter 150. The grass was green and the sky was overcast. The sound of the zither and flute urged them on. The quiz game that had been prepared for a few days finally began. The restaurant felt a little regretful when they saved the money for the ice. Today was so dark that it was frightening. They were afraid that the sudden rain would wet the flags outside, and they were also afraid that the people who came to watch would leave in a hurry. The strong wind blew the sand everywhere. The flags outside could not withstand this kind of attack and broke one by one. Seeing this situation, Steward Zhang was frightened. He was afraid that the merchants who spent money would not be satisfied. So he hurriedly found Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were drinking soup in the corner of the first floor. Young master, we are in trouble. Many of the flags outside have been damaged by the wind. The advertisements on them will be ruined. Steward Zhang said nervously to Zhang Xiaobao. He saw that the soup that the young master and young lady were drinking was a worm-shaped thing. He felt a little cold and wanted to vomit. He did not know what it was. It was just sent here from Shaohong in the middle of the night. They had been nourished with water and were still alive when they arrived here. The young master and young lady made this into soup today. It seemed to taste good. Broken. That's right. I said that if the paper is not coated with a layer of glue, it will be damaged when the wind blows. It is useless to punch holes. How is it? I am right? Just in time. Steward Zhang is here. Drink some soup. It is delicious. As Wang Wan spoke, she specially scooped some soup from the big bowl for Steward Zhang. There were still some insect fragments in the bowl. Steward Zhang was about to cry. Was this thing for humans to eat? In the morning he had seen it. It was a bunch of red worms moving around in the basin. But the little girl had scooped it for you. How dare you not eat it? The two ancestors were eating it. Could it be that you were more precious than them? Steward Zhang gritted his teeth and drank the soup in 2 mouthfuls. Not to mention that the little ancestor also drank the soup. He had to swallow it even if it was poison. How is it? Wasn't it delicious? Normally, I wouldn't let people drink it even if they wanted to. This thing is better than the fungus. No, it's not the same thing. It's more expensive than the fungus. Isn't it very fresh? Eat more of this. It's good for that thing. Xiaobao, tell Steward Zhang what's good for it. Watching Steward Zhang drink the entire bowl of soup, Wang Wan continued to speak. Later on, she realized that some words shouldn't come out of her mouth, so she called out to Zhang Xiaobao, who was drinking soup with his head lowered. Zhang Xiaobao was having a good time drinking, so he didn't want to be disturbed by Wang Wan. He looked up at Steward Zhang and said, "It's fine that the flag is broken. That's even better. Immediately get someone to paste it with new paper. Paste it every time it's broken. This is to let those who have spent money know how important this matter is. It's just a small matter. You ate the pink stuff in the bowl. It's a waste. If you don't want to eat it, give it to me. I'll eat it. Even if I give you the ginseng fruit, you'll just eat it. Give it to me." Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about the broken flag at all. He had already prepared for it. The more it was broken, the faster it would be, and the more it would be replaced. The businessmen here didn't care about the quality of the goods. What they cared most was whether others cared about them. If one side was broken and the other side was mashed, it would make people have a good impression of them. The only thing that dissatisfied him was that Steward Zhang drank the soup, leaving some spoon worms under the bowl. For him, there was no difference between a steamed bun that cost 10,000 yuan and a steamed bun that cost 50 cents. He could eat it if he wanted. However, even if it was a steamed bun that cost 10 cents, it would be thrown away after 2 bites. That was what he couldn't tolerate the most. It was a waste. How many people couldn't eat? Which one of the people who did business with him didn't eat all the food? Who dared to leave food in front of him? Gulp, gulp. Steward Zhang poured some more soup into the bowl without any hesitation. He didn't want to be beaten like that manservant in the inner courtyard. During the tomb sweeping festival, the master gave out things to the subordinates and held a meal. He clearly remembered that it was a way of eating that he had never seen before. The food was put in a big basin and placed there. Whoever wanted to eat could take it with the bowl and chopsticks in front of them. At that time, Pomegranate said 3 times that they should take as much as they could eat. They were not afraid to eat too much, as long as they didn't leave anything behind. In the end, one of them was greedy and ate so much. In the end, he made a bowl of fatty meat with chopped green onions and ginger, but in the end, only half of it was left. This was troublesome. The young master and young lady also ate together. When they saw that someone left something behind, they immediately called for the guards and gave them 40 whips without hesitation. From then on, everyone knew that the young master was a little different from others. He absolutely didn't allow food to be left behind. The young master didn't feel bad if you ate 50 grams of stir-fried meat with wood ears, but if you dared to leave a few pieces of blanched spinach behind, you would be in trouble and would be given at least 10 whips. Wang Wan watched Steward Zhang drink the soup while enduring the nausea and helplessly shook her head. She couldn't do anything. She knew what Zhang Xiaobao had experienced in the past. He had an almost devout attitude towards food. For many people, every grain was hard work. What did the farmer's hard work have to do with me? I bought it with money. I paid for it with my own labor. It wasn't given to me for free. Why should I care whether you've worked hard or not? But for Zhang Xiaobao, it was a different situation. He always wanted to leave more food for himself. No matter what he ate, he would always look happy. This was not the first time. She wanted to tell him that fish bones couldn't be eaten at this age. If there was a danger, there would be no hospital to save him. She had never seen Zhang Xiaobao leave any food behind. When his family left, Zhang Xiaobao frowned. He couldn't understand this kind of thing that was almost like a disease. Perhaps he also wanted to live like him for a period of time before he could understand. Don't you feel hungry anymore? This is really good food. It's more expensive than wood ears. Zhang Xiaobao watched the housekeeper eat all the food and asked with a smile. Delicious, delicious, really delicious. Young master, how can you make such delicious food? Oh, I'll ask someone to paste the flags. Steward Zhang didn't know the taste of the food he drank, so he could only echo. Seeing Steward Zhang leave in a hurry, Zhang Xiaobao picked up a piece of spoon intestine and put it into his mouth. He doesn't know how to use his body. Eating spoon intestine soup made him so scared. Last time I saw him eat pig kidney. How can pig kidney compare to spoon intestine? Idiot. Why do you have those two defects? One is for food and the other is for the poor and weak. I'm not a god, I'm a human, and humans have flaws. You're not the first person to discover my flaws. There were quite a few in the past. Do you want to make use of them? You can try. Zhang Xiaobao was still as calm as ever, not at all afraid. I don't want to try. A person who knows his shortcomings still keeps them. I think this is a line between heaven and hell. Wang Wan wasn't an idiot. She understood after thinking a little. Sometimes when you see someone's weakness, you can't attack it. Maybe it's a trap. Alright, I've finished the food. The rest is yours. Can you still eat it? If you can't, give it to me. I'll eat. Zhang Xiaobao wasn't willing to waste time on such meaningless things. I'm not full yet. Xiaobao, I want to see how those scholars play the game of intelligence. Wang Wan didn't eat as fast as Zhang Xiaobao. She controlled her speed and scooped some dry food into her bowl. While eating, she discussed with Zhang Xiaobao. If you want to go, then go. It's not a big deal. I'll continue to eat here. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. This was the first time Wang Wan spoke to him in such a tone. He wasn't used to it. Then I'll really go. But what should I say after I go? I'm such a young child. Give me some ideas. Wang Wan said awkwardly. Of course, Zhang Xiaobao didn't know what she was thinking. He hadn't come into contact with women's psychology, so he didn't know that most of the time, women were the first to bear responsibility and responsibility. Wang Wan didn't have the ability to earn money. She had already received news from County Magistrate Chang that the Wang family would also have some special treatment. These things were prepared by Zhang Xiaobao. Some of the benefits were also taken out from Zhang Xiaobao's warehouse. She wanted to take some responsibility for these things. She was a strong woman, but she was used to a family where her father had the final say. As the deputy head of the city's organization department, her mother also had to listen to her father at home. To her, her father wasn't just a family member but also an idol. Zhang Xiaobao had some of her father's temperament, and was even a little stronger. She unconsciously recognized this identity. Zhang Xiaobao didn't know that this kind of mentality was imperceptible. He looked at Wang Wan a little worriedly, wanting to know if her mood suddenly became unstable. What are you looking at? I'm asking you to think of ideas. Wang Wan changed in an instant. This kind of mentality couldn't be explained with theory. Zhang Xiaobao experienced this kind of change in Wang Wan's personality in such a short time. He was also dumbfounded. He muttered, "How about this? After you go up, when they are confused, you can tell them that I'll just watch, I won't say anything. Now tell me, are you stupid or am I stupid?" Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's words and really didn't know what to say. Then forget it, don't go up. Wait for the result. Zhang Xiaobao's mind wasn't on this at all. Seeing that Wang Wan didn't insist on going up, he didn't continue to talk about this. He changed the topic and said, "Go and ask how many people are participating in the wilderness survival training. That's what we really need to participate in." Okay, Brother Jiazi, I want to ask you something. Wang Wan also gave up the idea of going upstairs. If she really went upstairs, it would be difficult for her to explain. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, she waved her hand. Guzi was so flattered that he ran over to this side. "Brother Jiazi, how many people have signed up now? I remember that it will end tonight." Replying to little young master and little miss, A total of 133 people have signed up so far. A total of 77 people are between the ages of 8 and 12, and the rest are between the ages of 5 and 8, a total of 58 people. Jia Zi respectfully replied. In that case, tell young Master Li to leave early, don't wait. Wang Wan ordered. Chapter 151. Li Sun didn't want to wait any longer. There were a total of 133 people. The older ones were 77 people, while the younger ones were 58 people. In fact, there were 56 people. Including Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who weren't old enough, the total number of people was 135. The intelligence game in Shuiyun restaurant was still going on. According to the schedule, it would take at least half a month before it would end. Not only did the restaurant earn that bit of money from advertising, they also earned more money from the food and wine than before. The people in the 14 shops prepared everything that needed to be prepared. More than 100 children were not ordinary people. If they liked something, their business would be much better in the future. The people of the carriage shop drove the beautiful carriages to Tuqiao village. Early the next morning, the children arrived at the place accompanied by their families. They were all dressed up beautifully. No one knew whether they were preparing to go on an outing or to stay on the grassland for a few days. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were close to each other. After tidying up, he carried a bag and was brought out by his family. Wang Wan's father originally wanted to follow, but after being persuaded by Wang Wan, he finally stayed. The 4 people who followed them were 2 Zhuangzi, 2 men and 2 women. The women were responsible for serving, and the men were naturally to protect. Li Sun also brought a lot of people out. Since he was organizing an activity, he naturally had to take care of others. When everyone got on the carriages, the team went in the direction of Luochuan County. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sat in the middle and began to sleep. They were preparing to rest and play there. The other children were excited. Sometimes they would stop the carriages, jump off and go into other people's carriages to talk. Sometimes they would run a few steps with the team. They seemed to have unlimited energy. The adults didn't care, as long as the children were not in danger. This time they all thought that they could bring their children to play, especially with the imperial nephew. This kind of thing was not easy to encounter. Seeing their own children running around, they thought it was a good thing. At least it showed that their children were capable and had endless energy. When they arrived at the ranch, they would definitely be better than other children. In the end, a journey that took more than a day took them 2 days to arrive. They even rested a few times on the way. After all, children were still young. When they were tired from playing, they didn't need to sleep. They wanted to eat good food. The carriages stopped, and the children came out of their respective carriages. They looked at the seemingly endless grassland in front of them and felt curious. Then they looked at the children next to them, and a desire to compete arose in their hearts. When Father Zhang told Li Sun about this, he didn't mention any details. Li Sun found someone to figure out a way, which was to tell the children which direction to walk in. How much distance to walk each day would depend on each child's ability. In order to allow the children to identify the direction, there were flags planted every few dozen feet on the grassland. There were also people guarding the places not too far away. As long as a child ran to the wrong place, these people would go and correct it. In order to train the children, Li Sun thought of a way, which was to not allow the children to bring their own food. All the food on the children's bodies had to be taken away. They could only eat a meal when they woke up in the morning. There was no food for lunch, and at night, someone would set up a tent to cook for them. This time he was determined to make these children suffer a little. He did the same for himself. The snacks in Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's bags were taken away. The 2 of them didn't plan to eat at first, but they brought them with them just in case. The group of children rested for the night. Early the next morning, they all excitedly got up, dressed, and started to move forward with the group. As soon as they set off, the children, except for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, all ran forward like wild horses. Even Li Sun was no exception. Let's go, we don't have to hope to catch any game. They've cleaned up this place. Let's eat some grass for lunch. Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao looking around and thought he wanted to catch something for lunch. She persuaded him and walked forward first. Zhang Xiaobao looked around again, then looked up at the blue sky. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Following behind Wang Wan, he said at the same time, I don't expect to catch anything. I just want to see what kind of grass is growing. When the time comes, I'll dig something out from under the grass to eat. Did you find anything? Wang Wan saw several kinds of wild vegetables. On this side of the pasture, the grass was not low. Even if it was specially cleaned, some of it was still more than half a meter tall. She and Zhang Xiaobao walked in the grass that was waist deep. Fortunately, some of the grass had been specially cut to feed the horses, so there was still a path. There are a few kinds of insects that usually have pupae under them. We'll dig some up and pickle them with salt. When the time comes, we can eat them to kill the living parasites. Zhang Xiaobao touched the grass beside him with his foot and said. Wang Wan nodded. She also knew that these things could be eaten after they were dug up. Some of them had parasites on them which had a very small probability of causing people to get sick. They could be killed with salt. Even if eating them directly was not dangerous, it was still better to avoid it. The two of them walked at the very back. Naturally, there were adults following behind them. Some were specially sent by Li Sun to protect them, and some were parents who wanted to see how brave their children were. At this time, when they saw the two children walking at the very back, they felt that they were much worse than their own children who ran at the front. They shook their heads, thinking that the two children would not hold on for long and would leave here crying. Li Cheng, those two children are from the Zhuangzi school of Zhang family and Wang family, right? They walk a little slower, far worse than the children they sent to Zhuangzi. They don't have the drive of other children. Li Sun's teacher, who was the middle-aged man, also followed behind. After seeing Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao, he said to Li Cheng beside him, "What the adults said is right. After all, they are only 2 years old. They are a little worse than others. I have already asked people to be fully prepared. There will not be any danger." Li Cheng also thought so and echoed on the side. The other adults were walking there and talking one by one. They were so excited like children. They specifically compared Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to their own children. Big brother Xine, you see, even these two children have come here. They are simply fooling around. Looking at them, I don't know how many days it would take for them to reach their destination. I saw that brat of yours just now, he ran so fast. Good, he really has the demeanor of big brother Xine in the past. An adult looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and said to another person beside him. That person's face showed a smile and also said, "Brother Lei, what are you talking about? That kid of yours is also not ordinary. Seems that he was the second to run out. Look, now we can't even see his shadow." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan naturally did not know that the two of them had become negative teaching materials in the mouth of others. They had become the targets of criticism. The two of them walked for a while, then stopped and used a small shovel to dig a few times. Some were tender wild vegetables, some were small pupae in the soil, and some were even dug out a few earthworms. From the back, they took out a small box made of iron and put these things in it. They sprinkled some salt on it and continued to move forward and continued to dig. Starting from 7 in the morning, 2 hours quietly passed in the process of children running and jumping. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also prepared enough food for lunch and dinner. They organized their backpacks and began to speed up. The two of them walked back and forth with their heads down alternately. The person walking in front was responsible for looking at the road, while the person following behind was relaxed and only followed the person in front of them at the same pace. This way, they could reduce the consumption of energy and physical strength. The same pace allowed them to reduce the resistance of the grass in the process. Big brother Xine, you see, the two little guys are anxious. Unfortunately, at this time, if they want to rush, they will be tired. The children in front have already run far away. When the person surnamed Lei saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan speed up, he began to speak to the person next to him. The person surnamed Xine also nodded and agreed. "Isn't that so? It's too late. We can't see the children's shadows now. They will not be able to continue walking after a while." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heard the words of others this time. After all, these people were closely behind the two of them. At the same time, the two of them sighed in their hearts. They did not know anything, yet they dared to criticize. Who did not know that running faster would increase the distance between them? But there was nothing to eat at noon, only the water they each brought. When the afternoon came, they would see who would be the one to pull the other apart. The two of them did not say a word. They adjusted the frequency of their breathing. adjusted their walking posture, and chased forward little by little. Another 2 hours passed, and the sun in the sky seemed to be a little brighter. The children running in front of them finally ran out of strength. Each and every one of them was hungry, and they kept drinking water. Every few flags in front of them there would be some water for them to drink. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan rushed all the way and finally saw the figures of the children in front of them. They rushed forward again. Some of the 5 to 8 years old children in front of them had stopped running and were lying there to rest. Some continued to persist, wanting to pull the others further away. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came to a place where water was provided and stopped. They took out 2 iron bowls from their bags, one big and one small. The big one had a diameter of 20 centimeters, and the small one was about 10 centimeters. After the 2 bowls were placed properly, they took out a paper bag from their backpack. After opening it, they poured the small white pieces and powder inside into the big bowl. Then they put the small bowl into the big bowl. After adding some water, they put the collected wild vegetables and insects into the small bowl. Then they took the water that was prepared and poured it into the powder in the big bowl. The powder immediately began to bubble and release a large amount of heat. The 2 of them looked at the small bowl and poured some of the powder into the big bowl from time to time. After pouring the 3rd bag, the water in the small bowl finally began to boil, and the things inside became soup. Chapter 152. Let's eat. In the end, Xiaobao sprinkled some ginger foam on top of the soup and the 2 of them started eating. It didn't take long for the soup to reach their stomachs. The adults who were following behind them and commenting on them couldn't say a word at this time. They were shocked by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's behavior. It turned out that they were digging for lunch. These 2 little guys were really too scary. Survival in the wild. Look at them, this is what it means to survive in the wild. When other children were hungry, they were eating so happily. Which family's children were these? That was incredible. Brother Lei, it seems that our children have to go hungry. I don't know if they still have the strength to run in the afternoon. The person surnamed Xian didn't dare to look down on Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan anymore. They actually knew how to find something to eat. The distance in front of them wasn't far. Not only could they catch up with them in the afternoon, but it would also be easy to overtake them. Yes, who asked them to only care about playing? Sigh. Big brother Xian, just now did you see clearly what the 2 of them took out? I'll get someone to make it today and give it to the children tomorrow. At this time, the person surnamed Lei felt his face burning. Just now, he kept saying bad things about the children. This was not good and that was not good. Now he looked at them. They were the ones who had the ability. Or rather, the adults were not ordinary. They could actually teach the children these things. Even if they didn't have the tools, they wouldn't starve to death by eating raw food. If he really left his children and these 2 children in a deserted place, not to mention whether there would be wolves and snakes, even if they were hungry, they would starve to death. But other people's children didn't have to worry. The person surnamed Xian nodded and then shook his head. Look carefully. These are some small tools. There is lime in them, but we can't give them to the children. Do they know what is edible? What is not edible? What if they are poisoned? Forget it, let's give them a good meal tonight. While they were talking, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already continued on their way. They washed their food utensils with water and put them into their backpacks. Once again, they walked towards their destination with their heads down. This set of actions could be said to be done calmly, steadily, and patiently. There was no expression of excitement on his face, as if everything should be like this, as if he had already done it countless times. The hearts of the adults who were looking at them were surging with monstrous waves. The 2 children were really too steady, making people feel that the 2 of them were very confident. They would not shrink back, nor would they cry. Then they looked at the children who were still lying on the ground and crying out that they were hungry. Almost all of them sighed. They couldn't compare. My lord, what do you think about this? Li Cheng also saw and smelled the fragrance of the soup. He also hadn't eaten. Just now he couldn't wait to grab a few mouthfuls. It was just that he was a little disgusted. Those were all kinds of insects. He didn't know how the 2 children could eat so happily. The middle-aged man's eyes were fixed on Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He also didn't know who taught these 2 children. Previously, he said that they couldn't compare with the children in Zhuangzi. He didn't expect that this was wrong. Tenacity and perseverance were the best evaluation of these two children. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Zhuangzi. Where did they find the person to teach the children of the villagers and their own children? Good ability. My lord, you. Li Cheng saw that the adult beside him was staring at the two children, so he had to ask again. Well, I know. Write this down. You saw the things they used just now, right? Go back and make a set. Be sure to keep an eye on them and see what other skills they have. The middle-aged man sighed and said. Li Cheng nodded and asked again. My lord, I'm talking about these children. What should we do? Don't we give them food? Do you think they can still hold on? No, they won't starve to death. Since they are here, they should be prepared to suffer. They just saw that they can make food. Why can't they think of something? Li Cheng, let me ask you, can you eat those things I gave you? The middle-aged man glanced at the children who were resting on the ground and refused to give them food. He then asked Li Cheng again. I can eat, but the little ones must be disgusting. Unless there is really no food, I can only eat if I don't starve to death. Li Cheng recalled the things that the two children ate. It was indeed a little disgusting. At the same time, he admired Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan even more. The children lying on the ground looked at the adults here, including their families. They kept saying that they were hungry, hoping that the adults could give them something to eat. The adults were really distressed, but they didn't dare to find something for the children to eat. The others didn't eat, so why should they give them food? The imperial nephew was also hungry, so he could only come over and persuade the children to endure until the evening. If they really couldn't, they should drink more water to fill their stomachs first. Why did the two who just passed by have something to eat? I smell it. So fragrant. The children who didn't eat seriously in the morning were so hungry that they couldn't bear it anymore. They pointed at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's figures and questioned the adults. That's what they found themselves. If you have the ability, you can also find it. Look at the ground. What kind of grass can be eaten? You can eat it. The middle-aged man came close at this time and taught the complaining children a lesson. The children knew that they couldn't afford to offend this person, so they didn't make a sound. They didn't even complain that they were hungry. They took the water bag next to them and drank it. Drinking water was better than being hungry. After drinking the water, they began to run forward again. If they didn't run to the destination, they couldn't eat. They could withdraw. As long as they withdrew, they could eat whatever they wanted. Otherwise, they had to reach the destination today, where there were already tents set up. The adults followed from behind again. They also didn't eat. If the children didn't eat, they also couldn't eat. As they walked, they also asked about the names of the two children and which families they were from. Li Cheng was given a lot of benefits. Finally, he sold Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He pointed at the 4 people in the team and said, They are from their family. Do you see those 4 people? They are the people sent by their family. Those 2 children are the little ancestors of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family of Tuqiao village. After he pointed, everyone's eyes fell on the 4 people. Pomegranate led the other 3. Now they all puffed out their chests and had a proud look on their faces. Just now, they had heard all the praises of the young master and young lady. The honor of the master was also their honor. Pomegranate also thought in her heart, if these people know that the young master and young lady are only 2 years old, they will be even more surprised. It's not wrong to follow such a master. The crowd followed them forward. Some of the children in front were unwilling to continue to follow the children who were shouting that they were hungry, so they quickened their pace. These children's families naturally had to accompany them. Even if there were many people protecting them behind, they couldn't leave their children behind and follow them. As Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan chased forward, more and more adults stayed to accompany the children, but they were all overtaken. When it was 4:45, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stopped again. They had overtaken many people. If they continued to walk, they would need to walk for 4 hours. According to this speed, they would arrive at their destination in about 4:45. But they still chose to stop. They cut a few small bundles of grass with a knife, tied them up and propped them up. They took out 2 blankets from their backpacks, spread one under the grass, and put the other on the grass. The 2 of them got into the blankets, lay down and closed their eyes to sleep. This was the hottest time of the day. If they continued to walk, the fatigue of the body would increase, and the salt would be lost too quickly. Lying down for an hour to rest, they could still avoid the hot sun. When the adults saw the two of them, no one said that the two of them would be left far behind. Everyone was now uncomfortably hot. If there was a place like this, it was really good to lie down and rest. They didn't know if the children who walked under the sun could make it to their destination. After a quarter of an hour, Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao, who had slept, got up and tidied up. They rushed forward again. They were not worried that they couldn't catch up with the others. They didn't eat at noon, ran so fast in the morning, and walked under the sun in the afternoon. It was good enough that they didn't get heat stroke. How far did they expect to go? The children walking in front of them didn't get heat stroke. There were people watching them all the time. If any of them couldn't stand it, someone would pour some ice water into them. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were almost 2 hours away from their destination, they walked to the front of the group. Only a few healthy children could continue to lead a little. Looking at the posture of their walking, it was obvious that they didn't have any strength. In these few hours, 9 people had already left. Even if their family members were still looking at them with encouraging eyes, they no longer insisted on leaving. They even cried and made a scene. When they were at home, they had never suffered like this. The families of the 9 people couldn't force the children. They could only find food for the children under the contemptuous gazes of others. They also asked people to pull the children behind in a carriage. They wanted to see how the other children were like. They came here once and gained knowledge so that they could go back and teach their children. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan suddenly sped up. They went from walking quickly to jogging. One in front, 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 one in front. Their forearms swayed gently. Their expressions were relaxed, and their eyes were half open. They tried to reduce the consumption of energy as much as possible. It only took them a moment to become the leader of the children between the ages of 5 and 8. They even overtook more than 30 children between the ages of 8 and 12. The adults of the children between the ages of 5 and 8 could only look at the two distant figures and sigh. The families of the children of the other age group were surprised when they saw the two children overtaking them. They didn't expect that at this time there were still people who could run. Chapter 153. The sun was setting. When evening came, 2 small figures on the grassland attracted almost everyone's attention. From the beginning, they were at the back of the pack. Now they were overtaking all the way. These 2 figures had reached the 13th and 14th positions among the 133 people. Especially in the later part of the race, they were overtaken one after another. Those children who were overtaken were not convinced at first and tried to compete with them. However, after running for a while, they no longer had the energy. Basically, all the adults were more shocked than these 2 figures. Once they started running, they did not stop. The other children were so tired that they wished they could just lie there and not move. But these 2 figures did not seem to know fatigue. They were really too tenacious. At this time, the adults were envious of Zhang Zhuangzi and Wang Zhuangzi. Having 2 sensible and persistent children like them was what any parent would hope for. Unfortunately, these were not their children. The faces of the parents of the 9 children, who had already withdrawn from the competition, did not look good. Although another 5 children had withdrawn from the competition, they would only compare their children with the 2 figures, especially when the 2 figures were adults who were 10 years old. Look at them. 2 children who were 5 years old could persist and overtake all the way. Why couldn't a 10-year-old? The food and drinks at home had never been bad. Could it be that they had fed them something else? When they blamed their children in their hearts, they naturally forgot who was the one who not only did not tell their children when they were running like crazy and wasting a lot of energy, but also praised them from behind. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan naturally did not know what others thought of them. They were still running. In front of them, they could already see the tents set up. They looked at each other and nodded. They slowed down slightly from running to walking. When they reached the tents, they could adjust their bodies. Now they had already surpassed the 8th and 9th positions. Of the 7 people in front of them, 4 were 12 years old, 2 were 11 years old, and 1 was 10 years old. Li Sun was also among them. His Zhuangzi had taken 5 of the top 7 places this time. The children of the villagers could endure hardship and were fed well for a few days. Naturally, they were better than the other children. Young master, you're really amazing. You're actually the first to arrive. Sure enough, no one can compare to you. Young master, I've prepared something for you to eat. Li Sun was also exhausted. As for why he was the first to arrive, it was naturally because someone had let him go first. Originally, there were 2 children in his manor who were faster than him, but at the last moment, they slowed down and let him enter first. The 7 of them had just arrived and were all panting heavily. They didn't even have the strength to speak. They were obviously hungry, but when they saw the food on the table, they were indeed retching. They didn't even want to raise their arms. Hearing the servant's courteous words, Li Sun grinned and waved his hand. He grabbed the bowl of water beside him and poured it into his mouth. He lay on the carpet and gasped for breath. The other 6 people were not much better. After drinking the water, they lay down. As for the food, they couldn't eat it now. Wow, Xiaobao, look, there's so much delicious food. After we're done, we can eat. I see some rotten tendons and beef marrow. The chef between the clouds and the water is so good. He knows what we like to eat. The 7 of them were lying there gasping for breath when Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao walked in. Their eyes were fixed on the food on the table. Wang Wan took off her backpack and said happily, "There was beef to eat. It wasn't that easy to eat. Not only did it cost money to buy the beef, it also had to pay a fine." As they spoke, the 2 of them began to stretch their legs to relax their muscles and tendons. From time to time, they would look at the food on the table with an expectant expression. "Who's here now? Are you tired?" Li Sun, who was lying there, heard someone speak. He wanted to show off. After all, he was the first to arrive. Even if he was the emperor's nephew, he still wanted to compete. After asking, he turned his head and suddenly sat up from the ground. You guys, how can it be you guys? That's not right. Why are you guys the first to come?" Li Sun pointed at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were stretching their legs and didn't look tired at all, and asked with wide eyes, "Why can't it be us?" Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao replied almost at the same time. They put down their legs, which were almost done, and went to wash their hands in the basin next to them. They sat down at the table and began to eat. They specifically picked good food to eat, such as the beef bone marrow and the beef tendons that were a bit chewy. As for whether they could still eat good food later, it was none of their business. After eating a few mouthfuls of meat, they didn't eat anything else, especially the soybeans that were fried with meat. The chef knew that the 2 children couldn't eat too hard, so he specially cooked them. This time, not only did the taste become better, but the soybeans were also soft. After the 2 finished the soybeans, they began to eat the vegetables. The nutrition had to be balanced. Today's consumption of their bodies wasn't small, so they needed to replenish it. "Xiaobao, look at that roasted chicken. How good is that roasted chicken? It's golden brown. One look and you can tell that it tastes good," Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao with half a piece of braised meat in her mouth, pointing at the roasted chicken that was cooked the most. "And good, it's really good. Then let's leave it for those who need it more. Come, let's eat something bad. This meat is fat, so let's eat this." Zhang Xiaobao swallowed a piece of fish egg in his mouth, then took a small knife and cut some meat from the back of the roasted whole lamb's neck. The fat and lean meat were evenly distributed, and he gave one to Wang Wan. The 2 of them didn't touch the chicken. As they ate other things, they kept praising how good the chicken was. Hearing this, the other 6 people lying there felt hungry and prepared to eat the chicken. Only Li Sun didn't move. He was still staring blankly at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were eating and drinking. He kept muttering, "How could it be them? How could it be them? No, it shouldn't be them." When the 6 people got up to wash their hands, Li Sun was still muttering. The servant next to him had to come over and remind him, "Young master, shouldn't you eat something? This time we only killed 1 cow, and it was eaten by the 2 of them in a while. There's only 1 fried cow brain left, young master." When the servant spoke, his eyes never left Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He found that the 2 children were really good at eating. They ate everything that was good. Half of the fried cow brain had already been eaten by them. "You tell me what's going on. Why is it them? Go get Li Cheng, I want to ask." Li Sun was finally called back from some kind of profound state. He muttered again, got up to wash his hands and prepared to eat. The 6 people each held a roasted chicken and gnawed there. He wasn't that stupid. He directly sat next to Zhang Xiaobao and pushed the rest of the cow brain in front of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, hinting them to eat it. He picked up a piece of cow bone marrow and slowly ate there. After eating a piece of cow bone marrow, Li Sun put down his chopsticks and looked at the two people who were still eating and asked, Zhang Xiaobao, can you tell me how you two came here? Of course we ran here. We are tired. Young Master Li, eat that chicken. I tell you the best part is the chicken skin. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Zhang Xiaobao was really not polite. He really divided the cow brain and gave one to Wang Wan. The cow brain, which was not too small, shrank a lot after being fried with oil. While talking to Li Sun, he didn't forget to introduce the chicken. Li Sun curled his lips. He felt that asking this question was the same as not asking. He didn't get any information. As for the chicken, he didn't want to eat it. He picked up the knife and cut a piece of meat from the roasted whole lamb's chin. He dipped it in the salt and pepper on the side and put it in his mouth, chewing carefully. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were almost done eating and started to drink soup, he asked again, Then why did you two run so fast? When you two came in, you didn't seem to be tired. I was so tired that I couldn't even stand. Zhang Xiaobao finished a small bowl of soup, put down his chopsticks and said to Li Sun, Who knows why they ran so slowly? We were all so puzzled. Of course you were tired. You came in first, so you ran fast. We came later. Zhang Xiaobao finished a small bowl of soup, put down his chopsticks and said to Li Sun, and then pointed to the roasted chicken. Young Master Li, you must not know that the most delicious part of the chicken is the chicken butt. If you remove the thing inside, it will be delicious. Think about it, the butt is full of oil and then roasted again, the taste, don't mention it. When he said this, 2 of the 6 people really went to bite the chicken butt. Li Sun stopped his chopsticks. Originally, he wanted to pick up some sauce beef. When he heard that the chicken butt was so oily, he felt a little disgusted. He was not a child of a poor family. He didn't like to eat fatty meat. He opened his mouth and wanted to continue to ask, but didn't know what to ask. What he asked just now was useless, so he had to spoon some soup and slowly drink it, waiting for Li Chang to come. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan naturally didn't wait for him to continue to ask. The 2 people finished eating and went out to eat. They digested, took a bath and went to sleep. Li Chang hurried in from outside. At the same time, other people came in one after another. After a few people entered this tent, the people who came had to go to other tents. Naturally, they couldn't eat the cow brain, only one portion. Young master, are you looking for this little one? Li Chang came to Li Sun and helped Li Sun to remove some meat from around the eyes of the sheep and put it on the plate in front of Li Sun, and asked respectfully, And did Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan walk here by themselves? Didn't someone take them with a carriage or something? Li Sun picked up a bit of meat, stopped in front of his mouth, and asked before putting it in his mouth. In reply to young master, they came here by themselves. At the beginning they were the last. Later, when others were tired, they rushed all the way to catch up. In the last part of the road they ran. Many people didn't want to be overtaken by them, so they also ran. In the end, they were still overtaken by them. Oh, young master, there is one more thing. The 2 of them slept for a while in the afternoon. At noon, when others were hungry, they made themselves a meal. Maybe it was because they ate something? Otherwise, they would have been so tired at such a young age. Li Chang replied and told what happened at noon. Looking at young master's expression, he knew that this was really too shocking. Chapter 154. What? Have you eaten? Tell me the details. Just as Li Chang thought, Li Sun was really frightened when he heard this. The chopsticks in his hand trembled, and then he returned to his previous state. Li Chang immediately began to tell him from the beginning how the 2 children came to the end. He even told him some of the comments of others, including the part where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan dug while walking. Then they talked about how the others were hungry at noon, what kind of tools they took out, how they cooked the things they dug up, how they built the shelter after eating, and finally how they ran all the way here. You asked someone to cook those things? After hearing the details, Li Sun felt even more incredible. How could the 2 of them know these things? Who taught them? This person was the most important person. If he could ask this person, he could gain more in the future survival training. Although carrying things was a little heavy, it was very important for a person to eat a hot meal, not to mention that they could put blankets to sleep and shelter from the sun. He knew how hot it was in the afternoon, but he didn't expect that the 2 of them actually slept and rushed here without any delay. Now there was a tent for everyone to rest, but what if there was no tent? Then the two of them could sleep wrapped in blankets, and others could only lie on the grass. Mosquitoes would bite them, and it was easy to get sick from the cold. Replying to young master, I have arranged someone to do it. It will be delivered to you later. If you want to use it tomorrow, you must ask someone to tell you what you can eat and what you can't eat. If you eat something wrong, you will be poisoned. Li Cheng reminded at the side. Yes, they know these things. Remember to contact Zhang Zhuangzi and Wang Zhuangzi more in the future. Find a way to ask the person behind them. I have great use for them. After hearing Li Cheng's words, Li Sun also thought of this aspect and paid more attention to the person behind the two children. Li Cheng nodded and remembered and then asked, Young master, do you still want to buy their restaurant and land? These days I see that they deliberately found an excuse. If they want to buy it, I will go to the government to suppress them. I'm not going to buy it. Since I can't buy it, why waste the effort? There's no need to look for the local authorities. The local authorities here are on good terms with them. If we look for people from the state, I'm afraid that my father will be angry. What's more, once they leave after buying the land, where are we going to find them? You should meet them more often and learn how to manage Zhuangzi. Li Sun could see that the Zhuangzi of the Zhang family and Wang family were not as simple as other small Zhuangzi. If one wanted to touch them, one had to look for their father. Otherwise, it would be difficult. There was no good excuse to look for their father. The two auspicious signs were there. Who would dare to touch them easily? After Li Cheng left, Li Sun picked up something to eat. While eating, he muttered to himself, How can a 2-year-old child grow so big? What do you usually eat? Well, I have to ask this question. Could it be that the auspicious signs are really different from other places? After making up his mind, Li Sun ate faster. As he ate, he looked up and saw a scene that made him not know whether to laugh or cry. He saw that the people who came in were all holding a chicken and gnawing on it. A few of them even bit the chicken buttocks. After discussing with the others, they gave them the chicken buttocks. Sigh. Liars, two little liars. Li Sun sighed helplessly. Naturally, he knew what was going on. Just now, the two little guys kept praising how delicious the roast chicken was. Others believed it. If it was delicious, why didn't they eat it? They specifically picked good food and stuffed it into their mouths. Early the next morning, after Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had a good sleep, they set foot on the road again. One thing that made the two of them feel interesting was that the remaining 119 people were all like the two of them. They were carrying a bag and holding a small shovel in their hand. Needless to say, the two of them knew that they were learning from the two of them yesterday. They just don't know if they can eat those things. Vomiting is not good for the stomach and intestines, and it will affect their physical strength. There are competitors. Well, let's go, let's run to the front and let them dig behind. Zhang Xiaobao adjusted the strap of the bag, called Wang Wan, and ran to the front. Wang Wan was not willing to compete with so many people here. Following Zhang Xiaobao, the two of them sped up one after the other, leaving those who continued to dig far behind. When the adults saw that the two of them were different from yesterday, they were confused again, but they couldn't leave their children behind and follow them. They could only wait to see what was going on when they saw the place. Li Cheng immediately followed him. He had to record down what happened between the two of them and tell the young master about it later. After running for a distance, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan slowed down and started to dig here. When Li Cheng saw this scene, he realized that there were too many people over there and it was a delay. Xiaobao, do you think we can be the first to arrive today? We can eat the good food first. Wang Wan dug and asked Zhang Xiaobao. When she thought of Pomegranate's words yesterday that many people in the tent ate chicken, she felt funny. They can definitely do it. They were tired yesterday and they are tired today. Even if children recover quickly, they can't do it. They are not used to this kind of thing. Besides, they were tired yesterday, and there was no one to massage them. Don't move. Be gentle. Take out the slingshot. I found a big rat. We will have meat at noon. When Zhang Xiaobao was analyzing, he suddenly signaled Wang Wan to point to the front with his hand. He gently opened his backpack and took out the slingshot. Wang Wan looked carefully and nodded. She also took out the slingshot and loaded a small iron ball. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao and aimed the slingshot at the rat that weighed more than 1 jin. When Zhang Xiaobao nodded again and again, The two of them shot the iron balls in their hands at the same time. They hit the rat almost at the same time. One iron ball hit the rat's stomach, and the other hit the rat's head. The rat didn't die immediately. The strength of the two people was still too small, and the power of the slingshot was also small. After being hit, the rat twitched there. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ran forward and quickly stabbed the rat again. They were afraid that the rat would run away after a while. Since there was a rat, the two of them didn't dig for other worms. They ran directly to the place where water was provided in front of them. They cleaned up the rat first and left it to eat. Li Cheng followed behind them. Suddenly he saw the two little guys stop moving. He was ready to take a closer look. Who knew that the two little guys took out a slingshot? When he was puzzled, he saw a rat being carried forward by Zhang Xiaobao. The rat looked like it weighed more than 1 jin. Li Cheng was surprised and followed behind them. He wanted to see what the two little guys were doing. When they came to the place where water was provided, he saw Zhang Xiaobao peel off the rat's skin with a knife. He also took out the rat's meat and cut it into small pieces. Seeing this, Li Cheng couldn't help but tremble. He understood what the two little guys were going to do. They wanted to eat rats. Eating rats was nothing. He had eaten them before. Before he entered the prince's mansion, he lived outside and squeezed with other children in the shabby temple. He ate rats when he caught them. They were good things. But the two little guys didn't seem to lack that kind of thing, right? Why did they dare to eat rats? It seemed that the two of them would have a good meal today. Well, let's pick the wild vegetables. Don't dig things. Just stew them at noon. The lime we brought should be enough. We'll see. If it doesn't work, we'll put some hay on it. Pay attention to the fire. Xiaobao salted the processed rats and put them in his bag. He called Wang Wan and the two of them began to dig up the wild vegetables. It didn't take long before they finished digging up all the wild vegetables for lunch. This time the two of them could relax. They didn't have to waste time looking for insects, which saved them a lot of time. They sped up and rushed towards their goal today. Li Cheng hesitated and waved to a guard not far from here. When the guard came, he gave a few orders. The guard went to meet Li Sun. Li Cheng continued to follow Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He wanted to know what the two of them would do today. Let's adjust the pace today. We'll run first. After lunch, we'll rest directly. Sleep for 2 hours and then get up. Wang Wan had lunch, so she was thinking about how to create a psychological pressure on others. Zhang Xiaobao also agreed. The two of them ran one after the other. Li Cheng saw this and said secretly, "It's over. Young master won't be able to get the first one today." As Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan expected, the children behind them were all scrambling to dig holes. They all frowned. They felt disgusted at the sight of these things and didn't want to eat them at all. It was their parents who persuaded them to dig. If there was something they didn't want to eat, they would dig some wild vegetables. Li Sun was not as disgusted as the others. He usually ate silkworm pupae, but the ones in the field were smaller. What's more, the two little kids could eat them. Why didn't he eat them? How could he survive in the wild without eating? The parents watched the children while they were digging. When they dug out something, they would ask the guards if it was poisonous. If it was poisonous, they would throw it away. If it wasn't, they would keep it. When Li Sun was digging, the guard arranged by Li Cheng ran to him. "Young master," Li Cheng said that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan killed a mouse with a slingshot. "You should eat that thing at noon today. It will save a lot of time." Slingshot a mouse? They actually brought a slingshot? Didn't they clean up here? Then there are also snakes? When Li Sun heard this news, he understood. They were faster, but he felt a little unsure. What if someone was bitten by a snake? "Young master, don't worry. There are no snakes. We scattered realgar. Do you want me to catch a mouse for you?" The guard whispered. Chapter 155. Rolling smoke, bursts of kicking sounds. Dogs barking, roosters crowing, the morning bell ringing. The sky was just beginning to turn red. The grass was growing. Who was in a hurry? Flying like a rainbow. Jia. Jia. 5 horses, 5 people. The horses galloped like meteors. The people bent their bows, leaving a trail of dust on the road. The person in front urged the horse from time to time and shouted to open the road. "Urgent report, 800 Li, get out of the way." The people in Sanshui County who had just come out to set up a stall heard this voice and dodged to the sides of the road. Many people had a frightened expression. How many years had it been since they heard an urgent report from 800 Li? What happened? Was there going to be a big war? Quick, go back and call my second son. Take out the leather armor at home. An old man who thought there was going to be a war stopped looking at his stall and called the old woman next to him. He was going to go back home to prepare things for his second son to serve the country. The person on the horse may have noticed that the people's expressions were not right, so he had to change his words. Good news, 800 Li, get out of the way. The people who were about to go home stopped and became more confused. How could an urgent report be used to report good news? The person on the horse didn't care what others thought, as long as they didn't think there was going to be a war. He urged the horse to run as fast as he could. After an hour, they arrived at a post house. There were already horses waiting for them to change. The 5 people jumped off the horse, held a token in their hand, and changed horses. In 75 minutes, it took the 5 people only 75 minutes to get from Sanshui County Yamen to Zhangjiazhuangzi. There was still a quarter of an hour left. Sanshui County Yamen runner Chan Dong wants to see Cavalry Officer Yun. The person in the lead jumped off his horse and came to the outside of the Zhang family's courtyard. He knocked on the door twice, and before the gatekeeper could ask him anything, he shouted loudly. After shouting this sentence, he stood there with a happy and excited expression on his face, and then stood there and waited. The 4 people behind him were also happy. They tidied up their clothes and stood as still as possible, waiting for the person inside to come out and congratulate them again. The gatekeeper was confused. Hearing the voice outside, it was familiar. It was the Yamen runner. But who was Cavalry Officer Yun? Why are you shouting at Zhangjiazhuangzi? It was good to know that they were acquaintances. The gatekeeper opened the door first and let the 5 Yamen runners in. He then turned around and ran to the housekeeper's courtyard. Fortunately, when he had not run too far away, that Chandong added, accept the imperial edict. So he knew what to say. After a while, Zhangjiazhuangzi, old and young, all came out of the house and changed into new clothes. Old Master Zhangjia walked over. Before he could say anything, Chandong spoke first. Old Master, congratulations, congratulations. The imperial edict from the imperial court was supposed to arrive in the prefecture, but Lord Zhou had someone send it to the Yamen in the middle of the night. We didn't stop at all and sent it here. Commandant of the Cloud Cavalry. The Emperor conferred the title of Commandant of the Cloud Cavalry to Brother Yongcheng, rank 7. Also, Brother Wang Gong and Brother Wang Gutu of the Wang family are conferred the title of Commandant of the Cloud Cavalry, rank 7. As he spoke, Chen Dong was about to give the imperial edict to Old Master Zhang. Zhang Xiaobao's father Zhang Yongcheng could only wait aside. Although the title was conferred on him, he was the head of the family. At critical moments in the family, he didn't have the final say. But Old Master Zhang didn't accept it. He first arranged for the 5 of them to rest in the living room while he ordered the servants to bathe and change clothes. Then he took the imperial edict and called his son to the side. He asked Qinian to kneel down and accept the edict. After that, he went to the ancestral hall at home to burn incense for the ancestors. The old master was very excited. He burned incense and cried at the same time. Sometimes he said that he was relieved to see his ancestors, and sometimes he said that the Zhang family had a descendant. He rambled incoherently for an hour before he came out with red eyes. When he remembered that the Wang family was also waiting for him, he hurried over with 5 Yamen runners. The Wang family also went through a lot of trouble. They took out a lot of money and gave it to the 5 Yamen runners. They also took out 30 caddies of dried wood ears from Zhang Xiaobao's storeroom and asked the Yamen runners to take them back and share them. This time, the 2 Zhuangzi villages gained a lot. Not only did they get official positions, but they also took back 100 households in Zhangjiazhuangzi's village and gave 300 households 2,400 mu of land. The Wang family directly gave 200 households 1,600 mu of land to Zhuangzi. They were considered small officials, but they were given a large amount of land. At this time, the 2 Zhuangzi villagers also received the news that their master's family had been conferred an official position by the imperial court and had a lot of land. They ran to the grocery store and bought a lot of firecrackers. With a crackling sound, they set off the firecrackers. The restaurant between the clouds and the water announced on the spot, that the drinks would be free for the next 3 days. The people who came to watch the scholars solve the questions were very happy. When the people from the Gu family in Zhuangzi heard the commotion, they all came out to take a look. Some of the people who worked in the restaurant told the Gu family's villagers. They were happy but also a little disappointed. Why didn't their master's family get conferred an official position? The two Zhuangzi families suddenly had 400 more households than before. They only had 200 households in total. Now that they had 500 households, they would naturally let the current villagers move to one of them. Based on how the two masters' families treated the villagers, the autumn rent would be reduced by a lot. The first thing that came to mind was whether their family could enter the Zhang family or the Wang family. Even if the master's family didn't give them a reduction in rent, it was fine even if it was a little less. Their children could eat the food prepared by the master's family when they went to school. They didn't need to bring food from their own family. The food that their own family brought couldn't compare to the food that the master's family gave them. A few days ago, when their children came home, they said that they saw the master's food and felt embarrassed to take out their own food. Luochuan County, the ranch. From time to time, the sound of snoring could be heard from the various tents. The children didn't usually snore, but this time it was more frequent. Everyone was exhausted. After 2 days of continuous travel, they finally knew what it meant to be unwell. Of the 135 people who came, only 100 were left. 32 people left. On the first day, 14 people left. On the second day, 18 people left. There were people of both ages who left. Pomegranate and another servant girl took turns to guard Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. An oil lamp swayed gently. Pomegranate held a fan in her hand and gently fanned the two young masters. Looking at the two people's cute appearance when they were sleeping, Pomegranate couldn't wait to kiss each of them. Last night, the young master and the young lady actually came back more than half an hour earlier than the third person. Later on, even Li Qingdu of the Li family couldn't keep up with them. At that time, she was accompanied by the other 3 people. Thinking of the envious eyes around her, she couldn't help but feel happy. Wasn't the survival training in the wild a competition between these children? A 12-year-old child couldn't even compare with the young master and young lady who were less than 3 years old. Comparisons were odious. Sister Pomegranate, it's going to be dawn soon. Is it my turn? Just when Pomegranate was thinking about something, the servant girl who was sleeping next to her opened her eyes and looked at the light coming in through the gap of the tent. She asked Pomegranate, "No, I'm not sleepy. I'm happy. No one can compare with our young master and young lady. If we win one more time this year, we can rest. The older ones still have to run for a few days. They may not be able to finish it. Yesterday, I saw several children cry because of tiredness." Pomegranate refused the suggestion of changing people. She gently waved the fan with the other hand with a proud look on her face. The servant girl thought for a while and didn't continue to sleep. She got up and prepared to serve the young master and young lady for a while. At this time there was a sound of shouting, hooves and neighing outside the camp. This time there was no need to wake up the children. The children in the tent didn't have a good rest. They felt uncomfortable sleeping in a different environment. At home they slept on the couch, but here they could only sleep on the carpet. They would be awakened by the slightest noise. One by one they got out of the tent with sleepy eyes. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also heard the noise. They didn't know what happened, so they got up and looked out through the gap of the tent door. After a short while the commotion stopped. A person came out from there, followed by 2 horses and 2 people leading the horses. "Congratulations, young Master Zhang. The people from the Sanshui County Yamen said they want to see you." Young Master's father was made a Cloud Cavalry officer, and the Wang family also got a Wu Cavalry officer. "These 2 Yamen runners are here to report." "Oh, thank you, young Master Li. Please bring them here." Zhang Xiaobao looked at Li Cheng and listened to his words. His calm mind finally fluctuated. He didn't care about these things. He only cared about his family, but his family cared about these things. "Young Master, I am. You are Songyang Yamen Runner Song. You came so far to report. You must be tired. How is Auntie? I don't know if that thing is true or..." Zhang Xiaobao had a good memory. Usually, as long as he met someone, he could remember it. He asked but didn't say the rest. "It's true. Young Master, it's true. Are you going back soon?" Good, good, everything is good. My family is not bad. Thank you, Zhang family. They eat good food, wear good clothes, and the child is strong. Song Yang suddenly felt that the tiredness of riding a fast horse was gone in the blink of an eye. The young master was so young, so he knew about his family's affairs. His family must have told him. He also had a wife who had just given birth to a child at home. The Zhang family's farmstead had also sent a lot of things. Just that big bag of apricot plums alone was worth at least 500 copper coins. Adding everything else together, 7 or 8 taels of silver might not even be enough. The child was also taken care of by the doctor invited by the family. How could he repay this kindness? He could only help Zhang Zhuangzi. That was why he rushed over to report. Really? Young master, let's go back. This is good. We don't have to worry about the 100 coins being taken back. Master is an official. I will be the official's maid in the future. Pomegranate was also listening. Hearing that her master was an official, even if she didn't know how high the position was, she still cheered and couldn't help but say what was in her heart. Okay, let's go back. Wang Wan, get on the horse. Zhang Xiaobao got a positive answer. He didn't care about the survival in the wild anymore. He called Wang Wan and stood beside the horse. Chapter 156. Wang Wan was also happy. This time her father also had an official, Wu Qiwei, secondary rank 7, which was a bit lower than Zhang Xiaobao's father. He was rank 7, which was not bad. After all, most of the things were provided by the Zhang family. It was already not easy for the Wang family to get some benefits. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's call, she immediately ran towards Zhang Xiaobao. When she was still one step away from Zhang Xiaobao, she jumped up and stepped on Zhang Xiaobao. The surrounding children thought that the two children were going to fight, so one jumped up and kicked the other for some reason. Just as they were watching with all kinds of thoughts, Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei squatted, crossed their fingers and went towards Wang Wan's feet. When the people around couldn't help but cry out in surprise, Wang Wan stepped on Zhang Xiaobao's hands and used her strength to jump up. Zhang Xiaobao cooperated by leaning back and raising his arms. Wang Wan directly flew onto the horse. Before she could sit down, Wang Wan grabbed the reins with one hand and put the other hand down. After Zhang Xiaobao did those two actions, he jumped up at the same time. He stretched out his arms and just happened to grab Wang Wan's hands. With a little strength, his waist moved, and his legs moved up first, landing right behind Wang Wan. Wang Wan also adjusted her position. Her legs squeezed the horse's body and she shouted, "Go!" Wei Wei held the reins in her hands, and the horse immediately ran in the direction that Wang Wan commanded. Pomegranate, don't worry about us. You guys go back slowly. We'll go home first. Immediately, Zhang Xiaobao's crisp childish voice sounded. The two of them rode for dozens of feet. When the children who came out of the tent saw this scene, they were all stunned. None of them dared to believe that what they just saw was real. The two children flew up. Not only were the children dumbfounded, but the guards, the Yamen runner, and Li Cheng were also stunned. They were still thinking about what happened just now. It was too fast. They didn't have any time to react before the two children rode away on their horses. How did they move? It was as if one person stepped on the other to get up, then turned around and pulled the person below. As a result, the two of them both got up. Even a person with superb horsemanship could only get on the horse a little faster than the two children. Holding the horse by the neck and jumping up and down, it seemed no different from the two children. When one was on the horse, the other would also jump up and sit down. Almost at the same time, the horse would gallop. After a while, when a child shouted, everyone recovered. Song Yang quickly pulled another horse and jumped on it. He said to the Yamen runner who came with him, "You go back first. I'll follow behind and protect them." After saying this, Song Yang followed the small black duck that was about to disappear. He rode away, leaving a group of people who were still shocked and staring at each other. Little young master and little miss are gone. Quick, let's follow them. Where's the car? Pomegranate might have seen too many magical things, so she reacted the fastest. She went into the tent and took out the bags carried by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. She called the other three people and ran to the parking place. The other three people didn't dare to waste time and followed behind. As for whether little young master and little miss were eliminated in this training, they didn't care at all. Just based on the action of getting on the horse just now, Who dared to say that little young master and little miss were not first? The rest of them were lucky. Today no one would compete with them for the first place. When these people left, Li Chang looked at the direction where the horse disappeared and sighed. He hurriedly reported to the young master. As he ran, he thought in his heart, "This is really too scary. Maybe those children living in the grassland can do it, right?" Not necessarily. Others didn't know how old those two children were, but he was very clear. They were less than 3 years old. How could 3-year-old grassland children get on the horse like this? He didn't know who taught them this skill. It must be the person who taught them how to find food. Was it hidden in the Wang family or the Zhang family? It seemed that he had to find a way to find it. After the yamen runners and guards left, the children standing at the entrance of the tent began to talk to the people next to them about what they had just seen. They had seen the strength of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan the night before and last night. This morning they had a higher evaluation of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. While they were envious, they also secretly encouraged themselves. In the future, they must exercise their bodies every day and learn this method of mounting a horse. It was really too beautiful. The two people flew onto the horse's back one after the other. The girl jumped high, but the boy's legs and feet were so beautiful. They thought that he would fall head first. Unexpectedly, when his feet were on the horse's back, his body also followed suit. Learn, I must learn. When the time comes, I will show others that I can get on the horse like this. I will find those who didn't join this survival in the wild and compete with them. I will scare them to death. What? The imperial uncle had given 2 officials to the 2 families, 500 households worth of food and 4,000 mu of land? Why? When Li Chang told this to the young Marquis Li Sun was no longer as calm as before. He asked in surprise. "Young Marquis, didn't I say last time that Zhang Xiaobao and Zhuangzi sent a lot of food to the other side this time?" In addition to food, there were also chickens, ducks, and geese. They helped Prime Minister Yao a lot. The imperial court has to reward them. Originally, the Zhang family had 100 households of food. This time they can only give more, not less. Li Chang remembered a lot of things, so he quickly put the 2 things together and explained to Li Sun. Li Sun thought for a while and nodded. "Well, now they won't go to other places. Do you know where the land is?" "I know, it should be close to their farmstead. We bought a portion of the farmstead, and there are still a lot of undeveloped land. That area is full of forests, so it should be that area. Altogether, it's about 5,000 mu. The 2 families will probably put all 5,000 mu into the farmstead. Do we need to scare them with this when the time comes?" Li Chang had asked the yamen runner. If there was no Zhuangzi of the Li family, it was very likely that the emperor would give the land of the Li family to them. Now, they could only give the other side of the Zhuangzi. Some hills were not high, but they were not suitable for farming. Even if they gave the land to them, they could not use it to grow food. Those mountains added up to a total of 5,000 mu of land. Anyone would want to occupy that land. When the time came to measure the land, the county would send someone. Using the relationship between the 2 villages and the yamen, they would each occupy 1,000 mu of land. There would be no problem at all. Li Chang planned to wait for the Zhang family and Wang family to occupy the land. He would use this to threaten them and make them pay a bigger price. Li Sun heard this idea and thought it was feasible. But he frowned and said, "If we really do this, what if we offend the person behind the 2 children? You also saw that the 2 of them were the first to arrive there yesterday. Others were tired to death, but they were still so relaxed. This is the real survival in the wild." "Ah, yes, what you said is true. Not only yesterday but also just now when they left, the action of getting on the horse also scared many people. Young master, you must not be able to guess how they got on the horse. Without the help of adults, the 2 of them cooperated and got on the horse in the blink of an eye." At this time, Li Chang suddenly thought of the person behind Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He described the action of the 2 of them getting on the horse to Li Sun. "They can actually get on the horse like this? Good ability. If they can get on the horse, then they can climb the wall. Such a small child can jump on such a high horse. Won't the adults be even higher? No, you should immediately follow them and find a way to find the master while the 2 of them are happy in Zhuangzi." Li Sun was also excited when he heard what happened at that time. He imagined the scene in his mind. One of the children jumped up first, and as soon as he touched the back of the horse, he stretched out his hand to pull the other one. At the same time, the other one jumped up and changed his posture in the air. As a result, both of them sat firmly at the same time, grabbed the reins and kicked the horse. Beautiful, it was really beautiful. Li Sun thought of this and wished that he could be one of the children. If he could do such a thing in the palace, he would definitely win the favor of his father and uncle. Li Cheng, since you saw their action, immediately find me a person like this. When the time comes, I will step on him. If they can do it, why can't I? Yes, young master. This little one will definitely find one. This little one will follow them and inquire about the master's whereabouts. Li Cheng regretted what he said just now. If the person who cooperated with the young master was a little bit worse and the young master fell down, what should he do? It was said that the two children have been together since they opened their eyes. They usually eat together, sleep together, and play together. When they want to do something, they can understand each other with just a look. Where can you find a 10-year-old person who can cooperate with a young master like this? Li Sun didn't know what Li Cheng was thinking. When he heard that he could find a person, he smiled with satisfaction. Then go. Remember, be careful. If you can't do it, send a gift. Don't provoke them. As for the occupation of the land, we will talk about it later. Li Cheng responded and went outside. He quickly found two people to follow him to call the carriage. He didn't know how to ride a horse, so he could only use the carriage to chase. His thinking was simple. The two children jumped high, but they were good at riding. After riding for a while, they would be tired. Naturally, he could catch up with them. It usually took more than a day to get there from here. A carriage with 4 horses went to Tuqiao village. The rest of the children had to continue to participate in the survival in the wild. One by one, they had lost their initial enthusiasm, especially when they saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan jump on the horse. Their confidence was hit by that moment of action. Chapter 157. Giddy up. Cuckoo, your horsemanship is too bad. You come to the back, I'll be in front, you carry me. Zhang Xiaobao, who was rushing on the road, found that Wang Wan's riding movements were a bit too standard. She was not a female police officer on the road. She had to run back quickly. If she rode like this, the horse could dance. He could only pat the horse's butt and shout. Then he asked Wang Wan to change positions. He had specially learned how to ride a horse. The only thing missing was a pair of stirrups. I learned this before. You're the only one who can do it. You do it. Wang Wan let go of the reins, stretched out her hands, and held Zhang Xiaobao's shoulders. She put strength in her waist and turned her body backward. She deliberately touched Zhang Xiaobao's nose with her forehead. When Wang Wan was behind him, Zhang Xiaobao moved forward a bit. He reached out to hold the reins, bent his body slightly, and used his legs to adapt. There was no need to shout any slogan. He naturally jumped out and his speed was more than twice as fast as before. Xiaobao, I didn't expect you to know how to ride a horse. Tell me, who did you learn this from? Wang Wan hugged Zhang Xiaobao's waist from behind and followed his up and down to maintain the same frequency. This could reduce the horse's burden. She believed that Zhang Xiaobao's body movements were the most suitable for a horse to run. At the same time, she asked curiously, Inner Mongolia. I learned it from an old soldier. He didn't know my identity. He only thought that I was a tourist, a rich tourist. After I invested some money in them, I wanted to learn how to ride a horse. He taught me. Zhang Xiaobao used the fastest speed to adapt to the horse's movement pattern. He had been letting the horse run in the most energy-efficient way. At the same time, he responded to Wang Wan. Wang Wan was stunned for a moment and said, I didn't expect Xiaobao to be a guy who knows how to bribe people. What bribe? I did want to give them a better place, including horses. In that place, you can't use tanks and machine guns at all. In terms of mobility, you can't compare to cavalry. Cavalry doesn't only have sabers, they also have rocket launchers. When the wind isn't strong, they can use rocket launchers. Usually, 2 to 3 people were needed to form an anti-tank team. When it came to cavalry, 1 man and 1 horse was enough. They could run faster than a man. Horses could not only run in a straight line, they could also run in a zigzag pattern. When there was a sandstorm, other than missiles, all kinds of cannons and guns were not useful. Think about it. When sand is blown into the barrel of the gun, what will happen if you shoot? At that time, the saber was the most powerful. When the cavalry charged, 1 man, 1 saber and 1 horse. With the force of the wind blowing from behind, all the infantrymen were just decorations. Throwing 2 grenades, they came and went like the wind. Zhang Xiaobao recalled the situation when he was almost buried by the sandstorm and explained to Wang Wan. Wang Wan was stunned. She thought that keeping the cavalry team was just a symbol. She didn't expect that in such a sandstorm, this cavalry team could be used as a suicide squad. A pile of grenades could be thrown out, and the tank could be destroyed. After the outer layer of anti-explosive armor plate was blown away, the people inside would be shocked to death with the special grenades. There was also a special type of incendiary grenade that could create flames like an incendiary bomb. The people inside the tank were already hot, and with the addition of the heat outside they would faint. How fast was the shooting speed of the gun, and how fast was the galloping speed of the horse? In the sandstorm, how many sharpshooters dared to say that they could hit the target 200 to 300 meters away? You had to protect the barrel of the gun first. Not to mention the specially trained horses, even the one they were riding now could cross 200 to 300 meters in the blink of an eye. It wasn't easy to rely on cavalry to defeat a team, but it was relatively easy to interfere with a team to achieve a tactical goal. Especially those infantry fighting vehicles, they couldn't withstand more than a few attacks. After thinking about this, Wang Wan suddenly felt that she had too little experience. She couldn't compare to Zhang Xiaobao. She was training scientifically, but Zhang Xiaobao was learning desperately with radical ideas. No wonder he was so seriously ill. He was overdrawing his own life potential. Xiaobao, what happened after that? Wang Wan felt that there must be a lot of stories behind this, and it wasn't so simple. Later they saved me. At that time I thought I was going to die. They came over in the sandstorm and put me on the back of a horse. Then they ran back to the camp, fed me food, bathed me, and I lived. I invested a lot of money to build a base for them and cultivate good horse breeds for them. Unfortunately, at that time I only wanted to learn how to ride a horse and didn't learn how to breed horses. The only thing I knew was that their horses had to eat eggs every day, and their hooves were as big as plates. They were much taller than the current horses. At that time, when the old soldier said that they didn't have enough eggs, I specially built a chicken farm for them. I found someone to be in charge of it. Now that I think about it, the scale should be bigger. Those chickens are free range. If the horses and people can't eat the eggs, they will sell them. It's worth £1. When Zhang Xiaobao thought about what happened at that time, he felt that he had done a good thing. The chicken farm occupied the land of other people, and it was half military and half civilian. The military occupied 40% of the land, and the civilian occupied 60%. After the chicken farm made money, they had to take out half of the profits to build the military camp. In other words, you gave them a chicken farm for free, and all the money earned was invested into the military camp? Xiaobao, you are a good person. Wang Wan worshipped heroes like Zhang Xiaobao since she was young. Of course, she still liked this kind of Zhang Xiaobao. Who knew that Zhang Xiaobao shook his head? Who said that I didn't make money? I squeezed the other egg merchants out of the export market. There is only one place, and that is the grassland outside. I monopolized their egg imports. Before coming here, I gave an order that if they dare to provoke me, I will stop the supply of eggs. The country also monopolized many of the necessities there. Once the supply was cut, we won without a fight. We used eggs to exchange for beef, mutton, and various kinds of leather. Then we sold them to other countries and made a lot of money. Half of it went into the fund, and the other half was used to build schools for children like we are doing now. Am I not very great? I think you are fishing for praise. What great? I feel ashamed for you. Wang Wan couldn't stand Zhang Xiaobao's appearance, so she curled her lips and attacked him. Well, I am fishing for praise. I am a hypocrite. That should be enough. I am not so selfless. I want to use these things to make myself feel more at ease. When I give in materials, I gain in spirit. But I am better than those who don't give at all, right? Jia. When Zhang Xiaobao saw a small river in front of him, he didn't have the slightest intention of going around the bridge. He directly urged the horse to rush into the river. No one knew if he wanted to take a shortcut or if he was angry with Wang Wan. If it were others, they would be scared. But Wang Wan was not worried at all. When the horse entered the river, she directly swam up from the horse. One hand supported the horse's body, The other hand pulled Zhang Xiaobao's clothes. After swimming to the other side, Wang Wan mounted the horse again and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Continue, there is a mountain over there. Let the horse climb up and see if I am scared." "I am not trying to scare you. I just want to go back quickly. You have to believe me. I can build a chicken farm for those cavalrymen. I am a good person." Zhang Xiaobao wiped the water on his face and touched the inside of his legs as he explained. "Believe you? How can you believe an international swindler? It is better to believe that pigs can climb trees and roosters can lay eggs. At least there is a possibility of genetic mutation." "What? Does it hurt? Don't you have good writing skills?" Wang Wan said with a bit of schadenfreude. "That's why I said that I am a practical person. If it hurts, it hurts. It is better than some people who say that it doesn't hurt. After a few times of pain it will be fine. Don't forget, we are the same kind of people. We don't care about this kind of pain." "Jia." After replying to Wang Wan, Zhang Xiaobao urged the horse again. The combined weight of the two people was not as heavy as an adult, especially those strong bailiffs. One of them could reach twice their weight. The two of them were light and didn't carry any weapons. The needles in their sleeves didn't count. "Faster, faster. Do you see two children riding horses in front of us?" Li Chang was sitting in the carriage. It was not easy to resist a bumpy carriage with 4 horses. He endured the feeling of nausea and asked the driver loudly, "I don't see them. Maybe they went the wrong way." The coachman shouted loudly and waved his whip to make the horses go faster. He also felt a little ashamed. This road was directly passed through. A carriage with 4 horses couldn't catch up with the horses ridden by 2 children. If this was known, it would be shameful. "Faster, it is impossible to get lost. Wait, overtake the carriage in front and ask them." Li Chang was also depressed. He was delayed for a while, but he couldn't even see the shadow of the horse in front. He didn't believe that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's riding skills were so good. When he opened the curtain of the carriage and looked in front, he found that the carriage of the 2 children was not slow. "Do you see your son?" When they passed the carriage, Li Chang shouted to the opposite side from the window. "I don't see him. He must be in front. You can see the hoof prints on the road. The hoof of that horse is a little different from other horses. It is bigger." Shirlu hurriedly replied. At the same time, she urged the carriage to hurry up. The other party had already overtaken them. As for the hoof prints, of course she did not see it. The male servant who came with her used to be a hunter, and was very good at tracking. Otherwise he would not have been sent. "I know. Go after them." Li Chang couldn't see the difference of the hoof prints, but he believed that the people in the carriage were also anxious. After all, their master was in front of them. What if the 2 children were in danger? He should be trusted by them. "Hurry up at this speed, we will be back before noon. The horse is good." Zhang Xiaobao also said to Wang Wan at this time. Chapter 158. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan rode on the same horse, far ahead of the carriage behind them. Horses could take shortcuts, but carriages couldn't. Therefore, the distance between the two of them was so far that the carriage behind them couldn't catch up. After running for more than 2 hours, Zhang Xiaobao finally stopped. This place happened to be next to a depression where there was water after the rain. The horse could drink some water and eat the grass beside it at the same time. While the horse was eating and drinking, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to poke the bubbles. Although it was only a little more than 2 hours, if the two of them wanted to reach the point where they were one with the horse, they had to control the ups and downs of their bodies. Both of their legs were rubbed with large blisters. He took out the needles in his sleeves and gently poked the blisters. After a stream of water flowed out, he peeled off the white skin above, revealing the pink flesh inside. "Xiaobao, it really hurts." Wang Wan looked at the flesh on her leg and complained. "Yes, it really hurts. What can we do? Wait, let me see. This air is good. Many wild things have been preserved. For example, this is a bag of horse dung, also known as a bag of ash. Come on, just spray some of it and it will be fine." Zhang Xiaobao wandered around in a circle, and really did let him find something good. Originally, he wanted to get some wild vegetable juice to apply to the wound, such as dandelion, also known as dandelion, which had some effect. He didn't expect to find something good to stop bleeding, a bag of horse dung. He used a needle to make a small hole and squeezed it at the wound on Wang Wan's leg. A stream of powder sprayed out. This powder not only stopped bleeding but also sterilized. Wang Wan was in so much pain that she clenched her teeth and sweat flowed down her forehead. She pinched the area around the wound with both hands to slow down the nerve reaction. After he finished spraying Wang Wan, Zhang Xiaobao also had to spray himself. He was also in so much pain that he was sweating profusely, but he did not make a sound. This was a habit he had developed in the past. If he could shout out, it could reduce the pain, but it would also let others find out where he was. After waiting for a while, the two of them got on their horses again. The moment they got on their horses, their expressions changed at the same time. The place where the medicine had just been applied was in excruciating pain. The two of them got used to it for a few seconds before urging their horses to run faster again. They also followed suit. After they had walked for 45 minutes, the carriage behind them finally caught up. Li Cheng didn't know how to check the tracks. This location was on the side of the main road, so he directly passed by it. After a while, when Pomegranate arrived, the hunter stopped the carriage and got off to take a look. After returning to the carriage and moving forward again, he hesitated for a while and said to Pomegranate, "Young master and young madam stopped here for a while to let the horses eat grass and drink water. At the same time, they need to treat their wounds." "Injured? What injury? Young master and young madam are injured? Who did it?" Pomegranate was frightened when she heard the man's words. She thought that they had met a bad guy. The man shook his head. "No one did it. They rode on a horse. Their legs were injured, so they used a bag of horse dung. That's how survival in the wild works." "Ah, not a bad guy. But they're still injured. It's over. Tell me you know a lot. Are the little young master's injuries serious?" When Pomegranate heard that young master and young madam's legs were injured, as if she was the one who was injured, her eyes immediately turned red. She grabbed the person next to her and asked, "It's painful. It's not a normal pain. It's burning. It's more painful after the skin is cut, but it can stop the wound from expanding. A bag of horse dung can stop the bleeding. Judging from the horse dung, young master and young madam are at least an hour faster than us. Compared to young master and young madam, those who participate in the survival training are nothing. In the past, I only knew that young master and young madam were smart, but now I know that young madam is stronger. This kind of injury, this kind of pain, is not something that a child can endure." They still got on the horse and left. The hunter sighed. He really admired this child. He couldn't see how much pain she could endure. She knew that she had to find a way to treat herself. Why is it better to cut it than not to cut it? It must be very painful. Why do they have to continue? Why can't they just wait for the carriage? The more Pomegranate thought about it, the more pain she felt. She couldn't help but cry. The manservant had to explain, "If you don't cut it, there will be water in the soak. If you press it again, it will push the skin to the side and the wound will become bigger. If you cut it, no matter how much water comes out, it will still flow out. As for why young master and young madam are in such a hurry to go back, I don't know." "Oh, then hurry up. When we go back, treat young master and young madam. I can do it for a while. I'm not afraid of pain." Pomegranate wiped her tears and urged the driver again. She told him that if the horse died of exhaustion, he would pay for it. Zhang Xiaobao was indeed anxious. He was afraid. He knew how big that piece of land was, and he also knew where it was. It was 5,000 mu. Wang Wan had already gotten someone to give him a rough description of the situation and drew a map for him. He was worried that if his family felt that they had a good relationship with the Sanshui County Yamen, they would occupy the 5,000 mu in one go and record it in a document. That would be used to attack others. He didn't want to have a stable rear. He didn't want anything to happen that he couldn't control. He had to go back as soon as possible. He only occupied 4,000 mu. He couldn't be greedy for other places. That was a time bomb. "Xiaobao, don't worry. It won't be so fast. I think everyone is celebrating now. It will be fine when we go back. Those mountains are good. We can use them. Have you thought about what to do?" Wang Wan hugged Zhang Xiaobao behind and comforted him. In fact, she was also worried. That imperial nephew was like a tiger with a bloody mouth, waiting to eat them. If it wasn't for the auspicious sign, People in the province would have already given them the land and the restaurant. At that time, the only way was to go to Shangjing City and let the emperor know. Li Longji was now preparing to govern the country well. He would definitely not allow such a situation to happen. But at that time the loss would not be small. The land and the restaurant would be returned, but who would be responsible for the delay? I've already prepared. When the time comes, cut down those trees that can't produce and plant fruit trees on them. Batch by batch, the trees can be burned into charcoal and sold for money. It can be used for heating and removing moisture. Originally, we could plant some terrace fields. I'm afraid that when there is a lot of rain, the mud and stones above will wash down. Zhang Xiaobao also tried his best to suppress the frustration in his heart. He wasn't worried about his own family, but he was worried about Wang Wan's father. When he did things, he didn't think twice. In a moment of happiness, he went to occupy the land. If someone caught him, it would be troublesome. And this is a good idea. If we don't plant the land, we can plant fruit trees. When the time comes, we can make all kinds of fruits. We can also make money. We don't have to pay taxes to the higher-ups. We can plant anything. It's said that there are watermelons and cabbages at this time, but we haven't seen them here. Let people look for them. The watermelon seeds taste good. The cabbages can be stored for a while in winter. They can be made into pickles and stewed with fatty meat. When we go back, let them occupy 4,000 mu of land. Let's see who can find the problem. Wang Wan also echoed. At the same time, she thought that there should be watermelons and cabbages at this time. If they look for them elsewhere, they can solve a lot of problems in winter. The cabbages also contain some sugar. It's not only a staple food. If they only eat cabbages, they won't starve to death after half a month. Watermelons taste sweet. They can try to make some sugar. Even if they only eat the watermelon seeds, they can put some seasonings. There's also Zhang Xiaobao's 13 spices. They can fry it with sugar and salt. Another snack. Zhang Xiaobao let the horse go to a small road and said to Wang Wan, "Who said that I won't occupy the 1,000 mu? I only occupy 4,000 mu on the surface. The 1,000 mu of land can't run away. I won't give up the things in my hands. It's a good opportunity to set a trap for people who have ideas about me. Let's see who will be fooled. I know you don't have good intentions. Tell me, how do you occupy it?" When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, the reluctance in her heart disappeared. She believed that since Zhang Xiaobao dared to say it, he will be able to do it. It's a secret. I can't tell you now. When you occupy it, you will understand. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Stop pretending to be mysterious. They rushed all the way. When it was almost noon, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan rode their horses and finally stepped into the boundary of Tuqiao village. They ran past the Gu family's Shuangzi. Under the surprised eyes of the Gu family's villagers, they ran across the small bridge. The sound of firecrackers had not stopped until now. From time to time it sounded in a certain place. The two Zhuangzi villagers all came out and ate and drank in front of the two main families' courtyards. Needless to say, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew that the two families were treating them to a meal. They had gotten a fake official, so of course they had to celebrate. When the villagers saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan one by one, they stood up and greeted them. This time the two little ancestors were even more impressive. They had an official in their family, a 7th-rank official. The county magistrate of Sanshui County was only a 7th-rank official. Moreover, they also had 500 villagers. At this time they did not have to worry about paying rent. When the harvest was bad, such a good main family would definitely reduce the rent. The main family did not have to pay grain. The only thing they had to think about was how to make up for the 500 villagers. Even if the main family of Zhangjia Zhuangzi and Zhuangzi recruited some villagers from other places, it was not enough to make up for the 500 villagers. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan slowed down and greeted the villagers with a smile. When the horses came to a stop in front of the courtyard, the two of them sat on the horses and looked at each other. Neither of them wanted to get off. It was painful. The action of getting off the horse was not that easy to do. What should we do? Wang Wan pressed on the horse's back with her hands, trying to reduce the force on her legs as much as possible. She asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Easy, watch me. Someone come and carry us down." When Wang Wan thought that he would get off first, Zhang Xiaobao shouted to the people beside him, Naturally, there were villagers coming over. They felt that it was an honor to be able to carry the two little ancestors. When the two of them got off the horse and squatted there, their families also rushed over. "Father, have you chosen the land?" Zhang Xiaobao asked his father. "Not yet, I'm still choosing." Father Zhang knew that his son had plans. "That's good. Let's talk inside." "Father, carry me inside." Zhang Xiaobao, who was relieved, opened his arms.